Book 3, Chapter 35, Questions. To bargain with devils is to paint with your own blood. The greater the work, the harsher the price. Dread Empress Maleficent 2. I shivered in discomfort when I crossed the boundary into the prison. It felt wrong in a fundamental way, and if I'd not already gotten enough hints that becoming the Duchess of Moonless Nights had changed my nature in some eldritch way, this would have done the trick. There were worrying aspects to that. I'd already made sure that cold iron didn't really hurt me more than any other kind, but Masigo was of the opinion that spells crafted to affect entities not of creation would sting a great deal more than they used to. Given that diabolism as a sorceress discipline dealt with exactly that, I was going to have to take a few precautions before dealing with Acua, who was now Diabolist. If she could be sure she could grab a goddamned hashmallam before even coming into the name, she could deal with my bastardized Fey title. Those two things weren't even close to being in the same league. I shook away the thought. The place where I now stood wasn't another dimension, not exactly. The way Hierophant told it. If he was to keep the Princess of High Noon contained, he very much needed for her to be in creation. Her power was lesser here. A large part of it surrendered to cross a threshold she did not belong on this side of. If she was in a pocket dimension, however, then all bets were off. Even after being robbed of the sun, Princess Sulia was absurdly powerful, and she might just rip her eye through the wards with her bare hands if she needed to. So the prison my mages maintained was on creation, a complicated array that had me reaching for a drink just to look at the plans of. I'd forced Masigo to use progressively smaller splurges of magic babble until he found the right metaphor. The whole thing was a drain, more or less. A bunch of escapements had been attached to her that bled out power as quick as she regained it, dispersing it into creation. The results weren't pretty. The grounds around the prison were alarming to look at. A circle of land that grew, got overripe, and died in the span of a dozen heartbeats. And then again, and again, and again. Ratface had poked his nose in and asked whether the phenomenon could be used to accelerate crops, and gotten the reply that it could. But the crops would be, essentially, plant-shaped dust. And possibly poisonous as well, because why wouldn't the Fae make this as horrifying as possible? I'd left the quartermaster plotting with Pickler about possible uses for it, catching something about targeting farmland, but also spoiling rations. Should have expected that, really. It was the precise way to look at things, best left not meddled with, and ask, can we make a weapon out of this? That's how you lot got the wasteland, Ratface. They were still a step short of cackling and attempting to steal another country's weather on the villain ladder, but I'd remind Hakram to keep an eye on those two anyway. The last thing I needed was a bunch of summer-birth plant monsters running amok in Callow when we finally gave the courts the boot. The Princess of High Noon was still hovering in the air, runic shackles on both her wrists and ankles. She was awake now, though. Her hair was fire, much like Killian's when she drew too deep on sorcery, but that was where the resemblance ended. My senior mage looked human, though more delicate in her bones than the average Dunny. There was nothing mortal about the looks of Princess Sulia, though. She was power made flesh, a blind sculptor's dream of what people would look like. My warden visits, the Princess of High Noon said. That'd be Hierophant, I replied easily, though I suppose the responsibility ultimately lies with me. Have you come merely to equivocate, Duchess? The Fae said. If so, spare me your presence. Better silence than your ramblings. I came to talk, I said. I happen to have a few questions for you. And I will indulge you in this, the princess mocked. Could be I'll have you tortured if you don't, I noted. The mocking smile did not wane in the slightest. I have been under the knives of winter across many, many lives, she said. Anything mortals could muster would be childish imitation. Speaking as someone who's been on Masego's operating table, you are very much mistaken, I said. And that was when he was helping. But you're right. I won't have you tortured. I don't really condone the practice, as a rule. Then the King of Winter has left traces of who you once were inside this misshapen carcass you wear, Princess Sulia said. Rejoice, Duchess. You are less an abomination than you could be. Again with he abomination talk, I said, rolling my eyes. That's no way to treat someone come to bargain with you, Sulia. She actually laughed at that. It didn't sound like a person's laugh, more like exhaustion and heat and the clash of steel against steel. You have already struck bargains, mortal, she sneered. Two that my eyes can see. I wonder what you promised Larret, to have him risk my wrath on the field. That was the Prince of Nightfall's name, I was pretty sure. The Winter King had mentioned it once, but the whole getting my heart ripped out afterwards adventure had ensured it didn't have a place of honor in my memory. I'll trade that secret for questions answered truly, I said. Her eyes turned to me. and if had not stolen a mantle of power, I suspected it would have physically hurt me to meet her gaze. Even as it was, it pricked behind my eyes to match her stare for stare. "I do not often bargain with your kind," she said. "I imagine the while incinerating them on sight thing limits your options in that regard," I replied drily. "There is little of worth to be found amongst mortals," she shrugged, or tried to. Her bindings didn't allow a lot of room for movement. Normally, she wouldn't even be able to speak, but Hierophant had released that binding before I came in. "9 questions," I said, "and I will give you the terms of my bargain with the Prince of Nightfall. You are to answer them to my satisfaction, or they will not count." "You seek to rob me, child," she sneered. "I already have," I replied with my most unpleasant smile. "Yoink, remember?" Her face boiled with anger, and I cursed myself mentally. I really need to learn to shut my mouth when treating with monsters. If I'd managed to not fucking declare war on the King of Winter halfway through our conversation, in the middle of his very seat of power no less, I'd still have an actual heart instead of whatever he'd shoved into my chest. "Enjoy that transient victory, Duchess," she said. "Summer comes for you now, and there is no escape." I sighed. "You know, I don't actually want to fight you people," I said, using people in the loosest sense of the word. "You invaded my home without provocation and started butchering everyone that didn't kneel to a queen from another realm. I'm not Ranger, Sulia. I don't get into death matches with demigods for the bragging rights. You think we want to stride this godforsaken wasteland?" she burst out. "Creation is madness. The disorder is like an itch none of us can scratch, and the people..." She bit her tongue, glaring at me like I'd forced her to speak up. 9 questions, I repeated, for the terms the Prince of Nightfall gave me. I paused and hastily continued. With the previous stipulations added, I finished. I still had the pact the King of Winter had forced on me to barter with if that wasn't enough, though I'd rather avoid handing a potential weakness like that hand wrapped to one of my most dangerous enemies. The Princess of High Noon was supposedly terrible at scheming, but the rest of summer was bound to have some noble that was a fair hand at it. The Fae grit her teeth, but after a long silence calmed herself. "I accept this bargain, as the terms were stated," she said. "Gods, finally." I'd been after answers since the moment the damned Winter Court had popped up in Marchford, and so far had gotten only cryptic comments for my troubles. I'd thought about getting my hands on a Winter noble for interrogation more than once, but I wouldn't be able to trust answers from someone too low in the pecking order. An account was probably as high as I could aim to grab, even now. The Princess of High Noon was second only to the Queen in the Summer Court, and probably the least tricky operator I could hope for at that hallowed height. Why did the Summer Court invade Callow? I immediately asked. 8 questions left. It was an obligation, Sulia replied. As Winter was waging war upon creation, so must we. Her Majesty chose Callow as our enemy, and I know not her reasons. That explained, to an extent, why the courts could both be fighting me when Masigo had said they shouldn't be able to attack the same target. If Winter was fighting Praise and Summer was fighting Callow, the difference should be enough to appease whatever arcane rules they obeyed to. It also confirmed that the Summer Queen was up to something. She hadn't been forced to pick Callow, and I doubted she'd made that decision without a reason. That meant there were 2 Fae rulers trying to get something out of my homeland, and in both cases I had no real notion of what that was. When the Queen lives as a princess, what is her title? I asked. 7 questions left. This one came at Hierophant's request. He'd told me he would have a better idea of how to counter the Queen if he knew what form her powers usually took. "Princess of the Morning Star," the Fae replied through gritted teeth. Hadn't liked that one, huh? She clearly knew why I'd asked. I'd wonder about exactly what the implications of the answer were when I had mages with me to make sense of it. "What forces remained to the Diabolist when you left the field at least?" I asked. 6 questions left. This one she took better than the last. Acua had not made a friend there, looked like. She usually didn't. "1 greater devil," the Princess of High Noon said. "No more than 6,000 mortals. Twice this in undead and lesser devils." Good. This wasn't anything I couldn't deal with, considering the armies I had at my disposal. I'd have to be a raging imbecile to think this was all Diabolist had at her disposal, but it should make up the bulk of her strength on the ground. My mind could beat hers. All that was left was the battle between trump cards. That one would be harder, given how long she'd had to prepare, but I had 4 other named on my side. My bag of tricks went a lot deeper than hers these days, and if that failed I had the right kind of people to smash my way into a victory. "What is your plan to escape this prison?" I asked. 5 questions left, and she looked furious. Had she really thought I wasn't going to ask that? I'd been dealing with the ruling council and the high lords for over a year. Green the First might be, but I wasn't. That. Green. She really was terrible at this. Or simply not used to bargaining from a position of weakness. I thought, what were the odds she'd been in a story that went like this before? I very much doubted she'd ever played a question game with Winter, if the talk of torture was any indication. There was a very real chance she was flailing because she'd never stood on grounds like these before. You and me both, Sulia. I was just better than the Fae at keeping my head above the water. I am transmuting the flesh of my left arm into power not siphoned by your array, the princess said. It will allow me to break through the wards eventually. Answers incomplete. When will you be done? I pressed. In a month, she grunted. It figured. She would probably have broken out in the middle of our tangle with Summer and wrecked our armies from the inside. Hierophant was going to have to take care of this somehow. Now, for Juniper's question. There are golden Fae in your host, I said. What are their weaknesses? For questions left. When they'd fought against the legionaries under Nock, they'd ripped straight through the men until Masigo and I had dropped a pair of surprises into their formation to take their pressure off. They seemed to be the equivalent to the sword of waning day that Winter fielded, though a great deal more dangerous. Unlike the Deadwood soldiers, they fought in a real formation. The immortals are bound to the Queen of Summer, she said. Should she die, they will perish as well. Hardly a weakness, that. There had to be more to it. And, I prompted, they weaken away from Summer, she grudgingly added. They carry banners with shards of the sun, but should these be destroyed, they will lose much of their power. And now my mages had a target. Progress. I'd covered everything I'd been asked to find out by others so far, which left me 4 questions to try to ferret out what I personally wanted to know that didn't qualify as an immediate concern. By the standards of my officers, anyway. I was of the opinion that the answers that would win us this war weren't numbers or weaknesses. What does the Summer Court mean to do with Callow, if they take it? I asked. 3 questions. The taken territories are to be made part of Arcadia and Summer itself, the princess said, along with all those who live in them. I closed my eyes, mind spinning. The Winter Court had tried to do something similar, I was pretty sure. During the attack that I'd gone into Arcadia to end, the Fae had brought a shard of Arcadia into creation. That had failed, but the Winter King had taken me as a vassal afterwards, binding Marchford to him through me. If Summer was after the same ends, then that lay at the heart of the plays on both their parts. If Summer grew larger, then the balance between it and Winter swung in their direction. It might even introduce fresh stories to the court's advantage, and would explain why the Summer Fae had been forcing Callowans to swear fealty to the Queen of Summer in my reports. I was still missing something, though. If grabbing land had been the objective, why had Winter struck one of the most fortified targets in Callow? The 15th had been at Marchford for months before they began their attacks. Sure, it would have been easier to cross there, but Summer had proved it wasn't impossible to do so in other places. If Winter had opened a gate into, say, Vale, they might have grabbed the entire central plains of Callow before the legions could react. Sulia had already stated that Winter had been the ones to begin this dance, which brought forward even more questions. He hadn't been the one reacting, meaning it had been a deliberate choice. Why did the King of Winter target Marchford, specifically? I asked. 2 questions. I cannot know for certain, the princess said. Your best guesses, I grunted. The boundaries were thinner there, making an invasion possible, the Fae replied. Or he needed a named in his service to act in creation without crossing himself. Shit, hadn't given her an actual number of guesses. Just plural, so she got away with 2. It wasn't worth using another question to ask for what would be more speculation on her part. I might have misread the situation, I frowned. When Summer had crossed, they'd had the weight of symmetry on their side. Winter was at war on creation, so they must be as well. That might have made it easier for them to leave Arcadia, and they'd certainly been better at it. They'd spread a lot quicker and in several places compared to Winter's one failed beachhead. Since the Winter Court had been the ones to begin the pattern, and an unprecedented one at that, they might not have had another choice than to go for the lowest hanging fruit, that was Marchford. Then again, if I put myself in the king's boots, what better target than Callow was there? On Calernia, at least. There was no other territory so divided and recently weakened by war. If he'd pulled this shit in the Principate, he would have been in a great deal of trouble. The free cities, maybe, but there were far more players there and a larger amount of named. All he'd have to deal with here was a squire with her crew and the Diabolist down south. My people were untested. Many recently come to their names, and Acua had going to rebel real soon good as stamped onto her forehead. It occurred to me, at that moment, that I might be the cause of all this. that I might have ensured the Winter Court would invade my homeland and force Summer to do the same by allowing the least rebellion to happen in the first place. I'd put blood in the water, and the monsters had tasted it, taken it as invitation to come out and play. Merciless gods, I whispered. Thousands had died in the rebellion, but how many more to the Fae? All of southern Callow had been occupied. My own legion had come under assault. Hells, I'd created the perfect conditions for the Diabolist to try her crowning scheme, and there was no avoiding the truth that putting that madness would be bloody work. I'd let a hero go, once, and spoken words to him. Years later, and Callow was still paying the price of that decision, one corpse at a time. I took hold of myself. I could not afford to show weakness in front of a princess of summer, even one my prisoner. I met her eyes and saw she had missed nothing. She did not delight in my horror, but neither did she shy away from it. I need to know, I thought, to get at the bottom of this, before it was too late. This was larger than Fae plying their usual tricks. Both courts were playing for larger stakes than I'd thought. If either court keeps part of Callow, I asked hoarsely, what happens in Arcadia? One question left. The Princess of High Noon smiled, slowly and broadly. I do not know, she laughed. Nothing, my queen says, for it will pass. Everything, your king says, for that clay has never been shaped. I felt like I'd been handed the last piece of a jigsaw puzzle, the one that made the shape of the whole clear. The Winter King didn't actually care all that much if I could force out Summer. He'd prefer it, because then any advantages that would come into being would be entirely on his side. But even if I failed, as long as I lived, he still had March Ford and a name he could influence. He would have an even deeper connection to my city than Summer would manage with their stolen territories, if he kept my heart. It dawned upon me that, as far as he was concerned, he had already won. It was just the degree of victory that remained to be determined. The Prince of Nightfall had compared the Fae of Winter to foxes chewing through their own keg to escape a trap, back in Skate, willing to destroy something part of them to escape a greater doom. And I'd seen, when I'd become the Duchess of Moonless Nights, the unending circle that was the lives and deaths of the courts. The outcomes were always fixed from the start, but that was because in that circle there were only known quantities. If I became part of that, if Callow did? In Arcadia, the Summer Queen had said this story would correct itself. She thought this attempt would fail, and everything would return to the way it used to be when the wheel turned again. She was just playing out her role as assigned to her, Summer Ascendant destroying everything in its path. But the King of Winter thought he could escape the wheel, and was gambling with the lives of everyone in Callow for his roll of the dice. It didn't matter so much that he beat Summer, so long as an outcome without precedent lay at the end of the road. Even if he lost, he could be born to a different story when the wheel turned. If the wheel turned, which would no longer be a given. I'd been looking for a master plan in the Preside tradition this whole time, but there'd never been one. It was just a desperate man throwing stones in a pond, so the same old reflection would stop staring back at him. If a single thread of Fae influence remained in Callow by the time this was over, it might be enough to drag that entire country into the mess. I had just become the greatest living liability to peace in my homeland. I had to break them both, the royals on each side, destroy everything that they were. The consequences otherwise were beyond what I could easily understand. I clenched my fingers, then unclenched them. The Summer Queen. She would be the linchpin of this, as the only one of the two I could reach. Celia, I said, what is the role at the heart of the Queen of Summer? My last question. My most important. Threefold are the duties of the Laurel Crown, she said. To destroy winter. To protect Ain. To see the sun victorious. 3, always 3. And I would need them all in my palm, if I was to bend a god to my will. Now complete your end of the bargain, abomination, she hissed. You've had your fill of me. I will take the crown of 7 mortals, rulers, and 1, to lay them at the feet of the Prince of Nightfall, I said. Her face went still. A glimmer of something like fear passed through those shining eyes, and shit, that wasn't good at all. You know not what you have promised, she said. This must not come to pass. Then tell me why, I said. Silence, silence and hatred. I thought as much, I murmured. Sweet dreams, Princess of High Noon. I left. I didn't look for my friends, though I felt the urge. Right now I felt too disgusted with myself, with them, with everything I had wrought since I first became the squire. I loved them, and I should. I'd paid an ugly price for them. How many lives I claimed I wanted to save had I traded away to have them at my side? I sought someone else instead, someone who would not pick at the loathing. I needed advice, and I had the puppet of one of the greatest living rulers in Calernia within my reach. I found the woman waiting in my tent, and sat down in front of the body Militia was looking through from far, far away. You said you would teach me, once, I told the Empress. So teach me now. I need to outwit a god in the flesh, before a moon has passed. Dread Empress Militia, first of her name, tyrant of dominions high and low, holder of the 9 gates and sovereign of all she beheld, watched me for a long moment. Then she smiled. Book 3, Chapter 36, Malice. It is impossible for the Empire to make an appreciable gain so long as this gain is a loss to every other nation on Calernia. To remedy this, we must discard the traditional lines of allying only to evil polities and make it so that it is in the interest of other powers for us to rise. Extract from The Death of the Age of Wonders, a treatise by Dread Empress Militia. When beginning a scheme, one must first consider the desired outcome, the Empress said. All other practicalities are derived from this, and determining whether that outcome is feasible at all is the most important part of the process. I'd lit candles, tired of the gloom inside my tent even if I could see through it. Militia had taken one of my folding chairs and somehow managed to make it feel like a throne just by the way she held herself, through another woman's body, no less, while I dropped into the seat forcefully borrowed from the Count of Old Oak. Looted was such an ugly word. I'd used one of the candles to light up my pipe and propped up my feet against a low stool. Black had never insisted on a formal setting for his lectures, and the Empress seemed inclined to continue along the same lines. I'd lain off the wine for the night, deciding the Wakeleaf would be indulgence enough. At this rate, I was going to run out of satchels of the stuff, though now that Ratface had the smugglers under him, getting my hands on more shouldn't be too troublesome. Still costly, though. Letting out a stream of smoke to the side, I drummed fingers against the ornate chair arm. I knew what I wanted. I was just pondering the right phrasing. I want the Fae out of Callow and their influence removed, I said. Militia smiled. It wasn't breathtaking, not the way I knew she was in person, but just looking at it made me feel at ease. Comfortable. Like I was sitting across from an old friend and not one of the most dangerous women alive. It was the smile of someone who had studied the image that best brought out those feelings and crafted a flawless replica to wear. The Empress was made up of smoke and mirrors in arrangements that had been refined for decades, an illusion masterful enough that it remained effective even while I knew what she was doing. She was everything Aqua Sahelian wanted to be, and wasn't that a terrifying thought? You are using an absolute, Catherine, she chided. Avoid these, for they leave no room for compromise. You should be aware, by now, that there is no such thing as an absolute victory. The Empire conquered Callow through overwhelming military victory, but did this remove the realities of its occupation? Compromise, much as you dislike it, is a necessity. Without something to offer as boon, your enemy has nothing to lose. This ensures from the beginning that your opposition will be entrenched. The imperial governorships don't feel like a compromise, from where I stand, I pointed out. Because they were not a compromise with Callow, whose perspective you still espouse in large part, Militia replied. They were the boon granted to the High Lords after they were denied the direct subjection they believed their due. I grimaced. Pre-Psi aristocrats ruling over Callowan cities would have been bad, the way the histories said the Proceran occupation had been, and probably even worse. When Callow had been divided into a handful of principalities under royals that displaced the old aristocracy, the entire kingdom had been in state of constant simmering rebellion. The knightly orders turned bandit against the foreigners. Principate dignitaries were knifed in dark alleys by everyone from thieves to merchants, and fields went until as farmers disappeared into the countryside rather than toil for the invader. It hadn't been great battles that saw the Principate withdraw, but the constant grind of attrition on every facet of the occupation. That would have been disastrous, I said. Very much so, Militia agreed. That is not to say the governorships were not designed to quell unrest, of course. It is not happenstance that imperial governors were only granted 4-year mandates, or that Amadeus was given authority to oversee them. I drew on my pipe, looking for the meaning in that. 4-year mandates. From where I stood, what did they mean? The sweet smoke hung in the air before my eyes for a while, until I dug far enough back in my childhood I could get a handle on what she'd meant. Mazes was hated, I said, but every 4 years, there was hope he wouldn't be given another mandate, that his abuses would come to the attention of the tower, and that he'd be recalled. Impermanence, the Empress said. That was the key, the belief that the enemy could be removed, if they were patient. And who did you look to for salvation, in this matter? The tower, I said. Black. I kept my breathing steady, but my blood ran cold. Every time I thought I understood the breadth of the plans they'd made to keep Callow part of the Empire, I found another hidden knife. It was deceptively simple, wasn't it? If the heroes that popped up failed and failed visibly, then relief had to come from another source, and the only one available was the tower. Imperial governors had been allowed relatively minor abuses that filled their pockets and kept their families happy in the wasteland, while my people were taught to look for deliverance in a tear one mandate at a time. To conclude this matter, Malice said, that is why your abolishment of this system is not offensive to me. I no longer need to appease the High Lords, for as an internal threat they are ended for the foreseeable future. The remaining objective is to stabilize Callow as part of the Empire, and you represent a valid alternative in this. I dimly realized, in that moment, that this exchange had not occurred naturally. She had, even before first mentioning the occupation, known how I would react to that mention. The Empress had then used what I'd say to lead into what was both a lesson about what I'd come to her for help and a gentle reminder of the political currents I'd have to deal with when getting Callow back on its feet after all this. Gods, it was such a little thing, but such a telling one, that a woman I'd barely spoken to a handful of times could predict me this easily and fold that into a broader intent without missing a step. I cleared my throat. No absolutes, I conceded. I want the Fae physically gone from Callow and any harmful influence removed. Good. Malice smiled, and for a fleeting moment I was reminded of sunny days on the docks and the first girl I'd ever kissed. There'd been seemingly genuine joy on her face, and for a heartbeat I'd believed it. She wasn't using sorcery, I knew that. There was no artifact or speaking at work. She could spin me around with just words and body language. I wondered if it was more effective because I was named. I'd not been able to study people so closely or accurately before becoming the squire. I'd become more sensitive to details, and that sensitivity would feed straight into her game. I'd grown used to listening to my instincts, and my instincts told me what I saw was true. Gods, if that was true, then she'd managed to turn one of the basic advantages every name took for granted into an edge for her alone without exerting so much as a speck of power. I reached for the bundle of winter inside me, let the freezing cold flow through my veins. I was careful not to let the bleed affect the temperature, since it would be as good as sending up a written notice of what I was doing. The icy sensation spreading through me brought some much-needed clarity with it. I pulled at my pipe to hide the vapor that would have come out of my mouth amidst the Wakeleaf smoke. Then let us speak of the entities that would stand in your way, should you seek to achieve this, the Empress said. The Winter Court, I said. The Summer Court. Possibly the Diabolist, if she goes full opportunist. These are entities that will actively oppose you, she said. Extend your perspective, my dear, to those who do not want you to fail, but may withhold assistance for their own interests. I frowned. The Dark Guilds, I said. Some of the upper echelons of the Legions of Terror. I'd say the High Lords, but you seem to have them in hand. Those of them that would invest in seeing you defeated have already done so through the Diabolist, Malice said. You may consider the aristocracy of the wasteland as no longer in play. Let us begin with the lesser liabilities. How can you clear them away? I have no leverage on the Guild of Assassins, I admitted. Haven't found a real way to affect them aside from threats. The smugglers have been scared into cooperation. And for the legions, doing anything there is like throwing a stone in a glass house. They answer to you in black alone, so meddling never struck me as being in the cards. That is because you still think of yourself as a separate entity from the Empire, the Empress gently said. Discard this perception, Catherine. A few scrying sessions making it clear that you speak with my authority in the issue entirely. If I am to rely on you, as you wish me to, learn to rely on me as well. I balked, more out of habit than any reason I could express in words. I fiddled with the shaft of Dragonbone and forced myself to seriously consider what the Empress had said. Had I ever really considered myself as part of praise? I already knew the answer to that, deep down. I'd taken my first steps onto this path with the notion that I would join the legions to gain authority and then use this authority to change things in Callow. The heart of it had always been that I'd be part of the Presi hierarchy without ever belonging in it. I'd stuck to that, even as the situation changed month by month. I'd relied on Black, sure, but only to teach me and shield me from other wastelanders. Even when I'd forged the ruling council, the motives for its structure had all revolved around limiting Presi influence in my homeland. There was a reason it had stung back in lore, when Thief had called me a collaborator. I still saw the Empire as the enemy, and for years I'd been dancing from one flourish of rhetoric to another to avoid owning up to that, because almost everyone I loved came from it. Saying I didn't oppose praise, just the parts of it I found unacceptable. That I was willing to live with what it could be, if not what it was right now. But I was running out of excuses to not make use of the parts of the Empire that I'd already said I believed in. I wasn't above throwing around my weight as the squire to get my way, because I'd always thought of the name as mine. But it wasn't, not really. Praise at large listened to the squire because she was the apprentice to the Black Knight, the leading villain of the next generation of calamities. The moment I'd taken Black's hand, I'd chosen a side for everyone to see, and lying to myself about it wouldn't get me anywhere. I couldn't have the authority coming from being part of the Tower's rule without actually being part of the Tower's rule. It wasn't a nice thought. It was bitter, and it felt like I was spitting on everything I'd ever dreamed of as a girl. But it would work. And if I kept mouthing off to heroes about how their pride and principles just got in the way of getting the shit that mattered done, then I had better be ready to follow through. Otherwise, I should not have lived this long. Then please do so, Your Majesty, I said, taking a deep breath. Can I assume you have leverage on the Dark Guilds? Militia, the Empress reminded me. Call me Militia, darling. And I have a few irons in the fire. Scribe was the one to call them to heel after the conquest, but I've people in their ranks. Enough that a message can be sent. I breathed out. There were only smoldering remnants in my pipe, so I took a last pull from it and set it aside. The smoke drifted lazily in the candlelight, a wall that would do nothing at all to protect me from the woman in front of me. That leaves the worst three, I said. The Empress shifted slightly in her seat, and I side-eyed her. There was something. In some intangible way, I felt like I could trust her more now. Also like I should take my feet off the stool and straighten up. The winter cold wavered when I realized exactly what she'd done. She's mimicking Black's body language. I thought, horrifyingly impressed. If they were closer in height, I might never have noticed. There was an amused glint in the puppet's eyes when I stared at her face. She knew perfectly well that I'd noticed. We arrive at the interesting part, the Empress said. Before touching upon how these entities can be affected by us, consider their nature as agents and how this informs their actions. My brow creased. I'm not sure I follow, I said. As an example, let us study Cordelia Hazenbach, Malice said. I leaned forward interestedly. It wasn't every day I got to have an assessment of the ruler of the Principate from the mouth of the very same woman who'd been fighting her across the continent for the better part of a decade. At first glance, dearest Cordelia is the most powerful individual on the surface of Calernia, the other woman said. She commands the largest and wealthiest nation on the continent. Her armies are recently blooded, and her personal diplomatic reputation is pristine. Procur's isn't, I immediately said. The reputation, I mean. No one that has a border with the Principate remembers them fondly. Indeed, Malice smiled. The history of the nation she rules does influence what actions she can and cannot take. At a more basic level, consider the limits of her position. Cordelia Hazenbach is Lycanese, the Prince of Rhenia. Her support base is primarily Lycanese as well, which means it is poorer and less populous than that of her internal opposition. She can only project military strength temporarily, for the Lycanese armies are needed at the northern borders. What does this mean for her position in Procur? She has rich, powerful rivals, I said, and she needs to keep them in check if she wants to keep her throne. Precisely, she smiled. To compound the issue, the civil war that Amadeus initiated and I fed has ravaged large swaths of the Principate, leaving her with large amounts of dispossessed and unemployed soldiery. She is unlikely to face open rebellion, as it would be reputational suicide for any ambitious rival to try to remove her by force after the last decade of war. Yet if she does not deal with this issue, she risks being set aside in favor of a ruler that will. So she needs to keep her soldiers busy and out of her lands while she rebuilds the Principate. I frowned. Then why praise? Why Callow? There's easier targets. Sure, her reputation will take a hit if she scraps with Levant or the Free Cities instead, but it's kind of expected. Of Procur, they're going to be real pricks to their neighbors. We now return to your earlier insight about reputation. If Cordelia acted as you said, she would face the same issue that the Empire traditionally does, Malice said. She would stand alone. Make no mistake, Catherine, Procur has been greatly weakened. It cannot afford war on more than one front, which is certain to erupt if the Principate turns expansionist again. The Calernian balance of power would be shattered if she was allowed to make gains. I chewed on that. Hazenbach needed a war, but she also needed her other borders quiet, which meant a target that didn't worry everybody else, and the way she could accomplish that was a crusade, I sighed. It has to be a crusade, from her perspective. She can't not be at war, and she can't take on any of the southern nations without pissing off the others. But if she's fighting praise, not only can they not backstab her, they might actually have to help. And so we come upon the nature of Cordelia Hazenbach as an entity, the Empress said. She must be at war, but cannot be at war with a nation that is good. These are the rules she has to obey. It's why she can meddle in the free cities, but only to back the faction fighting Helike, I said. Otherwise her southern borders catch fire. She has to fight against evil or her alliances all collapse because no one can trust Procker. Have you wondered why I never expressed fears of you attempting an independent Callow, Catherine? Malice smiled. This is the reason. Assuming you achieved that result, and even sought to remove the impetus for imperial invasions by trading us grain, you would still have to face Procker. You are, after all, a villain. An acceptable recipient of dear Cordelia's wrath from a diplomatic perspective, and from a political one, a long-term threat. Procker cannot afford another hostile border from a purely logistical standpoint. It needs Callow to be good and at war with praise to keep them both in check. That made it twice that she turned an offhand example into a pointed lesson as to where I had to stand. As I understood it, this was unusually straightforward for her, but I wasn't surprised. She would be tailoring her approach to who she was approaching, and I wasn't unaware I reacted best to people being direct. The part she'd left unspoken was that if Callow with me at the head was at war with the Principate, it would be without the legions backing me. That wasn't ending well for my side. And since Praise wouldn't be able to tolerate a Proceran protectorate just across the river, that meant Callow would once more become the battlefield of the continent when the tower made its move. Point taken, I said. Nature, huh? The summer court is the easiest to figure out. The queen has 3 rules that bind her, I've been told. Destroy winter, protect Ain, and see the sun victorious. All points of pressure you can feasibly reach, Malice said. I've got the sun stashed away, so I can bargain with that, I said. Threaten to destroy it, maybe? I get the impression to actually do that in creation would be a very bad idea, but it wouldn't be the first time I lied to a god. The other 2 are a little trickier. As I understand it, my dear, winter is not a static state, the Empress said. It is transient, fated to come and pass. You do not need to think of destruction as requiring force. If what winter is no longer corresponds to what summer believes it should be, that may very well qualify as destruction. You mean force it to pass into spring or autumn, I said, taking a look at the notion. I'm fairly certain the seasons only shift when either summer or winter has lost the war. I'm not sure that's feasible. Malice smiled warmly. It would be a mistake to believe yourself bound to the traditional Fey outcomes, she said. This entire affair began by one of the courts believing these were not impossible to avert. A way to make winter no longer winter. There might be something to that. That leaves Ain, the seed of summer, I said. I can make gates so getting there isn't impossible, just really stupid. There's no winning a fight there, and the Fae can cross back into Arcadia much easier than they come into creation. It won't be undefended. I paused. I'll need all 3, if I'm to force the Queen's hand about anything, I said. She's not really a thing that gets compromise. Anything less than complete failure, anathema to what she is, and she'll just keep on slugging. If your strength is insufficient, borrow strength, Malice said. She has enemies as well, does she not? If I understand your plan correctly, this assumption lay at the heart of your taking prisoner the Princess of High Noon. Should summer fail to secure her return, should they lose too many soldiers, they will afterwards fall in the face of oncoming winter. This is one of the limitations she must abide. I spared a moment to hope my intentions weren't this fucking transparent to everyone out there. I would have spared another to be intimidated by the fact she'd understood my plan without being involved at any point in the making of it, but I'd grown dull to that breed of surprise by now. Winter winning fucks it all up too, I said frankly. I'm not sure if worse is the right term, but it will definitely be a similar yet different shade of Godawful. Let us speak of winter, then, the Empress lightly said. You have treated with the King of Winter in person, become bound to his court, in part, and fought at the side of his greatest captains. What did you glimpse from this? Take 2 vicious, spitting, furious cats and shove them in a bag, I said. Then add that it has been there since time literally immemorial. The king's the cat. Real. Desperate about getting out of that bag. A colorful description, Malice said, arching an eyebrow, yet short on useful specifics. I almost laughed, until I remembered how fucking dangerous it would be to actually like this woman. He doesn't have a plan, I think, I said. Or his plan was just to drag Callow into this mess, and he doesn't really need to control what comes after that. He wants out, Malice. I don't think. How? he gets out actually matters all that much. And that he thinks that way at all is scaring the other Fae. I don't think he's supposed to. That, the Empress said quietly, is worrying. Weekso once told me that Arcadia is akin to a first draft of creation and mirrors it still. If winter is meant to be the reflection of villainy, and yet bound to it, there are implications. I didn't have to look all that far to find the villains who'd made the largest mark on Calernia in the last century, so her meaning was pretty clear. It's not that clear-cut, I said. The parallels aren't so direct, but it's crossed my mind, yeah. A matter to consult more sorcerously inclined minds over, Militia finally said. Desperation is a useful tool, Catherine, especially if it can be given outlet. If your read of the creature is correct, it is the easiest of your obstacles to bargain with. I grimaced. He has my heart, I said bluntly, and I don't mean that in a romantic sense. Ripped it out to make a point which, complicates negotiations a bit. The Empress smiled, almost fondly. I sometimes forget how much Amadeus has left his touch on you, she said. Catherine, one cannot always deal from a position of strength. That is mere vanity, and doing so does not mean the negotiations will be at your expense. Fae always screw you on deals, I reminded her. I'd always thought that Black's quirk of lips was terrifying, the blade smile that always heralded something dark happening to someone he thought deserved it. Looking at the Empress' face then, the languid and almost lazy amusement, I found something to match it. This had been the closest to a glimpse of the person underneath the crown I'd gotten since I'd first met her, and what I saw there had my fingers itching for a blade. Darling, you forget what side you chose, she drawled. You stand with the dread empire of praise, Catherine. We have murdered gods and made doorkeepers of demons. We have tricked angels into damnation and made orderly host of the hordes of hell. Fae. She smiled amusedly. Fae will be a pleasant reprieve from the High Lords, my dear. Let me show you. Fuck, I thought. Now I like her. Book 3, Chapter 37, Procedures. Truth and silence lie better than the silvermost tongue. Sonic saying. It was a little odd to be half-naked in front of 3 people, but the only person that was feeling awkward about it was Hakram. The moment I'd begun unbuttoning my shirt, he'd cleared his throat and looked away, and had been staring at the ceiling of my tent for a solid half-hour by now. Considering I had it on good authority, Robber, ever up for a bit of gossip if it was at someone else's expense, that he was still sleeping around on the regular, his prudery for this was pretty amusing. As for the other 2, well, Masigo couldn't have been any less interested in tits if he tried, and this wasn't anything Killian hadn't seen before. I shifted on the stool at the memory of some of the instances where she'd done a great deal more than just looking, and Hierophant clucked his tongue disapprovingly. Don't move, he said. This is delicate work. I'd have to take his word on that, since I couldn't actually see what he was doing. He was prodding around the area of my heart with a long oaken wand covered in runes that was entirely ignoring my flesh, pausing now and then to look at the collection of hovering runes in the air by his side. Killian was crouched at his side, forming a ball of light over her upturned palm. They'd said it was because they needed a point of comparison, though they'd been vague about what exactly that meant. It's not grounded in the heart, the senior mage frowned. Agreed, Masigo said, and I felt him poke something inside me. Runes shifted in the air, and the redhead inhaled sharply. That should kill a human outright, she said. It's enough sorcery to turn all the liquids in her body to ice. Named Killian, the blind Sonic reminded her. And this moon seems to have been purposed to regulate the energies. I cleared my throat. So you have answers for me, then? I said. We can confidently say that your 3rd aspect is bound to your title of Duchess of Moonless Nights, and not the heart replacement the king forced upon you, Hierophant said. A fascinating piece of work, that. So when I get my heart back, I prompted. You should keep the aspect, assuming you remain the Duchess, Killian said, though it will severely limit your abilities. I met her eyes, but she turned to look at the runes. The moon the King of Winter placed inside you serves 2 purposes, Hierophant elaborated. The first is to mimic the role in your body your heart would. Fascinating, as I said. I did not believe the Fae had so keen an understanding of human anatomy. And the second? I said. You might consider it a heart in the magical sense, Masigo said. All the winter power that you can bring to bear is siphoned into it, then released for your use, natured in a way that lessens the damage to your body. That feels like something that's going to fuck me over when I get my actual heart back, I said. Without that filter, I'm not certain you will be able to use your 3rd aspect, Killian said. I've never seen the direct aftermath, but I was given to understand it as a domain. And I definitely know what that is. I lied. Pretty sure Hakram doesn't, though, So to be polite, someone should explain. Actually, the orc began, but I shushed him. It's all right, Hakram, I said. We're your friends. You don't need to pretend with us. I explained to you what that is mere months ago, Masigo said, sounding surprised as he eyed the orc. Perhaps you should drink less. It's beginning to affect your memory. Adjutant glared at me helplessly, and I grinned. I'll keep an eye on him, I promise, I told Hierophant. The dark-skinned mage nodded, then looked up at me through his eye cloth. Creation is, in essence, matter with a set of rules imposed by the gods upon it, he said. A domain is when an entity, in this case you, temporarily overlays different matter and rules over it. Well, that sounded mildly blasphemous, and incredibly dangerous. In your case, fall appears to create a bubble of empty darkness where you may use winter energies to lower the temperature beneath what should physically be possible, Masigo continued. Unusually offensive in nature. Most domains provide different territory and a comparative advantage to the entity that creates it. It shouldn't be possible for a squire to have a domain at all, Killian said frankly. Transitory names are not strong enough. Domains usually belong to lesser gods, full-fledged named late in their career, or particularly ancient monsters. It's a rare ability even among heroes, Masigo noted. Aside from the champion lines in Levant and allegedly the Saint of Swords, there shouldn't be any other living human practitioner. Then how did I get one? I asked. I didn't exactly rub a lamp and make a wish to get this, Hierophant. Jinn were usually bound to urns, not lamps, and did not grant wishes, Masigo replied absent-mindedly. It does occur naturally in some entities. Every dragon has a domain at their heart of their body. It's what allows them to breathe fire. And Father has theorized elves essentially become a living domain when they get old enough. You have a pretty good look at my body right now, I said, raising an eyebrow. See any scales or pointy ears? No, Hierophant told me seriously. And I would be able to see them even if they were invisible. I saw Killian's lips twitch form the corner of my eye. Now, Masigo muttered. This is not conclusive by any means, but I do have a theory. All my ears are listening, I said. He stared suspiciously at me, but I gave him my most innocent smile. His frown deepened, so maybe I needed to put some work into that. I believe this to be a leash, Hierophant said. You are given powerful abilities, but to make use of them properly, you must give the King of Winter foothold in your soul. Removing that foothold turns what was once an asset into a liability, giving you strong incentive to remain bound to him. There's more to it than that, Killian said quietly, and Masigo seemed surprised. The senior mage flicked her fingers, and 3 rows of runes parted from the rest. I've never had occasion to do a full mapping ritual on my father, the redhead said. But this corresponds more or less to how his body reacted to face sorcery as a half-blood. Higher tolerance, but there's no actual attempt made to make it harmless. In someone born, that's only natural. But in an artificial construct. Power limiter, Hierophant said, glass eyes gleaming under dark cloth. You're saying he screwed me, I said. I paused. More than previously believed, I added. Killian nodded slowly. When you draw deep on the power, you must get backlash, she said. My blood starts to freeze, I admitted. You were crippled, Hierophant said bluntly. You have the power of a duchess to draw on, but if you actually did so it would kill you. It explains why you were at such a disadvantage fighting that summer duchess in Arcadia, when in theory, you should have been on even footing. Countess at most, Killian said. Your domain allows you to fight out of your league, but the king made certain you would never be powerful enough to be a threat to him. I clenched my fingers. This shouldn't have come as a surprise, even if it did. I'd been so focused on how the threat was my stolen heart that I'd never thought to question the additions to my power I'd discovered. Archer had told me that the Duke of Violent Squalls was supposed to be one of the big names in the Winter Court. Someone who was supposed to turn the story back to war if the Fae that ruled Winter was trying to avoid it. There was power to that kind of role, and by taking his title, even in a different form, I should have swung a great deal harder than the average Duke or Duchess. I thought it was because I wasn't really Fae, but evidently there was more to it than that. Can you fix this? I finally asked. Masigo smiled. If I were still the apprentice, no, he said. But such miracles are now within my purview. I will need preparations, and the process will not be gentle, but it can be done. You'll still get backlash, Killian warned. You're a mortal bearing a Fae title. That much is unavoidable. The proportion of power that can be drawn before backlash could be increased tenfold. At the very least, Hierophant said. A duchess in full. You've an unusually tough constitution, You should be able to weather it. Ominous, I said. Get this ready. The sooner we get it done, the better. It could be ready tomorrow, but 3 days hence would be easier, Masigo said. For ritual purposes, the new moon will benefit me. The mage got back to his feet, adjusting the black robes over his corpulent frame. Killian followed suit, brushing back red hair in a gesture I followed with my eyes out of habit. Masigo left the tent without bothering to excuse myself, entirely forgetting Hakram was still in here. The red-haired mage lingered for a moment. Catherine, she said. I hesitated. Dismissed, senior mage, I replied. Her face shuddered, and she gave a stiff salute before leaving. I began to button up my shirt again, fingers almost shaking. That had taken more determination than I'd expected. You decent? Adjutant asked. Never, I drawled. Villain, remember? No one's a villain every hour of the day, Hakram grunted. And if you're being lippy about it, that's a yes. I struck a suggestive pose when he turned, my top 2 buttons still undone, and he groaned. Just too much woman for you. I understand, I said sympathetically. You're barely half an orc, he graveled. I'm Vice Queen of Callow, you savage, I grinned. That could be construed as treason. If you have me arrested, who will handle the paperwork, he said. You have always been my most loyal, I hastily replied. Never doubted you a moment. The orc snorted and reached for the carafe of wine Masigo had refused to let me touch. He poured 2 glasses and pressed one into my hand. Oh dear, that was the herald to a serious conversation, wasn't it? The joke about his drinking habits died unspoken on my tongue. We haven't talked about it, he said. The heart. I said. It hasn't been a priority so far, to be honest. It was functional, and there's other fires to put out first. Cat, he said flatly. You know that doesn't work on me. My lips thinned. No matter how well it served me, there were times I wished he was just a little less perceptive. There is nothing to say, I grunted. It's a nasty habit you have, Hakram said. Thinking admitting something hurt you means you're weak. Already got that speech from Masigo last year. I sighed. I cope. We're in the middle of a goddamned war, in case you hadn't noticed. This is so far down the ladder of shit I need to deal with it's not even worth mentioning. Hakram drank from his cup, and I did the same. You were happier with her, he said. Everyone saw that. Happy doesn't come into this, I barked. I didn't sign up for happy ever after. The color of my cloak's a bit of hint there. Bullshit, Hakram said, and it was vehement enough I flinched. That's an excuse and you know it. Fix this or don't, but do not pretend that being a villain means you have to be miserable. You know that's untrue. What the fuck do you want me to say, Hakram? I hissed. That I miss her? It's not exactly fucking riddle when I feel like I put a fresh knife in my ribs every time she's in the room. That is a start, the tall orc gravely said. She wants to cross a line, I said tiredly. I can't stop her without doing the same. Talking's not going to change any of it. So this is just salting the wound. I understand she wants to do a ritual, Hakram said cautiously. She wants to slaughter people like animals, I spat. To get rid of whatever it is that screws her up when she draws too deep on magic. Human sacrifice, he said. How many? I didn't ask, I said. It doesn't matter. One would be too much. I eyed him, saw the lack of expression on his face. Gonna take her side, are you? I bitterly said. Say I've done worse. That it makes me a hypocrite to find even the idea repulsive. You assume much, Hakram said. Do you think Calawans fed most the altars in praise? Wars with the kingdom came once a reign, Catherine. In peace they looked for fodder in the steppes. That had me pause, because he was right. I had assumed, deep down, that no one born on his side of the Wasilidi would really get where I was coming from. One of the reasons I'd never talked about this with anybody. It had been extremely presumptuous of me. I'm sorry, I said quietly. I didn't mean dash. I know, he sighed, fangs flashing. I will not pretend my people are anything but red-handed, Catherine. We have fed upon mankind since the first dawn. We kept slaves and sacked cities, splattered blood across the writ of creation. But this, we understand. The Mizans taught the wasteland to hate chains, and in turn the wasteland taught us to hate the altars. When Lord Black decreed the legions would no longer bleed their own for victory, he earned deeper loyalty than he understood. I looked away, because I knew that Black hadn't done that because he thought it was right or just. He'd thought it necessary, that those rituals were a crutch that did more harm than good. He probably knew that already. Most of the orc generals likely did as well, but to Greenskin's action always mattered more than intent. I've killed people, I said. A lot of them. Because they were my enemies, because they were in my way. Sometimes, even to make a point. Guilt, what was actually deserved. I stopped bringing into it somewhere along the way. Hakram drank and did not speak. I started the lease rebellion, I admitted suddenly. I let the lone swordsman go after starting him down that path, because I needed a war to rise. The orc set down his cup. I suspected, he graveled. It was too personal for you. More than it ever was when you were pruning away the undesirables in Callow. In sparing him, I killed thousands, I said. I used them as a tool. And that's despicable, Hakram. I hate it. That for a moment I stood in the same place the High Lords do when they decided to hike the taxes or murder a few of my people for convenience. I think that's the line I can't live with crossing. Being the kind of person that doesn't see people as people, just objects. The kind of person that would use killing others as fuel for a ritual, he said. I know it's different for Preci, I said. You read Black's journal, same as me. There were years where sacrifices for the fields were all that kept famine away, and I won't cast stones at people doing ugly shit to survive. But there's no need for that anymore. Not if the grain can come from Callow instead. But it's still done, and there has to be a point where culture isn't an excuse anymore, right? Gods, if it was someone's culture to eat fucking babies, does that mean I just have to smile and pretend it's not vile? Because there's a lot of that going around, Hakram. The matrons are our allies, so we have to pretend the things they do every year to boys, just like Robber. Because their boys aren't revolting. Ratface's own father tried to have him knifed in his bed because he was inconvenient, and I'm supposed to just laugh it off and say that's the tag rep for you. There they go murdering again? Fuck, I've done dark things, but at least I don't pretend it's all right for me to have done them. I don't encourage it, gods, but it felt good to actually say that out loud. Because I knew who I'd sided with, and now more than ever I knew who I answered to. But there were compromises that rankled. Things I had to pretend I didn't see because I couldn't pick every battle that should be picked and still think I'd win. That was the thing with stories. They never told you that the ogres had kids that would starve without a father, or that the valiant knight that helped you was part of a larger institution that might trigger civil war if left unchecked. If you wanted a clean ending, one that didn't leave a bad taste in the mouth, you had to end the story just after the victory. Otherwise, you got to see that you could win loudly once, send evil skittering back into the dark, but that everywhere across creation there were lesser evils taking place every hour of every day, and there wasn't much anyone could do about it. Hakram said softly. You hadn't realized. I looked at him. That Killian is Preci, he said, with all that entails. She doesn't need to do this, I said, almost pleadingly. She's not as powerful as she could be, it's true, but she's still better than the average Legion mage. If it came down between her dying and the ritual being made, gods forgive me, but I'd do it. Because I'm in love with her, and I'm selfish and I'd rather be a monster than lose her. But it's not going to kill her, to be who she is. This is just wanting more for herself at the expense of others. She can do it legally, Hakram said, using death row criminals at auction. I know that, I said through gritted teeth. And I know that the people who'd bleed wouldn't be choir children. That they'll die anyway, probably on another altar in a way that benefits someone else. That even in praise you don't get the noose lightly. But if they hang, Hakram, that's law. That's the exercise of justice, or the closest the wasteland can have to it. There's a difference between hanging someone for a crime and slitting their throat open so your magic comes more smoothly. And it stings that I shared my bed with someone for more than a year who doesn't get something that basic. I drained the rest of my cup. Gods is human sacrifice. Too low a bar to set, I said, and I felt exhausted. Because in my enemies I'll live with it. Until I can make them stop, and I will. But Killian's on my side. Used to be a lot more than that. And I refuse that this should be who we are. I looked at the orc. What's the point of any of this, if we're just the High Lords with a nicer reputation? I asked. I'm not better than her even if she does this, Hakram. I'm probably worse, if account can be kept for things like this. And we both know I'll do worse things before this is over. But I won't put on a smile and pretend this is all right. I'm not willing to be that person, not even for Killian. The tall orc finished his cup. This is, he said, half the conversation you needed to have. Perhaps you should seek the other half. He left the tent, left me alone with the words I'd spoken still filling the silence. They were no comfort. Never had been. Book 3, Chapter 38, Host. It is said that the founding first prince spoke of Procure as a great tower, every principality a stone raising it to ever greater heights. I have found the sentiment more poetic than accurate. Procure is no single tower but 23 of them, and their owners constantly steal each other's stones to rise at the expense of the others. Extract from The Labyrinth Empire, or A Short History of Procure, by Princess Eliza of Solomons. Even having kept out most of the general staff, the pavilion was crowded. Enough that we'd had to bring in a second table to shove at the end of our usual one. A ramshackle assembly pickler had covered with a tablecloth in a move that fooled absolutely no one. It made me want to wince a little, considering who was seated around it. We were looking like disorganized amateurs to some of the most powerful people in Callow. The wine, at least, they couldn't complain about. Northern Red, because I sure as hells wasn't breaking into my own stash for the sake of people I mostly couldn't stand, but decent vintage and cooled by mages. I'd helped myself to a cup early because I already had a feeling this conference was going to scrape my nerves raw. If there wasn't frost on something before this was over, I owed Hakram more than I should have willingly bet. I'd stolen a horse, with wings, even, from Arcadia as well as gems and my favorite chair, but I had no illusions Zombie the Third would still be in one piece when the dust settled this year. That meant buying another charger, and those were costly. To the left, Duchess Keegan Iarsmai of Daoin was seated, managing to convey general disapproval at the existence of everybody else without her face actually turning up in a sneer. I was reluctantly impressed by the feat, which was magic in its own right. Her second had taken a chair for once. The hooded and silent man I'd taken way too long to learn was called Commander Adair, the head of the watch, though his title was just that and not a name. That hadn't always been the case, historically speaking, but as far as I knew the last commander had been killed by my own teacher years before the conquest. Something about skirmishes with the orc clans that lived in the lesser steppes had prompted him to step in, and explained how Black had forged bonds with prominent chieftains like Graham One-Eye and Istrad Nightsbane before the precise Civil War. To the right, the senior officers of the Legions of Terror had clustered. Marshal Ranker was at the heart of them, not even her black and twisted hand managing to make the sight of a wrinkled goblin her size perched on a cushioned stool entirely humorless. She'd brought her own staff tribune, and on her other side sat General Afalabi Magoro. The dark-skinned man had been less than fond of me even before I'd publicly spanked him for speaking out of line, and since then never faced me with anything less than the blank, emotionless mask that was taught to all Sonic highborn from the cradle. Tonight, though, there was something wary about him. The Empress had been good as her word, I mused. Militia had whispered in the right ears and made it clear that those who did not fall in line behind me were earning her displeasure as well as mine. It would be a lot easier to dislike the monsters I worked with if they weren't so competent, I thought. Adjutant was seated at my left, a courtesy offered to Juniper, who'd taken his usual place at my right instead. If the Hellhound was nervous at the prospect of addressing hardened veterans, most of which outranked in both formal authority and experience, there was no trace of it on her broad face. The only cup of wine my general had taken had been duly watered and left mostly untouched. Of her general staff, only 3 had been called to sit across us. Ratface, though mere a supply tribune, had the place of honor. The report he was slated to give was by far the most important. Staff Tribune Aisha Bishara flanked him on one side. Here as much because she knew the duty rosters of the 15th like the back of her hand, as because I intended on picking her brains about the people here after the conference was over. The last edition was Grandmaster Brandon Talbot, and it had been a row to get him a seat in here at all. Juniper had made it clear she didn't trust him in the least, commander or not, but I'd stood my ground. The same reasons she disliked him were why he needed to be in here. He was a voice for the Calawans, something none of my other senior officers could feasibly pass for. Considering more than half the 15th had never stepped foot in the wasteland, there was a need for that now. The Hellhound might not like it, but it was the truth. It was more people than I would have liked for a conference this sensitive, but the realities of the situation had imposed. The soldiers gathered outside formed the largest host Callow had seen since the conquest, but it wasn't near as united as the forces that had fought. A little less than half of them were Wraith, loose allies to me at the best of times, and the chain of command on the precise side was a fucking mess. That I was on top, no one could deny. Under that, though, Marshal Ranker had everyone else beat in rank and seniority, but Juniper commanded the largest legion by far and answered to me alone. Afalabi wasn't a contender in this sense, but he had connections in the wasteland and his 12th had gotten off the lightest casualty-wise from our expedition through Arcadia. That Keegan openly feuded with Ranker and spoke to Juniper like she was a particularly stupid child, had made any attempts to keep things civil in the past a throbbing headache. All right, everyone's here, I eloquently begun. We'll begin the march south tomorrow at dawn, but before we do it's time everybody was brought in on the campaign plans. That would be pleasing, Duchess Keegan said coldly. Unorthodox, making plans without your senior commanders, Marshal Ranker added. I reached for my cup and reminded myself I still needed those too. It wasn't feasible to shove them both in a bag and run away with their armies as they fought inside. Our operations are contingent on factors none of you have the clearance to know about, Juniper growled. Hey, Marshal of Praise. Lack clearance, General Afalabi said. I turned to Adjutant. Hakram, you seen my pipe? I nonchalantly asked. The Sonic stiffened in his seat. In your tent, the orc sighed. What a shame, I said, and gave Afalabi a friendly grin. I could have done without the approving look from Keegan, or Talbot for that matter. Just because I was stepping on the fucker didn't mean I was any fonder of the rest of them. Before we set out, certain logistics have to be seen to, Juniper said. Our host currently numbers near 40,000 soldiers. The battles in Arcadia saw an unusually high proportion of wounded, many with wounds that are beyond mage healing. Supply Tribune Bishara, report. Aisha inclined her head a fraction, then addressed the table in a calm voice that was very clearly trained. As you are all aware, the Imperial-held city closest to our camp is Vale, she said. Though it is not garrisoned at the moment and has proved recalcitrant to assist the legions of late, this situation has been remedied. Marshal Ranker eyed me. You have people in the city? She asked. I raised an eyebrow. In a manner of speaking, I said. To be accurate, Thief had people in the city and she'd gotten in touch with them. That she'd been able to do that at all had interesting implications. Namely, that the Guild of Thieves had access to a form of communication swifter than writers. It couldn't be scrying, since they shouldn't have the mages for that, and scrying was a lot less common than my exposure had led me to believe. The High Lords used it, and so did the legions, but outside those ranks it was actually fairly rare. Less now than before I'd been born, since the Warlock had published a spell formula on par with the ones the old Wasteland families had kept to themselves. But in Callow there weren't a lot of mages that could scry. Same with most nations outside our borders as well. The highest tier of practitioners in Procer, and the rest might know how, but even then not as proficiently as Presci. The knowledge had been slow to trickle out of the Empire, though it was only a matter of time before it did. Still, that Thief had a trick that worked along same lines had been both intriguing and helpful. She'd contacted the Guildmaster in Vale, and gotten the man to pass the messages I needed. Though we will detach 2 mage lines to keep the worst of the wounded stable, treatment will have to be deferred to outside institutions, Aisha continued. I felt more than one look cast towards me at that. Though she'd not spoken the name, none of these people were unaware that outside institutions meant the House of Light. Brothers and sisters sworn to the heavens, healing legionaries of the Tower. It wasn't without precedent on individual basis, I knew from my childhood and lore, but cooperation that open certainly was. I'd had to reach out to Governess General Kendall to get that stone rolling, since she had pull with the priests. I spent more time negotiating than stabbing people that deserved it, nowadays, which never failed to foul my mood, even if it was necessary. My staff tribune inclined her head again, her contribution finished for the moment. Marshal Ranker was the first to speak up. Acua Sahelian, she said. Do we have a read on her locations? I dislike sending off wounded without escort until we know she's not going to ambush them. Nothing solid, I said. Unless Duchess Keegan has something to share? It was an open secret among the people in the pavilion that what Diabolist was up to involved fucking with whatever empowered the watch. She might have means to keep an eye on the other villain we didn't know about. She's still in Callow, Keegan reluctantly said. We know nothing more. So far the Diabolist has avoided direct confrontation with the legions, Adjutant gravelled. While this cannot be relied on, if she seeks to damage the armed forces of the Empire, she has better targets. The 3 legions in Holden, under Juniper's mother. They've been warned to keep an eye on the sky just in case. Wounded legionaries in a civilian city are an easy target, General Afalabi said. If ritual fodder is what she seeks, Vale is wide open. The Diabolist can strike any city in Callow if she wants, Juniper grunted. There isn't much we can do about it. Vale is still the best bet for our wounded. I drummed my fingers on the table. I've seen the most of Acua of anyone in this room. As far as I know, I said, leaving a heartbeat for someone to disagree. No one did. From what I understand of her, she's not going to actively harm Presci military strength unless it's set against her. No matter what she's cooked up in lease, she's going to need the legions in the coming years. She wants to be in charge of more than just a flying city, and for that she needs armies. You believe she means to overthrow her dread majesty, General Afalabi said. He didn't seem particularly surprised. Whether it was because he hit it well, or because of course Acua was going to try to take over the Empire, I couldn't tell. She'll need more than lease if she wants to breach the tower, Ranker snorted. Even if the Empress doesn't dig into the nasty stuff down in the vaults, it remains the most heavily fortified place on Calernia. Better schemers than I have failed to predict what Diabolist is after, I said flatly. Guesswork will lead us nowhere, and we have more pressing concerns. I glanced at Juniper. The supply situation has been addressed, the tall orc said. Supply Tribune Ratface, elaborate. The Tagreb bastard smiled lazily. We've been in touch with the Legion headquarters in Ater, and they're sending rations and armaments down, but it'll take at least 3 weeks to get it all in order, he said. Until then, we'll be relying on brave Calawan volunteers to ship us food down the Weert. You mean smugglers, Talbot said, lips thinning. Food is food, Grandmaster, Ratface replied, managing to make the title sound like an insult. Unless you would prefer magnificently legal starvation, of course. That could also be arranged. Ranker's staff tribune coughed into his hand to disguise a laugh, but his marshal didn't even bother to hide her smirk. Fucking hells, you'd think a literal god out for our blood would be enough to make them stop sniping at each other for a week. Ratface, I warned. No offense was meant, my good knight, the Tagreb apologized. I turned a dark look on him, and he made an effort to look a little more contrite. We'd be having words about this later, and by the face Juniper was making that would be after she got done with him. You're all aware we'll be marching on Dormer, I said. We'll be keeping to the river as we go down, for ease of transport. It'll delay us some, but if we keep the pace we'll arrive at the city in time to preempt the Queen of Summer. Yes, the Queen, Duchess Keegan said. She has already demonstrated her ability to wipe out hundreds in moments. How is this to be dealt with? I expected Warlock's boy to be here to explain that, Marshal Ranker noted. Hierophant is currently making preparations. I lied. Masigo had bluntly told me he would rather set himself on fire than attend the conference, and I'd chosen not to fight that battle. This was delicate enough a balance without bringing his lack of social graces into it. The only worse idea I could come up with was bringing Archer, who by now would already have hit on 2 of them, and brawl with a 3rd. We will be bringing outside pressure to bear on Summer as we engage them, Adjutant said. Ranker's eyes narrowed. Faye, she said, you dealt with Winter again. I employed the services of a talented negotiator, this time, I replied vaguely. An understatement. I'd never seen the Empress in her element before, and it had been an eye-opening experience. We don't need to exterminate the enemy host, Juniper said, as if she'd seen nothing difficult about tearing through a bunch of demigods and their mostly invincible magic army. But a position of strength will need to be achieved before we can force terms on them. They won't fall for the same tricks twice, Ranker warned. They lost most their winged knights, Grandmaster Talbot said. But the Golden Fae proved unusually resilient. They'd wiped out 3/4 of Nox's force while simultaneously handling the watch and a brutal pounding from Masigo, he meant. They'd been hard fuckers to deal with. They're called the Immortals, I said. And we found a weakness. Their standards, Juniper said. Getting rid of them will sap their strength. If this is to be a victory, that must take priority, Keegan said. I will not send the watch into the grinder twice without assurances. Hierophant will be busy handling the Queen, but I will be deploying Name to settle the matter, I said. The nature of the planned engagement has not been touched upon, General Afalabi said. We meant to assault Dormer directly, Juniper said. Ranker scoffed. And give them walls, she said. That'll double the butcher's bill. Open field won't work for us, I said. We don't have 20,000 Winter Fae in the woods ready to pop out. If we're to have any chance of beating them, they can't be in a position to bring their full force to bear. I've read the accounts of the siege in Arcadia, the Hellhound said. It stood out to me how ill-equipped they were to deal with Legion siege tactics. Summer's not used to being on the defense, I said, and they've never seen anything like goblin munitions or our engines, both of which we could use from our own fortified position, Afalabi pointed out. Fae will be weaker in creation, Keegan said. The possibility of a field battle has perhaps been too hastily dismissed. Your Wraith are not trained to deal with the kind of quick redeployments flight allows the Fae, Juniper told her bluntly. Your soldiers would be a liability. Duchess Keegan looked down her nose at the orc and smiled mockingly. Perhaps a more experienced voice could weigh in on the matter, girl, she said. The temperature in the pavilion cooled, and the Wraith's eyes turned to me. General Juniper has more experience than you. I smiled brightly. Since being appointed at the head of the 15th, she has won 3 pitched battles and a siege. What great victories do you have under your belt, Duchess? Ranker's vicious satisfaction was palpable. Lady Squire speaks true, Afalabi suddenly said. Summer has demonstrated it has trouble dealing with unorthodox tactics. I would prefer the walls be ours, but pinning them in the city would rob them of several advantages. I was feeling generous, so I'd chalk that up to him deserving his rank rather than the Empress having had a word with him. You have something in mind, Ranker said, studying me. For Dormer. I'm assuming more elaborate than tossing sharpers at the walls. I leaned back into my seat. Summer has some skill with fire, I said. But then, so do we. Gods, I thought. It's never a good sign when goblins grin like that. Book 3, Chapter 39, Exposition. It's hard for people to understand what it means to have been part of the 15th. We were farm boys and thieves, not people that were ever supposed to matter. Fodder for Noose and Ledger. But then she came along and told us we were to be the doom of gods. Heavens forgive me, but I believed her then and believe her still. Extract from the Forlorn Memoirs, author unknown. The banners flew tall in morning wind, carried by the Gallowborn. 2 banners now, for I had not forgotten my promise to Talbot. A silver 15 in Mesan numerals set on black was the herald of my legion, the standard under which it would fight until we were all ground to dust by time or steel. I kept to the colors, but my emblem was different. Silver scales shivered over us, measuring a crown and a sword. The sword weighed heavier, as much on cloth as it did in creation. House Foundling's words were sewed under them. The one debt I owed Aquus Ahelion I would never be able to repay. Justifications matter only to the just. Grim words, perhaps, but none had rung more true since I'd taken the knife and the offer behind it. Juniper had not commented on them after an initial guarded glance. The 2 of us marched with the vanguard, though when we came in sight of Dormer, she would retreat to her command post to rule over the battlefield. The Hellhound killed with her mind, not her hands. She was more terrible an opponent for it. Ahead of us lay plains that had once been green, before summer came to own them. Now half the land was scorched black and the rest lusher than was possible in creation. Orchards bore fruits regardless of the season. Fields already harvested grew again tall and golden wheat. There would be food shortages in the coming months. My homeland had seen war twice in 3 years, this one even more devastating than the last. Even if the blackened earth was made cultivable again, how many of those fields would lack men to till them? Summer had killed many, harmed more, and I knew Aqua would bring deeper wounds still. She was of the old breed, the one whose madness was worthy of some awe, if only for the scale of its folly. Walking the aftermath of 3 hills, I'd gotten a glimpse of what that felt like. Seen fate written in mud and blood and eerie green flame. And though doom had lurked in that vision when I'd thought of embracing it, I had felt so gloriously alive. I'd fought battles since then, desperate ones, and the pull of that first moment had long faded. It would have been a lie to say I did not still relish in victory, in breaking whatever lay in path, but I had been tempered by so many dances on the blade's edge. It was one thing to gamble the lives of strangers for your purposes, to risk it all on a roll of the dice, but I'd come to dread it. I'd won more often than not, so far, but how long could I keep that up? My mistake had been coming to love them. It was also my last saving grace. How easy it would have been to become like Black, utterly divorcing affection and necessity, if I'd not found a family in my companions. My teacher had done great things by embracing that cold, unfeeling clarity, but atrocious ones as well, and I would not follow him down that road. The more my name and the mantle I had stolen from Winter set me apart from humanity, the more I understood I had to grasp tightly onto it. The thing I'd become otherwise would care nothing for what I wanted to build. We've come a long way from the college, haven't we? I said. For once, Juniper did not chide me for being foolishly sentimental. The Hellhound had been my opponent once, I thought, if never quite my enemy. It felt like a colorless dream now. I'd grown to rely so much on her that I'd feel lost if she was gone. Didn't think much of you. Back then, she grunted. Too mouthy. Not as clever as you believed you were. I never did manage to get the drop on you, after the once. I chuckled. It was a strange thing, recognizing that someone was cleverer than you. And Juniper was, I would not deny it. It wasn't so clear-cut a thing as most people pretended when posturing, of course. Cleverness was no perfect shield. The smartest woman in the world could be outmaneuvered by a fool under the right circumstances, or by luck, or by a myriad other factors that no one ever really liked to talk about. But the fact remained that Juniper saw things I didn't when it came to strategy, pondered a few steps deeper, arranged her thoughts more clearly. Diabolus did the same when it came to plotting, and it had little to do with her name. There was always someone better. I'd felt slighted by that when I was younger, as if just by being me, I had to be the best at everything I undertook. Nowadays I just felt relieved that I had someone at my side who could steer us away from the mistakes I would have made. Was there anything more worthless than pride, if the cost of it was the death of those precious to you? You always get strange before battles, Juniper sighed. After two sometimes. Like you're far away. That was pretty funny, coming from a woman who was in the custom of finding high ground to sleep on whenever a fight was finished. And that was without mentioning how she'd apparently napped through the latter part of the Battle of Marchford. You're odder than me, I said. Calm as you are. Nock can't stop grinning for half a day before a battle. Hakram doesn't, she said. Hakram's different, I replied. She grunted, conceding the point. Used to think he was a cold blood, Juniper admitted. Everything was surface deep with him. Nothing real under. Cold blood. A disease of the mind, I'd been taught. People who felt less, didn't get remorse or really understand consequences. Adjutant had told me some things in the dark that let me see why she'd thought him one. What she'd taken for absence was just apathy. I take after my father more, the orc said. I looked at her, surprise. She rarely talked about her family, and what little she did was only about her mother. He's the one who raised you, right? I said. Until the college, she said. He's always been calm. So he lost the right of raising, I said. The orc looked amused. Read that in a Sonic book, did you? She said. Tagreb, I think, I shrugged. I had a lot of books plopped onto my lap before meeting you. The titles kind of meld together nowadays. The custom exists, she said. But only Presi think it's common. If a couple needs to fight to choose who'll raise the child, they shouldn't be having children. It's a sign of immaturity. Well, I learned something today, I mused. She bared the faintest hint of her fangs in what I knew to mean amusement. Or flirtation. Probably the former, all things considered. I have it too, she said suddenly. My mother's blood. The battle joy. I studied her in silence. I was born for this, she said. Of this. It's what I am, and I can't remember ever craving anything else. It was always hard to tell with orcs, but I thought she looked uncomfortable. Almost ashamed. No fangs visible, hairless brows pressing together. We're supposed to want glory for the clan, she said. To make our own grow stronger. But all I saw were fucking huts and cattle, and I couldn't wait to leave. I almost ran away, when I was younger. There's only so many times you can sketch out formations in the dirt before you feel choked. I knew that feeling. I had followed me in lore, when I was waiting tables and picking up bruises in the pit when I should have been in the wasteland, learning at the college. Like I was just wasting away my days. That I should have been out there doing something. Anything. But just sifting through the muck to earn enough coin to really begin my life. I hate the orphanage, at the end, I quietly said. It wasn't that they were out to get me, it was just in the way, Juniper finished. Quicksand you'd get stuck in if you waited too long. She laughed hoarsely. I used to fight battles in my head when herding aurochs, the orc said, almost sounding like she was mocking herself. All the victories of the conquest, how I could have won them better. I kept a tally of who I'd kill when I had the authority, I admitted. Mazes was always top of the list. But then he hanged, and it had little to do with me. Juniper hesitated. What Lord Black was to you, she said. You were to me. My face flickered in surprise. Not a mentor, she growled, but the irritation petered out. The offered hand, I mean. If I hadn't become your legate, I'd be a junior officer in someone else's legion right now. I never thanked you for that. Don't, I said. I wouldn't have gotten this far without you, Juniper. Stings to admit it, but it's true. Wouldn't be the same without you either, she said. It's not about the rank, Catherine. The rank is just what gets me there. There was something burning in my general then that I'd never seen in her before. I'd seen her cold and amused and furious and irritated more times than I could count. I'd even seen her tender, though only with Aisha. More, she said, sounding angry at the inadequacy of the word. 3 Hills, Marchford, even Arcadia. No one's fought like that before. We get to make that. They'll study our battles, centuries from now. Some other girl stuck herding goddamned aurochs will think about our mistakes, how she could have outsmarted our opponents. Making history, I mused. She laughed. Fuck history, she said. We're changing the face of war. And it's just beginning, Catherine. The storm ahead will make this all look like drizzle. Ahead was Dormer, the full might of summer, and the queen that ruled it. But she thought beyond that, and so did I. The Diabolist had carved doom out of stone and sorcery, and she would knock quietly into the night. And on the horizon, Procher sharpened its blades. In a year or 10, the Principate would come calling, and with the greatest army on the face of Calernia. There would be heroes in that host, and not like the ones I'd killed. The real legends. The heroes weren't bound to small stories like mine. The calamities were the greatest monsters of the age, but they'd lived so long because they kept their wars small and their enemies distracted. One day the great named of the other side would come forward and the old wars would be born again. Those that warped the lands, flattened mountains, and burned cities. I'd have to be ready for them, for the people who wanted to make my home the battlefield of the continent again. If I could not have peace and truth, then I would settle for the peace of the grave. It was the kind of victory I'd been trained for. I don't think, I said quietly, that will be remembered fondly. Not you, and certainly not me. Ah, Juniper of the Red Shield smiled. But they will remember us. Silence reigned for a long moment after that, more comfortable than I would have thought. The Hellhound wasn't someone who felt the need to fill the air with words when she had nothing to say. Something I'd grown to appreciate, since Archer had joined my band. The quiet was how I came to hear it, even though the wind blew the other way, and we were ahead of the thick of the host. The 15th and its allies trailed at our back like a great snake of glittering steel, and it was from my legionaries that the song came. Lightly, at first, the words indistinct even to my name-sharpened ears. But after the first time it was sung, thousands more voices joined in, even the vanguard around us. I was born out in the green where their banners flew high, and the boots of the great lords they did tread over us. Odes we made and service gave, kneeling to the oldest lie. But now the world's turned around, and we sing this chorus. Orcs and goblins, Sonic and Tagreb, but most of all, Calawans. The muster of my homeland sang, light and bright, but there was such anger underneath. It scared me. My veins sang with it, but it scared me. Come forth, you old devils. Bring out your lesser evils. Blight the skies and the land. You'll be met sword in hand. One day your children will tell of the deep and rebel yell that on his field so somber conquered host of horror. Juniper looked up at the sun. The red-painted steel had warmed over the march. Though like most orcs, she did not sweat easily. I wondered if they'd sing it, she said. You knew about this? I said quietly. Aye, she said. Knock pen part. Named it too. In dread crowned. Gods, what had I unleashed? I thought I understood. That I had crafted an escapement for what would have made Callow claw at itself. A release that would let it change and escape the curse that defined it. But it wasn't just Calawans that sang. Greenskins and Preside joined their voices to the chorus, and though their anger was of a different make, it was no less harsh for it. There was a story the House of Light liked to use in sermons. That on the day of the first dawn, the gods below had created all the evil in the world and released it. The gods above had caught it all in the box without a lock, and creation would have been as the heavens had the first of men not opened it, seduced by the whispers of devils promising godhood lay within. That was why the brothers and sisters taught rules, the priest said, so that on the last of days, when good triumphed, the evils would be forced into the box again. Again it would be without a lock, but mankind would have learned. They would not open it again. I'd carved a crack into the box, and now the insides were spilling out. It hadn't been evils inside. It had been anger. Bitter old anger that had not before been given a banner to rally under. It had won now. It flew behind me, scales that weighed crown and sword, and found the crown wanting. There was a promise there I had not meant, but was written for all to see. On the plain where folk were fair we stood, and greatly slew. And by the ford a score devils with a great demon too. Prince and page and swordsman proud to our steel they all fell. The world stolen we take back, and damn you all to hell. The chorus came again. My blood ran cold, and pressed against my ear the beast laughed. It was awake, alive and savoring every moment of this with malevolent glee. Blood, it whispered. There will be blood over this. The 15th Legion sang, and declared war on the mighty of the world. My general was looking at me. You promised a revolution, warlord, Juniper said. She bared her teeth, perfect ivory fangs. We will not settle for anything less. She laughed, harsh but joyous. Did I not tell you, she said. They will remember us. It spread. To the legionaries of the 12th and the 4th, men and women not bound to me. To the Dearaith, though not as many. I had gathered 40,000 soldiers to my banner, and they sang of treason to the morning sky. I could hear refrains in it, slivers of people I knew. Robert's sharp, vicious smile as he whispered. They kill us for sport. The fever in Ratface eyes as he said. They'll never stop unless we make them. Pickler's warning echoed in every chorus. It'll be to the death, foundling. Do not begin this lightly. I'd spoken the words. Those had consequences, forenamed more than any other. If you employ violence, the Empress had told me, in violence they will follow. I had not made peace. I had traded one war for another, and this one would be 1,000 times bloodier than the last. I would be woe unto all I beheld, the Queen of Summer had so sadly told me. There had been a weight to the name when it was granted to me, and finally I was feeling it in full. I'd thought I owned this, because I'd been the one to speak the words. That I could control it. Oh, but the arrogance of that. You couldn't break open a dam and order the river. I had taught them this. And gods, they had learned. One decision after another, spitting in the eye of gods and compromise both, and I had promised them that if we paid the butcher's bill we could change the world. I told Archer that there was something happening in the Empire beyond any of us. That they were not in control. Neither, I understood then, was I? Be they high or resplendent, our oaths stand taller still. And in the west, due quiet lie graves we have yet to fill. Learn ye mighty that from towers shade to valleys of red, the 15th by call of horn stands ever crowned in dread. The song carried us all the way to Dormer. Behind broken walls summer awaited us, a riot of silk and steel not of creation. We had made good time, as it was not long past noon bell. We had until dawn before a god in the flesh came to destroy us. It was no longer, I thought, the worst of my problems. Background. The true tragedy of evil is that it is not absolute, that even the worst of men can love their children, be moved to kindness. Damnation is earned piecemeal. King Edmund of Callow, the ink hand. Hakram had grown to rely on the sharper perception his name lent him. Often he used it in fights, to read the strikes of an opponent and brutally capitalize on them. But now and then it had more mundane use. Like telling when Archer was getting restless and about to request they spar. At the first sign tonight of it, he'd immediately sought out Masigo to suggest they play Shatranj, giving him an excuse to avoid the solid hour-long beating that would have ensued otherwise. He wasn't particularly proud of it, but dignity was a worthwhile trade for lack of bruises. The tall orc glanced at the board and moved his chancellor to threaten a mage. The Sonic sitting across him radiated displeasure at the sight. It was somewhat amusing, Adjutant thought, that transitioning into the Hierophant had done absolutely nothing to improve Masego's skill at the game. You're cheating, Hierophant accused, sounding deeply offended. Adjutant offered a mocking hint of fangs, knowing the other man would know exactly what it meant. The mage was familiar with orcs. That Masigo was entirely convinced that his superior breadth of knowledge should make him the better player at what was widely considered a game for scholars and strategists was one of the orc's petty delights. He always took it so personally when he lost. You should call it a draw then, Archer suggested eagerly. The ochre-skinned woman was messily sprawled across 3 armless chairs which she had very clearly stolen from Juniper's command tent. If she'd portrayed boredom any more clearly, it would have qualified as sorcery. I'm not going to lose, Masigo said through gritted teeth. Of course not, Hakram said, fangs bared just a little more. Archer loudly sighed. We're at war, she complained. How can this be so horribly dull? All we do is march all day. Isn't that what war is? Thief drawled. Months of tedium, then a day of terror. The orc glanced at the 4th person in the tent. He'd been somewhat surprised when she'd joined them. Since their conversation in lore, the thief had made a point of avoiding his presence. Only after Arcadia had she begun to shed the habit, occasionally joining these informal gatherings. She still gave him dark looks when she thought he wasn't looking. That was fine. Given enough time, Catherine would pull her into her circle as she had the rest of them. Should this not occur, she would likely turn her blade on him first, as he'd meant to ensure, when putting fear in her. A little discord within their band was worth that additional precaution in case she turned on them. Hierophant moved forward a footman to protect the mage, and Hakram snorted, taking another footman with one of his. The chain of captures that would ensure from that would leave Masigo down a footman and with a rider unprotected. Been in a lot of wars, have you? Archer challenged. Conflict, Adjutant had learned, was how the woman related to others. Considering some of the things he'd heard of refuge and the nature of Lady Ranger's tutelage, there was sense in it. The waning would saw more monsters than balls. Masigo had passed whatever bar Archer set when they had gone south to stir trouble for the Diabolist, though with how she picked on the mage it could be hard to tell. There'd been difference, though. She acted as a nuisance still, but the barbs were no longer probing. When it came to the orc himself, acceptance had come after the Battle of Marchford. He'd held in the face of the demon, which had gained him esteem. She thought much like an orc in those matters. It made her easy to like. Thief, however, had never truly fought at their side. Her intervention in Arcadia, while crucial, had not been the kind of contribution Archer recognized. That would be trouble, he'd thought more than once. Thief was not a fighter, or even an assassin. Her talents were more indirect, and that perspective seemed bound to her name. The Calawan would not change, and neither would Archer. He'd have to finagle a middle ground for them to meet, before this became a true issue. This makes two, Thief replied easily. Stuck to the last one longer than you did, the way I hear it. On the other side, Hakram thought, but the woman had probably noticed that this kind of distinction didn't really matter to Archer. People out of refuge did not seem to care about those lines, much as it was said the Lady of the Lake did not. They were islands unto themselves, bound to others only as long as it suited them. It still impressed the orc that anyone would have the balls to retire from the calamities, considering the kind of monsters that made them up. There's only so much in Calo to fight for. Archer shrugged. As good as a concession of the point, for her. The subject change that followed confirmed it. What the hell's is Catherine doing, anyway? She asked. Trying not to yell at her generals, Masigo said, superbly tactless. Archer glanced at Hakram, and his brow rose to invite her to speak her mind. Aren't you usually there for that stuff? She said. Routine reports, the orc graveled. We've yet to encounter any Fae on our march south. This is more diplomacy than military matter. She grants them time to imply value. The woman wrinkled her nose. There has to be something at least vaguely interesting happening in those, she said. She doesn't let me come. She's afraid you're going to kill someone, Masigo candidly said. Directed at someone else it might have been taken a slight, but Archer's pride let these kind of things slide right off, and she laughed instead. It was, Hakram suspected, one of the reasons she was so powerful. Will, strength of belief. These were the traits that strengthened named. He was never so sharp and strong as when he carried out Catherine's will. She'd told him, once, that Lord Black had taught her it was certainty that set apart named from mortals. He'd committed this to memory, as there were few in the Empire that understood name lore better than the Carrion Lord. Unshakable pride was a different path to that peak, it was true, but the results spoke for themselves. That commander from the Watch is bound to be pretty though, Archer mused. He could probably take a light spar. No, Hakram thought. He most definitely cannot. He'd seen members of the Watch in combat, and they were not comparable to named. They stood head and shoulders above even the strongest orcs he'd met, and were swifter than goblins on foot. But they were not matched to even fledgling named, as individuals, and Archer was no fledgling. Hakram glanced at the board, noting Hierophant seemed smug. Ah, he meant to trade a mage for a tower. The orc deftly moved the tower across the board, threatening the blind man's tyrant, and pulling out the smugness by the roots. Ah, that never got old. Duchess Keegan might take offense to that, Thief said. She's famously prickly, even for a deer wraith. Adjutant had never quite managed to nail down where her accent came from. In Calo, the intonation was too faint, as if she'd been trained out of it. That was interesting, in and of itself. It would mean she'd had a tutor, and this meant wealth or status. Now and then Thief slipped and spoke knowledge that was not common, as she just had. The Duchy of Daoin was deeply isolationist, and it was unlikely anyone but nobles or regionally connected merchants would have heard rumors about the character of its duchess. She was not a well-known figure, in Calo. Archer fluidly rose and came to stand behind Hierophant, leaning her elbows on his shoulders. Her scarf dipped down, covering his nose. It was hard to tell whether the contact or the obstructed vision irritated him more. The Sonic's hand rose, sorcery flaring around it, but she batted it away. Careful with the scarf, Archer said. It has sentimental value. So do my shoulders, Masigo muttered. Yet you paw at them. One of these days, Hakram though, he was going to realize she wouldn't do things like this nearly as often if he didn't keep being irked by them. Adjutant had no intention of telling him, though. He only had so many sources of entertainment. Priests threatening your knight, she said, pointing at the board. Hakram's eyes narrowed. He was certain Hierophant would not have noticed otherwise. That's a mage, Masigo said, but he was beaming. In praise, maybe, Archer replied, rolling her eyes. Thief moved to stand behind the orc. He did not tense, though this took an exertion of will. The scarf, the short-haired woman said. Mercantis weave. Not common in Calo. Would fetch gold for sure. Not for sale, the other woman replied flatly. Hakram glanced at her, and took a footman while she was too distracted to advise Masigo. Sentimental value, huh, Thief drawled. Is Mercantis where you're from? The orc kept his eyes on the board so he would not betray his interest. He'd never seen anyone with skin the same tone as Archer's before meeting her. He doubted there more than a dozen across the entirety of Calernia. Her ancestors, if not her, must have come from across the Tyrian Sea. She was clearly not Yen Ti, so likely one of the Assuran trade ships. No one but the Balite hegemony and the Yen T knew the route to safely cross the famously storm-prone sea. Not since the Mesans had been undone by the Lycerian Wars, anyway. You could say that, Archer said. It's the first thing I ever owned. A gift from the lady. The orcs' fangs ground against each other, the way they always did when one spoke of slavery, even in a way so indirect. It was an open secret that people were one of the many commodities that could be obtained in the city of bought and sold, though the consortium ruling it did not publicly endorse the practice. Steady there, big guy, Archer said, tone almost fond as she looked at him. That score has long been settled. There should never have been a score at all, Hakram gravelled. Every nation on Calernia practiced slavery at some point, Masigo absent-mindedly said. I imagine Prey still would, if it had never come under Mesan occupation. The labor demanded of their subjects by the first tyrants were essentially that, regardless. Father always said the true mortar of the tower was hypocrisy. The blind man paused. It is a metaphor, he said, just in case anyone had thought otherwise. Hakram sighed. Behind him, the thief snorted. You're not very good at people, are you? She said. I know more about anatomy than any of you. Hierophant replied, mildly offended. 3 half-smiles bloomed, and for a heartbeat it felt like they were more than a set of strangers following Catherine Foundling. Then Thief drummed her fingers on his shoulder, and the orc's tongue ran against his fangs. Archer caught it, and grinned. Oh my, she said. Someone's unsettled. Now there's a rare treat. It's like he's afraid to give me a chance, the Calawan drawled. Keep playing, adjutant. It's not like I'm going to. Choke. You. Hakam's brow creased, and though he looked at the board his thoughts were elsewhere. She was, evidently, settling their earlier dispute. This seemed directed at him personally, and was being done in a manner Archer had made clear was acceptable within the bounds of their group. Thief was either clever enough to rebel in a way that was within the dotted lines, or she was getting comfortable enough with them to pursue a grudge. The former was a warning sign, but set forward cunningly enough there was little he could do about it. The latter was something to encourage. He somehow got the feeling that she'd been aware of the difficulty this would pose him before she'd even moved. Troublesome. Both Archer and Hierophant were, to put it kindly, less than socially adept. That had made it simple to gently steer them away from conflicts with each other. Thief would not be so straightforward to deal with, it seemed. It would not do to forget she had been part of a group of named before, and stood one of its few survivors. The orc moved a footman forward. Masigo reached for his mage, but Archer clucked her tongue. You're opening a lane for his tower, she said. Move your footman instead. The orc gave a hint of fangs again to unsettle Hierophant. Is she playing, or are you? He asked. The Sonic's brows creased behind his cloth. Then he moved the footman. You're trying to provoke me, he breathed, surprised. Archer, are we winning? The ochre-skinned woman glanced at the board. Kingtip in 10, she said. He got sloppy. Where did you even learn to play? Hakram said. Hunter was mad for it, she said. Also terrible, and willing to bet taking off clothes. Hunter. Thief said, sounding surprised. I don't mean to speak ill of the dead, but dash. Yeah, he was pretty fucking awful at it. Archer snorted. I had him streak through the woods once. Almost got eaten by basilisk. It was hilarious. You sound like you were friends, Masigo noted. You're not angry we tried to kill him? He paused. Twice, I believe, he finished. I'm not certain if they count as separate attempts. He picked the fight, Archer shrugged. His fault if he lost. The lady's always been clear that once we leave refuge we're on our own. Some of her students have killed each other before, after getting out. She teaches heroes and villains both. Pragmatic of you, Thief said, and it did not sound like a compliment. Admittedly, the lone swordsman's band was less than harmonious. Hakram slid his chancellor across the board. Archer didn't even bother to ask before reaching over Masigo and threatening his tyrant with a tower. Never met him, she said. But Catherine says he was a real prick. He was not an easy man to like, Thief conceded. Whatever forged his name must have been rather unpleasant, and left marks. I found the bard the most grating, Hakram said. Smug. Like a goblin without the redeeming qualities. The fingers withdrew from his shoulder. Interesting. They'd had word that Lord Black was fighting a wandering bard in the Free Cities, though she was said to have different appearance. Tension there? They'd never displayed any during their encounters, but as her name stated the bard came and went. She'd been noticeably absent at the Battle of Lys, for one. I hear she goes by a different name these days, Thief said quietly. Don't be fooled by the drinking and the jokes. She's dangerous. Got into William's head at the end, and not in a nice way. Father and Uncle Amadeus are fighting her, Masigo said. She won't be the first bardic name they kill. I'm not sure how doable that actually is, Thief said. Knew her for the better part of a year, and I never once saw her take a wound she wasn't directly responsible for. That, Hakram thought, was disquieting. No name could truly make someone untouchable, so there must have been flaws and restrictions, but it was still something of note. Something to plan for. They'd not seen the Bard since the end of the Lease Rebellion, but that did not mean they never would. There were no true books of name lore, for no named would ever willingly pin their own limits and weaknesses, but the Orc had found legends of some use in this regard. It was difficult to obtain volumes while on campaign, but the war come to an end eventually. His aspect should allow him to find something worth the perusal, given enough time. Adjutant felt a bundle of power akin to his own approach and turned to watch the tent's flap be pushed aside in time for Catherine to join them. It was always a surprise to see how short she truly was, though he knew better than to remark on it. Her skin, always tan, had grown darker during the march through summer. Her face had been sharp since he'd first laid eyes on her, but it was even sharper now. Had been ever since she'd killed the Duke of Violent Squalls, and he felt the old well of pride whenever he thought of that. A few loose strands of hair swept over her forehead, and though the others would not have noticed, he saw she was tired. It lay in the way her eyes were tighter, more guarded, as if she expected someone to take advantage of it. She was also in a foul mood, but that was made rather obvious by the way she glared at him and flipped him a golden Aurelius. He caught it smoothly. Don't be smug about it, the Vice Queen of Callow warned him. You froze the table, he stated. I froze the table, she sighed. Archer's snort echoed loudly. I had it under control before Masigo did his heart shenanigans, she complained. Now it's like I'm starting from scratch. I deeply apologize for increasing your power tenfold, Hierophant huffed. Catherine's eyes swept around the tent, coming to rest on the chairs Archer had been lounging on earlier. So that's where those went, she mused. Archer. It could have been Thief, the culprit protested. If it was, they'd be in the bag, Catherine said. Although, Thief, if I have to hear Ratface whine about the radar pairing knives are disappearing at one more time, I will be cross. I've too many anyway, Thief drawled, retreating from his back. A pleasant meeting, Squire? She grabbed a chair and slumped onto it. I swear, it's like the gods made a fucking condescension tree and Keegan dropped from the branches fully grown, she savagely said. And Ranker's actually worse, if you can believe it. Not even Robber enjoys being a prick that much. From the corner of his eye, Hakram saw Thief hide a smile. Catherine had always had a way with words. The way Nock told it, when they'd first met, she'd been so bluntly insulting in Carsom after he'd provoked her that he'd almost been speechless. You should kill one, Archer suggested. People always get more respectful after that. Don't tempt me, Catherine muttered. What are we playing? And tell me someone has wine. Shatranj, Masigo said. I am crushing Hakram. The dark-haired woman glanced at the board. Are you? She said. Can't tell. Never learned how to play. Would have thought the Carrion Lord would have slipped that in between lessons, Thief drawled. Seems up his alley. He actually hates the game, Catherine mused. Has a whole speech and everything. We can teach you. Then, Adjutant said, and hastily began to put the pieces back to their starting position. Archer had been right. Another 8 movements and he was done. Hierophant's immediate protest that he'd been about to win filled the room, though not as loudly as Archer's laughter. Thief produced a wineskin with a flourish of the wrist, and seemed deeply amused by the fact that no one bothered to ask where she'd obtained it. The woe was it. That could wait until the light of day. They were due, he thought, the occasional warm evening. Book 3, Chapter 40, Rising Action. When approaching a siege, a general must draw distinction between tactical and strategic importance. The costs of a victory on the tactical theater of a campaign may yield defeat on the strategic one. Considerations on Warfare, by Marshall Graham 1I. Most towns and cities in the South were lightly fortified, but Dormer was an exception. While it was true that since House Albin had united Callow there'd been relatively little war in the South, the barony had roots that ran much further back than that. In the days when the Kingdom of Lys had held sway over the South, clashing with the stubbornly independent Marchford and the encroaching Kingdom of Lore, Dormer had been made vassal to the rulers of the South by force of arms. That submission had never sat quite right with the rulers of the city, and they'd rebelled against the kings of Lys several times. It all went back to the Wassalidi River and the island it flowed down to, Mercantis. The barons of Dormer had old ties to the city of bought and sold, and grown wealthy as the middlemen between it and the rest of Callow. Wealthy enough to afford tall walls, and later a fortress to overlook their domain. There'd been little need to keep improving these after the unification of Callow, though, and revenue had been hurt by the tariff set from lore that had the coin going into the pockets of House Albin instead. The city had grown beyond the ancient walls, with most of it now outside the gray stone and the fortress behind it. It was not a particularly large city, truth be told. At its peak after the conquest, there'd been perhaps 15,000 souls living there. Now there were more than twice that number of Fae holding it, and no trace of the Callowans that should be there. A disquieting thing, that, but also a relief of sorts. If some of my countrymen had remained inside, I would have hesitated to use some of the more brutal tactics in my arsenal. Considering the opposition, that might have been costly. I'd beaten Summer once before, in Arcadia, but I'd done so relying on tricks and a story. I wouldn't have the benefit of either here, and that meant having to crush them the old-fashioned way. I did, however, have some advantages on my side. The first was that this was a siege. I'd grown up thinking of the Legions of Terror as a field army, but that was a somewhat false perception. It was true the legions were most remembered for the fields of Streges, when they'd near wiped out the armies of the kingdom, but most of the battles in the conquest had been sieges. The Blessed Isle, Summerhome, and Lore. The campaign against Daoin in the north had not been so clear-cut, but it had involved taking the wall. To understand the legions as an institution, I'd come to realize I had to keep in mind what Black had crafted them for, conquering Callow. Warfare in the kingdom had been deeply influenced by the nature of constant invasions, most of them pre-Psi. The cities of the west and the north were hard fortresses meant to resist praise until House Fairfax could send an army to turn back the legions, and so Callowans had grown adept at making fortresses. Our mages had learned protective magics and wards, passed down sorceries meant to banish devils and disrupt great rituals. Our armies fielded more heavy cavalry than any other on Calernia, and around the professional corps that had been the Royal Guard, massed volunteers had formed the bread and butter of Callow's hosts. All of it evolved to beat the large mage and villain-led hordes that used to be the staple of pre-Psi armies. When the conquest had begun, what House Fairfax faced was an entirely different beast. Orcs no longer used as meat shields for better-trained humans, but armed in good steel and taught to stand in ranks. Goblins, once little more than expendables sent to die against walls or let loose on the countryside, instead turned into crossbowmen and sappers. Mages no longer standing at the back to unleash rituals, but massed in the ranks to replace a few dangerous tricks by continuous deployable firepower. Summerhome, the famous gate of the east, had fallen not to devils and flying fortresses but trebuchets and ballistas backed by full encirclement. The Legions of Terror had been built to take some of the most heavily fortified cities on the face of the continent, and while the tight formations they used on the field were less effective in city streets, those narrow passages where munitions and mage lines shone. The second was that I was dealing with an enemy who knew little of this breed of warfare. The winner of the war between summer and winter was decided either behind closed doors or on a battlefield, not by borders and walls. The forces of the Count of Olden Oak had taught me a hard lesson when I'd taken the Gallowborn scouting in the grass, but when we'd assaulted his fortress his army had crumpled under the pressure. Summer was not meant to be on the defensive, and what I'd come to consider the greatest weakness of the Fae was that they were not adaptable, the way a mortal host would be. They would have learned from our clashes in Arcadia, of course. They weren't that crippled by their nature. But when faced with an unknown, something unprecedented, they tended to revert back to pattern. That made them predictable, to an extent, and the handful of monstrous tacticians I had on my side could make a lot out of the enemy being predictable. I knew better than to think I knew all the cards the other side had to play. Even putting aside the fact that the Queen of Summer was on her way and she'd be a whole mess of her own, I'd glimpsed powers in the dream that had followed my becoming Duchess of Moonless Nights that I'd yet to see them deploy. They were out of princes and princesses to lead them, but there was at least one duke left, and they were not entities to take lightly. Summer, by now, would be desperate to take back the Princess of High Noon. They wouldn't be pulling any punches, and even though crossing into creation would have weakened them, this time I didn't have Winter to use as fodder on my flank. It'd be my armies that took the brunt of the losses, and like the Summer Queen, I couldn't afford to take too many of those. Not when Diabolist was still on the loose, growing more dangerous by the day. On the other hand, I also couldn't afford to be overly cautious. If the Fae and Dormer weren't in deep trouble by the time their queen popped out, she wouldn't even consider treating with me, which I really needed her to do. Actually taking her out was beyond my capacity. The best Hierophant could do was delay, and when that failed it would swiftly begin going downhill for us. It was Marshal Ranker that opened the dance. After the first few Fey patrols were repulsed by sheer numbers, Summer had retreated to the city. No sign of the Immortals yet, which we'd taken to mean they would be behind the walls. Thief and Archer were already gone to deal with that. Out in the streets and houses we could only see Summer regulars, and those were the first obstacle moving forward. Hard to gauge numbers on grounds like those, but there should be at least 30,000. Using the buildings as cover, they would turn Dormer into a butcher's yard if we advanced. So we take away the cover. The trebuchets let loose and the ballistas with them, ripping through the center of the outskirts. Houses collapsed, a handful of Fey crushed, and the sappers began their work. The ballistas were faster by a fair margin, but it was the trebuchets that did the heavy lifting. Stone after stone, they began reducing the outer city to rubble. And now we see if they take the bait, Hakram graveled. I hummed, but did not reply. The Gallowborn had given the two of us wide berth, save for Tribune Farrier. He carried my banner, though he'd pass it when we entered the fray. Juniper had predicted that after we began smashing the outer city, the Fey would try to grab back the initiative by breaking our siege engines. For the average Legion of Terror, that would have been a problem. We were lighter on archers than most Calernian armies, since mage lines effectively served the same function. Wouldn't be the case for us, though. We had something the Empire had never fielded before, the army of Daoin. Flatly inferior to legionaries when it came to heavy infantry, save for the Watch, but when it came to archers, they'd used longbows to defend the wall for centuries, and Fey were nothing new to them. It might be greenskins that had tried their borders most of the time, but Presi had made attempts too. There wasn't as much difference between winged devils and Fey as the latter would like to think. And there they go, I muttered. 10,000 wings lit up, and the fair folk rose into the sky. The height of the flight would be the most pressing issue here. It wasn't like the Diawraith could shoot halfway to the moon, while Fey could just pour arrows downwards while staying out of range. That was our first trap. Hierophant wouldn't be taking the field for most of this battle because I needed him to control the 3 wards he'd prepared, and I watched the soldiers of Summer as they flew straight into the first of those. They didn't have time to ever fire a volley before a buzz so loud it was half a thunderclap filled the air. Their wings winked out for 2 heartbeats, then the buzz sounded again and they reappeared. Only a handful fell, making it to the ground before being filled with arrows. An oscillation ward, Masigo had called it. He'd essentially made a massive rectangle in the sky wherever 2 heartbeats the flow of sorcery would be disrupted. I'd asked him if he could just shut them down, but apparently that would have been too much of a drain to maintain. Even with the new name, he still had limits. What it accomplished was make it exceedingly hard for the Fey to just hover over the engines and leisurely set them on fire. If they wanted to make a dent, they'd have to descend into arrow range. Our little surprise spread chaos in their ranks. Half kept trying and failed repeatedly, while the rest went down out of the ward's area and began to trade fire with the Diawraith. They had the better of it, to my distaste. Keegan's soldiers were spread out. Tight ranks would have been a written invitation to be hit with the fire arrows, but a loose formation was far from the equivalent of flying in the God's damned sky. As soon as the situation steadied below, the Fey who'd been struggling with the ward joined the others, and I watched as 5 knots formed led by Fey nobles. By the feel of them, nothing higher than a baron. That, I said, is going to be trouble. Ritual. Close enough, Hakram grunted. No more than 20 in each formation. Well, we'd better. The battle was going to get a lot harder if we lost those trebuchets. All 5 knots formed large spears of flame easily the size of 10 men in a line, and after a heartbeat they shot down at our 5 trebuchets. My fingers clenched as the projectiles fell, crackling loudly until they hit thin air. The shape of blue domes covering our engines shone as the Fey sorcery tried to tear through, and though they shivered in the end they held. Close. Much too close for comfort. The entirety of the 4th mage contingent was feeding those shields, and the Fey had almost broken through anyway. If they keep pounding away at us with those, I'm not sure we'll hold, I murmured. Hope Marshal Ranker read them correctly. Then, Hakram replied. The old goblin, when going over the battle plan, had made one prediction. They will not be willing to get into a slugging match. Whoever led the host of Summer would be trying to minimize casualties at all costs, and that meant backing away from tactics that were effective if they got too expensive. The Diawraith continued to trade arrows, losing 2 men for every Fey they took, and I grimaced. We couldn't afford to slug it out for too long either. Another volley of flame spears descended, and finally we have answer. The 15th mages had gone through the college same as any other legions, with one major difference. Masigo, who was occasionally willing to throw my mage lines a bone in the form of a ritual, if he was in the right mood for it. In March forward, when it had become clear that our numbers and legionaries had far outgrown the quantity of mages that traditional legion structure dictated we should have to match it, Juniper and I had diverged from standard doctrine. We'd consolidated them under Killian and drilled them in use of rituals. Now we'd see if that was going to pay off. 2 massive javelins of lightning formed above our shields and struck across the sky. The Fae scattered around them even as the Fourth's mages desperately tried to keep the Fae fire from reaching the siege engines. The javelins blew and streaks of lightning spread, killing scores of summer soldiers, but failing to disrupt any of the knots that forged the spears. And so now we begin our staring contest, you summer fucks. There were only so many times the javelin ritual could be cast before my mages started burning out and dying. They knew that. I knew that. What they couldn't know was how many times they could. If they were lucky, they might shatter our shields and torch our siege engines before their losses got too high. Or we could trade blows for an hour as they racked up casualties they couldn't afford. Another wave of fire, lightning gave answer. My mages aimed at a knot this time and killed a few. Useless, as it turned out. If the way a handful of Fae from the ranks went back to fill the numbers was true indication, any of them could participate. It must be the barons that were the key. 2 more exchanges. On the last we lost a trebuchet. Damn their stubborn hides. The moment the spear went through and touched with the entire damn engine, turned to ashes faster than I could blink. My mages weren't fools, though. On the first round they struck the sides with javelins, hurting Fae towards the center, and when they struck there with the second, they did real damage. After one success, the Fae dug in. A mistake. At least a dozen of Ranker's mages must have died when the shield broke, but the rest went to reinforce the other shields. Another 2 exchanges where they failed to break through, and I smiled coldly. They'd blinked first. Of the 10,000 who'd come, there must have been a little less than 8,000 left. A trade that had cost me at least 2 lines of mages and over 2,000 Dear archers. More of the summer soldiers had died to the lightning ritual than the bows, by my count. We'd starkly underestimated their agility. The Fae did not retreat. They flew north and landed on the plains behind us. That we had seen coming. There were few things more dangerous to a besieging army than being hit in the back as they stormed the walls. I wanted to keep at least 2 out of the 3 wards Masigo had judged he could handle to bolster our offensive, but Juniper had talked me out of it. There was no point in breaking through ahead if our back was collapsing, she'd said. Our second trap was in that very field where they'd landed. The 4th under Ranker and the 12th under General Afalabi stirred and began to march against the Fae at our back. They numbers less than 8,000, considering Ranker had a chunk of her sappers manning our engines and all her mages shielding them. The 4th would be significantly weakened because if it, but the cognomen of Afalabi's 12th was hold fast. Defense was their speciality, and that was what the 2 legions had been charged with. A holding action keeping the Fae tied up. Masigo abandoned the ward in the sky and activated the second one. Wind howled across the plains, surging forth from a line ahead of the 2 legions. Though it wouldn't kill anything, by our reckoning it should make flight all but impossible, and for the Fae to keep in tight ranks exceedingly difficult. There was a drawback, of course. It needed Hierophant's full attention to keep active, and that meant it would cease when the 15th made for the walls. That was the bet we'd made. By the time the engines had finished demolishing us a clear path to the walls, the Fae at our back would be in bad enough a position that the 2 legions holding them would no longer need the help. Risky, Ranker had called it. If we were wrong, we'd have to pull back some of the Dear to bolster them, and there was chance if we did that we wouldn't have the numbers to punch through into the inner part of Dormer. It was coin flip. We could not, in the end, predict everything. For one, none of us had thought they'd sent Fae nobles out this early. When we closed on the walls had been my own call, and that mistake had come mighty close to fucking us over. Even now, I winced at the notion that General Afalabi was going to have to deal with 5 barons. The ward could only help so much. If I hadn't sent out Archer already, I would have told her to back him up, but the chalice had already been filled. Even under bombardment by summer, the engines had not paused. How long had passed since the battle had begun? At least an hour, maybe more. The trebuchets had leveled us an avenue and cleaned Fae out of it, but it would take hours longer yet. We should be done before nightfall, unless we were disrupted. Behind us, the 2 legions of terror dug 60 feet behind the edge of the wards and let the Fae come to them. It was bloody work. The summer soldiers found that the empty space beyond the ward was a meat grinder of sharpers and crossbow bolts leading straight into tight ranks of heavies, and hundreds died before they stopped rushing into the kill zone. After that, though, they wised up. Masego's ward was a line that couldn't cover the entire plane. It couldn't even be a curve, since apparently for arcane reasons that would have been much harder to maintain. The Fae began going around, and the fight turned truly nasty. General Afalabi pulled back sappers and crossbowmen to back up the regulars he sent to block them, but that weakened his center. Enough that two of the barons got a foothold. Those were, to put it bluntly, beyond the ability of munitions to deal with. One of them lit up like a golden bonfire of gold and torched through a solid 100 heavies before being driven back by the 12th mages. The other one screwed with the ward, bending the wind across a dozen feet of the line until it turned around and blew into the lines of the Legion. Fae began pouring through immediately, and it all went to the hells after that. Twice, as the hours passed, I almost went to reinforce them. Both times Hakram held me back. We couldn't afford for me to start using my aspects yet. I would say this for Afalabi's legionaries. They stood their fucking ground. When the Fae formed a beachhead and it looked like the center was going to collapse, for lines of heavies went into the thick of it with lightning bolts clearing them a path. There were a few sappers behind their shields, and though half the heavies got wiped in a single stroke of the sword of the Baron twisting the wind, the goblins threw a dozen demolition charges at him and blew half his head off. Of that near 100 legionaries that went in, less than 20 made it back to their lines. They'd bought General Afalabi the room he needed, though. The moment the ward returned to full effectiveness, he plugged the gap and forced back the other Baron with concentrated spellfire. An hour before evening bell night began to fall, and by then the field was littered with dead. But Rancor had accomplished what she'd set out to do. A straight line to the northern gate of Dormer had been carved out of rubble, the Fae still in the outer city split on both sides of it. Our turn now, I quietly told Hakram. Do or die, he said. I gestured at the Gallowborn, and the 15th stirred to march. To war, to Dormer, to doom. Whether it'd be theirs or ours, I could not yet tell. Book 3, Chapter 41, Turning Point. Better behind a tyrant than before them. Precise saying. The right to lead the vanguard, as always, belonged to Nock. The orc legate was not as clever as Juniper or careful as Hune, but when the time came to hammer in a door, there was a reason he was the man we sent for. More than any other orc I knew, Nock had no give in him. He was stubborn and aggressive, and his men loved him. Even the humans, which was no given for a greenskin commander. In Arcadia, he'd lost 3/4 of his Jesha to summer regulars and the Immortals, and his men had stood their ground without flinching. How many hosts in all of Calernia would have done that, in the face of those kind of casualties? The battle of 4 armies, and one had effectively ended his command, and we'd had to repurpose another Jesha for him to lead, but he'd taken the reins swiftly. It helped that half the 2,000 he now led had been under his nominal authority before I'd taken him north to Lore. Still, if it had been another officer, I would have been wary of making them the tip of the spear when their forces were still unblooded and fresh to his command. Not with Nock, though. What Summer did not kill today would become my vanguard in the wars to come. My sword hissed against the sheath as it was bared, Hakram hefting his axe at my side. It would be the two of us, in the beginning, without the Gallowborn. The kind of fights I'd be seeking were not ones you took mortals into, however well trained. Behind us, the legionaries of He 15th advanced in tight ranks, shields hefted. Heavies in the front with sappers behind them, about to find out if the tactics Juniper had crafted to deal with Fae were effective or not. Our engines had demolished us a clear path to the walls and split the summer regulars in two, but it would have been madness to assault the ramparts without a solid beachhead. That meant getting in the thick of it, for good or ill. The enemy was not slow in giving answer. Darkness had fallen, but for a heartbeat it felt as if day had come again. Across the city flames bloomed, and arrows rose into the sky. I was familiar with that trick by now, the fire-driven arrows that detonated upon impact. Watching them tear through the Gallowborn had made sure I would never forget. Masego's third and last ward activated with a sound like a massive siphon. The arrows flew unabated, but the flames were whisked out of existence. Fire suppression ward. It would cripple our mages as well, prevent them from using fireballs, but Summer lost far more to this than we did. That Hierophant had triggered this one meant the legions at our back had lost their best defense, and all I could do was pray they'd thin the Fae enough they'd be able to hold without it. The dice were thrown, now, and there was no use giving it any further thought. Juniper would handle the rest. Arrows clattered against shields behind us. The Testudo formation drilled into the legionaries, sparing them from the worst of it. I heard Nock scream for his men to pick up the pace and left him to it. Hakram and I had other duties before us. We were, it could be said, going hunting. Where to? The orc graveled. I'd closed my eyes, letting winter flow through my veins, and opened them only when I found an answer. West, I said, close to the river. Barren or unusually strong lord. It'll be good to shake the rust off before we take on the real threats, he drily said. We left the road and took a corner around what smelled like an abandoned tannery. Wasn't surprised it was this far out. Most Calawan cities had laws forcing trades that produced fumes that dire to remain on the outskirts, no matter how useful. The streets out here were little more than dirt paths between wooden shacks, most not even broad enough for the two of us to pass through together. Though our entry had not gone opposed, summer did not disappoint. By the time we reached the first broader street, we ran into our first ambush of the night. The only warning was arrows whistling, betraying the location of silhouettes standing over thatched roofs with bows in hand. I stepped to the side without missing a beat, and Hakram had been moving before I'd even noticed. Archers on top, but there would be more. A dozen emerged from abandoned houses at our front and back, swords in hands, as the archers smoothly knocked their second volley. See, adjutant, they do love us, I mused. There's a party and everything. Don't play with your food, the orc chided. We split without needing to warn each other. Fighting with Hakram was like having a third arm, had been ever since he came into his name. The archers were not amateurs. They aimed where we'd be, not where we were, and even adjusted for swiftness above that of mortals. Not well enough, though. I was quicker than I'd been before Masigo had tinkered with my heart, and Adjutant had reflexes that were above even my own. He used his name more efficiently than me, I'd come to suspect. Hakram barreled into the Fey swordsman, axe splitting open a skull before the arrows even struck ground. As for me, I glanced at a sidewall and made the wager it would survive my weight. A leap saw my foot land on the side of it. Then another had me landing in the midst of the archers. They reacted smoothly, swords bared in the blink of an eye, but there were only 6. My shield swung out to crush the skull of the one closest to me, and it might as well have been an eggshell. I turned a blade aside and carved open the Fey's throat, spinning to turn the swing into another. They barely had time to raise their swords before 3 were dead. The ease of it scared me. They had been difficult to deal with, once. Now I broke one's wrist with my shield, pierced into the second one's eye with the tip of my blade, and the third made to retreat. A flick of the wrist and a blade of ice and shadow took her in the back of the neck, snuffed out instantly. The last Fey did not even have time to curse before my shield smacked into his face, breaking the chin and crushing the windpipe. Magic made flesh or not, there was no walking that off. Hakram was a whirlwind spinning amidst struggling Fey, taking a life with every stroke, but I glimpsed arrowheads through a window at his back. They had, it seemed, kept back archers. I let out a long breath and pushed a sliver of power into my legs. The leap sent me sailing into the air, tearing through the wall, and landing on my knees in a shower of shards. 3 inside I saw. One lost his wrist to the first flick and I spun. Second was thrown out the window with his skull crushed by a shield bash. Didn't even need to kill the third. I backed out of the house and let it collapse onto him. That had been a load-bearing wall, apparently. Retreat, a musical voice called out. I was watching the man it belonged to before he even spoke. The Fey around Hakram scattered, though not before his axe harmstrung one's leg and his boot came down to crush her skull. The Fey was the one I'd felt earlier, a tall pale man with gray hair that looked made of granite. How many titled nobles do you have in the city? I asked. Enough to break you. The Fey smiled. Her Majesty will take your head personally. Shame I didn't have the time to hack off that one's limbs and bring him back to Masigo, so the mage could dig out the information. Well, I said, one less after this. I didn't actually see the arrow coming, and that was telling. It was utterly silent, and all I managed was to have it strike my shoulder instead of my back. It punched straight through plate, and I grimaced. He hadn't come alone, and no regular had done this. I broke off the shaft and ice spread over the wound, sealing it shut. I think, Hakram said calmly, that there will be no need to seek them out. On the outskirts of Dormer, 5 Fey stood around us. One was on the rooftops, green-haired, and from the looks of the longbow in his hand, he was responsible for that friendly tap I'd just received. 2 more in the streets, dark-skinned and wafting smoke. They looked like twins, one a man and the other a woman, each armed with a short spear and a blade. The last one looked like a Yen-Ti, honey-skinned and utterly hairless. She had a short sword in one hand, and a thin wheel of pale steel in the other. All right, so I hummed. Correct me if I'm wrong. I pointed my blade at the twins. Baron and Baroness, I said, then moved to the longbow man. Count. I mulled over the rest a heartbeat. Smug weaponless man's a jumped-up lord, and the one who brought a wheel to a sword fight's a countess, but one ahead of the curve. I finished. I am not jumped up, the gray-haired fay hissed. That's exactly what you'd say if you were, though, I gently told him. The smoking twins grinned, and gods was I glad Archer wasn't there to make something of that. The one who'd looked at what made wagons move and thought, I bet you could make a weapon out of that, offered a half-bow. I am the Countess of Wrathful Skies, she said. Second in command to this host. Should you surrender presently, I can guarantee you will not be tortured prior to execution. Ah, the Presi gambit, I mused. Always a crowd pleaser. I'm going to have to reply with the famous words of the Duke of Violent Squalls. Silence reigned for a moment. You have not said anything, the man with the bow said. You had to love that about the Fae. If nothing else, you could always count on them to feed you the line. Neither did he, I said. Because I killed his smug ass. Now that the usual diplomatic niceties were done with, I imagined negotiations were about to break down. Best get ahead of that. Think you can handle the twins? I called out to Hakram. Long enough you'll kill your way through the rest, at least. The orc agreed. And then they tried to shoot him, because they were just terrible diplomats. I got a better look at the arrow, this time. Entirely wood, and wreathed in green light. Likely had to do with the Count's full title, whatever that was. In the heartbeat where Adjutant moved, so the shot would skim his pauldron instead of tear through his shoulder, the rest of them moved. Gray hair called on something that had the ground around him dinting, and every stone in sight turning to dust. The Countess' wheel began spinning, and lightning gathered along the sides of it, growing larger by the instant. The smoke wafting from the twins thickened into a cloud that enveloped them entirely. I cracked my neck. This, I thought, was going to be a memorable ride. Best get it over with quickly, or we'd be too battered to handle whatever Duke actually ran this show. I went for the archer first. If he was actually a count, it was dubious he'd be a pushover in close quarters, but neither Hakram nor I could afford to be watching for arrows at all times while dealing with the rest. Moving faster than anyone should be able to within the bounds of creation, the green-haired Fae had another arrow flying before I'd even made it to another roof. For a moment I thought he'd missed, but he'd never aimed for me at all. The house I was going to use as a stepping stone fell apart in a cloud of dust, and I cursed. All right, so they weren't idiots. Which was a real shame. Idiocy was a trait I prized in people trying to kill me. Wrathful Skies attacked before I could change my course, landing at my side wreathed in lightning. When she struck, it was with two blades. One made of steel, going for my throat. The other, lagging slightly behind, was made of lightning. I made the mistake of parrying the short sword, and in that instant the lightning connected with our weapons, coursing down my blade, and sending down horrid pain and convulsions across my body. First time I'd ever got hit by a lightning spell. I would not recommend the experience to anyone. I managed to duck the arrow the other fucker shot at my back, but when it struck ground instead green sorcery glimmered, and it grew pins like a porcupine. Shit. I eloquently grunted, and threw myself to the ground. A storm of arrows burst out and flew in every direction. At least 5 hit my plate, and if I hadn't gone down would have gone straight through the Akaton into my flesh. I rolled to avoid the lightning while coming down on my head, but that thing was trickier than it looked. When it touched the street, a wave of lightning spread from the point of contact and had me convulsing again. This, I thought, was not going according to plan. Because all of this clearly just wasn't enough, stone powder coalesced above me and formed a massive obelisk that dropped. Lightning first, I thought, gritting my teeth. I reached for winter, and frosted shadows formed an envelope around my body. They got burned through as swiftly as I willed them into being, but that bought me just long enough to scrabble out of the way of the obelisk. It turned to powder immediately, but I had other problems on my hands. I dropped my shield, since in the face of lightning it was just a liability, and grabbed the Countess of Wrathful Skies' wrist when she tried to swing down at me. Steadying my footing, I rotated and threw her right into the trajectory of the arrow that was meant for the back of my neck. A green shimmer, and it was gone, because the bastards weren't going to make it that easy on me. Stone powder formed around me in the shape of a bubble. Containment, huh? At least they were taking me seriously. I released the shadow envelope and backed away, but the powder followed. Their first mistake of the night. He should have readjusted instead. The Countess had landed on her feet, and her wheel rose up, gathering ever more lightning. Another arrow flew silently towards my chest, but I wasn't falling for that one twice. My wrist flicked with unearthly precision, and I slapped it aside. When the smaller arrows burst out, it was too far for any of them to hit me. He did not retire that trick. Might be he can't when it's already been loosed. The stone had caught up to me by now, and wrathful skies had a streak of lightning floating above the wheel that looked like it was going to sting. My opening. Take, I said. The Countess' eyes went wide as I claimed the sorcery above her head, for just one moment wresting it from her control and tossing it straight at the Fey Lord trying to contain me. Struck him right in the chest with dark satisfaction. I was moving before my most dangerous opponent could react, and the lack of arrow to duck had me surprised until I heard Hakram's hoarse grunt. Shit. I didn't have time to spare a look as I avoided stepping stones entirely and leapt straight at the archer. I got a boot in the helmet for it, but caught it with my hand even as I began to fall, drawing on named strength, so even from that awkward position I managed to snatch him off his foot and swing him down behind me, right into the face of the Countess of Wrathful Skies, as she prepared to run me through. The two of them were smashed to the ground in a pile of sprawling limbs. I thinned my lips, well aware I couldn't afford to use fall on these two even if it would be a near-guaranteed kill. I needed it for the Duke. Shot a spear of ice at them out of spite, and immediately moved towards the Lord. He was back on his feet, in a narrow alley between two houses. The powder formed a wall in front of me, but I sped up and went through before it solidified. Hastily he dragged it back to him and shot spears of stone at me, the first at feet height, and then rising. Panting, I threw myself into a slide and narrowly went under the bottom stone. I landed in a crouch in front of him, and even as his skin turned to stone my sword came up, straight through the belly. He gasped and I rose as I withdrew the blade, cutting straight through his neck in the next swing. The head rolled on the floor, and there went the first of my opponents. The walls to my side groaned, and I cursed when I saw the arrows groaning from them. Fuck, could he pull that on? Oh, would. Furious at the waste, I dug into Winter and froze both walls before he could get the arrows flying. Another twist of will had the walls collapsing, and even as the houses followed, I turned to face the other two remaining. The Countess kept her lightning wheel close, and not powerful enough to be worth stealing. She'd learned. Not that I'd take it lightly, anyway. I could get another 2 uses out of that aspect tonight at most, and every one I used on these was one less I could pull against the Duke. You, the Countess said. Travel. She'll target you otherwise. I would never, I lied. The possible Count hesitated, but then lay hand on a wooden wall and disappeared. Well, fuck. That was going to be a pain to deal with. There was smoke in the distance where Hakram was fighting the others, and I could hear rhythmic singing in a dialect of Karsam I was unfamiliar with. If he was well enough to sing, I decided, I could afford to be careful dealing with these two. You are Duchess of Moonless Nights in truth, the Countess said. Reports of your power were greatly understated. I'm just putting my whole heart into it, this time. I sharply grinned. So, have you distracted me long enough for him to line up his shot yet? Why? The Fey drily replied. I would never. What I'd meant to do was duck the arrow then kick it into the Countess' face to make me an opening. It started going wrong on the first part. While I avoided the arrow by a hair's breadth, it was already growing pins. I had to roll through a window into a house to avoid the storm, and gods below, was that a mistake? Everything began growing spikes a heartbeat later. I have made better tactical decisions in the past, I conceded out loud. I managed to tear through the door in time to avoid the worst of it. But worst was a relative term when even the bloody door was shooting arrows at me. About 6 of them stung their way straight into my back, through plate and Akaton both. A lot more worryingly, Wrathful Skies was waiting for me in the street with the wheel raised. There wasn't so much sorcery there it would be worth stealing, and that moment of reluctance cost me. A dozen tendrils of lightning struck out, and the better part of them managed to hit me. The, really, dangerous part, I managed to realize even as my body screamed, was that the spell was continuous. The other face slid out of a wall to my side and knocked an arrow, but let it gather green light. Ominous. Take. I gasped. The Countess immediately cut the lightning, but it wasn't her I was going for. For an instant I felt the green light and knew whom it belonged to, the Count of Greenew. His title spoke to growth and wood, to pain spiked my thoughts, scattering them. There was no fire in this, but it was still born of summer. Anathema to what I had become. It had been enough anyway. The power I'd taken disappeared from the bow, and I shoved it into the same door that had wounded me. Tendrils of wood rose and caught the lightning, freeing me. A heartbeat later the arrow struck where I would have still been, but I was already moving. The Countess' sword rose to parry my own, but it was only steel at this very moment, and in a contest of strength, I trumped her outright. Her blade driven back, she began to step back, but I caught her throat with my bare hand. Lightning flickered as she called it back from her wheel into her body, but it was much, much too late. My fingers clenched, and a sickening crack resounded as I snapped her spine and pulped her throat. Before her body had dropped to the floor, I was turning to the Count of Greenew, but he was already gone. Retreat? It would be hellish to go through the city with the Fae popping out of every house to take a shot at us. No, can't be. Summer doesn't retreat, not like that. He could, however, have decided to kill Adjutant so the twins would be freed to act against me. Shit. Aside from the fact that if Hakram died, I was going to murder every last one of them. From the first fucking regular to the queen herself, fighting blind like the smoke-using Fae must impose was one of the ways I most hated fighting. I'd grown too used to relying on my name-sharpened senses. There was no time to dawdle. The smoke cloud was easy enough to find, and I legged it towards there. I kept an eye on my surroundings as I did, wary of an ambush, but I had forgotten one fact about Fae. They flew. 3 arrows landed in a triangle around me, and the pins grew a heartbeat later. Heart sinking, I froze them. I'd already used more than I'd wanted to, and I still had one other major draw to deal with before I got to the Duke. At this rate, I'd be dead on my feet by the time I got there. On the other hand, at this rate by the end of this, all that would be left of the summer court was going to be 3 guys and a graveyard. Small comfort. The Count of Greenew was flying half a mile above me and already knocking an arrow. Making my way up there was going to be tricky against an opponent that specialized in range combat. The first house I chose to use as a stepping stone was collapsed before I even touched it, and I had to resist the urge to flip him the finger. Discarding the fanciness, I created a circle of shadow in the air and leapt atop it. I was going to stab the bastard even if I had to claw my goddamned way up. The second circle I made, even as I dismissed the first, was torn through by an arrow. I fell back to street level and took a deep breath. That fucker. I was going to have to make multiple platforms every time, wasn't I? Drawing the power, I blinked at what I saw above. He has to see that, I thought. But the Count shot another arrow at me instead, and even as I danced away, I was laughing. The lower edge of the trebuchet stone caught him at rib height. I got a glimpse of red splatter and white bones before it got out of sight, and faintly made note to find out what goblin had made that shot, so I could order them promoted. Hells, if I could accomplish that as Vice Queen without burning too many bridges, I was going to have them made. Count. They'd sure as hell's earned it. It was harder to find Hakram than I'd thought. After, because the smoke had dissipated, I found Adjutant panting and bloodied in a marketplace, his armor black as coal, and his face bearing nasty wounds that were going to scar. His dead hand gleamed strangely, at least the parts of it I could see. Most of it had been shoved through the Baroness' eye cavity. Gods. My second didn't fuck around. When he got serious, he ripped it out in a shower of gore and crouched, almost too exhausted for words. Had to use rampage, he croaked. Kept stand. Think they were weak for barons. I offered him my arm to grasp and helped him to his feet. Dipped a little too deep as well, I said. Hopefully the others were more conservative. Otherwise, even if we take out the Duke, we'll be wiped when the Queen comes through. Plans not to fight her, he said. And those always go so well, I drily replied. You up for a run? We need to catch up to Knock. I'll live, he said. No inner bleeding. Is it possible to bruise your kidney? I think mine is permanently blue, I said amusedly. We made our way back to the main path, and only had to stop twice for him to retch. There wasn't a lot of blood in it, and Hakram was an orc, so I wasn't overly worried. His people were built resilient, and Name took that to an extreme. That part of the city had already been secured, though the vanguard was long gone. It was the D-Array that held it now, and they made way for the both of us. Emptying his stomach had put Hakram back on his feet, more or less, so he was spared the indignity of my holding him up all the way to the front. Knock found us before we found him. The Fae, I saw, had raised a ring of houses around the city wall. There must have been a moat as well, once, because I saw a pit around even the gates that had been burned clean. It was empty now. The 15th had dug in their positions around the edge of the wall, trading sporadic crossbow fire with the Fae above. No sign of the immortals on the walls, which was relief and worry both. Cat, Knock grinned. Good hunting. We cleaned house in the west, I said. Can't answer for the rest. Whatever you did there, it collapsed their flank, the legate said. We hold most of that side now. To the east we've got 10,000 holding a neighborhood near the walls. D'Arraith failed to break through, but they're contained. I raised an eyebrow. And the rest? That left 10,000 missing. They tried another run at the trebuchets, Knox said. We lost another 2.5 our ballistas, but they were beaten back. saw them fly behind the walls. I grimaced. That was a lot more Fae in the inner city than I'd wanted to deal with. The Immortals? I prompted. We think they hold the castle, the orc said, to make sure the queen has foothold when she crosses. I clenched my fingers, then unclenched them. Doesn't matter, I finally said. We break through now? What time is it? Midnight bell was an hour ago, Nock replied. Then we needed to hurry. Behind the walls would be an even uglier fight. Scry Masigo, I ordered. He's to dismiss his last ward and join us for the push. The legate bared his fangs. Wade in their blood, Catherine Foundling, he said. Gods, I hope not, I replied. Hakram spends long enough cleaning my armor as is. The grin I got was worth the words, considering the casualties his advance must have caught. When I found Adjutant again, the Gallowborn were already with him. Tribune Farrier saluted and promptly handed me a shield. It had, I noted, my very fresh heraldry painted on it. Figured you might break your first one, the dark-haired man said. I thanked him, decided not to tell him it was actually fine and that it had just entirely slipped my mind to double back to pick it up. I rolled my shoulder and took a look at the walls. Those might take hours to breach if we let the trebuchets do the heavy lifting. Even more now that we'd lost over half of them. Cluster tight around me, I ordered Farrier. Shields up. They'll be aiming at us all the way. They always do, the Calawan smiled. And yet, here we are. I smiled back, though the affection was short-lived. There were a lot of new faces among the men, and I knew exactly why. I took the lead, Hakram at my side and the Gallowborn at my back. The Fae on the walls only fired a few arrows at us, though that'd change if they saw we didn't retreat. I closed my eyes and let winter loose. I took a step, and ice rose. One step after another, a stairway of ice rose in front and then above the gates of Dormer. It was, I knew, wide enough for 300 men to go up. It was burning through my reserves, cooling my blood. It was also how my armies were going to take the city. I advanced, and the 15th advanced with me. Book 3, Chapter 42, Plateau. But every palace you destroy has to be rebuilt. You've single-handedly pulled the Empire out of a slump, haha. Once again, sweet victory is mine. Dread Emperor Iritan I, the oddly successful. The sappers strapped the demolition charges against the Guildhall's wall and scuttled away as fast as their feet could take them. The moment they'd gotten clear, 2 apple-sized balls of flame bloomed and struck at the munitions. Stone shattered, though few shards went in our direction. The goblins had long mastered the art of shaping the direction of the blasts. 24 regulars charged into the rubble before the dust and smoke cloud had settled, running into stiff Fae resistance. This far into Old Dormer, they'd started to hole up in the larger buildings, turning them into strongholds they used to sally out at the 15th when our lines drove past them. My eyes sharpened, and I made out the silhouettes in the smoke. Less than 30, regulars one and all. The few set up on a balustrade were going to be costly to dislodge, but I couldn't afford to stick my nose into every fight. I let the crossbowmen have at them as my legionaries rammed their shield wall into the enemy on the ground floor. I'd left Hakram behind when we'd taken the walls, and hadn't seen him in the better part of an hour. The fighting there had been brutal, especially with Masego's ward gone, but Nock's vanguard had punched through and carved us a beachhead on top of the ramparts. It had been grim work after that, driving them back inch by inch until the enemy commander sounded a horn and they retreated into the inner city. The battle for Dormer was being fought on 3 theaters now. Rancor and Afalabi held our backs. The Diarrhea infantry had resumed assaulting the Fae Dug in the east as soon as the siege engines had turned their fire there, and now the 15th was spilling into Old Dormer like a flood. The flood, unfortunately, had eventually run into Dyke. It would have been too much to hope for that the last stiff opposition we'd run into was the Immortals, holed up in their castle. The most ancient part of Dormer was, I'd come to realize, built around a handful of low hills joining into a larger one. The baronial castle was atop that, overlooking the old city and the port, and just like Whitestone Quarterback and Lore, the wealthy estates had clustered around the seat of power in the city. Weren't a lot of high nobles this far south, but there'd been wealthy merchants and those who'd once been landed knights before that status was burned out of the social fabric of Callow. The 15th had overrun most of the lower level of Old Dormer in swift order, save for a few strongholds that were being bloodily taken piecemeal, but it had stopped cold in face of Fae lines on 2 fronts, the port and the lesser hills. The fucking nobles had built walls around their estate, because naturally it wasn't enough to be rich, you had to keep the rabble away from your statues and gardens too. Nock had lost a full company trying the lowest hill, wiped out in a storm of flame faster than they could scream, before pulling back. The port was crawling with Fae, and I'd bet that was where the 10,000 who'd bailed from the second run at the engines had gone. Regulars alone, the 15th, might have managed to drive into the river, but as it happened, the rivers was swinging back. There was a count in there who had water sorcery, and the prick had been cautious enough, so far we hadn't been able to reach him. When I'd gone to lead the charge, he'd surrounded the entire port in a wall of water 20 feet high, and while I could have probably forced my way through that, I was unwilling to exhaust myself on a second stringer. I'd linked back with the meat of the 15th under Legate Hune and Scribe Masigo, diverting him in that direction. It'd take a while for him to get there, though, so I'd gone with Hune's boys to bring down the last few dug-in Fae around the port. I watched in silence as the legionaries finished clearing the guild hall, and nodded in approval at the light casualties. Only 5 dead, and with the mage line close by, the wounded would be back on their feet soon enough. Speaking of the devil, I thought, a thickly built Sonic with Lieutenant Stripes on her shoulder and the light armor of our mage contingent was making her way to me. I turned without needing to be hailed, and discomfort flickered across her face. "Ma'am," she saluted. Lord Hierophant had sent word he's near the port, preparing a ritual to make a path through the water. I rolled my shoulder absent-mindedly. "Then let's give him a hand," I mused. "Any word from Adjutant or Archer?" "Last report has Lord Adjutant in pitched battle with a summer baroness near the hills, ma'am," the mage replied. Neither the archer nor the thief have been in touch. It had been over half a day now, I thought. Any longer, and I was going to have to get concerned. The worrying for Archer was not unlike worrying for a forest fire at Summer Peak. It was usually wiser to worry about the fire than for it. As for Thief, well, of all the named I'd come across, she had the most splendid survival instinct. If Diabolist ended up breaking the world, Thief would be the last human alive to share it with rats and cockroaches. Tell Hune to back up Adjutant with whatever mages she can spare. I frowned and looked around. Hard to tell my way around an unfamiliar city, though the massive water wall in the distance was a bit of a hint as to where I should be headed. "Should I send word to Lord Hierophant you will be reinforcing him, ma'am?" the mage called out as I began to walk away. "Let it be a surprise," I said. "He loves those." "You know I despise surprises," Masigo said, glaring at me. Impressive, considering he had no eyes. He was getting better at that. I clapped his shoulder, and even being careful nearly sent him tumbling to the ground. "What happened to your spirit of adventure?" I replied. "That's a myth," he said disdainfully, slapping away my hand. "Fathers dissected several heroes and never found any trace of it." "Ah, Warlock. If I was the kind of girl to pray, I would that I never had to go digging through that man's basement. I had a feeling whatever I'd find there would give the tower a run for its money in the horrors beyond understanding department." "It's a metaphor," I said. "I know you don't know what those are, but dash." I grinned at the deeply offended look on his face and barreled on before he could interject. "I just don't have the time to educate you tonight. Your ritual is ready." "Yes," he glared. "Go on then," I said, vaguely gesturing. "Do the thing." The water rampart loomed ahead of us, showing no sign of collapsing on its own. It bisected houses in some parts, and the legionaries had checked inside only to find out it had gone straight through stone and wood. I didn't have the heart to ask if any of my men had been in the way when it was made. Runes bloomed around Masigo, and it was difficult for me to keep their image in my mind. High Arcana, then. A curtain of transparent power made a tunnel through the water across the length of the street as Hierophant's face creased in concentration. After a moment, he relaxed. "Good enough for me." "It's a figure of speech," he said. "No idea what you're talking about," I airily replied. A full cohort was already forming ranks in front of the tunnel, and without missing a beat, I took the lead. The commanding officer was a hawk-faced tagreb, and like most my staff would have been too young for his rank in most other legions. "Captain Fazl, Your Grace." He introduced himself when I glanced at him. "Keep your ranks tight and your shields up, Captain," I said. "This is going to be a ride." His lips quirked in that subtle precise way denoting polite amusement. "Well," he said, "can't be worse than Marchford." "I hear that," I muttered. I'd say this for the Fae. While they were a pain to deal with, at least they weren't goddamn demons. I was really hoping Diabolist was out of those to call on, but stood ready for bitter disappointment. "Shouldn't we be behind the shields?" Masigo said after catching up to me. "That is what they're meant for." "Chin up, Lord Hierophant," I said. "Make it look like we know what we're doing." "I thought we knew what we were doing," he said. He glanced at me worriedly, and I whistled loudly. "Catherine, tell me we know what we're doing." "Forward," I screamed, unsheathing my sword. "I could be in my tower," he complained. "My nice comfortable tower. Fadela never takes me to battles, you know. She makes me tea. She keeps very tidy notes and lets me sleep in. I didn't bother to suppress my snort of laughter at that, letting out ring loud and clear. That must have left an impression on the Fae awaiting us on the other side of the tunnel, because their line wavered at the sound. I felt the first volley before they let it loose, the blooming of power just out of sight. With trails of flame, the arrows filled the tunnel with burning light that reflected eerily in the waters around us. Slow, compared to how they'd felt when I first encountered them. It was easy enough to pass under the curve when I picked up the pace, though most hadn't been aimed at me. The sound of sorceress shields pinging told me Masigo had seen to that, at least for now. I ripped into the front line like storm, silhouettes flickering one after another as I immersed myself into the reflexes of my name. 1, 2, 3, and what was the point in keeping count? They came and died. The float around me, after a while, made room, and that was when I realized they'd known ranks would do nothing to stop me. I could see the long warehouses of the port in the distance, and atop them, Fae stood in knots. Spears of summer flame were being formed, like the ones they used to pound at the siege engines. If I actually got hit by one of those, I wouldn't die, I didn't think, but I wouldn't be getting back up on me feet for a while either. They'd meant, evidently, to draw me in and keep me pinned. Arrows from all sides flew, and I had to concede that if it had been just me, they might well have caught me with this. I wasn't, though. Alone. Sorcery slithered around me, shining blue, and began to spin blindingly fast. The arrows struck at first, and were drawn into the spin flawlessly. The spears struck one after another, and flame filled my field of vision for long moments. But, in the end, was drawn in as well. The spinning ended abruptly, and a forest of arrows clattered against stone as Masigo made his way to my side. Reckless, he chided. Kept them busy, I replied. I'd bought my legionaries their beachhead, and wasn't going to hold their hand through the rest of this. The Count had been the problem here, and with Masigo backing me, we should be putting him down in short order. By the river, Hierophant said. I believe he'll be releasing the wall soon. That doesn't sound like a good thing, I grimaced. The sheer weight of water will crush anything near it, he noted. A shame we'll be otherwise occupied. It would have been interesting to witness. It is quite rare for water sorcery of this scale to be used save by the assurance, you know. That would have been interesting enough a line to warrant encouragement if we were drinking in a tent, but we had other priorities at the moment. I took the lead, and we advanced towards the river. It was different fighting with Masigo than it was with Hakram. Hierophant had been with me since my first real campaign, true, but we'd only really began fighting together near the end of the Lease Rebellion. It was in the months after that we developed the technique, and it hadn't been truly tested yet. Tonight would see to that. The theory was simple. Masigo was a fortress, and I was the garrison. Panes of solid light forming a rough sphere around us hung in the air as we moved forward, and I darted out of their protection to clear the way whenever we met opposition. Arrow fire petered out after the first 2 volleys did nothing to dent our defenses, and the Fae came in close quarters instead. That was my part to deal with. My shield caught the edge of a swinging blade and forced it down, my sword point taking the Fae in the throat before I lightly stepped back. Another filled the void before the movement was even finished. Clear, I called out. The panes flickered out of existence, and as I stepped aside, Masigo finished murmuring an incantation, a burst of howling wind tearing into the mass of Fae before us. Doubtful it had killed anyone, but it did. Buy me room. I sallied out the moment the burst ended, blade high and carving through the Fae that tried to plug the gap. Moments later, I saw a movement in the distance from the corner of my eye and calmly retreated just as Hierophant restored the panes of light, safely behind the walls as the arrows burned harmlessly. It was a slow way forward, but for foes who'd never faced it before, it was very, very hard to deal with. The 2 of us plowed through Fae lines even as my legion fought in the distance, clearing 2 streets in a row with only minimal exertion. The dark-skinned mage didn't even look winded. I could feel the bundle of power that was the summer Count near the water, but frowned when I saw there was a row of back-to-back warehouses in the way. We'd have to go the long way around if we kept to the streets, and that was more time than I cared to give the enemy. Cutting through a Fae's wrist and half-stepping back behind the panes, I spun the blade slowly to limber my wrist. There'd been a lot of killing tonight. Warehouse to the left, I said. Burn. Masigo looked at the wooden walls and raised an eyebrow, red runes lighting up around him. The smell of sulfur spread thick in the air, and even as the panes broke, a stream of black flame emerging from his hand and turning into a snake with gaping jaws open wide. The construct tore through the warehouse wall, the crates piled behind it. What looked like dried fish hanging formed the ceiling, and then the second wall before disappearing in a flash. The Fae had been ready for us. This time, and arrows flew the moment the shields were gone. I stood vigil, blades scything through the first few in perfect arc and a twist of will flash freezing the few that hadn't taken care of. The pains were back before a fuller volley could be sent, and we resumed our advance, going through the still smoldering shortcut. The moment we saw the inside was empty of Fae, our pace went brisk, though Masigo stilled before we left the warehouse and finally reached the docks. Now, he said, Cat, he's not releasing it. He's repurposing it. Hid the intent from me by delaying till the last moment. He's going to smash us with it. I sighed. I broke it a run immediately, and the overweight mage followed as best he could. The Count stood at the edge of the docks, alone, and I thanked any gods listening for the Fae pathological need for melodramatic scenes. If he'd had an honor guard of summer soldiers, this would have been a lot harder. Turning two large, deep blue eyes on us, the Fae smiled gently. Welcome, Duchess of Moonless Nights, he said. Allow me to dash. By the time he'd gotten to the word nights, I had the sharper out of my satchel and lit. The toss was a beautiful arc that would have the explosion happen right in his monologuing face. A tendril of water snaked out of the river and caught it before, though, the munitions never detonating. This is dash, the Count began. I'll handle the water, Hierophant interrupted, tone interested as he looked behind us. Would you dash? I've got him, I replied, and charged with my shield angled up. The first tendril of water was caught on it and ricocheted upwards. I smoothly spun around the second and leapt over the third, landing in a roll at his feet. His hand whipped forward, and there was a gargantuan groan, but the distinct lack of downing that followed meant Hierophant was good as his word. My shield caught him on the shoulder, and I felt bones break. He didn't even try to fight the impact, allowing it to throw him into the river. He landed on his feet, never actually going through. And now dash. I followed, letting winter flare under my feet. It froze the water on touch, just long enough for me to be able to make it from one stride to the next. I was on his chosen grounds now, though, and it showed. Instead of the handful of tendrils, I got a full 3 dozen, coming in a flawless circle. Couldn't afford to slow down, or I'd sink, so I'd have to time this. Just right. I picked the highest tendril and froze a smooth shard of it, then leapt atop the attack meant to kill me. Immediately the others adjusted course towards me, but while his sorcery was versatile, it was too slow. I wasn't surprised Princess Celia hadn't taken him to the battle of 4 armies in one. The Winter Fae would have eaten this one alive. My sword came down as I fell atop him, cutting straight through his shoulder and the pale blue mail that covered it. The Count screamed, and before I could respond, I was thrown away by a waterspout, the back of my plate dragging along the length of the docks and ripping through the planks. Fuck, that hurt. I'd cut off the arrows the Count of Green you had shot in there, but there were still bits inside, and they'd wiggled horridly into my back muscles. I got back on my feet slowly, keeping a sliver of attention on the presence in the back of my head. The Fae was in the air, now, red and gold wings keeping him aloft. Finally, he hissed. This is absurd. You have no respect for the proper courtesies, child. What do you have to say for yourself? One day, I replied, you guys are going to stop falling for this one. Zombie the Third plowed into him from the back, screeching loudly as his wings flapped and the hooves smashed into shoulder blades. My mounts must have weighed twice as much as he did, and Fae or not, that took a toll. The Count plunged into the docks head first with a broken back, and much to my amusement got stuck between the planks I'd already ripped. I didn't waste time on anything fancy and just punched through the back of his neck with the tip of my sword. Gee, odds damn it. Catherine, Masigo moaned. Oh right, he still had all that water to deal with. I guided Zombie into landing at my side and dragged the Count's broken body off of the docks just in case leaving it close to river would heal it somehow. You never knew with Fae. Hierophant's arms were held up and shaking as he dealt with what looked like a small lake of levitating water. That was a lot bigger than I'd thought it would be. I left him to that. It looked under control. He eventually managed to make an escapement that slowly emptied the water back into the Wasilidi, though he was panting by the end of it. I patted Zombie's back. Who's a good abomination to the laws of men and decency, I praised it. You are. It preened, blue eyes glittering. Are you indulging yourself? Hierophant said, sounding like he was rolling his eyes. No, there was an image, but I didn't linger on it because I stood frozen. I didn't make him do that, I admitted quietly. Masigo corrected. How do you never mind? I don't want to know, I muttered. They don't usually do that. Your necromancy has grown different than Uncle Amadeus, the blind mage mused. That has interesting implications. This, I decided, feels like an issue for tomorrow Catherine to deal with. She'll bitch about it, no doubt, but she hasn't had to kill her way through a fucking army of murderous fairies, so screw her and her whining mouth. Usually when villains started referring to themselves like this, it is before they go deeply and irrevocably mad, Masigo informed me. It is a well-documented phenomenon. I could always count on this one for reassurances, couldn't I? I was picking my particular shade of scathing sarcasm when movement above stilled my tongue. To call what was happening there flying would have been somewhat generous, I decided. It was, if anything, falling at a slightly forward angle. I imagined the Fae's ability to flap its wings was somewhat affected by the fact that Archer had sunk 2 knives in its back and was trying to guide it with them. By their angle, they'd come from the castle. That was good. The way the Fae died in mid-flight was slightly less so. Archer's lips moved in what was no doubt a vicious curse, and she jumped after retrieving her knives, spreading her arms wide. She's aiming for us, I think, Masigo said, frowning. Going to hit that warehouse instead, I noted. Her ride died too early. We began to stroll towards the likely end of her trajectory when Hierophant suddenly smacked a fist into a palm. I could ease her way down, like I did with you, he offered. He had, huh? I gauged Archer's fall. Nowhere as bad as mine would have been, though she'd bruise for sure. And if I remembered correctly, after catching me the wench had dropped me. Nah, I smiled. I'm sure she has it under control. 20 heartbeats later Archer crashed through a thatched roof in an explosion of straw and wood. Masigo and I casually walked into the warehouse and found her lying sprawled on broken crates full of salmon. She moaned. You didn't catch me, she accused. My hands were full, I said. You could have sent your horse, she bit out. It's a sensitive soul, I defended. Didn't want to risk hurting it. Ugh, she groaned. You two are the worst. I looked around and found no sight of her expected shadow. Where's Thief? I asked. Last I saw her, she was telling me I was a horrid idiot who didn't understand the meaning of stealth and that I deserved to die. Archer mused. She was smiling when she said it, though. I think she's warming up to me. I coughed to hide my laugh. I'm sure she is, I lied. How much did you get done? Right. Report. Archer breathed, vaguely flapping a wrist at me instead of rising. So, we stole a bunch of banners and planted the goblin fire, but then we ran into these guys. So Thief was all like, Archer, you peerless beauty whose approval I secretly crave dash. Sounds just like her, I said flatly. We should run. But then this guy was all like, yeah, you better run. So, I shot him in the eye. And I'm going to be honest with you here, Catherine, they didn't take well to that. At all. You don't say, I murmured. So that was why Black never took my reports unless he had a bottle of wine at hand. So anyways, this other guy comes in, and he's all, I am a duke. The queen is going to kill you all. You know the usual stuff. So I tried to stab him, but he threw me through a window, and then set fire to the stables I landed in. Now, Archer firmly stated, I could have taken him. Of course, I agreed, without the faintest hint of irony. But I know how worried you get, and I'm a good friend, so I came back instead. Grabbed some Fae, stabbed it to get its attention, and now here I am. She flapped her hand again. Report over, she cheerfully told me. I ripped a salmon from its hook and threw at her head, ignoring the loud protests about respect due to those wounded in the line of duty. Masigo, I said, please heal this idiot, then scry Hune's staff. Adjutant is to drop whatever he's doing and wait for us at the front lines. It's time to end this. The Fae, I learned when he got in touch with Hune, apparently thought the same. The Immortals had come out. It went downhill from there. Book 3, Chapter 43, Cliff. Of course not. Did you see the height of that drop? That is the last we've seen of the Shining Prince, I assure you. Dread Empress Sinistra 4, the Erroneous. Historically speaking, villains leading assaults against a numerically inferior force situated atop a hill did not lead to the kind of outcome I would prefer. That was a problem. On the other hand, if I didn't lead an assault against those hills, Summer would still have a decent chunk of its army left when the Queen arrived. That would be a much bigger problem. On the other hand, if I ended up with most my armies dead by the time we got a royal visit, I would be fucked regardless. The Queen wouldn't negotiate with a host on its last gasps, even if hers was wrecked. It would also give a lot of power to my allies in Arcadia I'd rather they didn't have, given that they were literally incapable of not being treacherous. Kind of like High Lords, really, only they were less smug about it. This is a dilemma, I noted, squinting ahead. The Immortals had come out to play. Pouring out of the castle on shining wings, they propped up the regulars holding the ring of walled properties around it, and by the sound of the horns that were now blaring they were about to begin a counterattack. I'd pit the 15th against regulars any day, especially if we had dug in positions, but the Golden Fae were another story. By my reckoning, they were physically on par with what I'd been able to do when I'd still been fresh to my name. There were, unfortunately, 10,000 of them. No, I corrected silently. Less than that. Both Masigo and I must have taken out a chunk of their numbers in Arcadia, and I could hardly believe they'd scythed through both Nox's men and fought of the Watch simultaneously without taking some losses of their own. Let's be generous, I thought, and assume 9,000 are left. That felt a lot like saying it wasn't as bad to have a sword tearing into your lung rather than entirely through. We can't retreat, Hakram said. Brawling with another titled noble Fae had not done wonders for Adjutant. It was plain to see. He had a nasty cut across his cheek that was going to scar even after healing magic had been poured into it, and he had a black eye already turning dark green. The fact that the pauldron on his armor was loose hadn't escaped my notice either. That likely meant his opponent had dislocated his shoulder so hard it had ripped out the steel bands. For all that, he was standing and steady. Couldn't ask more of him. His words only sunk in a moment later. He wasn't wrong, not exactly. If the 15th gave ground now, we were abandoning fortified positions in favor of a street fight with opponents that could fly. They were a lot better at skirmishing than we were, I had to admit. On the other hand, I'd put my hand to fire that after the first wave of regulars softening us up, the second would be immortals. Those would tear through walls like wet parchment. Masigo, I said. Scry me juniper. I'd gathered most of the woe on a flat rooftop before we went on the offensive, in part to catch our breath, and in part to try to find a weak point for us to break through. Masigo had also taken the time to dig the arrows out of my back and heal the wounds, prompting the inevitable jokes about having been stuck with Fae Wood by Archer. It had taken long to get everyone there, to my dismay. We must be past first bell by now, and if the presence of so many Fae hadn't warped the passing of time too much, that meant we had only about 2 hours until dawn. At this time of the year, 2 hours before morning bell was when the sun started peeking through. Hierophant no longer needed his trinkets to scry, I saw. He drew a circle in the air that shimmered like water, and heartbeats later one of the mages attached to Juniper's headquarters appeared on the other side. My general shouldered him aside before long, her face looking comically large in the circle. Catherine, she said, what went wrong? If the situation was slightly less dire I would have made something of that, but I didn't have the time to spare. The Fae were mobilizing. Immortals reinforced the outer ranks, I said. They're preparing for a push, if I'm not mistaken. The request for advice went unsaid, but she heard it anyway. The orc grunted in displeasure at the news. Begin Operation Candlelight immediately, she said, and hit the walls before they sally. If we don't keep up the pressure, we lose old Dormer. I grimaced. We both knew that would mean brutal casualties for the 15th. I'd known this was not going to be a clean battle or an easy one, but sending so many of my men to die still left a bad taste in the mouth. What's the situation on the other fronts? I asked. Wraith are getting fucked to the east, she bluntly said. Faye drew them in and set the entire sector on fire. General Afalabi had scattered the host at our back, but they're still harassing. There'll be no reinforcements formed the 12th or the 4th. Shit, I said. Keegan tried to send in the watch, didn't she? Had to threaten putting her in chains to shut that down. Juniper growled. They're already headed your way. Not that she's happy about it. The Duchess of Daoin had always been the largest liability in this. There'd been a risk she'd scrap the entire operational plan if she thought she was losing too many men. We'd made a deal for her to help me with the Fae in exchange for a crossing and backing against Diabolist, but she'd always put the interests of the Wraith above everything else. I had a feeling Juniper's threat had been a lot more colorful than just chains, and I was glad she'd lost her temper. If Keegan started acting out the delicate balancing act, that was this battle could very well collapse on our heads. See you on the other side, Hellhound, I said. Don't die an idiot, Foundling, she dismissed, and the scrying link died. She's growing on me, I'll admit, Archer noted. You say that about everyone that insults me. I sighed. Hakram, I'll get this started, the orc replied. I let him leave without comments. It was Legate Hune that had the scrying connections to Robber and his cohort of miscreants, though the orders about resuming the offensive would have to be carried to Nock as well. So, Candlelight, are we romancing the Fae now? Bold move, Archer mused. We're going to burn them out, I said. Assaulting the castle was always going to be bloody as all hells, so we planned to hem them in with goblin fire. Doesn't that burn uncontrollably? Archer said. It can be delayed with ditches, Masigo noted. Ditches dug through pavestone, the woman mocked. It does. I broke in before that could degenerate further. It'll be a race for us to break through the front before we're neck-deep in green death as well. To be honest, I'd rather burn them out entirely, but Hierophant says we need to hold the beachhead to contain the queen. Summer has prepared a crossing point, the mage said. She'll still be able to cross without it, if after a delay, but then we would not know where. That complicates warding a great deal. Archer cleared her throat. So, just to be sure, the plan is to set fire to a castle and then charge into it, she said. That's oversimplifying a lot, I protested. There are nuances. Your general's going to be pissed you disobeyed, she grinned. Yeah, that battle was already lost. Better get out with as much dignity as I could manage. I strode to the edge of the roof and sharpened my vision. Hakram had wasted no time, I saw. The 15th was already forming ranks for the assault, and moments later green bloomed in the distance. Then again, to the left and the right of the castle. There would be another foyer behind it, I knew, though the ramparts hid it away from me. All right, we move, I said. We've got until dawn to kill us a duke. At this point, I wasn't holding a shield so much as an arrow catch that occasionally got set on fire. I wiggled my fingers around the latest arrowhead that had come a little too close to comfort to carving straight through my thumb. Goblin steel didn't do much to block those when there was that much sorcery behind them. Hierophant, if I become a goddamn porcupine because you're being a perfectionist, I will be. Cross, I snarled. Archer, standing behind Hakram and the tower shield he'd claimed for the assault, put an arrow in the eye of the enterprising fae who'd come so close to lowering my amount of fingers. She was a vision, it had to be said. Movements perfectly smooth and fluid. She let loose a shot with every breath, and I had yet to glimpse her fail to make a kill. She was clearing out the walls wherever she aimed as swiftly as the fae filled the gaps, quicker on the draw than even Pickler's repeating Scoprians had been. Adjutant wasn't doing nearly as well, a dozen arrows stuck in his shield and one gone through his boot, which he'd had to stomp around to put out the flames that had immediately spread, something I would have enjoyed watching if I wasn't busy standing around like creation's angriest practice dummy. This is complicated work, Hierophant said. Gods below, just burn our way through, I yelled. The Sonic needed to hurry the hells up. Around us the 15th was assaulting the walls with ladders, and dying in droves as they did. It wasn't that the ramparts were difficult. They were garden walls, more or less. But the Fae had gathered archers behind them, and were shooting massed volleys down on my legionaries. Half the ladders had gone up in flames before touching the walls, and the Fae on them were fighting furiously to keep us from establishing a beachhead. And these are the fucking regulars, I thought. The Immortals withdrew deeper in. The broad avenue that led straight to the castle passed through a fortified gate that Summer had closed and would laugh in the face of a ram. It had a heavy steel portcullis in front of it, protected by thick arches of stone. We'd need sorcery to punch through that, but Masigo was dithering like a bloody milkmaid. Hierophant sighed. Disappear. I raised my shield to catch another arrow that would have taken him in the throat, glancing over the side. A wave of darkness had engulfed the gate and the rampart bordering it, solidifying for a moment before it disappeared. It left behind absolutely nothing. No stone, no wood, no steel. It was as if nothing had ever existed there at all. Gods, had he annihilated everything? No. I could feel something at the edge of my senses that was not unlike Arcadia. He'd shunted the entire gate off in another dimension. 15th, Nox's voice roared from behind me. Tighten ranks, you ugly grass lickers. Forward. The answering shout was deafening. Thousands yelling and steel brought up. Woven inside, though, I could hear the soft buzz of arrows that still fell like rain. Into the breach, I shouted at the rest of the woe, barely audible over the pandemonium. Hakram moved to cover my left and Masigo hunkered up behind us, runes of light blooming with but a gesture. Archer put one last arrow through a Fae's open mouth before joining up, and together we advanced. Our way through the absent gate was uncontested, but in the walled avenue it led into ranks of Fae were awaiting us. Black had once compared leading named into battle to leading a chorus, and as we struck I finally understood why. We were, as a group, greater than the sum of our individual skills. The grooves were already there for us to settle into, as if they'd been carved before we even begun. Archer opened the song. She did not waste her arrows on the rank and file, instead surgically putting down any Fae that looked like an officer. Even as we tread the pavestones, they dropped with every heartbeat. Hierophant added his voice to the melody. Whispers in the mage tongue, weaving rings of darkness in the fey ranks that bloomed and tore through mail and flesh. The chaos was our cue. Adjutant and I dug into it with relish, a storm of steel and strength that shattered and broke the straw men standing in our way. My blood sang with the song. The heat of it something not even winter could deny me. With every stroke and every stride we painted death across the face of summer, Archer's long knives joining us in the steps without missing a beat. I could feel it without ever laying eyes on it. The swing of Adjutant's axe I could duck under to overextend a screaming soldier and carve through his throat with a flick of the wrist. Hierophant's sorcery flashed across the melee like coils of ruin. Passing so close, I could feel the caress of the power unleashed without it ever touching me. I could not tell the passing of time, every sight flowing into the other by what could have been an hour or a heartbeat. I felt myself grinning, teeth bared as summer. Gave. Fey let themselves die on my blade merely to slow it. Others striking in that instant of killing, but what did I care? I was not one blade but many, my body just a vessel for my will. Dust swallowed the dead man whole. The edge of the axe dug into the chest of the thing that would have slain me even as I spun, and then slit the throat of the Fey to my side with inhuman precision. Not a drop of exertion wasted, as if slaughter could be measured and quantified. The four of us stood surrounded by a field of corpses when I returned to myself. Not a single living Fey in sight. I was panting, though instead of exhaustion I felt invigorated. This, I thought, had been deeper a religious experience than anything I'd ever felt in any house of light. The sensation ebbed, and the absence of it was hollow. Sound returned, the fighting of legionaries behind us, and the slow breathing of the woe around me. Shit, Archer croaked softly. That was... fuck. Hierophant's eyes were bright, though his mind far away. Adjutant looked oddly serene, shield resting on his shoulder as he leaned on the haft of his long axe. Yeah, I muttered, and speaking it all felt like I was whistling in a graveyard. I shook myself out of it before long, and assessed our situation. Making a unified push into the upper city had always been a fantasy, I knew. There were avenues up here, made broad for carriages, but aside from the path that led straight up to the castle, the rest was a maze right by the whims of the powerful who'd once lived here. The 15th had taken the outer walls as we'd been killing. What I now grasped had been the reinforcements meant to drive my legionaries back. Now the knife fight began, my men having to spread through dozens of gardens and manors as summer fought them for every inch. Castle's where we need to be, I said, pointing my sword at the faraway silhouette of the tall towers. I could glimpse spreading green in the distance, a reminder that the Fey were not the only enemy we had to beat. The goblin fire had made certain they would not be able to flank us, that they would be forced to fight us in a narrow corridor, but with every hour that corridor became narrower for us as well. Resistance would become harsher the deeper we went in. Archer wiped her long knives on the cloak of a decapitated soldier before sheathing them, running her tongue against her lips. My eyes could not help but linger on the sight as I wondered what kissing her would feel like, and peeling that leather off her. Shit, fighting didn't usually get my blood up this way. It had just felt intimate, more than killing ever should. I looked away before she could notice. Nock came to the rescue. Thank the gods, leading up a cohort of legionaries with the Gallowborn at their head. The large orc whistled at the sight of the corpses strewn around us, Tribune Farrier coming to stand at his side. Not that looks like it was a proper fucking fight, the legate said. See that, you wretched layabouts? That's the kind of work I expect from you. There were a few barks of laughter. Legate, Tribune. I greeted, sheathing my sword as I took in the sight the two. Nock was grinning and splattered in blood. He'd been leading from the front again. Farrier's mail was scorched on the side, but aside from that he was in good health. We're making a push to the castle, I said. I take it this is our reinforcements. Hune's bastards are handling the flanks, Nock replied. Scraped up my only intact cohort, and brought your reds and gold along to spice the wine. Your grace, John Farrier said, offering a nod that bordered on a bow. Catherine, I sighed. He'd become irritatingly formal since it had been made open knowledge I'd been named Vice Queen of Callow. It had taken me the better part of a year to wean him off that the first time, and I wasn't looking forward to fighting that war again. Keep your eyes open, boys and girls, I called out. We've got their second line ahead, and the immortals behind that. You're in for a rough night. Hells, ain't that every night in this outfit? Someone called out from the ranks. Wouldn't be the 15th if we didn't get proper fucked before sunup, someone else laughed. Well, they weren't. Wrong. Gallowborn take the lead, I told Farrier. If we run into the Duke, you run. Ma'am, the dark-haired man protested. We're dash ants to a thing that powerful, I flatly said. You have your orders. He nodded, though he didn't seem pleased about it. Nock was eyeing him approvingly. Loyalty didn't really count for orcs unless you were willing to die for it. We done braiding our hair. Archer drawled. I'm getting bored. There's nothing wrong with braids, Hierophant muttered, putting his own braids in order. I wisely decided not to touch that, and instead gestured for Nock to call the march. It would have been much harder, I thought, without Archer. We were ambushed from rooftops twice on our way forwards, but between her bow and the line of sappers that was distressingly eager to wreck noble houses given half an excuse, we weren't given a serious challenge. That was when I started to get worried. We should have, by now, run into either a barricade or another heavy knot of Fae. I let my stride lapse. Something's wrong, I said. Hakram nodded. I am no tactician, Masigo said, but it seems poor planning to allow your enemy to gain foothold on your walls. We might have simply spent the strength of summer, Catherine. They might no longer have nobles to field against us. I shook my head. Remember how many people there were at the masquerade in Skade? I said, Summer should have at least that many. Duke hasn't come out, either. Archer frowned. He didn't seem this shy when we tangled. I closed my eyes and considered the battle as if I were not part of it. The front in the plains was effectively over, by Juniper's report. The fighting in the east had turned brutal, but given the numbers Duchess Keegan could field, it was highly unlikely the Fae there had turned the tide. Unless they had flown away, as they'd allegedly done earlier. No, they can't do that quietly. Either one of us would have seen a few thousand glowing wings in the sky, or Juniper would have scryed Hune with a warning. The forces left in play, then were the remaining regulars in the upper city and the immortals. And the Duke, followed by whatever nobles he's got left. If I was a Duke of Summer, needing to keep a fortress at all costs and 3 of sides around it already on fire, what would I do? Immortals would be my sharpest knife, so I couldn't waste them on attrition. So I'd put the regulars on the wall and send the nobles to bolster them. No, he can't do that. He already sent out 3 counts and a handful of solid barons, and we just tore through them in less than an hour. Sending nobles against the woe would be trying to put out a bonfire with oil. Named couldn't advance alone, though, or at least not do so and expect to hold any grounds they took. Which he must suspect we needed to, with how hard we'd been going after the castle. So what he's aiming for is the soldiers. Then why not push harder to hold the walls? Why hadn't we had a rougher fight going in? I mind. I watched the 15th die in droves to enter the upper city and then take the fight to the maze of walled and sprawling domains, harassed by a much more mobile enemy every step of the way, but giving ground. Juniper had said, earlier, that the Fae to the east had drawn in the Diarraith before setting fire to the city. They're doing the exact same thing here. I realized. Only they won't burn their own fortifications. They need those to scatter the legionaries. Once they reel us in a line across the upper city, golden banners rose high in the sky. In utter silence, the immortals advanced. Book 3, Chapter 44, Drop. The only thing more dangerous than being hated by a villain is to be loved by them. Dread Empress Regalia too. That made it twice, that the summer court maneuvered me into a situation where there was absolutely nothing I could do. The golden banners flew high, and with every moment they remained there my legionaries would be dying. In tight ranks, with sappers and crossbowmen at their backs, heavies might have a chance against the immortals. But dispersed across a dozen different mansions, spread out in pursuit, it would be slaughter. And for once, we would be on the wrong side of it. A part of me already grieved the death of those soldiers, though I knew that even greater caution would have made no great difference. If I'd grasped the enemy's intent here, Juniper likely had an hour ago, and she'd still send us in, because this battle was against Dawn as much as against the Fae. Another quieter, calmer part of me was already tallying how many losses the 15th would incur and assessing whether it would cripple us before the fight against Diabolist. I didn't always like the woman I'd become. It was a damningly short walk from. We need this whatever the cost. 2. 1 sin, 1 grace. That my shade of ruthlessness was different from Black's was cold comfort. It sometimes occurred to me, in the dark of night, that if I got my and settled Callow, I'd be the last monster remaining in it. It was an unsettling thought, but remembering the girl I'd once been, the one who'd once thought that there was no need for monsters at all, brought as much disgust as it did rue. Keeping my hands clean wasn't going to stop armies marching or fields unburnt. It wasn't going to do a single fucking thing except make myself feel more righteous. And still, once in a while, I couldn't help but wonder what it would have felt like to be proud of the tired woman that looked back when I stood before a mirror. I clenched my fingers and let out a long breath. Whining about the price I'd had to pay to get a seat at the table wasn't going to change anything. Blood had been spilled. There was a foe ahead of me. They would break, or I would. It was as simple as that. Combat formations, Nock barked. Time to earn your Gelson in. Pay, children. Carsome that. Meant fuck, basically, though with the implication of going at it from behind. Wonderful language, Carsome. Had more variations on fuck and eat than any other tongue I'd come across, which honestly said quite a bit about them as a people. There were no immortals in sight yet, but a banner had risen ahead. Only a matter of time. Catherine, adjutant said, coming to stand at my side. We knew it'd be bloody. This changes nothing. Think about the tactic, Hakram, I said. This isn't jaws clamping on our fingers. We lose a thumb, and it's over. They'll drive us back to the walls. Then the immortals will retreat, and the regulars fill the gap again. They're going to harvest us, one push at a time. That sounds bad, Archer whispered at Masigo. You've been in wars before, Aziz. This is bad, right? Don't call me that, you horrid sweaty goblin. And she's Calawan, Hierophant whispered back. They love farming, do it all over the country. It could be good. It's bad, Ziz. I sighed, ignoring Archer's delighted chortle. The Duke of Green Orchards, if it's really him in charge, essentially turned the outskirts of this place into a meat grinder for the 15th. What's the blades, in this tortured metaphor? Archer asked. The immortals, I replied. So we kill the immortals, Archer mused. There, problem solved. It does seem a fairly straightforward issue, Masigo agreed. Though I had some truly cutting sarcasm to grace them with, I held my tongue. Archer was, well, right might be a bit of a stretch, and I definitely wasn't giving her the satisfaction of saying anything like that, but there was a nugget of correctness hidden in that boulder of aggressive ignorance. To pull this off, the Duke would have to spread the immortals in a thin line across the upper city. And if we broke through that, he was in trouble. The castle would be wide open, save possibly for him and a handful of other nobles. That meant either betting this battle on him crushing us, which was risky for him given our highly murderous track record against Summer, or pulling back the immortals to get in our way. The woe could, in my opinion, feasibly deal with either the immortals or the Duke. Both would be beyond us. We punch through, and he's on the back foot, I said to Hakram. Even if all we manage is to keep the center from collapsing, the orc replied. It's a rallying point for the 15th and a funnel for reinforcements. It would turn into a match of attrition he cannot afford. Neither could we. We were both aware, but what other options did we have? Knock, I called out. Warlord, he grinned. We got a plan? Smash through everything until we've won, I said honestly. The Foundling Gambit, he gravelled. It's never failed us before. Don't say that where people can hear. And that's an order, I hurriedly replied. That kind of stuff had a way of spreading. Legion humor was, more than a little dark. 400 men already standing in tight ranks across the breadth of the avenue began their advance after a few yells. The woe took the lead, and I sharpened my senses to watch for the likely ambush that awaited further down the road. Though darkness was hardly barred to my sight, the smoke that was spreading across the sky was. Balls of mage light hovered above the two cohorts, kept going by our mages, but I barely noticed them. What was most visible in my eyes was the bevy of standards in the sky, which was why, when one disappeared, I immediately noticed. Far left, I thought. Hadn't seen much of what was there, though I'd noticed trees from a distance. Had my legionaries managed to turn back the thief was still on the prowl, and aiming to complete her collection, by the looks of it. Archer, I said, how many of the standards did you two manage to take? Half maybe, she shrugged. After the first few they noticed, and we had to be more careful, but there couldn't have been more than 20 in all, and I was currently looking at 8 still giving off that golden hue. Thief might not have been much of a fighter, but she was far from useless. I abandoned the train of thought without lingering, as moments later we'd finally come across the enemy. Ahead of us was a roundabout, though a fancier one than any I'd ever seen in lore. It was wide as a plaza, the avenues circling the statue garden in the center wide enough for 2 carriages to share it. Among the alabaster statues of what looked like past rulers of Dormer, and a noticeably larger depiction of Eleanor Fairfax. Though the sculptor had taken liberties there, since I doubted a knight of her caliber would have ever worn armor that left so much of her tits out in the open. The immortals had formed a textbook perfect square. Even simply standing around, they were wrecking the greenery of the garden. The trees that weren't already outright on fire were all smoldering, and the grass looked like a mage training yard. The Summer Court's elite had not changed since I'd last seen them. Gold plate set with rubies glimmered under closed armored helmets of the same. Heater shields so well polished they could serve as mirrors filling one hand, and ivory halberds the other. Facing them, my legionaries spread across the roundabout. The Gallowborn took the center, Nox cohort split to cover the flanks. Summer triumphant. An immortal from the front ranks called out. 200 halberds slammed down in perfect unison, flickers of flames spreading from where they touched the ground. The words had not been spoken in any language I knew, and hardly been words at all. They'd been the crackle of wildfires, the clash of steel, and the spilling of blood on hungry earth. Summer's the season of war. Archer had once told me. Their words rang of that truth, a boast that rattled the night air. Kill them, Nox screamed. Take their stuff. The 15th screamed back. We charged, wings enveloping their flanks as smoothly as if this was a practice battle. Like sea against rocks. I thought. The halberds rose, the halberds fell, and there went the first rank of my legionaries. As streaks of lightning filled the air and sharpers were thrown in long arcs, Adjutant and I rammed into the enemy. It was not like fighting the regulars. They did not give when my sword struck their shields, and there was no slapping aside a strike of those halberds. No match for me in strength, perhaps, but not that far either. No wonder they broke the sword of waning day when they fought. Winter's sharpest blades were rusty knives compared to these. Hacking my way into their formation was like taking an axe to an oak. My first blow hit a shield without purchase and bounced off. The halberd taller than I was sweeping down to tear through my shoulder in answer. I had to stick close to the immortal to avoid it, and doing that felt like rolling around in a pile of embers. The heat they gave out wouldn't melt my plate, maybe, but it would heat it until it scalded to the touch given long enough. It took Adjutant and I working together to pry the line open. His shield got a halberd stuck, and the tip of my sword pierced just over the tip of the enemy's, sliding into the opening between the helmet and the gorget. The blood that coated my blade when it withdrew was smoking, but the Fae was dead. I kicked the enemy down and forced my way into the gap, even as the immortal behind that one advanced, trying to force me back with his shield. From the corner of my eye, I saw Adjutant's knees give as the shaft of a halberd struck his shoulder, and that distraction cost me. The side of my shield caught the halberd's point at the very last moment, hard enough to change the angle from my chest to my forearm. The ivory went through plate, and I screamed as fire burned in my veins. I would have had to give ground if Archer hadn't come to back me. Slithering around my shield, she struck high, plunging a long knife in the immortal's throat and spinning to throw herself at the man at his side. I ripped out the halberd the corpse still clutched and let Winter loose, the flames smothered by impossibly deep cold. I let the strength linger and took full advantage of the room she'd carved me. The immortals were meant to fight in ranks, the enemy in front, and from the side they struggled. Not the most flexible of weapons, halberds. I slammed my shield in the flank of the immortal to my left, and when he turned, snarling, Adjutant's axe smashed through his helm and splattered blood. Now that my second was at my side, we began to widen the gap. One of us baited, the other struck. I learned at the cost of what was going to be a nasty scar under my eye that anything but a killing blow was useless on them. They did not seem to feel pain, and baldly ignored wounds. Being on the other side of that was a lot more infuriating than I'd thought it would be. With Archer weaving in and out of our side, knives always moving, we forged a wedge of corpses in the center of the formation that the Gallowborn filled without prompting. The rest of my legionaries were not doing nearly as well. I saw when I got a rare moment of respite. Hierophant had seen the flanks were failing badly in the face of the opposition and lent them a hand, but the two spells he was working simultaneously took up all of his concentration. A hovering ball of shadow had sprouted tendrils that struck like sledgehammers on the left, while to the right a panoply of small silver circles flew around and shot beams of pale sorcery that not even the shields of the immortals could withstand without twisting. We'd killed maybe a fourth of them, fighting tooth and nail for every corpse, and already taken over twice that in casualties. I grit my teeth and pressed on. Attrition would grow more to our advantage the fewer of them were left, and though only the wrecks of two cohorts would emerge from this fight, we would emerge victorious nonetheless. Sons and daughters of summer, stand deathless under the sun, a voice thundered. Oh shit, did that mean what I think it meant? Behind me, the dead immortals proved the truth of the name. Great gouts of summer flame poured out of the wounds, and they rose to their feet, most of them in the middle of the Gallowborn. A dozen of my retinue died in the first heartbeat, and I screamed in fury. Hierophant, I yelled. Kill that standard. Before I'd even finished speaking, a handful of runes formed just before my eyes, shining blue, and transmuted into a word. Warded. Fuck. We weren't the only ones who could use those. Batter it down, I screamed. We were way past conserving power for the Duke of Green Orchards. At this rate, we'd never even reach him. The detonation that followed rocked the entire plaza, statues flying in pieces, and even immortals being thrown to the ground. I widened my stance and was only blown back a few feet, though Hakram was thrown straight into 2 legionaries and had to extirpate himself from the mess of limbs and armor. To my horror, when I looked up, a globe golden light shone around the standard as it remained unharmed. Oh, this was bad. I ripped the halberd out of the grasp of an immortal swinging at me, dropping my shield, and swung it around so that the edge of the blade tore into his skull. He dropped dead like a stingless puppet, but how long would he remain like that? The Fae might not be able to pull that trick as often in creation as they could in Arcadia, but how many times would that mean? 4 or 9? My legionaries couldn't even afford for it to happen twice. I would have called out to Archer, asked her if she had anything in her quiver that could take care of that, but she was busy trying not to get skewered by a pair of very angry immortals. It was a shiver, or at least that was how it felt to see it. It spread from the left flank, slithering through the thick ranks of immortals, and only turning into something real when the silhouette emerged out of thin air. Thief put a foot on a shield meant to smash her down, using it as a foothold to move to the shoulder of another immortal. The Fae tried to shake her off, but she was already moving, jumping off the helm of an immortal and somersaulting in the air. She went through the golden globe like it wasn't there at all, hand-snatching the standard at the apex of her leap and spiriting it away in a heartbeat. I felt the impact before she'd even begun to come down, the way every immortal on the field flinched. I grinned, right up until the moment she was engulfed in apple-green flames and began screaming. Wings ablaze with eerie light, the Duke of Green Orchards stood atop the battlefield with mild disinterest writ on his face. A single hand held up, her kept Thief aloft and burning seemingly without effort. I furiously tried to break through the immortals ahead of me, but their ranks had tightened and the halberds were keeping me back. They weren't going for a kill, just delaying me. It was Hierophant that managed to step in. A gust of wind blew out the flames and Thief's blackened body was dragged back behind the lines through the air. Gods, her entire hair was gone. She was scorched, but breathing and moaning in pain. Masigo immediately began healing her, but she was done for the night. For more than that, Lady Foundling, the noble Fae greeted me politely. It appears this affair will come to close momentarily. Perish. The nightmare began. Before he'd finished speaking, I'd leapt off my first ice platform and was about to land on my second, and Archer had sent her first arrow flying for his eye. The shot went through the silver flames that appeared when it got close, but it slowed enough the Duke caught it with his hand, crushing the wooden shaft to powder. The other hand had lashed out with green flame, a small orb of it tumbling towards me, the size of an apple and the exact color. Fuck. I'd thought for sure he'd be more like the Count of Greenyu, and hoped the torch trees would mean he was limited in his power, but he obviously had a workaround. That first hit on Thief had been nowhere as strong as what I'd seen some dukes and duchesses pull out, but it was still exceedingly dangerous. A twistable had a platform to my side forming, and I took a turn there to avoid the throw, frowning when I saw the apple kept tumbling down. Was he really unable to redirect those? Oh, merciless gods. I realized. I lashed out with ice, trying to keep the explosion contained when it hit the Gallowborn, but it was too little and too late. Then dark globe of ice was torn through almost instantly, green flame pouring out and consuming a full tenth. It moved from there, devouring men as the Duke calmly moved his hand to guide it. Hierophant struck directly at him, a dozen spears of what looked like water-like shimmering iron getting stuck in the silver flames as they kept pushing at it. The Fae grunted, and the green fire gutted out. I should have advanced, but my eyes remained on the half-bare skull of Tribune John Ferrier. Most his body was gone, even bones turned to ash. On all front of the melee, the 15th was giving ground, step by step as halberds tore through mail and plate. I'd known John for over a year now, had fought by his side, bled with him and laughed with him. I'd liked him and relied on him, and he'd been swatted down carelessly, like a fucking insect. Creation grew muted. I could feel it all deeper now, feel the night grow thicker, until the sight of the moon in the sky was obscured. Feel the beating from the shard of winter that was my heart slow, and then cease entirely as I drew deeper from that well than I ever had before. My breath came out steaming, and my plate crackled as frost spread over it. I peered at my anger, at my fear, and calmly picked them out. I fed them to the cold, Let them disappear into the flow until nothing was left at all. I'd always held back. I knew that deep down. I'd ripped the mantle of a god from its corpse and still acted the mortal. Wanted to be just Catherine Foundling. All these worries of humanity and remaining someone I could stand. The whining of a petulant child. I would be whoever I needed to be to keep my people alive, and damn me for flinching in the face of that truth. Beneath me the immortals stirred, and I felt the threads coming from them. Those that had once bound them to the banner even in death, but now lay inert. I reached out for them, 200 threads growing into rivers as I forced the power of winter through them. There were screams, there were curses and shaking and clawing at their armor. It made no difference to me. The immortals died like flies, falling to the ground under the weight of my mantle. Rise, I ordered, and they did. Blue eyes burning behind their visors, the pride of summer gripping its weapons as wings of ice spread from their backs. Shit, Archer muttered, still among them. That doesn't look good. My gaze met the Duke of Green Orchards, and the man smiled. Ah, he said, and now we finally meet, Duchess of Moonless Nights. The trees in the garden below burst into green flames, apples forming by the dozens and dropping from the branches without missing a beat. I moved with 400 wings, my snarl on the lips of every immortal. A storm of green flames swallowed the world, and the battle began in earnest. For the first heartbeat, it was only the two of us. I could sense his will in the flames, shaping them as men and beasts to fight my immortals. They rose into the sky, pursued by summer wrath, and Hierophant struck again. I saw his will slip into the green, follow along that of a lesser god, and learn its workings. Shape is intent, the blind man whispered. Intent fractures. Like picks in stone, the Hierophant's will struck at the sorcery and collapsed it. With a sound like a bell, the flames reverted into apples, hanging harmlessly in the air, and my immortals buried the Duke in a storm of blades. For a heartbeat, all that could be seen was a pile of armor and ivory, until branches grew out. A globe of wood was spreading, swallowing the immortals as it did, and I could feel them struggling against the crushing pressure inside. It would not save him. My will buried like a blade in the minds of the imprisoned corpses, forcing winter into them until their bodies were overfilled vessels. One after another they burst, ice digging into the wood and tearing it from the inside. It groaned and broke. Then the Duke burst out from the top in a shower of shards. Archer's arrow would have torn through his knee if he hadn't caught it. He raised a mocking eyebrow. Then it blew. Hissing in pain, his fingers shredded, he seized the floating apples again. I ignored that, plaques of ice forming under my feet as I ran across the sky to him. The flames exploded as I felt Archer tap the back of one of the surviving immortals. Without even glancing in her direction, I sent the corpse aflight with her hanging on the back. We reached the Duke at the same time. The Fae pulled the fire to him, but through ears not my own I heard Hierophant speak. Burning is transmutation set by boundary, he said. Boundaries are mutable. His will rang like a bell, and the fire intensified, beginning to burn even itself until all that was left was a single flame that guttered out. Archer and I leapt together as the enemy's face darkened, and he allowed himself to fall. The burnout husks that were the trees below us collapsing into a hunks of burning wood that gathered to him in a protective shield. I grabbed Archer by the arm and tossed her at it, leaping down from a platform to follow. Her blades dug into the shield to no avail, and so did my sword. Frost spread from where I'd struck, putting out the flames, but little else. A hand lightly touched the globe, Thief's scorched face grim as she leaning against adjutant. Steel, she coldly said, and the shield disappeared. Beneath it the Duke of Green Orchard's eyes were wide. 7 wooden pillars formed around the Fae, followed by 4 runes linked by pale light. The same binding Hierophant had used against the Princess of High Noon. The Duke's body grew rigid and Archer's blades dug through his abdomen on both sides, straight into his lungs. I did not bother to speak. My blade ran straight through his neck, spider webs of ice spreading from the wound as life winked out of him. I panted, slowly, and felt the remaining immortals collapse one after another. Nothing but corpses, now. Hierophant, I said. Destroy the corpse. He did not quibble. Hazy power devoured the remains, leaving nothing behind, and slowly I returned to myself. I'd taken 400 men into battle. 60 still lived, most of them wounded. All that remained of the roundabout was a smoking, broken wreck. Knock, I croaked. Where is Knock? I strode through the ash and corpses, shouldering aside a legionary and glaring at the first officer I found. She paled, shivering. Where is your legate, Lieutenant? I see that. Ma'am, she stammered, I saw the few remaining mages attending to the wounded as best they could, yellow light covering their palms. I could see Nock among them. He was not moving, his breath faint. The left side of his face had been made of burnt, eyeless husk, and the arm on the other side ended at the shoulder. They were not healing him. Fury spiked, the pavestones under me cracking. You, I said, hoisting the closest mage by the chest. Why aren't you healing him? He only babbled uselessly, so I dropped him. There's nothing more they can do, Catherine, Masigo said, passing me by as he knelt by the legate's side. Then craft me a fucking miracle, Hierophant, I hissed. He frowned, then drew runes over Nock. The frown deepened. I can keep him alive, he said. Anything more is beyond me. Parts of his mind were shredded by the fire. Do it, I rasped. Who? Who can heal him? Pinpricks of light formed above Nock, sinking into the body as Masigo murmured. The orc's breath grew steadier, but nothing more. Father, he said. Possibly Diabolist. Or, he hesitated. Tell me, I said through clenched teeth. It was Fey fire that did this, he said. Fey sorcery could likely heal it. I clenched my fingers into a fist. Catherine, Adjutant said. I hadn't even noticed him approaching. Thief was further away, leaning on Archer. Neither of them met my gaze. Dawn is coming, he said. We cannot linger. I forced myself to grow calm. Can you do anything more? I asked Hierophant. He shook his head. They'd already stopped the bleeding from the stump, he said. All I did was restore the organs. Then we go, I said, turning to the silhouette of the castle ahead. Let's end this. Book 3, Chapter 45, Falling Action. And so Maleficent said, Though you be God, I am Empress, crowned of dread, and by my hand comes your doom. Rage in vain, for from your bones will rise a great tower whose shadow will be cast upon all the world. Extract from the Scroll of Chains, first of the secret histories of praise. The fortress that lay at the heart of Dormer jutted out incongruously, great jaws of granite gaping down at a city that had known only peace for centuries. The seat of power of the barony had been built in tiers, an elegant ring of gray stone making the first. There was power here, and not young. Though no moat had been dug into the hill, the empty circle around the castle would have been a shooting gallery to bleed an investing host were the walls manned at all. But there was not a soul in sight, the faint night breeze lazily winding through deserted bastions. No contest of our advance had been made as we approached, only flames in the distance betraying the truth that summer had yet to surrender. The pace had been irritatingly slow due to thieves hobbling, but I had mastered my anger before it could lash out. There were more deserving targets for my wrath than those who had fought and burned for me. The gate was the sole concession the barons of Dormer had made to Concord, sculpted columns of marble and ivory built over the ancient rough gate, and portcullis hidden away by the younger arch displaying the words and heraldry of House Kindle. Honor lies immortal, written along the curve of the wreath of ivy. I strode past the pale marble steps, the faces of the ancient rulers of the city staring back at me from the shadowed reliefs. Scenes of glory one and all, from the founding of Dormer to the first oaths sworn to House Albin when Callow was made a single kingdom. There were lies unspoken in this, victories made false by denial of failure. Winter pulsed in my veins, itching to take blade to the unsightliness. I breathed out mist and crushed the impulse. You serve me, I whispered at the cold. Never the other way around. The urges were more insidious than those my name still caused, my own thoughts painted with a winter brush. The portcullis was closed, bands of steel tightly wedged into granite, and perhaps before I would have sought one of the servant entrances. But what did mere steel mean to me now? My gauntlet hands clasped around two bars, and the metal screamed as I ripped open a path. No more difficult than snapping a branch, and Winter murmured in delight at the destruction. That's one way to do it, I suppose, Archer said. The first words spoken since we'd left the field where so many of my men lay dead. I did not glance back as I stepped into the courtyard. To the side I could see the smoldering ashes of what had once been stables built around the wall, but I had no interest in sightseeing. In the distance, at the heart of the fortress, I could feel a gate in the making. Not at all like mine, where my will was a knife used to cut through the boundary between creation and Arcadia. Someone had built a canal on the other side, and was now carefully prying open the lock. The river would pour through unimpeded when the time came, and sweep away everything that stood in its way. A queen is a god in the flesh, I thought. No creature so powerful can lightly cross boundaries. There is a ward ahead, Hierophant said, studying a handful of shining runes. barring the inner reaches of the fortress. It will break, I said. The hall we strode through was old as the walls, the raw stone made to look luxurious by tapestries and in hanging drapes in the green of Kindle heraldry. The Proserpine carpets under our boots had already been singed by the Fae who'd once held the fortress, the edges of blackened and twisted. Stairs rose ahead into a balustrade, sculpted ivy leaves shaping the railing. We had not succeeding in getting our hands on plans of the fortress before the battle, but I could feel the gate to be like the north of a compass. Further in, were the great hall where the Baroness of Dormer had once held justice and audience before the tower stripped her of right and title both for her rebellion. How long had this castle stood, I wondered. There might be nothing left of it but rubble when dawn came. I guided us through the corridors, the power wafting from me, eagerly scattering the last wisps of summer's presence in little tufts of hissing steam. The air grew cool and crisp wherever we passed, and more than once I felt Hierophant shiver. We found the ward as we emerged from the corridor that would lead us to the great hall, its copper gates laying wide open behind it. A wall, though one of woven sunlight and shivering golden summer flame. I could feel it spread beyond my sight. A great cage of power crafted to protect the arrival of the Queen of Summer. How long will it take you to open a way, Hierophant? Adjutant asked. My sword left its sheath with a quiet hiss before the blind man could reply. I struck out, boots leaving trails of ice behind as my blade rammed against the light. The walls shook around us, but the ward stood strong. Knocking at the door might take a while, Archer noted, sounding amused. I can walk through, Thief rasped. If Hierophant tells me how to unmake it from the inside dash. Break, I hissed. I opened the floodgates in full, let winter pour through my veins and seep into the most destructive of my aspects. My blood was cold, I only now noticed. It had been for some time, yet I felt no weaker for it, the frost instead lending a sharp clarity that it had once taken effort to reach. Duchess, I thought. My will found easier purchase when bending creation to its will. Shade and ice flared along the edge of my sword as it struck the ward, and for a heartbeat it felt like I was trading blows with the Duke of Green Orchards again. Then the ward broke, as I'd ordered it to. Stone around us shattered as well, the walls anchoring the sorcery torn through as the ward desperately scrabbled to remain coherent. There was a sliver of life in it, a will to guide it. Had they sacrificed a Fae to forge this? No matter. Ice smothered that wisp of thought, blanketing the corridor. I resumed marching through the ruins surrounding us, the wide doors of copper held up only by a thin arc of granite as I passed through them. Adjutant caught up to me first, leaning close. Catherine, he murmured, though we both knew the others would be able to hear anyway. Calm yourself, before you begin making mistakes. I am calm, I replied, and I was. What I am is. Out of patience. If it gets in my way, it dies. We're past half measures, Adjutant. The orc looked as if he wanted to argue, but I was disinclined to allow it. The great hall lay spread out before us, a shabby thing compared to those I had walked in the tower. Long tables on both sides flanked a supplicant's path leading to stone platforms set against the back wall and the tall glass windows over it, the dying moon cloaking the simple bench of white wood on it in a halo of light. There, I thought. The crossing would take place there. Let it not be said the Queen of Summer would ever settle for less than a throne in any world she strode. Hierophant came to stand by my side as the others milled around the hall. Still the better part of an hour before dawn, by my calculations, the mage said. There's no need to wait that long, I said. Implement the contingency. Eyes of glass shifted to me under black cloth, a brow rising. You know my study of the sun is incomplete, Hierophant said. Should I be forced to loose the arrow, the dew would be comparable to that of the very event that named the concept. There will be no city left, no armies, and it is unlikely anything will grow of these grounds before creation is unmade. One does not call a god to heal without risking calamity, I said. He paused. I want to work a pathing spell on your mind, he said. This is reckless even by your standards. Winter has nothing to do with this, I said. But if it will make you feel better, by all means. His touch against my forehead was surprisingly warm, as was the sorcery that seeped into my mind. I could feel it curling like smoke along my thoughts, until finally he withdrew. It is influencing you, he said. But, I said, no more than the mantle of your name, he admitted. Your mind is still your own. I heard Archer let out a bated breath, behind me. Hierophant no longer quibbled after that. It was a wonder, watching him work. I'd seen him weave sorcery before, even high arcana, but this went a step beyond. eyes closed, heartbeat almost still, the blind man crafted me a miracle. It was not runes that he threaded together, but echoes of things he had seen, flickers of great feats he had witnessed. I saw his father's silhouette standing before a tower that built itself, turning into the Princess of High Noon with her hands raised, a pyramid of blood-streaked mud lying at the heart of a maze, melding with a glimpse of a city rising into the sky. Pillars of translucent, shimmering power struck the ground in a perfect circle around him, and I felt their reach rise through the ceiling into the night sky above. Eventually, he opened his eyes. "Thief," he said, "release the sun." The burns on the heroine's face had peeled off, replaced by red and tender skin through healing magic, and so I read the hesitation on her face plainly. "There is no need to be afraid," I said. "No, not us. Not today." She nodded slowly, and fingers found the pouch at her side. "Here it goes," she said, and opened it. The glare was blinding, for a heartbeat. Hierophant's unearthly ward caught it whole, drawing it to the pillars as even the coldness coming from my frame was swept away by the raging heat. And then it dimmed, as suddenly as it had come. The mage grunted in effort. It hurt my eyes to look at it, but I did not look away. I might never see such a sight again. The ceiling above us was not torn through so much as it evaporated, the fortress around us melting like butter in the heat. The sun of summer rose into the sky, chasing night away, and with it came dawn. I turned my eyes to the dais as the lock gave, and the Queen of Summer came, granted entry by our will. There was no gate. Between two moments, absence was filled the young girl. Golden curls streaming down her white robe, she still looked half a child, and every inch a farmer's daughter. There was nothing unearthly about her tan and her dimples, or those brown eyes that could have belonged to any mortal. The left side of her body was touched with red, bandages peeking through the collar of her robe. Ranger had wounded her, at least. "Oh, children," she sadly said, "you know not what you do." It would have thought her mortal, if not for the hint of pressure behind her. Like she was the seal on a boundless ocean that could sweep over creation at any time. Winter coiled inside me, frozen furious hatred that wanted to rip her small frame apart no matter the cost to me or anyone else. I ignored it. "You have been summoned," I said, "to discuss terms of surrender." "Come to me, my armies," the Queen said. I did not need to look to know every Fae and Dormer had taken to the sky, the words touching their minds. The city emptied in moments as wings flared and the tide of soldiers flowed towards us. Hierophant staggered as if hit in the guts, blood wetting his lips. The Princess of High Noon, I thought, had just been freed from her prison. Over the molten ruins of the fortress surrounding us, ranks upon ranks of soldiers and pennants stood perched in silence, more arriving every heartbeat, and only then did the Queen turn her eyes to me. "So many dead," she mourned. "You have earned him victory with your blood, Duchess. Yet Summer does not surrender. You know this. You have seen it with your own eyes." "You have 3 duties," I said. "She's trying for the sun," Hierophant said, tone alarmed. "Destroy it, Masigo," I said. It was with vicious satisfaction that I saw surprise twist the Queen's face. "A desperate lie," she said, but I felt her power still. "You would destroy us all. Break this land beyond mending." It wasn't fear I saw in those eyes, not exactly. I wasn't sure she really could be afraid. But there was uncertainty, hesitation. 3 words, and I had stayed the hand of a god. My lips twitched, and strange joy bubbled up in my chest. I laughed, loudly, and allowed a hard grin to split my face. "If I can't win, you misbegotten thing, then we will all lose," I hissed. "Look into my eyes. Tell me again I'm lying." I would have rocked back, had I not gone through the crucible of standing judgment before the Hashmalim. An entity infinitely greater than I enveloped everything that I was, well beyond comprehension, taking sight of everything that I was and had been. The beast coiled at my side and whispered back, "Whether they be gods or kings or all the armies in creation, the Queen of Summer." Flinched. "Madness," she said, appalled. "I am a villain," I laughed. "I stand before you the pupil of a madman, heiress to 1,000 years of darkness and terror. Test me again, and I will make this a wasteland to have even the gods shudder." "Summer does not retreat," the Queen said, and it rang like a thunderclap. "Summer has lost," I replied unblinkingly. "As we speak, the Prince of Nightfall breaches the walls of Ain, the city you are sworn to protect. Around you stands the butchered remnants of your host, awaiting doom at Winter's hand. And in my palm lies your son, 3 words away from destruction. The Laurel Crown has 3 duties, and in those 3 duties you have failed." There was a moment of silence, before the queen sighed. And so comes the dying of the light, she murmured. The wheel spins, Catherine Foundling. To end is to begin. We will not go with a whimper. My heart would have thundered if I still had one. Or, I said, I could give you exactly what you want. Ain safeguarded. Winter unmade. The sun returned to your sky. You promise beyond your ability, she said. All I require from you is a word, and you will get your wish, I smiled. And I ask a boon granted, for what I deliver to you. She studied me again, tasted the truth of my words. This, she said, has never happened before. And never will again, I said. I will hear the terms of the bargain offered, the Queen of Summer said. It was no coincidence it happened the moment she spoke the words. The grooves carved into creation would have ensured as much, smoothly turning truth to story. Coincidence that was anything but. At my side power coalesced, stealing the efforts of summer to allow its ruler to cross as a path of its own. A circle left open closed. As with a sharp smile the king of winter came into creation to face his created opposite. Sleek and dark-skinned and crowned in dead with seeping red, the Fae breathed in the air of creation with relish. Oh, what a beautiful morning, he said. Treachery, the queen of summer said, words ringing of steel and the death of men. Ever a favored diversion, the king agreed. Though I come for something stranger. He turned his eyes on me, the gaze of a teacher pleasantly surprised by a pupil. I itched to carve them out of his skull, and not using something sharp. With your permission, Duchess, he said. According to the terms offered by her dread majesty, I replied. You will have your boon, greedy one, he said. Ah, but what a daughter of winter you make. Is she not delightful, Ista? I grit my teeth to get through the pain of hearing the name of the summer queen spoken, feeling Masigo go rigid as a board as he did the same. Coat of black sweeping behind him, the man walked to his enemy, and with a flourish he knelt. Ista of the morning star, he said, bearer of the laurel crown, queen of summer triumphant. I ask your hand in marriage, to rule Arcadia and equal by my side. He extended his own smoothly. One word, I told the queen. She could still have it all, if she only said yes. The armies of winter would end the assault of Ain. I would return the sun, and winter would be undone. I watched the kneeling Fae with cold smile. I'd made an oath, once that I would unmake him. And I just had, with him having to thank me for it. There will be no more winter. I thought. Only a single court ruling Arcadia, neither and both. The Empress had been right. The pivot was always going to be the Winter King, because he was the only entity that would see my preferred outcome as a victory. It had all hinged on him agreeing, because he was the oddity and he could make decisions that led outside the stories he despised. Summer would have to be forced, I'd known from the start, and I'd done exactly that. The Queen would agree, because she could not do otherwise. She was bound to seek to discharge her duties, and I'd put her in a corner with acceptance as the only way out. To refuse here would mean actively going against what she was, and she could not physically do that. Black had told me once that I'd kill Acua, one of these days, not because of my own power, but because her nature would force her to make mistakes I would not. I wondered if he would proud, that I had used his lesson to destroy two gods without lifting a finger against either of them. I accept your offer, the Summer Queen said, taking his hand, and I could see the horror on her face. She was fighting it, trying to take back the words. But she couldn't, just like the writer of the host I'd once forced to monologue by playing the hero. The change that followed the words was hard to describe. It wasn't something I saw or felt. Neither of them metamorphosed into something different. But it was no longer two separate entities that were before me. I'd heard a riddle once, in lore. When is a stone not as stone, when it is a wall? Nothing changed, yet it was not the same. The king rose to his feet, and pressed a tender kiss on the cheek of the livid queen. And so the war comes to a close, the king of Arcadia said. A realm cannot be at war with itself. A shiver went through the host of Fae around us, as if something had been torn out of them. The matter of boons remains, the queen of Arcadia said, and the eyes she turned on me were burning. Promises must be kept. I stood before two gods and did not kneel. I would not, in this moment, pretend this was anything but my win. That I'd bled thousands on the field, caused the death of men dear to me for anything less but utter victory. Upon the granting, you will have discharged your duty to me, the king said, and so will have earned the return of your heart. What do you request of us, Duchess of Moonless Nights? Of you, I request release from vassalage forevermore, I told the Fae. I am most saddened to grant this, the dark-skinned king said. He did not seem surprised. I turned my eyes to the queen. I would have to tread carefully here. If I fumbled the phrasing, she'd do her best to fuck me over. The temptations lay in the back of my mind, beckoning sweetly. To go back on my deal with the Empress and request that the whole of Arcadia come together to kill Diabolist. But she's not wrong. They'll wreck the entire Central Plains to do it, and we'd be risking some Fey influence remaining. And there was another, young but no less demanding for it. I could ask them to heal Nock. It would be a trifle to them, but there might be other means to save my legate. And I would never get this chance again. A heroine, I thought, would have made the right choice. The only justifiable one. But I was not a heroine, and justifications only mattered to the just. I spoke, and betrayed a man I called my friend. Of you I ask permanent right of passage through Arcadia for me and all I command, uncontested and unhindered, I said, voice hollow. I grant you this, the queen replied curtly. And so peace is upon us, the king said. Steel yourself, Catherine Foundling. I felt the hand tear through my chest before I could even open my lips, and the world went dark. Book 3, Chapter 46, Denouement. Never wound a man you do not intend to kill. Extract from the personal journals of Dread Emperor Terribilis II. It was a strange thing to bury a man. Of the Preci, only the Sonic shared the custom, and even then only the highborn who boasted ancient labyrinth mausoleums of baked mud to receive their own. Peasants and Tagreb burned their dead instead, save for those who had sold their remains to corpse raisers while they still lived. There were no ancient mazes in the Green Stretch, and the dues to the dead were different for Dunny. It was said that some of Amadeus' people still kept to the gods above in hidden places, conducting rituals even without priests to bless them, but his family had not been so twisted. Mother had proudly served in the legions, after all, and thought little of the ornate, boot-licking Westerners called religion. Yet Dunny buried their dead like Calawans did. The nature of that half-stolen custom, changed by centuries upon centuries of Preci rule, and all that came with it. The squire's shovel patted the surface of the freshly turned wet black earth, the last grave he would dig today. There were 4 of them: Father, Clarent, Belladonna, and Valerius. He'd not spoken to any of them since deserting the legions, and the first time in 3 years he'd laid eyes on his family had been to see them crucified by the burnt-out husk of the farm. The heir had not needed to sign his work, for he had already boasted of it. Discipline, he'd called it, for a mudfoot who did not understand his place in the world. The Sonic had not well taken his defeat in Callow, the way Ranger's knowledge of the lay of the land had allowed Amadeus to lead the paladins to his enemy's camp instead of his own. Sabah had offered to help him dig, meaning kindness though the offer was ignorant. Wixa had not, no more learned in Dunny customs, but instinctively knowing the offer would be crossing a boundary. It was High, in her own cold way, who had honored his family. She'd stood vigil at his side in silence as he dug, a sacrifice of hours freely offered to people she had never met. Amadeus wedged the shovel into the ground and stood by the unmarked graves he'd dug by the side of Mother's. Silently, he unsheathed a knife and split open his palm. Passing from grave to grave, he trickled droplets of red the way he had been taught, even as his companions stood behind him, still and quiet. There would be incomprehension on their faces, he knew. Preci knew well the power of blood, but were wary of spilling their own. There were many rituals a skilled mage could work with such a reagent, but there were no consecrated grounds in the stretch to prevent corpse theft, and the tower did not care to chastise necromancers that kept to the practice if their birth was high enough. The spilling of blood, to Dunny, was an oath. They who marked that grave in red will seek redress, should this grave be disturbed. He could have spoken the word, but he alone stood pale-skinned on this field. There would have been no meaning in it. He had wept, taking them down from the crosses, but the tears had dried and left nothing behind. Amadeus did not recognize his own voice when he told the others to leave him to the vigil, to be stood until the moon rose. It was too raw a thing to be his, absent of calm and thought. They deferred, though before long Ranger returned to his side. High knew no commands, but her own desires. "We'll kill him for this," she whispered, standing at his side. The green-eyed man smiled. "The air," he said, "meant to cloud my mind. Fill it with grief and anger. Unusually clever of him, truth be told. I lose much if I lose my distance from it all. It always turns on them, plots like this," the half-elf said. "They get more than they bargained for." Amadeus studied the palm he had cut mere hours ago, finding it perfectly smooth. It would not scar. Wounds unnamed rarely did, lest they were dire or meaningful. He wondered what kind of man it made him, that this was not meaningful to him. He wondered if he should grieve that he could not manage to care. Had he been this cold before he became the squire? It was hard to remember. He made a mistake, the Duny said. Not the one you believe this. This is just insufficient. Ranger did not answer. She'd always had a talent for that, knowing when to fill silence and let it stand. I believed I loved them, Amadeus said. But I killed them. Hi. The moment I claimed my name. I always knew that. Stories require clean breaks. We cannot have homes to return to, however humble they may be. You absolve him for this act? The honey-skinned woman asked. No, not that, the man murmured. Never that. One must stand responsible for one's actions. But it would be unseemly to blame solely his hand for this end. If not him, creation would have seen to the matter otherwise. Paladins venturing deeper into the stretch, perhaps, or wisps of a faraway ritual poisoning them in agony. Foe would have been provided, Ranger. Evil ever grows through conflict. You could have fought it, she said. And lost, he replied. Creation can be gamed. We have proved this, but it cannot be overturned. There are lessons to be learned from the tyrants of old. Power is not earned with clean hands. Their mistake was only to think bloodying them anew will always bring gain. He saw Ranger's lips quirk into a rueful smile. And now you debate philosophy over fresh graves, she said. Your grief lasted as long as the tears. I began grieving them the moment I became the squire, Amadeus said. This will not turn my path high. A loss has been added to the tally, that's all. There will be many, many more. And love, she said. A sweet thing, to be sure, the squire said. But love is not what I bared my blade for. She laughed, quietly. You're not boring at all, are you? She said. The blood you spilled, what does it mean? An oath, Amadeus said. A warning. Ranger's knife glinted silver in the dark as she cut her palm, joining her blood to his own on the dark earth. He met her eyes and wondered what was watching him back, that hard and blazing thing that had his heart skipping a beat. And now what, squire? She teased. I read a play once, Amadeus replied. Forbidden by imperial decree. There is a part one enjoyed, and it goes like this dash. His voice carried, without ever rising in tone. Be fearful now. Tremble, for my reach is long. My wrath is great. Patient but unrivaled. Above or below. High's answering smile was a thing of death, and Amadeus looked away, staring up at the stars, and letting his grief ebb to the sound of grinding wheels of steel. I woke to a riot of light. I was naked, I promptly noticed, and on a bed of stone. I did not feel the cold in the slightest, which I did not take to mean much considering I similarly felt nothing of twin clamps and scalpel someone had shoved into my chest. Masigo, unsurprisingly sitting at my bedside with his brow creased, idly dismissed a rune that had formed to the side of his head without looking away. Don't move, he ordered. This is precision work. Good morning to you too. I croaked, forcing myself to remain still. It's past noon bell, he noted. It said a lot about my life these days that I was largely unmoved by the sight of a man sitting by my naked body elbow deep in my chest without my say-so. His free hand reached for the scalpel, delicately set aside, and the fingers I couldn't see pivoted something inside my body. There was a click, felt though not heard, and I felt winter bloom through my veins. The well, I realized with widened eyes, was not gone. The mantle was still laid upon my shoulders. Taking out something that looked like a torturer's tool out of me, Hierophant clicked his tongue in satisfaction. He prodded with a long, rune-covered stick at what should have been my lungs, by the angle, and though my body felt nothing, I could feel something pressing against winter. With a nod, he set aside the stick and removed the clamps. It'll take at least a sun night to settle properly, he said. But the working was successful. Now, I said, would be a good time to explain what exactly you did. I was a little amused that neither of us cared all that much about my nakedness, but set that aside in favor of actually learning what the hells was going on. Neither your soul nor your body could support the title without the metaphysical stabilizer the king replaced your heart by, the blind man said. Your power began destroying your body the moment he removed it, and the edges of your soul were fracturing. You predicted as much, I said. Didn't you carve some sort of protection on my ribs when you tinkered with the moon? My calculations were inaccurate, he said, and he sounded deeply pained. The runes shattered within the first hour. You are the last titled entity of winter, Catherine. That had unforeseen consequences. I rose to a sitting position and spied neatly folded clothes on a chair to my right. Ah, Hakram, you prince among men. I put a shirt on, though I couldn't be bothered to hop around putting on trousers and underclothes before I got a full explanation out of Masigo. So things got fucked, I summarized. How'd that translate to get elbow deep inside Catherine without even buying her a bottle first? I wish you would rephrase that, he sighed. I created an artificial framework around your soul to support the power, to anchor it properly into you. There was need for some surgical work. So it's all good, I proposed. To an extent, he conceded. The power is no longer entirely intrinsic. What do entrances have to do with this? I said, grinning wretchedly and with full awareness of what I was doing. He visibly twitched, to my delight. Intrinsic, he insisted. Meaning dash. We all know what entrances are, Masigo, I interrupted smoothly. What does that mean, practically speaking? That the framework can be attacked, he said through gritted teeth. Through sorceress means. It can also only withstand the fullness of your power for some time, at least until I've put together a stronger array. That may take months. There is no precedent for this I am aware of. So you put scaffolding around my soul, I mused. An uneducated yokel might describe my work in such a manner. Yes, he said. And mages can take an axe to the scaffolding if they know what to look for. I continued. Which would be bad. Yes, Catherine, someone ripping out a working, attached to your very soul. Would be bad, he hissed. How astutely deduced of you. Are we talking decked in the face by Captain Bad? Or oh shit, I just mouthed off to the Hashmalam Bad? I squinted. That is not a quantifiable scale, he began, but rallied valiantly. Are you familiar with the concept of cascading failures? The Wasilidi doesn't have falls on it, Masigo, I told him helpfully. You really should have paid closer attention when you studied geography. The dark-skinned man opened his mouth, closed it, then rose to his feet. I wash my hands of this, he announced. We'll finish this talk when you're capable of taking anything seriously. Don't be like that. Z's. I grinned. I put my hand over my heart in a solemn oath. I promise not to yank your chain anymore. I lied. He studied me for a long moment. You always say that, he complained. But you never do. He was learning. I would give him that much. He promised to send in Hakram on his way out, after giving me long enough to get dressed, so I would not offend Adjutant's delicate Orcish sensibilities. I'd screwed with him mostly because it amused me, but there'd been the shadow of another intent in there. A little time alone to process the name Dream I still remembered with eerie clarity would not go amiss. There was a lot to parse there, aside from a few revelations I could have done without, namely that watching Black turn into the Carrion Lord had got Ranger going, and that she probably saw taking out knives as foreplay. I was not overly surprised on either count. My name had always been heavy-handed with the hints, and I knew better than to always follow the vague advice the dreams carried with them. But this one had been particularly direct. My teacher had buried his family, and odds are before the day was done, I'd have to light John Ferrier's pyre. A sweet thing, to be sure, but love is not what I bared my blade for. Fresh on the back of my hesitating to ask Nox healing as a boon, that struck particularly close to home. There were dangers to caring for my men, and considering setting aside a war-winning trump card for a single man to wake again made them stand out starkly. My name was telling me to grow harsher. That the moment I'd let the lone swordsman go, I'd begun a path that would be paved with the corpses of foes and friends alike. There was truth in that I could not deny. If what I set out to accomplish was greater than any of the myriad souls that made the whole, I should not flinch in the face of sacrificing any of them. To do otherwise would be crippling myself from the onset. The priests of the House of Light would have called that embarking on the path to damnation. But oh, that ship had sailed long ago, hadn't it? I found it hard to reconcile the smiling man I trusted with the man bathed in starlight, speaking those quiet words, but they were one and the same. Neither false, perhaps, but if they ever came at odds, I knew which would win. I had seen the Black Knight's face bared of the pretense of civility. You're telling me to let go, I murmured. I'd never been particularly good at that. I wasn't sure I wanted to start. You could win wars, I knew, without thinking like him, without tallying it all in my mind, staring at creation through the prism of gain and loss. But I remembered the sight of the burnt skull of a man who trusted me, believed in me, and I could not help but wonder if I might have avoided that if. Some empress or other had once said that the worst sin a villain could commit was hesitate. She'd not been wrong. Every moment I spared to gaze at my hands and ask whether there was too much blood on them or not enough. My enemies were moving, growing in strength as I stood still. There is a point where continuing to ask a question makes it meaningless, because creation has already passed you by. Diabolist would not care for my qualms. Neither would the Empress, or the First Prince, or whatever greater threat lurked behind them, because wasn't there always something larger? I smiled bitterly. I was, in the end, a practical woman. It mattered more to live than to be someone I could live with. I slipped on the rest of my clothes in silence, and was fitting my boots when Adjutant rapped his knuckles against the door. I called out for him to enter. Cat, he said, studying me closely. How are you feeling? Like the war's not over, I said bluntly. Report. You were under for a day and a night, he said. The Wraith are getting restless. You'll need to settle the Duchess soon. I've had Robber watch them. There's more to this than just wanting to strike a Diabolist. The Watch are acting oddly. Acu is making her move, I grunted. I suppose I should be thankful she didn't show up in the middle of the battle to fuck everything up. She is no longer in a position where she can move quietly, Adjutant noted. She must be very, very careful. If she slips now, even once, it will be the end of her. 15th. I asked, steeling myself. Casualties were significant. He grimaced, unknowingly baring fangs. The fight for the upper ring bled us dry. Give me numbers, I said. Aisha's still tallying them, he said. I frowned. You don't have to coddle me, I said flatly. It's been more than a day. The captains will have handed in their reports. We had another situation to deal with that delayed matters, Hakram replied. Diabolist sent invoice. They're currently awaiting audience with you outside the city. I heard the leather rip as my fingers tightened around it. Fuck. One of these days I was going to be able to take a nap without waking to a fire urgently in need of putting out. But evidently, it wouldn't be today. Give me another pair of boots, I sighed. Book 3, Chapter 47, Offers. Here is the truth of our dreadful crown. To claim it a declaration of war on banality, on mediocrity. The banner of the enemy is apathy, the slow grind of the inevitable. Victor or ruin. Every tyrant that ever lived bet their madness against the bridle of the heavens. Dread Empress regalia too. I wore plate, a suit of it untouched since it had left the imperial forges of a tear. My own had been wrecked by combat, both my power and that of my enemies. It would be days before our smiths could make anything of it, and Acua Sahelian's envoys awaited me now. The goblin steel covered by the red tabard of the legions had been forged for someone of broader build than I, and so the Akaton I wore underneath was bolstered with more padding. The cloak eye that streamed down my back had long ceased to be dark, strips of banners sewn onto the length by Hakram's clever hands. I knew them well, those marks. The silver spears, the colors of House Talbot and Kindle, and now greater honors still. Cloth of wind for the Duke of Violent Squalls, a red tongue of heatless flame torn from the Princess of High Noon, and now a golden ribbon ripped from one of the banners of the Immortals, the Queen of Summer's Own. The black cloth that still looked like feathers in the right light was half covered, by now, and in time there would be more. The collar of the cloak felt tight against my neck, worn in the precise style, but I wore it regardless. It was a statement. All these were mighty, once. Now I bear them on my back. Think twice, before you take a swing. The envoy's Diabolist had sent number 12. 3 times that number and Legion mages kept them under ward, but I was unconvinced it would be enough if they truly wanted to get up to something. My mages were hardened veterans, but most they knew of magic had been taught at the War College. They were no match for practitioners who'd inherited legacies old as the Kingdom of Callow, centuries of tricks and trumps that no one outside the wasteland had more than glimpsed. Into the pavilion that lay at the epicenter of the heavy wards, I took only 2 people with me. Aisha, whose knowledge of wasteland currents I may very well need to navigate that conversation, and Hakram. Him I trusted to see what I did not, and to keep me from making mistakes. I parted the cloth flaps and found only 2 of Diabolist's people were seated, the rest standing patiently behind them. 1 Tagreb, 1 Sonic. Both women I had never seen before, though that meant little. Acua and I drew talent from different pools. I'd inherited ties to the legions from my teacher and links to named besides, but my nemesis had the highborn of praise at her disposal. I had her beat in named and armies, as far as I was concerned, but in most everything else we were either matched, or she my better. The 2 who'd been seated when I entered smoothly rose and bowed. I learned a bit since my first public humiliation at court, in large part because of the very woman at my side, and so I was able to dissect the nuances. The angle was lower than that owed to an imperial governor, yet higher than the one a ruling high lord would expect. As with most things Sahelian, the gesture bordered between compliment and insult. Your Grace, the Sonic said in lower Mizan. This humble servant is Deka Wolda, Fuesa, to Wolof since the declaration. At my side stands Samaya of Fatimai, sworn to the Kara. My eyes narrowed at the second name, flicking to the Tagreb. Fatimai was the name of the lordship Ratface's father ruled, the supply tribune's name before he'd taken another at the college having been Hassan Kara. He was, I remembered, a member in decent standing of the True Bloods. Whether he'd since joined with the moderates I had no idea, but if he'd sent one of his own with Diabolist that seemed doubtful. Lady Sahelian sends strange envoys. Aisha drawled in Tagraby. Blood treats, sand shifts. I forced myself not to raise an eyebrow. I knew what the saying meant, more or less. Presai nobles usually only ever negotiated with other nobles, even though ruling lords and ladies rarely met face to face. It was a show of good faith to have a relative sitting at the table. When the Sonic had called her herself Fuesa, it meant she was from one of the so-called servant blood, retainer families that, while not highborn, had been in the service of a high lord's line for so long they were considered to have higher status than the rest of us peasants. Powerful mage lines usually fell into that, since it was always useful to have a few spares around to breed some talent into the blood. This Decca's family, if she was to be believed, had been in the service of the Mizans since the founding of the empire. Still didn't make her noble, though. A statement could be read in that, considering I was now Lady of Marchford and a Duchess besides. The highest of Presai's servants stand equal to foreign titles. Ah, good ol' Acua. She never was one to pass a good slight when opportunity knocked. This humble servant offers manifold apologies, Decca said, bowing again. The Lady Diabolist means no slight. It was understood that Vice Queen Foundling may not take kindly to one of the true blood. I almost snorted. So Diabolist was worried if she sent an aristocrat, all she'd get back was the head. Yeah, I could buy that. Sit, I said. Decca bowed again. This humble servant dares not gainsay you, but must offer the word of her mistress, she said. The Lady Diabolist requests that Lord Hierophant attend this conference. This isn't a place where Acua Sahelian gets to make requests, Hakram gravelled. Another bow. Gods, her back was going to kill her by day's end. Unless they'd bred her family for the flexible spines, which, horrifying enough, might actually be the case. You never fucking knew with the Wasteland's old blood. It is as you say, Lord Adjutant, Decca said. I sighed. Aisha, have them send a runner, I told my staff tribune. Make sure he knows it's not a suggestion on my part. She nodded and saw to it. If that wasn't clear enough, he might ignore the summons, and that would just be awkward. The envoys might take issue with grabbing a seat before Masigo showed up, but I did not in the slightest. I took the seat appropriated from Summer a while back and leaned back against the cushion. I studied the 10 standing in silence behind the envoys, now that I had the attention to spare. They were, I saw, what the soldiers of the Legions of Terror had been once upon a time. The true heart of the old hordes that had battered Kalos gates, not the greenskins tossed used to blunt charges and the levies sent to die storming walls. Sonic and Tagreb, dressed in ornate mail from head to toe that glimmered with sorcery. Their swords would be enchanted as well, every city weaving its preferred spells into the steel as they were forged. Helmets with curtains of mail on the sides and a descending prong of steel covering the nose revealed hard eyes, made to stand out by the colorful scarves tied around their necks. My people had fought men like these for centuries, until Black had replaced them with the legionaries I commanded. They were not to be underestimated, and it was their kind that would make up a great deal of Diabolus' host and lease. They were standing around what looked like a tightly bound rectangular package taller than I was, which brought questions considering the sorcery I could faintly feel coming from it. My men had already investigated, and I'd gotten a report saying it was a mirror inside, which might mean scrying with Diabolist herself was in the cards. There were no refreshments on the table, and I did not offer any. Aisha seated herself at my left, leaving the other side open for Hakram, though he stood behind me instead. It was Masigo that dropped into the chair when he finally arrived. He looked irritated, though his brow rose in interest when he laid glass eyes on the 2 main envoys. Mages? I asked. Above average talents, he said. The Tagreb in particular. Drake blood, is it? I'd heard some families near the Ares managed to bring it into the line. The compliment honors me greatly, Lord Hierophant, Samaya said, bowing even lower than she had for me. This servant's ancestors knew fortunate encounters. Your ancestors managed not to turn themselves into scaled abominations when stealing properties from famously unstable lifeblood, Hierophant noted. That takes skill as well as fortune. I confess curiosity. Is your blood thicker than that of a baseborn human? Your heart certainly beats slower. Masigo, we don't ask people about their blood thickness at diplomatic conferences, I sighed. Sit, you two. What does Acua want? Last I saw her, I was one oath away from repeatedly shoving steel in her throat until she stopped twitching. The 2 women bowed as smoothly as they had rise, seating themselves across us. An explanation for the mirror would be warranted before beginning is had, Aisha said. She spoke lower Mizan, but the cadence of the words was all Tagraby. The way she'd avoided using pronouns was as well. Aisha called it noble dialect, and every major Presi language had a form of it. It was the kind of impersonal double-talk highborn used in negotiations with each other, conventions established ages ago that had become unspoken law. Formal diplomatic language that Acua had never bothered to use in her dealings with me before, or any highborn Presi I'd met for that matter. That I was usually killing or coercing them at the time likely had something to do with it. Still, it was interesting she was dusting off the manners now. Whatever the envoys were after, Diabolist was willing to pretend she was taking me seriously for it. Funny how people suddenly became polite after you murdered a demigod. This humble servant brings word from the Lady Diabolist, Samaya said. The tool is meant to provide sympathetic link for scrying. Authority to treat in the name of the lady has not been granted, for the lady would treat directly. Hierophant, I prompted. The dark-skinned mage leaned forward in his seat. Woolophyte scrying array, the kind the Sahelians kept to themselves, he said. A few hidden runes to record sound but dash. Light trickled between Masago's fingers and a hiss came from the hidden mirror, the acrid smell of smoke filling the pavilion. They has been dealt with, he finished. There will be no surprises. Provincial work, whoever carved these. The pathing spells to find double-bind runes have been known for decades. If the envoys were miffed, Hierophant had just casually marred what was probably an ancient and expensive heirloom belonging to their mistress, they showed no sign of it. Unlike Masigo, I had a decent read on the Diabolist, and I knew there was no way she'd have missed the fact that with him in the room, there would be no sneaking those runes through. Odds were it was an old artifact, and he'd just casually burned a chunk of it because he disliked the quality. Either she's showing off her wealth and what little she cares of it as a reminder of the resources she has at her disposal, or it was the artifact best suited for this conversation, and she simply didn't care since our talk is important enough to warrant the loss. Either way, Acua, your point has been received. Proceed, I waved nonchalantly. The envoys rose and bowed before delicately undoing the bindings around the cloth covering the mirror, setting it up so that it faced us to the height of a standing person. Fancy. The two women touched a palm to the silver surface they'd revealed, sorcery sinking into the metal before they stepped away and joined the soldiers. There was a ripple across the surface, and then I looked at Diabolist in the flesh. As usual, she dressed to make an impression. Red and gold, which I'd come to notice were favorites of hers, made up the silks of her long and perfectly fitted dress. I would have been able to appreciate the sight of that perfect hourglass figure and in smooth long legs if the very sight of her didn't make me want to reach for my sword. I noticed, after a heartbeat, that she was seated on what appeared to be a throne. Some gaudy thing of gold and jewels, with arms that ended in the grinning faces of devils. I leaned towards Aisha. Isn't it illegal for anyone but the ruling tyrant to sit on a throne? I asked. Since the declaration, yes, she replied faintly. I snorted, turning my eyes back to Diabolist. Well, apparently you're done fucking around, I said. There's a nice change of pace. Acua's golden eyes studied me emotionlessly. It is unfortunate, she said, that someone gave you the impression your mannerisms are charming. Deca. This one feels power comparable in scale to a Prince of Summer, the Sonic said. My hand rose, and she began choking as her throat filled with ice, clawing at the skin desperately. Aisha stilled at my side. Not a single other person in the pavilion moved. Envoys are covered by law, I said. Spies aren't. Diabolist watched my actions with detached curiosity. She wrote her off before ever sending her. I realized, trading a fresh eye on me for a retainer's life. I lowered my hand. Walk out, I said calmly. Present yourself to the nearest legionary. You are now a prisoner of war. The woman looked to Acua, who inclined her head by the barest fraction. This humble servant thanks you for your mercy, your grace. Deca bowed to me. You're trying my patience, I noted calmly, and gave Hakram a glance. Understanding passed without need for words. He'd see to it, and let her out. It was necessary, Diabolist said, to understand who I was treating with before we began in earnest. I smiled coldly. Where's all that nice flowery noble tongue gone to, Diabolist? I asked. Your people were being so sweet to me before. The Sonic smiled like we were old friends. It never reached the eyes. This noble one will, of course, be glad to offer such courtesy should it be returned, she said. I'd have to stop cussing if we did, right? I asked Aisha. She nodded. Carry the fuck on, I told Diabolist with a winning smile. I was being ornery mostly because I'd rather eat a bowl of knives than be civil to the monster on the other side of the mirror, but there was another intent behind it. Now and then I managed to get under her skin, and that had a way of tripping her up. I'd never managed it before outside a death match, but there was no loss to me here even if it failed. Flipping the finger to Acua's noble sensibilities was reward in and of itself. You appear to have dealt with the Fey invasion, Squire, Acua said. I offer you congratulations. I don't think well deep enough in creation to throw those down that would convey how little they mean to me. I cheerfully retorted. You have done great service to the Empire, Diabolus said, unruffled. I supposed after actually trying to stab her verbal digs felt a little lacking from her side of the equation. You've abducted one of said Empire's cities, I said. Don't suppose you'd care to give it back? That could be arranged, she said. My use for the city itself is permanent, but the inhabitants could be released. The two of us had a conversation on the Blessed Isle. Once, I said. You told me you'd put everyone inside my orphanage to the sword, if I didn't renounce my name. Do you remember what I replied that night? That you would make a monument to ruin of me, Acua Sahelian said, and she sounded almost fond. You refused me, naturally. Those, however, were 40 lives. I hold over 100,000 of your countrymen in my palm now. You know that's not how that works, I serenely said. I let one of your pack of vultures pull this on me once, then every High Lord will threaten to start summoning demons in Calawan cities for leverage. Diabolist cocked her head to the side. When we first met, you would have hesitated, she praised. I must confess I rather enjoy the woman you've become, Catherine. You've been scoured of your former impurities. Spoken like someone I'm going to murder before the year is out, I said. Is this the part where you tell me we're not so different, that we could work together? You burned that bridge when you let the demon loose, Acua. A blow meant to cripple you, that you dealt with in a way that demonstrated great aptitude, Diabolus said. Had you not been able to weather the likes of it, we would not be speaking. I blinked. You've never actually admitted to that before, I slowly said. There is a certain satisfaction in discarding the pretense, the dark-skinned beauty mused. You should be aware by now I've never seriously attempted to take your life. You were never aiming to be Black's apprentice, I know, I flatly said. Bit of a jump going from that to us being friendly, considering you did try to cripple me several times and are directly responsible for the death of both soldiers and innocents under my charge. The alternative to the posturing would have been standing against the Empress prematurely, she said. We both know the outcome of such a trial. It was never personal, Catherine. While I do find you grating, you are not without redeeming qualities. Aisha leaned it. She may very well mean what she says, the officer murmured. While her actions are those of a foe by the customs of your people, to a Presai allying with her would not be unthinkable should the rewards be sufficient. I watched the Diabolist. That genuinely friendly visage she must have spent years perfecting. I was not looking at a person so much as a collection of cold ambitions that masqueraded as one. I'm being told you might mean that, I said. But we understand each other, don't we, Acua? You know what I think of your great game. You know better than to think I'm going to link hands with the likes of you, no matter what you offer. I heard Adjutant silently return to the pavilion, coming to stand behind me. You speak so because you believe I am going to lose, Diabolus said. That is not an unreasonable position. No, you're going to lose, I said. You have a month before Lise has to come down, or you have 100,000 rioters on your hands. And the moment you're grounded, I'll be leading the largest army since the conquest to take your head. And so we touch upon the reason I requested the presence of the Hierophant, she said. I glanced at Masigo. He didn't react. I elbowed him. Is it over? He asked. Pay attention, I chided. She's got something she wants to say that concerns you. He looked dubious, but his face turned to Acua. As the only son of Lord Warlock, I assume you are familiar with what the Calamities refer to as the Dark Day Protocol. Masigo frowned. I am, he said. It's a classification for workings they use. The best way to describe them would be Kingdom Killers. Uncle Amadeus has never lifted restriction on their use that I know of, though study is another matter. 20 years ago, Diabolus said, Lord Warlock comprehensively researched what I believe came to be called the Stillwater Project. It was distressing the way Masigo paused at that. That is under Imperial seal, he said. Everyone involved was killed, and their souls bound to prevent necromancy. Uncle said if it ever got out we could do that there would be a crusade mobilized within the month. A trial was run, Acua said. In a closed pocket, Hierophant said, and his voice shook. You have a ritual that can... No, a ritual would have been noticed. You have an artifact that allows you to scry other dimensions. Gods, the advances that could lead to. The hells could be mapped with this. Arcadia, we could learn the full boundaries of creation. I'd never before seen him look hungry, desire twisting his features. It is currently in my possession, Diabolus said, and could be made available for your study, should you choose neutrality in the coming conflict. Yeah, I wasn't letting that go. It's yours after we kill her, I said. Hierophant, focus. Still water, what does it mean? Father was trying to discover if necromantic state could be achieved almost entirely through alchemy with sorcery as only a trigger, Masigo said. After consuming sufficient amounts of a reagent, humans can be turned into undead with a minor ritual, with exponential potential for number of affected as relative to expended power. That sounds like an undead plague, I frowned. The Empires used those on Callow before, they don't work. The House of Light always ends them in the crib. It is metamorphosis, Catherine, not a magical disease, he said impatiently. Miraculous healing has limits. It can heal a sickness, but not change the natural state of being of a human. Reconnect a cut limb, but not regrow it. The power of the priests would kill the undead, not cure them. I breathed in sharply. Shit. If there was no cure and all that was needed was for people to imbibe the substance, then the only limit on that was the amount of reagents the Empire could afford, and Praise was very, very rich. If they play it quiet enough, half of the Principate could be a shambling horde before they realize what's happening. And Acua had implied she knew of this. The refugees, I said. The people of Lys. You fed them the substance. Our understanding of the process was incomplete, Diabolus conceded. It took me several months instead of the theorized one to reach the ideal concentration. The process was accelerated when I held the only available source of water, of course. As you can see, it is temporary for you to have the largest army on the field. That can be remedied in the span of an hour should I wish it. I'm not sure I have the words to express how dire the consequences of that would be, for you, I quietly said. I would rather not employ these means myself, Acua easily said. Yet you now understand I am not in nearly as desperate straits as you believed, which is now I would now make you an offer. My fingers clenched until the knuckles turned white. Would you like to rule Callow? The Diabolist asked. Truly rule it, I mean. Not whatever ramshackle arrangement the Empress promised you. You would be queen in truth. Under you, I said. Not a dishonorable state of affairs, as the rest of Calernia would be soon to follow, she said. I do not care, Catherine, for the petty duties of running this continent, so long as it bows to me. I understand, of course, that by the customs of your people I have caused personal offense. I would provide gift to even the balance. I am given to understand one of your companions, the legate Nock, was wounded beyond your means to heal. I will return him to fullness of health myself, as a gesture of goodwill. Truly, so long as you limit your ambitions to the bounds of Callow, there is no reason the two of us cannot find accord. You would find me a most tolerant ruler. I closed my eyes, sought calm, and found only winter. A frozen landscape without end, reflecting the ragged edges of my anger in a sprawling hall of mirrors. The air turned cool. The wards around us shivered. How many times am I going to have to betray you, Nock? But I had not traded him for a boon, and I would not trade him for an empire. Eyes opened, and the envoys ahead flinched. Here is my own offer, Acua Sahelian, I said softly. Set Lys down. Abandon everything, flee to Ashur, and sell what you must to buy passage across the Tyrian Sea. If you do that, spare me the horror of bringing down everything you've ever built on your head. You'll keep your life. This I call fair bargain, and more than you deserve. I had hoped, Diabolus said, that I would not need to break you before we came to an arrangement. If you march against me, terms will not be offered when next we meet. They will be given. I give you oath, Diabolist, I said, and I hardly recognized my voice, for it was a thing of ice and iron. If you do this, there is no place in creation or beyond that will safeguard you from me. Not heavens or hells, not even if every lord in Arcadia swears to you. The doom I promise you will have men trembling in 1,000 years when they speak of Acua's folly and the woe that came from it. The Diabolist smiled tenderly, as if I had confessed my love for her. Oh, Catherine, she murmured. I almost regret it, that this ends with you kneeling. Before she'd finished the last word, I had flipped the table and crossed the pavilion, sword in hand, and shoved to the hilt through the mirror. I spread through it, and it broke with a deafening crack, shattering in 100 pieces of shining silver. I did not bother to look at the remaining envoy or her escort. If any of them move, I told Adjutant, kill them all. I want them shackled and in a dark hole before a quarter hour's passed. He nodded slowly as I strode out of the tent. Hierophant followed, panting as he tried to catch up. Catherine, he gasped. Wait. I turned to him, forcing calm. The array on Lys, Masigo said. It's too large. The power of the entity she bound does not make sense if still water is her intent. She could achieve it with something 100th the size and a dozen mages. I froze. This isn't it, I croaked. Hierophant shook his head. She has yet to reveal her weapon, he said. A city floating in the sky, a god stolen and bound. 100,000 men turned undead. All of this, and it was only the opening of the waltz. It was time, I thought, for hard measures. Book 3, Chapter 48, Interrogation. I was once told that character is what you are in the dark. I found, my dear Chancellor, that I was the dark. Dread Emperor Sorceress. There, Hierophant said. It had been a pleasant surprise to learn that Masigo had not ignored the talks with Diabolist purely because the matters discussed bored him. He had, in fact, been tracking the other end of the scrying spell since its establishment. Though Acua had used relays to muddy the water, I doubted she'd seriously expected her work to fool the eyes of a named mage. The implication there lay bare. It didn't matter if we knew where she was, because she was ready to pull the trigger at any time, on still water and whatever else she had up her sleeve. The neatly ordered lines of light in the air formed a broad map of Callow, though it ignored cities for geographical features. Studying it, I picked one of the stones Juniper used when planning operations and set it down on the earthly map I'd sent for. This looks accurate to you, I said. The Sonic did not turn, and I got the eerie impression he was looking with his glass eyes through the back of his head. Half an inch upwards, he said. I adjusted and grimaced as he dismissed the spell. No way to tell if she's set down, is there? I asked. She will have to use her array, Hierophant said. On a working of this scale, the slightest imprecision would have massive repercussion. I've never heard of a flying fortress capable of remaining entirely still in the sky. So this, I thought, was going to be our battlefield. Acua had brought Lise in the heartlands of Callow, precisely at the intersection of 3 cities, Vale, Ancu, and Southpool. All cities that had gone largely untouched by the Lise rebellion and what men were already beginning to call the Arcadian War. On one hand, that brought her within marching distance of the legions under the command of Marshal Grem One-Eye. On the other hand, those legions were posted there because they were in spitting distance of the border with the Principate. There was, I knew, no realistic way to keep anything that would go down there quiet abroad. Diabolist, as was her habit, had begun to fuck us over from the very beginning. Black and militia had spies under every rock in this land. But not even that would be enough to keep the method of necromancy used here under wraps. It had taken another sit-down with Masigo to understand how much a problem it would be if still water got out. I knew there was something called Keter's Dew that was one of the limits of sorcery, the amount of power that got wasted with every spell and ritual, and apparently the Dew one was one of the reasons why large rituals were only ever used if you didn't mind wrecking wherever they took place, like, infamously, the Kingdom of the Dead. Warlock's horror project was bad news in part, because most the heavy lifting was done through alchemy, with only the trigger being sorcery. It could be used again and again without any great resource investment save the reagents. Calling it world-shaking innovation would be stretching a bit, in my opinion, since there were still obvious limits on how it could be employed. If people didn't imbibe enough of the reagents, the ritual wouldn't do much at all, and after the initial use other nations would certainly start keeping an eye out for it. It was still a brutal weapon, one that had the potential to wreck large swaths of territory if employed properly, which it would be if the Empress and Black were the ones plotting the use. Given that the first prince was already itching for a crusade, there would be consequences when it got out. The best I could hope for was to slow the spread of information and destroy the proof. I knew better than to hope that would lead to more than a delay. Diabolist had just effectively ensured we'd be at war with the Principate within a few years, at a guess the moment they finished getting on war footing. Given the titanic size of Procure and what it would actually mean to have its full strength thrown at the Empire, I doubted Black would give them the time to gear up in peace. He'd strike first and strike hard, aiming to cripple them before they mustered their armies properly. If they don't start the war, we will. Dark as the thought was, I would prefer the latter. Better to fight on Proceran soil than Callowan. I reached for the bottle and topped up my glass. I had no idea how long Diabolist would need to finish her array, assuming she hadn't already, and that meant the timescale of this campaign was still in the dark. If I took a few months to gather reinforcement, was I going to have to deal with the sky raining fire? On the other hand, with the army that stood on the other side, could I afford not to? Unless she'd gotten reinforcements since her scrap with the Princess of High Noon, Diabolist had only 6,000 proper soldiers, but twice that in undead and devils. Then she'd get the entire population of Lys, of course, and she still had one greater devil. For something to qualify as greater in the eyes of a princess of summer meant it wasn't to be taken lightly, by my reckoning. It would mean nothing to hit fast if my armies failed to take the city. There are still so many unknowns, I thought, and glanced as Masigo made to leave. Stay, I said. I need you for the coming conversation. Though my judgment is laudable, I have not much exercised it in matters of war, Hierophant said. This one's not about war, not exactly, I said. I sent for Duchess Keegan. I want to know exactly what Diabolus got her hands on that has her so worried, and what the consequences of killing it would be. The blindfold creased with his brow. D'Wraith are notoriously secretive, he said. And it'll be the three of us in the tent alone, I grunted. I already am compromising. I'd rather have Hakram and Juniper in here as well. And you believe she will see it this way? The blind man asked, genuinely curious. Let's hope she's reasonable, I said. The mage looked amused at that, for some reason, but he grabbed the seat at the edge of the table. It was meant for over a dozen, the same I used for staff meetings, and looked rather strange, so empty when I'd grown used to it being full. I drank from my cup as Hierophant summoned the bottle to him, and poured himself one as well. I raised an eyebrow. Would it really have been that much of an effort to get up? I said. You sound like father, he muttered. Whatever I would have made of that, and already I had. Ideas had to be set aside for a moment, as Keegan graced us with her presence. It would be revisited, though. The grin I sent Masego's way promised as much. Your Grace. The Duchess greeted me, then grudgingly inclined her head at Masigo. Lord Hierophant. Duchess Keegan. I replied over the rim of my cup. Please sit. The courtesies on her part were stiff, and I knew exactly why. 20,000 D'Wraith had marched out of Daoin, a quarter of them watch, and now only 14,000 remained. Her casualties had the battle of 4 armies, and one had been relatively light, but Dormer had been bloody business. Made worse, I knew, by the fact that Juniper had refused her use of the watch when she struggled against the summer regulars in the outer city. Instead, they had been sent to fight the Immortals, and courted disaster there as well. I'd yet to get a spoke report, but the written one I'd gotten my hands on said the watch had been getting brutalized before Thief came to their aid by snatching the standard on that flank. Half the watch had been buried, either here or in Arcadia. It was the kind of losses that would take a generation to recover from, and we hadn't even come in sight of Lys yet. Keegan took a seat distant from both mine and Masego's, to my dark amusement. It was almost childish, the three of us sharing a table meant for 4 times our number, as if there was nothing odd in it. Your messenger did not specify the reason for your summons, only that the matter was urgent, the Duchess said. She had the bottle, but did not reach for it. I had no intention of wasting Vale summer wine on the likes of her, and so did not offer. We know where the Diabolist is, I said, and gestured at the table. She glanced at it, eyes lingering on the stone I'd placed. A blunder on her part, the D'Wraith said. You could easily muster forces from the adjoining cities without even use of portals. Orders through scrying would allow you to gather and arm men in great numbers. I'm considering my options, I said. I balked at the idea of sending half-trained civilians into the den of madness Acua would have prepared for them, but I was not unaware I might not have a choice. What we had left might not be enough to deal with more than 100,000 undead, much less the horde of devils she was sure to have contracts for. That is why I called for you. As it happens, I continued. The odds are already stark as is. We can't afford to go in blind. The tanned face of the aristocrat went blank. I have already shared with you what I can, she said. I raised an eyebrow. She'd told me that whatever Acua had bound could be considered a deity of sort, which was actually less than what Masigo had been able to tell me, and all he knew was secondhand from his father. Behavioral changes were observed in the watch, Hierophant said. Of this you have not spoken, or truly much at all. Keegan's eyes went cold. Has your esteemed father not put enough of my people under the knife to discern some truths? She said. Ah, sarcasm. She should know better than to think that would work on Masigo. He had a decent read on those he knew well, but strangers? No, Hierophant replied frankly. He is under orders never to grab a member of the watch without legal cause, which has been very difficult since the conquest. How sad for him, Keegan replied blandly. That's very kind of you, Masigo said, sounding surprised. It has been very irritating to have such a fascinating mystery within reach, but forbidden from study. Warlock's not the one asking you the question, Duchess, I said. I am. The woman's eyes returned to me. The terms of our treaty with the Tower place the affairs of internal rule within our sole purview, she said. And if the thing was still within your borders, I'd cheerfully pretend it didn't exist, I said. It isn't. It's being used as fuel for whatever Diabolist means to throw at us, and I'm not taking a swing at that without a broad idea of what's waiting on the other side. The breach of terms was precise, Keegan stiffly said. It is not for Daoin to pay the price for that treachery. Acua Sahelian has been attainted as rebel by the Empress, I sighed. You know who stands for praise right now? I do. You know, the person trying to fix this fucking mess. A mess you have no small hand in making, the Duchess coldly said. Did you not personally petition the court to have the Diabolist named Governess of Lys? I was bound by oath to do as much, I reply, but it was a weak answer and I knew it. It had occurred to me, of late, that it was hard to tell if I was the pillar propping up Callow or the stone around its people's neck. I wasn't done losing sleep over that, but neither was I going to let it bind my hands when dealing with a woman actively refusing to inform me of a danger we both faced. And I am bound by duty not to speak of this matter, Keegan said. I let out a long breath and calmly put my hand on the table. The other woman watched it, and her features loosened almost imperceptibly when she saw the wood had not fogged or frozen. She thought it meant I wasn't furious. Wrong. It just means I've gotten back a sliver of control. I've made a lot of oaths and promises in the last few months, I calmly said. Some pretty grandiose threats, too. I won't bother with that here, Keegan. I'll just put two truths in front of you. The first is this. To have a decent chance at victory, I need to know what I'm facing. The second is this. I do not need your consent to get an answer. I could speak. I could have Hierophant rip it out of her mind or half a dozen other ways. With every month my arsenal grew, and I grew less reluctant to use it. I could use any of those tools and even make sure she wouldn't remember a bit of it when she left this tent. Masigo had learned much from his work against Fae in the south when I sent him to use Summer against the Diabolist. You have made much of treating fairly, Keegan said, but I could see fear there. And I will again, I said. I'll offer mercy whenever I can. Justice too, as much as it can be had, but never when the cost is defeat. That is my line in the sand. Cross it at your peril. The Duchess met my eyes, even afraid, and for that she won my respect. It would not stop me from asking Hierophant to carve open her mind, if I had to. A lesser evil is still an evil, she bitterly said. I prefer necessary to lesser, I said, but will not quibble over the rest. Keegan breathed out and reached for the wine. She poured herself a glass and wet her lips before speaking. It is not a god in the way Presi would know of it, she said. It is a gestalt. Masigo gasped. Souls, he said. Keegan nodded. Every single one of the people that have died since the elves took the golden bloom from us, she said. Millions by now. And the watch is bound to them, I said. They borrow the strength of our ancestors, one day to take back our home, the Duchess said. You forged a god, Hierophant said, and spoke with a touch of awe. This might be the single greatest working of necromancy creation has ever known. Unlike Keter it would. Keep growing. Every decade you can have more watchmen, or stronger. I had other worries. If Diabolist controls your gestalt, I said, can she control the watch through it? The past rulers of Daoin had similar worries, Keegan said. A degree of separation was created to prevent a warlock from affecting this should they find out. It is one of the reasons the watch has not been able to grow more numerous, but not more powerful over the centuries. The number of oaths that can be taken is limited. The usurpation was still felt. However, it is quite unpleasant. You should have spoken of this to Father years ago, Hierophant began excitedly. There are numerous theories that dash. I cut him off with a raised hand. Can it be destroyed? I asked. Yes, she reluctantly said. And what would the consequences of that would be? I pressed. I am unsure, she admitted, and I turned to Masigo. You'd be destroying the gestalt, not the souls, Hierophant noted. As individual entities they would go on existing, released from whatever binding kept them together. I grimaced. That sounds bad, I said. It would damage the surroundings, right? Containing them in a location would be feasible, with the right set of wards, he said. Otherwise, should they be unconstrained, I imagine over a third of Callow would be turned into a blasted, violently haunted wasteland. I'll need a direct look or more precise numbers to project the exact fallout. I have brought specialists to wrest back control from the Diabolist, the Duchess said. Preventing her from interfering with the process is the most salient issue. Glass Eyes turned to her. It find it unlikely, Hierophant said, that Diawraith mages could undo the work of a named practitioner of Acua Sahelian skill. I drummed my fingers against the wood. Duchess, Get your people talking with Hierophant, I ordered. We'll see how feasible your way is. I'd much prefer it was. But if it isn't, I grimaced. Well, Diabolus put a sharper in the middle of her army, I said. I'm not above lighting it to finish the war. Fletched. To follow a principle is to ascribe value to it, and value always has worth that can be quantified. Is to value quantifiable worth above all, therefore, not to follow the greatest of all principles. Extract from Bought and Sold, a collection of the teachings of the merchant Prince Ironos, founder of Mercantis. It was the second time Indrani was made to serve at an auction of the Closed Circle, and she knew better than to hope it would be the last. She was exotic. The word came even more often than pretty and mannerly in the mouths of honored guests, as if the color of her skin had made her some wild animal instead of a 9-year-old girl. Merchant Lord Septim had been complimented too many times on how much of a coup acquiring her had been for Indrani to ever think he would not continue volunteering her as a servant for the evenings. It was rare occasion, at least. The Closed Circle never held auction more than once a year, and it was not guaranteed to. The nature of what was put to auction forbade it from being regular occurrence. The masked men and women of the circle called it an auction for which that cannot be bought, but Indrani had already grown used to the way Mercantians slathered drama over everything like honeyed glaze. The Closed Circle, as far as she understood, put up for trade things that couldn't be bought with gold. It was barter the way slaves like her did in the pens, but with enough gold leaf and expensive wine involved they got to pretend it was different. She hadn't been there when the goods for auction were announced, but by milling around serving drinks, she got to overhear enough conversations to piece together a few. There was a letter that could ignite war in the free cities, the secret to earn the love of a Proceran princess, and the greatest shame of a Calawan baron. Strangers things too, a glimmer of Arcadian moon, and a sword without a blade forged by a Presi emperor. The last, she knew, had been traded at the last auction. She'd not seen it, but they said the warlock had been there looking for an ancient song that revealed the lay of some lesser hells. He'd offered something from the vaults of the tower in exchange, which had gotten the merchant lords excited. The Dread Empire sat on the greatest troves of treasures in Calernia, it was said, but these days rarely took them out from the warded rooms where they were hidden away from creation. Indrani didn't give a fuck about what the Easterners got up to in their deserts, but the owners being in a good mood was good for her as well. Septim wouldn't sell her until she'd flowered. He'd already said as much, but when he felt generous, she got a few hours out in the city instead of remaining bound to his estate. Once that had been one of her rare delights, but tonight the notion she might see her leash loosened felt empty. Indrani had been careful, hoarding what she could and stealing when she was sure she could get away with it. The trick was to steal from free servants. There was almost never a tracking rune on their possessions, and paid for one equester to find her parents. She'd had to go to the lower city to find one whose fees she could afford, but after 2 years of scrounging finally, she had managed. It had been pointless. Her mother was already dead, assassinated as part of a squabble between merchant lords. Her father had been sold in Ashur and died in a mine collapse as a free member of its lowest citizenship tier. The quester told her that was a committee's fault, higher-tier citizens debating for a week on whether it was worth digging out the people in the collapsed shaft or not. Eventually, lack of air had settled the question where words failed. Indrani wondered if she was supposed to swear vengeance on their behalf. Feuds were not rare between Mercantians, though always short-lived, but there were Calawan and Presi slaves in the pens that still stole knives to kill each other over things their peoples had done hundreds of years ago. There wasn't much, she thought, to seek vengeance for. Her father she'd never even met, and she barely remembered her mother. Warmth and the smell of spices, that was all. The name she'd been given by the woman had been kept since Merchant Lord Septim thought it would make her more authentic. But the way it was spoken was different from what little she remembered. It was spoken in Lower Meson, not whatever tongue was spoken by the people of her parents across the Tyrian Sea. All the girl could muster was a vague sorrow at what could have been. It was left formless because her life already had form. She was to sing, to learn the 3 dances and the 7 tongues, and earn great profit for the man who'd snatched her from her mother's arms at the cost of a small fortune. She'd gone quiet, and her smile had lapsed as she thought. She realized. Indrani forced a cheerful smile, and dearly hoped no one who had rivalry with Septim had seen her. All it would take was a single comment to humiliate the merchant lord, and she would have earned a caning. Luck might be in her favor, for there were few Mercantians at closed circle auctions. A third of the people in attendance were fat merchant lords and ladies, but the consortium kept light presence at events like this. The merchant princes of Mercantis had long ago ordered as much, to ensure it would be powerful foreigners that came to the city of bought and sold for the ineffable prizes offered. Indrani, a sweet smile painted on her face, presented her silver platter to the closest honored guest. A woman, though not like she'd ever seen before. She had the skin of the honey-colored Yenti, but her face was different and her ears were pointed. Her red dress alone was proof she was wealthy enough to be here, silks that could only be had from praise and Ashur. The rough leather boots stood out from the perfectly presented rest, a stain on the jewels and beauty. The honored guest considered her for a long moment before claiming a goblet of Helikian pale. "Well now, Yemenayani," she said, "where did the fat ones get their hands on one of you?" "This one does not understand what you speak of," Indrani replied. "I imagine your parents made it through on a Balite ship before fate fucked them bad enough you ended up here," the honored guest mused. "Your peoples don't often cross the Tyrian Sea, girl. They never learn the routes." "This one was born in Mercantis, honored guest," Indrani said. "You can drop the slave talk," the woman said, rolling her eyes. "And that platter as well. You're interesting enough an oddity, you'll be fetching me drinks for the rest of this bore. Send your owner to me if they object." The slave swallowed noisily. She wasn't an idiot. She knew there were men and women that were interested in girls her age. She was pricey enough a commodity that Septim had never made her available for those kinds of deals, but for an honored guest? No one got in this hall without being powerful enough to curry favor with. Could she run? The rune carved into the back of her neck would start boiling her blood if she went too far from the anchor, but it might be worth it if she could avoid this. The woman drained the cup and dropped it on the platter, reaching for another. She'd just drank, Indrani knew, a vintage worth a boy of working age and good health. Like it was water. The waste was like a slap in the face, utter disregard for the wheels of value and interest she'd been taught ruled the world. Whoever decided there's need to mingle for an hour after the prizes are announced should be shot, the honored guest sighed. I'd burn the invitations if they didn't occasionally have useful stuff. The closed circle is pleased to provide for all your needs, Indrani said. The woman snorted. Did you know your people abduct the Salamdul, who wander too close to the border, she said. Rip out the hearts in some pretty grisly rituals to the gods. Having one of you in slave livery is like putting ribbons on a tiger. This one knows not what you speak of, Indrani said, desperately reaching for the phrases she'd been taught. Are you enjoying the auction, honored guest? Prisai Highborn speak just like that, the woman said. They put accents on different parts, but you're coming from Balite bastard talk, and they from wasteland tongues. Their nobles think they're being distinguished, but they forget Misan envoys were always slaves. Mercantis was founded by exiles. You see, you keep the traditions closer to true. This one was not taught history, Indrani tried. The honored guest smiled strangely. I know a man who once said ignorance of precedent is the doom of empires, she said. Though you're too young for romance, I suppose. The girl hid her relief as well she could. Those particular duties would not be asked of her, it looked like. The stranger patted her shoulder as one would pat a pet. Some owners were like that, liked to think of themselves as benevolent. Most of the time, more trouble than it's worth, the woman said. It's the exceptions that fuck you, mark my words. This one will, honored guest, Indrani replied. It was toothless enough, as far as babbles went, and she'd been forced to smile and nod and much uglier stuff. Ranger, the woman said. Call me Ranger. The slave stiffened. That was not a name, it was a name. The half-drunk guest at her side had been granted mantle by the gods themselves, whether above or below. She stood in the presence of greatness, and greatness was helping itself to another cup of wine and downing it so quickly she must barely taste it. Indrani glimpsed a tall silhouette coming from behind and felt cold fear course her veins. Merchant Lord Septim was young, barely 30, and had yet to gain the fat that Mercantians influential enough to vie for the title of merchant prince uniformly wore. His tanned face was leathery and desiccated, a match for those hungry, empty eyes that she had learned to fear. Whims were rare in the man, and generosity ever passing. Lady Ranger, Septim smiled. I see you've taken a shine to my Indrani. The honey-skinned woman glanced at the merchant lord like he was waste scrapped off her boots. Speak in my presence again, and I'll slit your throat, she mildly said. The merchant lord paled. Shoo, copper counter, Ranger said. My patience is already running out. Indrani did not smile. When the honored guest was gone, she would still be a slave, and one who had witnessed Septim's casual humiliation. There was a beating for her in it, waiting around the corner. The memory of the barely veiled fury on her owner's face wouldn't do much to take away the dull throb of a caning's aftermath. Merchant Lord Septim is said to be the foremost candidate for the princeship in a decade, Indrani warned quietly. Ranger chuckled. I could open the little shit up from balls to throat, and all the consortium would do is send me a bill, she said. Everything's for sale here. Even the city, famously, though no one's ever had the coin for it. The girl did not reply, for she had nothing to say. Mighty as the name was, she would be gone soon enough. The sun set every night, no matter how warm, and never rose twice the same. Attachment to the transient was the way of dead slaves. Weeks's little trinket should be interesting, but the loafer in the tower wouldn't let anything too useful of her grasp, the honored guest said. The only thing worth a second glance here is the invitation. I know not of what you speak, Lady Ranger, Indrani admitted. A written invitation to Skade, made from the soul of some poet the Winter Court took fancy to, the woman explained. I could carve my way into Arcadia, but that takes a while, and my gate's even more finicky. This one was unaware that your hallowed self kept friendship with the Fae, the girl said. Oh, I don't, Ranger smiled. You might say I'm fond of their jewelry, but that'll have to wait until the seasons change. Indrani smiled as if she understood. The woman seemed amused, but not fooled. So what did they train you for? She asked. This one has been taught to sing, and still learns the 3 dances and the 7 tongues, she said. Lady Ranger laughed loudly and unapologetically, as if it was the funniest thing she'd ever heard. Gods. Singing, she gasped. Child, your people gouged out the eyes of a minister of the left and sent them to his emperor along a demand for half his southern territories. My father sacked Singdu twice, burned Yang to the ground, and still lost to the striped fleet. There was a century where the Ashokas bled the high chief of the Onagar as their coronation ceremony. A drop of your blood has more war in it than half this continent put together. She might as well have been speaking in tongues, for all the difference it made. Names of peoples and cities beyond a sea, but a handful knew how to cross, never to be seen or even heard of again. What did it matter to Indrani that some kingdom she'd never heard of and she shared the smallest sliver of kinship with was mighty? She had never left Mercantis, hadn't even seen most the city. The stranger was marching in with her colorful stories, and by night's end would march out and leave a mess behind her, a mess Indrani would pay for. She hated that, hated it like poison. She also craved it. It was the difference between one who had power and one who did not. None of those names mean anything here, Indrani harshly said. My blood even less. So you have some fire in you, Ranger smiled. Good. We've got some fate, you and I, but I've no patience for hollow dolls. We have never met before, Indrani said. My father would never have been exiled, had he not lost to your people, the honored guest shrugged. Would never have met my mother. That gets you a second look at least. I am not for sale, she bitterly said. Will not be for years yet. What the lords of this place deem to be law matters very little to me, the woman said. Have you ever used a weapon? Indrani shook her head. Mercantians do not keep war slaves, my lady, she said. Only Stygians do. To lay hands on a blade here is killing offense, save for the pit fighters. Let's see if you have it in you, then, the Lady Ranger said. Follow. They were noticed. Indrani felt like flinching. Slaves should not be noticed. No good ever came of it. The honored guest elbowed aside a dark-skinned Prisai who bowed and offered her manifold apologies. Not that she bothered to listen, and she snatched a hilt without a blade from a top marble pedestal. She pressed it into Indrani's hands, who winced as she held it. Moments passed without anything more than the sensation of cool metal against her palm. The absence stung harder than she'd thought it would, and the girl damned herself twice for having hoped. Hope is the bitter brew. Hope is the usher of despair. One day at a time, never looking back or ahead. I will survive this. Sorceress was a real prick anyway, as I hear it. The Lady Ranger mused and dropped the hilt back on the pedestal. Wasteland aristocrats always like to talk about sorcery being the best thing the gods bothered to shit out, like it ever saved them from a knife in the throat. Steel, girl always wins. Remember that. Indrani nodded in the worthless advice and followed the madwoman. They came to stand in front of another pedestal, this one bearing a horned bow with carved images along the length of the arc. The eyes of everyone in the room were on them by now. There would be no escaping the consequences. Lycanese, Ranger told her. They've always liked these, nothing quite like them to kill ratlings from a wall. This little piece must be older than the Principate, back when the Iron Kings still ruled. She'd spoken with a degree of respect, but handled the bow like it was a tool instead of a literally priceless artifact. She strung it casually and pulled, eyeing the bend with a critical eye before handing it to Indrani. The girl's fingers closed around the bow and found it fit just right. Perfectly, as if it had been made for her hand. In the background, she heard a masked woman of the circle tell Ranger it had been crafted by peerless artisan and the enchantments on it would never lapse. But the words passed her by without taking hold. Indrani's eyes remained on the bow, and she let instincts she should not have guide her hands. She looked ahead and pulled the string, feeling the weight of an arrow that did not exist take hold. It felt like what her mother should have felt like. Coming home, closing a circle. She shivered, and only returned to herself when the honored guest put a hand on her shoulder. The woman leaned close. If you could loose an arrow at anyone, who would it be? Ranger whispered. Indrani was careful not to look for septim, not to remember painful throbs and bruises that were allowed to swell before magic was taken to them. The name chuckled. And after him, the rest, she said. Indrani slowly shook her head. A debt, she said. Not a cause. Ranger smiled and took the bow from her hands, placing it back on the pedestal. The absence left her hollow. What's your name, girl? Indrani, she replied. Indrani. The ranger repeated, mulling over the word. It will do for now. Come along, duckling. We're leaving. I'm not for sale, the slave replied, alarmed. Consider this your first lesson, duckling, the lady of the lake said. Rules should only be a concern when someone is able to enforce them upon you. Indrani saw a wild glint in those eyes, and her fate writ in it. Never looking back or ahead, she thought. She smiled, and for the first time in a very long while it was genuine. Book 3, Chapter 49, Hearsay. Truth is a lie grown old and beloved. Sonic saying. The woman sitting in my tent I had fully expected, but the fragrant pot of tea set on the table I had not. Not for the first time I wondered how deep the rabbit hole went. How deeply had the Empress infiltrated the 15th, that she could see water boiled and a tea set put down in my own goddamn tent? As for Militia herself, I offered her a nod before plopping down in the seat across from hers. The meat puppet of the woman who ruled about a quarter of the continent poured me a cup of pale steaming tea, adding 2 blots of sugar and a silver spoon to the saucer before handing it to me. I was long past being surprised at her knowing details about me, but that she'd taken the time to learn how I took my tea was a nice touch. How was your day, darling? Her dread majesty Militia, first of her name, asked me with a sweet smile. I winced, well aware that she was putting forward that very domestic image purely to screw with me for her own entertainment. As long as she didn't start massaging the back of my neck, I'd cope. Well, this afternoon I pretty much scared the Duchess of Daoin into telling me a secret older than the Kingdom of Callow, I said. I put it under the seal by your authority too. No one but Masigo and I are ever going to know the details. I stirred the tea before putting down the spoon on the table, which even with my botched etiquette lessons I knew was quite unmannerly, and took a sip. Tasted different than the assurance stuff. Closer to Aisha's brews, though the taste was clearer. The Empress smiled. Hedging your bets, she said. You do not want the knowledge in the tower's records, lest it be misused decades from now. Pretty much, yeah, though I refrained from agreeing out loud. I wasn't sure I'd trust Black with the knowledge that there was that kind of juicy leverage on Daoin up for grabs, much less whatever murderous clown might be succeeding the lot of us whenever our work inevitably caught up to us. Masigo would keep quiet, I knew. He'd been raised to respect symbols like the tower's seal, and he wasn't exactly the gossiping type to start with. I doubted Keegan would trust the son of the warlock to do anything at all, but she'd just have to deal with it. I'd needed Hierophant in the loop to have a chance of this not ending in the ruination of Callow, which, in all fairness, it still might. One-on-one I'd bet on myself against Acua, but she'd had a long while to prepare. For a mage, especially one as powerful as her, that made a difference. Lys was going to be the greatest slaughterhouse of my young but bloody tenure as the squire. So I said, not going to ask me what terms Diabolist offered. The Empress sipped at her own cup, taken plain. Shall I guess? She said, amused. The queenship of Callow, naturally. Anyone trying to turn you would begin with this. It would have to be paired with a threat that promises to either destroy this land or ruin it, lest you dismiss her from the onset. Elegantly, Militia tapped a finger against the table. She will have been serious in her attempt, the Empress assessed. A personal touch as well, then. A full ritual to unshackle your former paramour, perhaps, or healing for your recently wounded legate. Her spies should be capable of sending word of that in time for the offer being made. I drank deeper from the cup. She'd been right on the nose for all of it, Not that I'd expected any less. Dread Empress Militia had been doing what Acua was trying to for over 40 years, better and against more dangerous opponents. She went for knock, I said. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised you know all about Killian. Did you really think you would be able to wield so much power in my name without your weaknesses being thoroughly investigated first, my dear? The Empress chided. If there were means available to remedy her state that did not break your principles, I would have seen it done already, if only to remove a way to pressure you. So, confirmation even someone with malicious resources and frankly ludicrous sorceress archives couldn't find a way to help Killian without ritual sacrifice. I'd been considering asking a favor there to sidestep the issue entirely, and was almost relieved it wouldn't be possible. Owing a favor to the likes of the Empress was not something to undertake lightly. It left Warlock, maybe, but that wasn't much better. And if I must make bargain with the Sovereign of the Red Skies, knock comes first. I did not come to speak of the Diabolist, though I expect we shall, Malice said. I have news from the south. I raised an eyebrow. Is Black finally done murdering his way to a settlement? I asked. The situation in Callow could use his special touch, I'll admit. The Empress paused, and my eyes sharpened. I'd never seen her visibly choose her words before, but I was near certain that was happening before my eyes. Shit. What went wrong? Amadeus was defeated, Malice said. Though Procure has not spread its influence to the League, that achievement was not his doing. A hierarch was elected even as Nice fell to the tyrant of Helic's armies. He lost to the White Knight. I said, fucking hells, I thought he was green. How did he manage that? I am given to understand there was betrayal on Helic's part, but that the foremost architect was an old acquaintance of yours, the Empress said. The Wandering Bard, under a different name. I frowned. She was a pest, I said. And dangerous, I won't say otherwise, but definitely not in the league you're describing. A second stringer like the bumbling conjurer, with a sharp grasp on her powers and limitations. As of Amadeus' last report, Aud of Nice has made it on the red list, the Empress murmured. You have not been introduced to it yet, I believe. It is a list of names circulated among the eyes of the Empire, of individuals that must be assassinated whatever the cost should opportunity be presented. She shares the distinction only with Cordelia Hazenbach and Klaus Pappenheim at the moment. My tea was cooling, so I gulped down a mouthful as I marshaled my thoughts. Black had been sent to the Free Cities to make sure nothing happening there gave Procure an excuse to start a crusade, and it looked like that had been accomplished even if not by his hands. It was, unfortunately, made moot by the fact that Diabolist had a bucket of red in hand and was determined to paint a big target all over the Empire's face. He's all right, though, I stated, almost a question. I refused to believe the Empress would have been so casual about this if my teacher was dead. I had only a vague grasp on the relationship between those two, but there was a great deal of trust and affection there. Frankly, I would have believed they were a couple if Militia wasn't strictly interested in tits, and Black pretty much indifferent to anyone not called Ranger. He was severely beaten, but not wounded, the meat puppet said. I would not call him all right, regardless. Captain was killed fighting a heroine. I let out a sharp breath. Fuck. I'd always liked Sabah. She'd been the most reasonable of the Calamities in a lot of ways, and ever since the day I'd met her she'd acted like some sort of giant warrior aunt to me. And I knew her for 2 years and change. The Calamities were together for over 4 decades. I'd only rarely seen them together, but they'd been a family. They'd be grieving her for years. He must be wretched, I said. And coming north as quickly as he can as of a month ago, along with Warlock and Scribe, Malicious said. Be warned, Catherine. My fingers clenched. Don't you fucking try that. I snarled. He wouldn't hurt me, not even at his worst. The Empress looked at me, and for a heartbeat I forgot this was a body she possessed. The woman I'd seen on the throne that night had come again, cold empire made flesh. I love that man, Malicious said, and the calm of her voice could be called anything but savage. In a way I doubt you will ever love anyone, Catherine Foundling. He has been part of my soul since we were children looking at the stars. Do not ever believe that whatever paltry affection you lay at his feet is but a pale shadow of mine. I flinched. I have never seen him like this, the Empress said. Whatever the Wandering Bard did, it wounded what is at the core of him. This goes deeper than pride or what he felt for Sabah. He is as a raw, bare nerve. So he'll go cold, I said. I've seen him like that before. It's terrifying, but not dangerous to either of us. Think. Catherine, the Empress coldly said, for all that he arms himself in logic. Underneath still lives the 16-year-old boy who watched Nefarious flee and felt only disgust. If he'd never been at the fields. She shook her head. It doesn't matter, she dismissed. Every named is crystallized from a single moment, and that was his. What you should worry of is that his judgment has been impaired. He will serve the sword to anything in Callow that he deems to threaten Presi hegemony. All that's left is Diabolist, I said. And he's welcome to wield a sword there, if he gets to her first. Be warned, Militia repeated quietly. The tone was solemn, and had me doubting. I actually hated her a little bit in that moment, because no matter if this was true or not, it remained that she had the ability to make me doubt one of the pillars my life relied on. That alone was enough to harden distrust, made worse by the awareness that I needed her support and her help, so that what I meant for Callow was anything but failure. So there's a hierarch, I said, bluntly changing the subject. Is that going to be a problem? The man bears it as a name, the Empress said, as did his sole predecessor. He is a career diplomat for Bellerophon, called Anacrusis. Bellerophon's the easternmost city, right? I frowned. The one that elects its rulers. Democracy, it was called. There was a part of that appealed to me, letting people choose their own way, but I'd never really bought into the notion. People were dumb, broadly speaking, and mobs even dumber. For all that I'd acquired a distaste of nobility, filling a hall with drunk tradesmen and asking the lot of them to make laws was no way to rule a country. Someone had to hold the reins, or all you got was bickering and indecision. Just because I believed that place shouldn't be inherited didn't mean it should be carved up and handed off to 100,000 strangers out in the streets. The hierarch was prisoner to the tyrant of Helike since the beginning of the war in the south, and the tyrant seems to have been instrumental in arranging his election, Malice said. We've yet to acquire a full profile on him, since infiltrating Bellerophon has always been difficult. What little we've seen of him is puzzling. He seems aggressively opposed to taking any action at all in his function as head of the League. He wouldn't participate in a crusade, then? I said. It seems unlikely, the Empress said. I would not commit to an answer without deeper study. Good, I grunted. If we don't have to worry about an army sailing up the Weird, then I just need to put down Diabolist quickly and lock down the Valas hard enough Procker thinks twice about invading. If the first prince managed to rope in the thalassocracy, it was possible they'd try to land armies in praise, but I actually rather hoped they did. That land was death on invaders. Between the wasteland and the hungering sands, it was more or less impossible for an army to live off the land there, and every major Presi city was filled to the brim with nasty surprises for anyone meaning to try their walls. Even at the peak of the Crusader kingdoms, the authority of the kings had not held further than a few miles away from the cities they ruled, and even then they'd not conquered the whole of Praise. Wolof had badly broken the army trying to take it, and neither the northern steppes nor the Grey Areas had ever come under Crusader rule. If Cordelia Hazenbach tried to take Praise from the coast, she'd find the region a bottomless hole swallowing her men and coin. Crusades always ended when they got too costly. Half a dozen failed runs at the Kingdom of the Dead had taught Calernia as much. And so we returned to Aqua Sahelian, the Empress said. I grimaced. She got her hands on something called the Stillwater Project, I said. I'm guessing you know what that is. I'll have a hard time ever forgetting. Militia sighed. It was, for her, an unusually human gesture. I told Weeksa the trials were a liability, she said. But he was adamant. Argued it would revolutionize understanding of rituals. Did it? I asked. In a manner of speaking, she conceded. After I decreed the matter to be under seal, he largely abandoned the avenue of research. What he learned before that would allow us a fighting chance against the dead king, should he ever wage war upon us. I raised an eyebrow. And that's considered likely? The Empire has been in conflict with the Kingdom of the Dead in past centuries, the Empress said. I'm pretty sure I'd remember that, I said. That kind of mess would be worth a page in the history books. You will find almost no record of them, Militia said ruefully. An attentive historian can find a period of 25 years between the reigns of Dread Emperor Pernicious and Dread Empress Maleficent II that is unaccounted for. The 3 secret wars were waged through the Hells, a vanity project that was an attempt to seize the dead king's infernal dominion. An invasion through a Hellgate in Aether was so imminent after the third that the woman who would become Maleficent II called on a pair of demons to erase most of a hell and the previous 2 decades with it. I let out a low whistle. I disapproved of fucking with the fabric of creation on a general basis, even the parts that smelled of brimstone. But I had to admit that Maleficent had gone above and beyond in getting rid of the mess on her hands. Setting aside a revelation that will be haunting my nightmares in months to come, I said. I have to ask, how many of those other continent-shaking horrors do you have locked up in the tower? Because, without being arrogant, I think I can put the fear of the gods in the Principate. But if the shoes keep dropping, they won't see. About how many people I've stabbed. They'll be in for a death match. 4, Malice said, none of which are in danger of being revealed, as they never made it past the theoretical stage. 2 inherited, 2 of Weeks's making and dependent on him being alive. Well, fuck me. There've been a lot of nights lately where I had that sliver of doubt about whether I'd made the right choice in working within the Empire instead of against it. Wondering if by choosing to be a villain I'd ensured all the ruin that had come to Callow since. That put most of the doubts to rest, because I knew better than to believe Black would not have pulled the trigger if he was facing a victorious rebellion with foreign backing. My teacher had picked a soft embrace for Callow because he'd thought it to be the way to bring it into the Empire that would lead to the least resistance. I was not fool enough to delude myself into believing he would not turn to harsher means should it fail. I'll admit to some disquiet over that, I said. It's not that emperors as a rule are murderous pricks that would use those given half an excuse. But yes, it is in fact exactly that. The resources involved are significant, the Empress said. None of them are minor projects, and we both know how large developments such as these tend to end. I didn't really consider don't worry about it. A hero would probably take care of that if it came down to it, to be a valid response, but I wasn't exactly in a position to pursue the subject at the moment. It might be worth bringing it with Black later. He had a bone-deep hatred of those kinds of weapons that might get my foot in the door as far as he was concerned, but that pragmatic streak cut both ways. He might want to keep those in the vault for a rainy day. There's going to be massive casualties, I told her after a moment. She implied she can pull still water on the entirety of the people inside Lys. That's at least 100,000 undead, and a battle won't clean all of those up. There'll be spill in the countryside. The Legions of Terror are versed in peacekeeping operations, the Empress noted. And a visible common enemy has uses. The Legions of Terror are versed in peacekeeping operations. Gods, there was a sentence to give a farmer the shivers. This is going to end up blamed on Preci militia, I bluntly said. The Legions cleaning up afterwards won't win a lot of love when it comes from the massacre of 100,000 civilians at the hands of the Wasteland's favorite daughter. Public sentiment is already being prepared, the Empress said. Your visibility of late is not without impact. They were going to point at me and say, here's the good girl. She beat the bad girl, and would you look at that, she's wearing our colors. Aren't you all glad the tower's in charge? Lowered taxes for everyone. I'm not sure that'll be enough, but if Procker comes knocking at the gate, Calawans might just pick the devil they know. Especially if the devil just named one of their own vice queen, with pretty knights riding at her back. I was getting rather tired of the feeling my interlocutor had been 3 steps ahead of me the whole time, but I doubted it would end anytime soon. I have a hypothetical to speak of, I said. I am listening, Malice said. Now, let's say there's this girl, and she's not all that good at scheming, I said. Hasn't got the knack for it. But she learned to read forces in movement, so to speak, and looking at the last year, she noticed a few things. The Empress studied me openly, and did not speak. The girl's been hacking away at moving targets this whole time, and until recently never had time to breathe, I said. But she does now. And trying to look at the year from a different seat, she saw a few oddities. I waved my wrist lazily to elaborate. Like Acua being able to amass the reagents for still water without calling down hells on her head, I said. Or importing so many little trinkets through southern Callow unimpeded. Now, this girl's people are green. No surprise they missed those things. But there's 2 people who should have been keeping an eye on the situation. One gets a pass, since he was away. The other, though? The other's absence of movement is intriguing. I am curious, Malice said. What do you believe this other would have to gain by allowing the breadbasket of her empire to be devastated? See, that's the part that got the girl at first, I said. Then she thought, you know what's the problem with Callow? It's got all this farmland, but it's full of stubborn Callowans. It'd be much easier if a chunk of them were gone. You could have Preci farm there instead. The Empress said nothing. But then the girl thought that was too heavy-handed. I mused. Measures like that could have been taken long ago, and weren't. So what was to be gained, yeah? It occurred to her, then, that she was still thinking in the present. The wrong sort of game. Now, looking ahead, you know what might be useful for this other? Callow strong enough to fight the Principate, but too weak to make waves. And there's this image, too, of the girl putting steel into Acua Sahelian's throat until she chokes on her blood, and how that'll make her popular with some people. My eyes hardened. Puzzled her at first, since the other would lose a few feathers from the whole affair. But it makes a twisted sort of sense, I murmured. If Callow's behind the girl and the girl is behind the tower, well, all sort of troubles go away. And in this hypothetical, what would the girl say to the other? Militia asked. That now's not the time to bear knives, I said. But that if anything like that was pulled again there would consequences, and that lately she'd gotten quite good at killing. The Empress idly turned her cup. I believe this girl you speak misunderstands a few things of the other's methods, she said. You see, unlike her fellow, she does not believe a war with Procker is winnable. It is one of the few points on which they dissent, and she has gone to great lengths to delay and even attempt to prevent such a war from occurring. I wouldn't enable Diabolist if what she was cooking up brought a crusade on our heads. I took that to mean believable, though months of growing doubts weren't going to be quieted by a few offhand sentences spoken by one of the most skillful liars in creation. That's a little worrying, I said, considering that war is around the corner. The man you spoke of spent a lifetime preparing for it, Malicious said. It is, in his eyes, the culmination of everything he has ever done. To win it would validate all that he has fought for. One might say he is unable to envision this war. Cannot be won, for it would contrary to who he is. And she thinks he's been blinded by that, I said. I'm not sure it matters at this point. The war's coming regardless. It's an interesting puzzle, isn't it? She mused. How does one win a war that one is fated to lose? And there's an answer? I asked. Dread Empress Militia smiled beautifully. Why? You never fight it at all. Book 3, Chapter 50, Preparation. Doubt is the mother of failure. Dread Emperor Terribilis I, the lawgiver. In the end, it took me 3 days to get eyes on Lise. Marshal Grim One Eye had sent out mages as soon as the city was glimpsed over the horizon, and my own mage lines kept coordinated with his own until we had 4 scrying links covering the major angles of the Diabolist's lair. What I saw did not bode well. The city had gone up with its walls largely intact, and significant portions of the grounds under it, and lost neither as it went down. The surrounding territory had been worked over with magic, so that Lise now stood atop a steep hill. Thousands were digging trenches and traps in the plains around it, working day and night without pause because they needed none. They were Calawans, but they were also dead. Without fanfare or a cackle, without a sound at all, Acuisahelion had killed more of my people in a night than Black had throughout the entire conquest. Men, women, and children. The young and the old. Still water drew no difference, and neither had she. I'd been a viciously dark mood since I'd gotten proof of it, and the mood had only gone darker when I'd seen what she was up to. Devil-summoning arrays had been carved on the walls, large siege weapons like those of the legions placed onto bastions, and additional wards were made every hour to fortify the city against magical interference. Hierophant had already confirmed I couldn't open a portal directly within the walls, not that I'd ever seriously thought there was a chance of it. The Summer Fae would not have dithered attacking her for months if they'd had that as an available option, and I was still much less skilled than they at using fairy gates. I disliked wasting time in Dormer, but Juniper had flatly informed me that after a brutal battle like the last one the men needed time to recoup and recuperate. It wasn't just a matter of dealing with the wounded, though there'd been a great many of those. Our supplies had been running thin, and it was only Ratface promised river barges coming through the city harbor filled with steel and goblin munitions that had the legions in proper fighting fit again. Aisha had been a little less blunt in reminding me I'd had our troops going through forced marches and battles one after another for months, but no less firm. Even if it gave Acua time to dig in, the truth was that the 15th simply hadn't been in a state to take the fight to her right away. As I saw to my house, Ranker and Keegan saw to theirs. The Duchess kept to herself, but I saw almost too much of the old goblin for my tastes. It was her that suggested we had siege weapons of our own prepared in Lore and Southpool rather than rely on only our own, and when she began approaching the problem that way the Hellhound followed with aplomb. For one, there were 3 legions in Holden under her mother that were sitting ducks unless I intervened. General Istrid had been sent there at my own order to prevent the Summer Court from making a beachhead other than Dormer, and discharged that duty perfectly. But her 12,000 men were now months away from the actual fighting, with a supply line that was chancy at best. Even if she began marching north immediately, she wouldn't be able to reach Lise before the battle was weeks past. Could I afford to allow 12,000 veteran legionaries to sit over a strategically useless position while I fought Acua? No, I could not. Not if the assault on the city was going to be as brutal as I suspected. The only question, then, was where I would transport them. The gates allowed me to significantly quicken the logistics of assembling a host that was spread throughout Callow, but they weren't a perfect solution. For one, I needed to be with the moving armies. And much more importantly, I couldn't actually use Arcadia as a staging ground. Whether the terms of my bargain with the Fey Court would protect my soldiers when they weren't actually traveling was irrelevant, since that wasn't how gates worked from my end. Whenever I made an entrance, there was a corresponding exit. I couldn't actually get out of Arcadia by another place, as far as I knew, and our previous alternative of having Hierophant use Fey nobles as portal openers was no longer an option. Our prisoners had all been rather forcefully released by the Summer Queen when she still bore that name. And, last of all the weaknesses, going through Arcadia still took time. It has a shortcut, not fucking teleportation, which is probably for the best. Even with the mantle of a duchess on my shoulders, I was pretty sure attempting teleportation of any kind would flat out kill me. And so, sitting with Marshal Ranker and General Juniper, we planned out our little shell game. Acua had eyes on us, we on her. The side that would have the advantage when the battle began was the one who'd hide the knives better. Callow had already been put under martial law long before I went south, and as things stood, I was both Vice Queen and highest-ranked named remaining of the region. I was also wielding my authority with the explicit backing of Her Dread Majesty. There was not a single person in my home who had solid ground to stand on in refusing an order of mine. Would that I could enjoy that power even a little. I had wanted nothing more than to have it since the age of 13, when I'd made the decision to start saving up for the War College. I couldn't. Not when the first order I gave was for immediate muster of the city guard in Southpool, Ankou and Vale. There was immediate pushback, argument from the Callowan governors. I'd overseen the very appointment of that none of those men were trained soldiers. I ordered for them to come anyway. Southpool was on the weak end of the scale, with only 5,000, but Ankou's city guard traditionally served as militia when Procker attacked the Valles, and even though the city was smaller, it boasted 8,000 and better equipped. Vale was the largest of the three, and though it put up only 6,000 men, I sent Grandmaster Talbot to squeeze blood out of that rock. Vale had always been the heart of central Callow, and though no great trade city as an agricultural one, there were few equals to it on Calernia. There was wealth there, and though second-rate compared to the real wealthy cities of Callow, it had historically been enough to support a great many soldiers and knights. Some of the earliest chivalric orders had been founded there, they said. I left Talbot work his patriotic sorcery on the powerful of the city, and another 3,000 came out of that, including about 100 knights. Gods, it was like those had been hiding under every rock. It was pleasing, in a way, that the governors were willing to fight for the people under their care when I would order those people to the grinder. A shame I was not in a position to entertain their worries. The place of muster for the city guards was set a little to the east of halfway, between Southpool and Vale, which meant the Ankouans would have to pass south of Diabolus' lair and lose at least a week to it. Wouldn't matter, since I'd be busy ferrying legions meanwhile. My options there had been more limited than I would have liked. The legions under Marshal Grimm, for one, weren't going anywhere. I'd approached the subject of peeling off at least one, but the reports I'd been given in return were stark. There'd been increasing skirmishes with the border principalities over the last months, and Procker was massing soldiers in Bayeux. The Marshal's assessment was that if there was any large troop movement on the Empire's side, the Principate would try an assault on the Red Flower Valles. Fucking First Prince. It didn't matter if she was bluffing us or not, since we couldn't afford to chance losing the narrow valleys that would give us a fighting chance against Proceran invasion. The wasteland wasn't going to be any help either. Militia's meat puppet had made it clear the legions in her backyard needed to stay there, to keep the Highborn in line, and more importantly, keep the fucking mess Acua's mother had made in Wolof contained. Much as I would have liked another 12,000 soldiers, I couldn't blame the Empress for not pulling them out when the alternative was devils spilling out in the wasteland. The only reinforcements from the legions at hand were the same I'd sent into Holden, and they were nothing to sneer at. I'd met all the generals in command there, Istrid, Sacker, and Orem, and all three had been through the crucible that was the conquest, but more importantly, the civil war before it. Almost every one of my highest tier of commanders in this campaign would be familiar with precise war tactics of the kind Diabolist was likely to pull. That knowledge wasn't as reassuring to have on my side as another 10,000 soldiers, but it might end up saving more lives. Already, I winced at the notion of sending guards into the kind of madness Acua would have prepared for them. There was no choice. The usual voice in the back of my head that insisted there had been, and I had made it saw itself buried. I would allow myself doubt and grief when the wars was done. Until then, all they would sow was slow me down in what had very clearly become a race of sorts. Either Acua Sahelian would finish her scheme and break the Empire, or I'd mass enough strength to put her down. There was a part of me, the same that had been taught by Black, that kept to the ironclad belief that she would fail in the end, that whatever she was juggling would backfire on her, either because she'd bit off more than she could chew, or because I'd break her stride. But as the days passed, I had to concede it was a possibility I might fail. I couldn't quite manage to believe I would. But then I doubted any of the rulers triumphant had crushed had thought they'd end up a note in the margins of history either. I knew better than most how dangerous Diabolist was, and how disparate the forces I was bringing against her was. There was advantage in that bastard mixture of Diarraith, Calawans, and Presai I was leading. But there was weakness too. I failed, hells even if I won but died winning. Well, I would be leaving behind me a mess that might be beyond salvaging. In rising to prominence, I'd crossed a lot of lines and ripped open quite a few old wounds. None of that would be undone in the wake of my death, but I'd no longer be there to even try to guide the currents. I wondered if Black had that same sense of cold fear when he looked at the Empire. The ugly realization that a lot of what you'd built was dependent on you to remain functional, and that if some farm boy with a magic sword put 6 inches of steel through your throat, it would bring ruin on hundreds of thousands. Recklessness, for all that it often cost me, had seen me win one uphill battle after another. Never without some of my blood spilled on the ground, but I'd forged victory out of being the only person in a fight willing to cross the line. Whether it was allowing my own death to get out of a heaven-mandated defeat or lying my way to the contraptions of godhood, audacity had allowed me pull through situations that should have seen me dead or broken. But I was coming to realize, no longer operate this way. Before all it took was for one gamble to fail, and the whole house of cards I had built around myself would come tumbling down. I'd gone out of my way to make myself, if not essential, then as close as anyone could be in Militia's empire. But that cut both ways. If I get myself killed, everything I bound to me suffers. I'd bound quite a few things to me by now. Armies and institutions, even the very hierarchy that now ruled Callow. When you became someone of consequence, if only followed that your death would have those same consequences. I'd never been good with fear. I'd always pushed through it by heading into the breach repeatedly until I stopped flinching, steeling myself by taking the weakness as a personal insult. But this was no longer dealing with a fear of heights by standing at a rooftop's edge the way I had when I was a girl. If I slipped and fell, Callow went up in flames. It wasn't a fear for my own death as much as fear of what it would mean, and I was finding it much harder to push down. That was the problem with learning the currents that guided an empire from behind the scenes. You could never unsee it after. It was not a pleasant thing, admit. I knew no other way to fight. Black had once told me I needed to start thinking ahead if I did not forever want to be fighting to the tune of my opponents, and I like to think I'd learned how. To an extent. But it was one thing to sit with the Empress and plan the unmaking of the summer court, another to plan the steps of a waltz with the Diabolist. Fae had rules they could not break. They were, in some ways, predictable. All that Acua had binding her was having been raised with all the blind spots of the old breed of Presai villainy, and those weaknesses were not meant for villains to exploit. One slip and it was all over. I'd long become used to gambling with my own life, and once when I had been younger and more ignorant, even gambled with Callow's fate through my clash against the lone swordsman. I was older now, and if not wiser, at least a great deal more aware. If I threw the dice and they came up wrong, then from Harrow to Dormer, my people suffered for it. If there is no name to use to bind Callow to the Empire, they start to use harsher methods. I hated the thought, and the hesitation it brought with it. One of the old monsters who'd held the tower had once said that the worst sin a villain could commit was to hesitate. She'd been right. I had won and kept winning because I had made a blade of temerity and struck out at my enemies with it. After a year of trying to keep Callow together in the face of slaughter and invasion, I wasn't certain how long I could keep doing that. The thought came, unbidden, that this was not a coincidence, that her dread majesty had uses for a hunting hound, but only so long as it could be leashed. And hadn't she done exactly that, by giving me the very same authority I asked for? I did not allow myself to think of it too much, not right now. I could spend months trying to discern the intent of the likes of the Empress and still end up grievously, hilariously wrong in my conclusions. But I would, one of these days, sit with Hakram over a bottle and ponder this. Because it would have been arrogant to believe that the Empress had spent decades trying to suborn Callow with soft methods, but would never try tactics that had proved so effective on me as well. The itinerary that was ultimately settled on was simple. I would take Legate Hune and a detachment of 2,000 into Arcadia, taking a ferry gate to Holden, where we'd link up with General Istrid and her 3 legions. From there we'd take another gate to the muster point north of Vale, where the guards from the adjoining cities had been ordered to gather. Then I'd make one last trip south, to hopefully shave off a few weeks from my host's march to the north to assemble with the rest. I'd always taken Nock with me on journeys like this, and the Gallowborn as well. One was unconscious and more than halfway into the grave, and there remained only 5 of the cohort of 200 that had once made up the other. Aisha had already suggested I disband them and assemble another retinue, but I'd refused. They'd died for me, John and his men. I would not spit on that by replacing them before the moon had even finished waxing. Senior Mage Killian will have to remain with the 15th, Juniper said, but her second should go with you. I want our own mages on the ground, to keep scrying in our house. We have to assume Diabolist can listen in on all of those, I grunted. The Empress certainly can. Ratface made his own codes that differ from Legion protocols, Aisha said. I would think that our conversations, at least, will be hard for her people to decipher. She'll still be expecting most our troop movements, I said. The Calawans I ordered to muster were warned she might make a sortie, but that only takes us so far. I am not certain she will, Juniper growled. There would be obvious benefits to hitting our forces before they're gathered, but the heart of her strategy remains to defend Lys until she can deploy her ritual. She might not want to take the risk, considering you can pop out of Arcadia at any time to hit the city. Assuming she can't track me when I leave creation, I said. We don't know that she can't. I would not plan strategy around the assumption, the Hellhound conceded. But overestimating an opponent is just as dangerous as the opposite. If we are too careful to guard against means she does not have, we uselessly limit ourselves. I sighed. Yeah, true enough, I said. Pinpointing exactly what she can do has proved to be something a problem, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter that much. If we're too slow, we're fucked anyway. Juniper rasped out a laugh. Won't be the first time we fight against the ours as well as the enemy, she said. I doubt it will be the last. You leave with Dawn. That's the plan, I said, and turned to Hune. Your people will be ready? Orders were already given, the ogre replied. I looked away quickly, knowing if I kept staring anger would well up again. I had axes to grind with Hune, though I'd forced myself to keep my mouth shut about it. She'd done nothing that was against regulations or outside her authority. Didn't make me any happier about it. Dismissed, then, Juniper grunted. Catherine, a word? This hadn't been an official staff meeting, and so there were only 4 of us in the command tent. Aisha gave my general a warning look before following the ogre out. I'm listening, I told the orc. What the fuck is your problem? She bluntly said. You've been treating Hune like she ate your horse ever since Dormer. If you have something to say, say it. I'm her commanding officer. My eyes hardened. You don't want to knock on this door, Hellhound, I warned. I just did, Foundling, she growled. Out with it. I'd gained enough control that the wood under my fingers did not freeze, but not enough it didn't fog as the temperature cooled. We had 2 trump cards to play. When taking a swing at the upper city, I said flatly. The Watch and the Knights. She sent both to the flanks against the Immortals, instead bolstering my own push. Juniper eyed me in silence. I get one, I said. The Immortals were taking their tool. But if the Knights had backed me, Nock would be awake right now. The Hellhound's lips curled into a snarl. If you were an orc, you'd be on the floor bleeding from the mouth right now, Juniper said, tone eerily calm. And if you say anything like that ever again, I'll resign my commission. My fingers clenched. Explain, I said through gritted teeth. She made a call, the Hellhound said. As commander on the field. She did not do it lightly, or with unsound reasons. Just because your angry Nock got wounded does not give you the right to treat her this way. She isn't your friend, Catherine. She is an officer in the Legions of Terror. I took 400 men when I advanced, I said. You know how many came back. And she saved twice that many by sending our heaviest hitters against the Immortals, Juniper barked. She made a tactical decision. It was the right decision, and I would have made the same. You had 4 named with you. One way or another you were getting through. The others were expendable. Juniper rose to her feet and paused when she passed me by, laying a hand on my shoulder. It's good, she said gruffly. That you care? The Empress wouldn't. But you need to harden the fuck up, Catherine. We'll both have a lot of dead friends before this is over. She left me to ponder that in the silent tent, eyes closed. Calawans had a lot of songs about the glory and righteousness of sacrificing yourself for the kingdom. I knew quite a few. None of them spoke of sacrificing those you loved, though. As always, the The songs were thin gilding over the ugly truths of what I'd have to do. Book 3, Chapter 51, Overlooked. It is ever the temptation of chroniclers to ascribe great failures to a single turning point, a flaw revealed, or enemy virtue displayed. This simplification of history ignores the starker truth of all great enterprises, that in the end, though all leaders are captains of a ship, they rule neither wind nor tide. Failure and victory are the collection of choices small and great, shaped by perspectives of the myriad making them. Extract from The Ruin of Empire, or A Call to Reform of the Highest Assembly, by Princess Eliza of Solomons. The ferry gate had opened half a mile away from the outskirts of Dormer, and that was where the 2,000 legionaries of the 15th made camp. It had taken us a week of marching through Arcadia to cross what was essentially the full breadth of Callow, not a fay in sight. I was still only beginning to grasp the full implications of what the boon I'd obtained from the Fey Royals meant for warfare in Calernia. So far I'd only used the ferry gates to move quicker within the bounds of Callow, but that was a self-imposed limitation. With Hierophant to chart me a path, I could feasibly muster an army and march forward, and have it pop out in front of the Principate's capital bristling with steel. Keeping an army in the middle of enemy territory supplied without turning to banditry would be near impossible, but what did it matter? I could leave the same way I'd come when my foodstuffs ran out. If the Red Flower Valles could be kept in imperial hands, I could strike at Proceran territory with impunity while the First Prince's army were stuck besieging one of the most heavily fortified borders on the continent. It was enough to have me shiver. There was precedent for the kind of power I wielded as the last Duchess of Winter, villains and heroes alike, that had shown a capacity for destruction just as great. The gates, though? I couldn't think of one. The 15th had returned mid-morning to creation, and I'd wasted no time in arranging matters with General Istrid. Juniper's mother had always been my favorite of the Presi commanders in Callow. Within moments of our first meeting, 2 years ago, she'd expressed the opinion that Governor Mazes had been in need of a good hanging. Always a way to get on my good side, that. She wasn't much like her daughter, aside from the rough manners that were so common with orcs. If anything, she reminded me of Nock, or the other way around, since I'd become acquainted with her first. She rode out to meet me on one of the great wolves that her people used as mounts, meeting me halfway to Holden. She gave warm welcome, though not without some grousing. "You sent us across the country from the real fight, Squire," she growled after clapping my back. Before I'd stolen my mantle, named or not, it would have jostled me. The woman had ferocious strength still, for one in her 50s. "Needed you to herd them towards me, General," I replied. "Otherwise the front would have spilled across the south, and there was no putting that genie back in the lamp when it got loose." "Sacker says the same thing," General Istrid said, visibly disgruntled. "A real shame. I won't ever get a good crack at the fairies, with that piece you shoved down their throats. At least we get a turn in the dance with the Diabolist." "I won't say she's more dangerous than a pair of literal gods," I said, "but we're in for a rough month. You heard about the necromantic ritual?" The exact nature of Stillwater was still under imperial seal, so the official story was that Acua had used some kind of ancient ritual to turn the entire city into undead. Considering the trove of horrors that still lay dormant in the wasteland, no one had questioned it too much, but I was aware it was only a matter of time until the truth of it trickled out. "They're supposed to be high-grade undead, right?" she growled. "That's fucked. Skeletons and zombies need a necromancer guiding them to be a threat, but 100,000 bloody ghouls aren't something to sneer at. My caster tells me they're closer to the kind of undead the Dead King uses for officers," I told her. "We're calling them whites." The highborn twit should have paid closer attention to her history lessons. The orc laughed. "We proved that dead men and household troops are no match for Legion steel when we put the Empress on the throne." There was truth in that, I felt, but also dangerous assumption. As far as I knew, there'd been no battle of the scale of the one looming ahead during the Presi Civil War. Acua would have at 100,000 whites and 6,000 living under her command, by our estimates, and the forces I was gathering would be a little over 60,000. Even during the conquest, armies that size hadn't been fielded in the same theater, and for good reason. It was going to evaporate at least half the imperial treasury to keep that many people fed and armed, and the aftermath was likely to turn a chunk of the empire's breadbasket into wasteland. Nations fought with smaller hosts for a reason, even when they could muster great ones. The ride to Holden was spent recounting the Arcadian campaign at the general's demand, until I stood in council with the other two generals in the city. Orem the Grim and General Sacker were significantly less friendly in the manners, though never actually impolite. Sacker did have that sharp goblin sardonic turn of phrase, but refrained from verbally pulling my pigtails the way she had on our first meeting. I'd risen in rank quite a bit since then. General Istrid had begun preparations for a march the moment my mages had scried hers, and I was rather pleased to hear the 12,000 legionaries would be ready to leave come dawn. There was a certain pleasure to working with veterans knowing their way around a war. The 15th's officers were getting there, but my legion was not a well-oiled machine yet. Part of that was on me, I knew. Even after the brutal casualties we'd taken in Arcadia and Dormer, the 15th was still twice the size of any other legion and severely lacking mages. It was a rare month. I did not thank the gods for granting me both rat face and the inclination to not look too closely at how he kept us supplied. Even Juniper had ceased slapping his fingers when he bent the rules a little, using the fact I'd effectively suborned the Guild of Smugglers to him as an excuse to wash her hands of the matter. It was not the place of an imperial general, she said, to meddle in civil affairs. A little rich of her to say considering martial rancor used to run denier through the governor, but in theory it was supposed to be true. I rode back to camp a few hours before sundown, declining the offer of a roof over my head in the city in favor of sticking with my men. I was still chewing on the conversation I'd had with Juniper before leaving. That Hune had made the right call, even if it had seen one of the few people I considered a friend halfway to the grave. Even if it had led to the Gallowborn being all but wiped out. The Ogre Legate was the only one of my senior officers I'd never truly reached out to. I hadn't made a lot of mystery about that, it must be said. When I'd first crossed the Empress by resurrecting a knightly order, she'd not been one of the people I gathered to tell. The Hellhound had objected back then as well, though I'd dismissed her words by saying I did not trust her the way I did others. Knock, I recalled grimly, had been the very example I used. It might have been a mistake, I now thought. By visibly keeping Hune out of my inner circle, even though she was the second highest officer in the 15th, I was making a self-fulfilling prophecy. Trust freely granted, in my experience, had a way of making people trustworthy, of making them want to live up to that trust. I'd never attempted that with the Legate. It might not be too late to rectify that mistake, though. I still didn't like the call she'd made, I admitted to myself. But it was a dislike that was born of reasons personal. I do not have a monopoly on ruthlessness employed to save lives. I'd raised the 15th out of people I knew, had shared struggles with, and they had since the beginning been given a measure of my trust. Hakram, Knock, Ratface, Pickler, Robber, even Juniper and Aisha, who had been opponents in the college but ones I respected. Hune had been brought in at the Hellhound's word, and so never fully welcomed into that fold. It was part of a larger flaw in the way I did things, one the Empress had already warned me against. I rarely gave power to those I did not personally know and like. It was telling, perhaps, that Enkindle and Juniper were respectively the effective ruler of Callow and the commander of the largest military force within its borders. But I could not continue along these lines if I wanted my homeland to ever climb out of the hole. No matter how skilled the few I fully trusted were, they were not enough to form the ruling class of an entire kingdom. I shook myself out of the thoughts and sought Hune, instead of continuing down the spiral and of excuses and recriminations. The ogre wasn't with her officers. I found her at the edge of the camp, tucked away between two low hills and kneeling on the ground. Even like that she still towered several feet above me. I remained at a distance, though when I saw her lips move I sharpened my hearing to listen in. I'd had a casual disregard for other people's privacy even before I began employing spies. Pouring wine into a wooden bowl, she murmured to herself. "O faceless gods, I give you thanks," the legate said. "For crossing survived and refuge found, for the breaking of the chains of men." Breaking a small loaf of black bread with fingers large as sausages, Hune crushed it into crumbs she dispersed next to the bowl. Crossing survived, huh? I knew ogres were not native to Calernia. They'd been brought over as slaves by the Mesans, and ended up joining the Dread Empire when the first Maleficent founded it in exchange for land to live on. "Neither poor nor rich, neither free nor bound," she murmured. "For the promise made to our ancestors, I offer bread and wine." My brows creased when I saw the crumbs rot, and the wine turn to vinegar. Hune was not a mage. No ogres were. They could not be born with the gift. This was the closest to the miraculous powers wielded by priests I had seen on the Empire's side. I knew there were cults in the Empire that sacrificed to the gods below in exchange for powers, but I'd never actually seen the Hell Gods extend their hand to creation before. It was chilling to watch, light as their touch had been. A reminder there's more than one side of the old war looking at us. The ogre emptied the bowl onto the grass and brushed her hands clean, picking up the empty wineskin before rising back to her feet. She did not seem all that surprised to see me. Ogres, as far as I knew, did not have senses better than a human's. She might just have been expecting me. Reaching me in a few strides, Hune lowered her massive torso in a bow. "Lady Squire," she said. "Legate," I replied. "Didn't take you for the pious type." Her face did not react, neither irritated nor amused. "I am not precise," she said. "My people have their own ways." "So I see," I said. "I'll admit to some ignorance on the subject. Never found a lot of books written about ogres the way there are about orcs and goblins." Hune studied me calmly. "We are not numerous enough to merit scholarly attention," she said. "Are you seeking reports, ma'am?" I gave instruction to my commanders to have them prepared, but I remember the details if you would prefer them spoken. "No, your officers already have me in the loop," I awkwardly said. "They're, quite thorough. The precision of it will shave a few hours off Ratface workload when we link up." "I am sure your words will please them," the ogre said. "How may I offer service?" I was honestly unsure if she was politely putting me off or not. There'd been some people currying favor with me when the 15th was founded, before Juniper had put her foot down. Even after, though, it was rare for people not to lean into an opportunity to talk with me when they could. I left matters of promotion to the Hellhound without meddling, but I was still arguably one of the 10 most influential people within the Empire. I was a little at a loss at how to deal with whatever this was. I wondered if the Empress had felt the same when she'd summoned me to the tower for audience and I'd bluntly pushed through the small talk. "Sit with me for a while," I finally said. "If you've no pressing duties, I can spare some time," Hune said, her tone hinting at neither displeasure nor expectation. I ended up with my legs going down the slope, thinking of how ridiculous we must look from a distance. Even with my plate making me seem larger, it would take 10 of me put together to even remotely rival the legate in mass. I ran a hand through my hair, wondering exactly how I should go about this. It had been easier with the others. "Are we to revise the command decisions I made in Dormer, my lady?" The ogre broke in while I was still debating. Oh, she'd picked up on that, had she? Hard to play coy about displeasure when mine literally lowered the temperature. "No," I said. "It's been pointed out to me that my objections were personal. Childish, arguably. I apologize for how I acted." "You were not impolite or unprofessional," the legate said. "Even if you had been, you are named. It is your prerogative to speak as you wish." "Doesn't mean I should," I replied. "So have the apology anyway." "There is nothing to forgive," Hune said calmly. "Was there anything else?" I turned to her and studied her face. There was something brutish about the ogre's look, the way their features were slightly broader than a human's would be if they were the same size. It made them look a little slow, but there was nothing dim about those deep and dark-set eyes meeting mine. "You don't like me very much, do you, Hune?" I asked. The ogre's face shuddered. "I am an officer in the Legions of Terror, under your command," she said. "If my demeanor offended you in any way, I apologize and stand willing for any punishment you deem fit." "Catherine Foundling," I thought ruefully. "Charmer of the Year." "It's not a crime to dislike me," I said, "and I'm not offended. I'm honestly surprised at how well along I've gotten with the people around me. I wasn't exactly the most popular girl at the orphanage. You are apprenticed to the Carrion Lord, named Vice Queen of Callow by her dread majesty," the ogre said woodenly. "Praises are your due." "I'm not all that interested in praises," I said, "but I'd like to know what this is about." I waved my hand vaguely. There was a flicker of irritation in her eyes, but I couldn't call it a victory. It was too shallow. The kind of irritation you had for a fly buzzing in your ear, not something I could use to bridge a gap. "Ma'am, I am your subordinate," Hune said. "This is unnecessary." And that was the heart of it, wasn't it? I didn't consider my people to be subordinates, or at least not just that. They were the people I drank and laughed with, the people I shared a fire with. There'd been less of that since I'd begun gathering named around me, it was true. But I'd not allowed those relationships to go fallow either. "I ask more of my officers than others do of their own," I said. "I try to give more as well. We," the ogre said bluntly, "are not equals. You hold power of life and death over everyone in the Empire, save a hallowed few. This pretense, my lady, is tedious." "So this is about power," I said. The sigh the legate let out was cavernous. I was pretty sure a single one of her lungs was the size of my entire torso. Should have done this when it was dark out. I mused half seriously. "Seems to work better that way. Is this an order?" Hune asked. I nodded. I would have preferred not to make it one, but evidently that wasn't an option. "Then with your permission, I will speak frankly," the legate said. "You are dangerous." Usually when people call me that they mean it as a compliment, I said. I'm getting the feeling that's not the case here. The treaty with the tower that granted us the Hall of Skulls and adjacent lands comes with mandatory service in the legions, the ogre said. There has not been a war since the declaration where my people did not fight and die. I'm not unfamiliar with being on the wrong side of Presi rule, I said. With all due respect, ma'am, that is untrue, Hune said. You were born in the wealthiest city of the empire's breadbasket and raised by an institution whose education is on par with that of lesser nobility. The orphanage saw lean month tous, Hune, I said. We had Governor Mazes running the city for years before he got the news. Every month, one of my people is murdered and drained of blood after coming too close to a lord's border, Hune said. When the green stretch has a bad year, families sign themselves into servitude to avoid shortages. The reforms barely lowered the amount of warriors that must be provided for service. We are strong enough to be of use and too few to be worth appeasing. Calawans hang when they rebel or resist, ma'am. We earn death by existing. That can be changed, I said. Hune, none of this is set in stone. It's not inevitable. It only works as long as we let it. And speaking words such as these, you have raised a host that answers to you before the tower, the ogre said. You promised freedom to the greenskins, insurgents to the many colors of men. And yet 2 things you have brought in fact, ever greater titles to you, and war wherever you tread. Because it's working, I replied bluntly. There's opposition because we're gaining ground. We push hard enough, and it'll break. We're not going against infinite strength. At some point they have to bend or lose. That may be, Hune said. Perhaps you will deliver all you have sworn. But you are not the first silver-tongued monster birthed by praise. We have seen them come and go, and what has changed? In the end, all of them smile and ask us to die in their wars. I'm not asking you to die, I said. I'm asking you to fight. If not for me, then at least for something you want. To do more than just linger. We fought heroes, the legate said. Then devils. Then the courts of the Fae. Now we march against a madwoman of the old way. What meaning have any of these to me? I took oath, and will serve in the 15th until I die or my term ends. But you asked me to bleed for strangers and thank you for it. That is not the due of a soldier. It is the due of a servant. I don't want servants, Hune, I said sharply. I want comrades. Servants are what you have, my lady, the ogre said. Your causes are their causes. You are named, and so this is only natural. But I took oath to the legions of terror and not the army of House Foundling. I'm not asking you to commit treason, I said. We are riding with knights, she replied bluntly. Half the 15th is Calawan. You strong-armed the dread empress into naming you ruler of this land. Do not misunderstand me, Lady Foundling. I wish you well in these ventures. The world may be better for your victory, should it come. Her dark eyes narrowed. But I will not die for another woman's dream, Hune said. Slowly, she rose to her feet. I apologize for any offense I have given, the ogre said. May I be dismissed? I bit my tongue and nodded. I watched the legate stride away and passed a hand through my hair. So much for mending that bridge. Book 3, Chapter 52, Tensile. What cannot bend is fated to break. Tagreb saying. I wouldn't say Eric had grown on me, but it was the most common of the strong stuff that was peddled among legionaries. That had always been a source of wonder to me. That men and women who already carried so much weight over so many miles would still find it in them to slip a bottle of drink somewhere in there. Booze always found a way, didn't it? I hadn't asked Ratface to get me one, but it had magically appeared in my quarters after I'd gotten paring knives to stop disappearing from our supplies. My quartermaster was a tricky bastard with many an axe to grind, but it was little things like this that endeared him so much to me. Trust a Presi to understand sometimes after a shit day, you could need something a little stronger than wine. I poured myself a finger's worth in a silver goblet that robbers' men had found back in Arcadia, aware I'd be going through at least a third of that bottle, but unwilling to actually pour myself a full glass. It would have felt like to blunt an admission. I knocked it back and let out a groan at the fire going down my throat, shaking my hair. Gods, that would outright kill a child, I rasped out. Should I pour you one as well? Thief was pouting when she came into sight, going from not to there in a heartbeat span. She sat astride the table, leather creaking on wood, and presented a golden chalice. I looked closer at it. Those were bells engraved on the side, weren't they? The heraldry of House Fairfax. Did you steal this in lore? I asked. From my own treasury? Stolen, she said. How dare you, sir? This was bestowed upon me by the Vice Queen of Callow herself, for services rendered. I paid up front, actually. I grunted, but I poured and the Eric sloshed in her ill-gotten goods. Orphanage never covered how to negotiate with thieves, which in retrospective is an oversight on Black's part. Thief tried the liquor and grimaced, coughing. You drink this? She croaked. On purpose. You get used to it, I lied. The look she shot me was more than a little skeptical, but she got down her second swallow without her windpipe rebelling. I leaned back into my chair and granted myself a second finger's worth. How do you do it, anyway? Thief asked. Tell when I'm there. I was under cover of an aspect, and I've stood inches away from men in broad daylight without them batting an eye. I guess you could call it a name trick, I said. You never had a teacher, did you? Not one named. Thief frowned. Then I will share my hard-earned knowledge with you, I affably said. You know how when you came into your name there was this set of instincts just under your skin? The brown-haired woman cocked her head to the side. It felt more like a hand guiding mine, she said. Close enough, I said. When you're about to get wounded or killed, you're going to get a tingle just like it. She nodded slowly. I had no intention of striking you, she pointed out. Yeah, but you were looking at me, I said. It does the same thing, just fainter. Black had people following for weeks back in a tear until I learned to pick up on it. Then if I moved without looking, she said. Probably wouldn't be able to tell you're there at all, I said. I didn't get the impression this was common knowledge, anyway. I doubt most named Will Face will know the trick. Thief finished her chalice and presented it for filling. Feeling magnanimous, I deigned to comply. Are you sure you should have told me that? Thief asked suddenly. If I turned on you, this could allow me to land my first strike unseen. I took another mouthful of Eric, the roughness of the drink now beginning to be replaced by a vague sense of warmth across my chest. I waved lazily. Will you? I asked instead of replying. Turn on me. If I deem it necessary, Thief said, and for all that she spoke nonchalantly her eyes were serious. You say that like it's a rare thing, I told her. You think Masigo obeys my every order? Gods, let's not even talk about Archer. Even my soldiers have lines in the sand they won't follow me past. You did not mention Adjutant, the other Calawan said. Hakram's the only person in this misbegotten world I trust unconditionally. I replied, perhaps too honestly. If he turns on me, I'm fucked regardless. No point in worrying about it. He does more than you know, Thief said. That's what trust is, I said. Not needing to know what he does. I'm guessing the two of you had an unpleasant conversation at some point. Is there anything you want to bring to me? I'll listen if there is. She studied me for a while, then shook her head. Nothing I can't handle, she said. I raised my cup in a toast, then polished off the remainder. So what do you have for me? I asked. Less than you want, she shrugged. There's 12,000 of them. I only had time to have a look at the upper officers. And? I prompted. Nothing out of the ordinary, as far as I can tell, Thief said. If there are planted commands, they are too subtle for my senses. I have difficulty feeling sorcery aside from wards, so it's possible. I hate dealing with Acua. I sighed. The bag of tricks she inherited is a bitch to handle. I'm unsure why you would believe these legions would be her target, she said. Did you not send them away from the front? She had to know I'd be pulling together all the forces I can before taking a swing at her, I replied. Istrid's legions are going to be the core of our offensive against Lys. If they break halfway through the assault, we'll be in deep trouble. The 15th still seems a better opportunity, Thief noted. It was raised recently and has a reputation for battlefield promotions. The 15th has been under Masego's eyes for over a year, I said. She tries to enchant one of my senior officers, and Hierophant will catch it. These 3 legions have been out of my sight for months. And you believe she'll have agents somewhere in them? Thief said. No. She does, I grunted. That's not even up for debate. It's the base for half the plays I've seen her pull over the years. I filled my cup again, then hers when she hinted at desire for a top-off. Diabolist has been too open, I said. She's a chip off the old tyrannical block, I won't deny that, but Acua's wheelhouse has always been the indirect. The massive army of undead, whatever traps she cooked up around Lys, those are dangerous, but they're not the only arrows in her quiver. They're blunt instruments when she's a girl with a thing for daggers. She spent months preparing for the ritual in the city, Thief said. I would look there for her sharpest blade. I drank and grimaced, though this once not because of the Eric. That's been worrying me as well, I said. I mean, I'd have to be insane not to worry about a fucking ritual involving centuries of accumulated souls, but there's more than that. Diabolist thinks what she's prepared is going to put her on top of the pecking order, and she may have blinders, but she's not. Stupid. I don't follow, the dark-haired woman admitted. Think of it this way, I said. Acua has a large army and backers in the wasteland, but not enough to handle the Empire at full tilt. Say we march up to Lise, she pulls down the sky on our heads, and our entire force is annihilated. She still loses, because she's fresh out of a god, and the Empire's still standing. Weakened, sure, but there's other armies it can field and other commanders too. She's not winning, she's delaying a defeat. Thief's eyes narrowed. You're implying she can use the ritual more than once, she said. Pretty much, I said. This doesn't make sense otherwise. And isn't that the stuff of nightmares? Either the ritual works once, but it has a permanent effect, but she didn't rant about ascending to godhood when we talked, so I don't like the odds, or whatever she can pull, she can several times. And it won't be just a few either. If I die, she's up against Black, and he's not the kind of man who shies away from a long slugging match. Great sorcery always comes at a cost, Thief said, but there was unease on her face. She won't care, if she's not the one paying, I said. We'll have to go into that fight facing the possibility she has both her current armies and a deployable catastrophe in her pocket. We can't face that and win with traitors in the ranks, Thief. It'll be a razor's edge as is. My fellow Calawan looked grim. I'll take a closer look as we march. Extend it to your men as well, she said. Please do, I said, indolently toasting her. And while we're on the subject, it's getting tiresome to call you Thief all the time. I assume you have a name. Juliet, she replied without batting an eye. I squinted at her. That was a lie, I said. Your heartbeat quickened. Alas, you've seen through me, she drawled. Samantha, my squint deepened. Did you force your heartbeat to quicken just to sell this current lie? I asked. Because that's genuinely impressive. Did I? Vivian, she said. Your heart went faster again, I sighed. Now you're just screwing with me. I would never dare defy you, Your Grace, Thief said, sounding wounded. I'll call you Boris, I threatened. Don't think I won't. Robber will have a song about it before the moon's turned, and that's a promise. She brushed back her bangs, seemingly amused. Vivian Dartwick, she said. Huh, that sounded highborn. Wouldn't have pegged her for one, though it wasn't impossible. There'd been a lot of former nobles who'd fallen on hard times after the conquest. Had a feeling it was that one, I baldly lied. My money had been on Juliet, and I'd been coming pretty close to pretending I'd used a name trick to know it was the truth. And they said I'd never learn prudence. I turned to offer in another refill, but found only thin air. I waited for a long moment, but couldn't feel her eyes on me. I might have shot myself in the foot there, I admitted. I ended up drifting from the path Masigo had charted me. The ferry gate opened a few miles southwest of where I'd meant it to, though honesty compelled me to admit that might be on me more than Hierophant. Was I going to present it that way when we next spoke? No, absolutely not. Still, holding the destination in my mind when I opened the first gate was proving tricky when I'd never been there before. It was hardly a disaster, though. We'd have camp ready for sundown instead of noon bell, and a few hours of delay were hardly worth a second thought when I'd managed to lead 14,000 legionaries from Holden to Central Callow in the span of a mere 9 days. General Istrid was of the same opinion. That is a nasty trick you've got, the orc gravelled. The Proserans are going to piss their pants the first time you appear in the middle of their fields without warning. The two of us had gone with the vanguard, which for once was not made of my men. Istrid was riding a wolf the size of a pony, though noticeably broader. My own zombie the third had me standing taller than the orc, for once, since the great wolf stood closer to the ground. Mine also had wings, not that it was a competition. If it had been, though, hard to beat the flying, undead horse. Her full contingent of wolf riders had preceded us, a horde of 800 that brought out old primal fears just to look upon. Beasts like those with riders just as green had been a plague on Callow for centuries, no match for the kingdom's knights on the field, but able to ravage large swaths of territory and withdraw if they were not checked quickly enough. The reminder that they were on my side rang a little hollow when Istrid's own mount occasionally snapped at my own with fangs the size of daggers. Might not work out that cleanly, I said. Black tells me they have a named future teller on their side. I figure there's decent odds there'll be an army waiting for me on the other side of the gate. Neither of us bothered to pretend war with Procker wasn't around the corner. Then they have to pull off thousands from the border to wait for you. Istrid grinned savagely. Their armies don't march so quick, Squire. You hop south, then you hop north, and just like that their armies split in 3, or the 15s torching their fields and poisoning their wells. Big place, Procker. Won't be easy to defend. I hummed and did not disagree. I wasn't convinced, though. If Cordelia Hazenbach got her crusade, that cause would attract more than armies. There'd be heroes, too, and those had a knack for being in the right place at the right time to wreck the plans of people that worked on my side of the fence. The 15th had been right behind the vanguard, and I glimpsed Hune's tall silhouette, surrounded by a dozen smaller ones as she advanced. I must have let my gaze linger a little too long, because Istrid noticed. Thought you liked them smaller than that, the orc snorted. Wasn't that kind of look, I said. The general wasn't exactly someone I wanted to discuss who I kept bed with, so I did not elaborate. Although, to be fair, the Istrid Knight Spain had been happily married for several decades, so in that regard, she was definitely doing better than me. The orc's very daughter had informed me that the word in Lower Mizan really was married and not mated, no matter what some Presi books said. It wasn't an exact translation from the Karsam term, which was closer to bound in fortune, but the meaning was the same even if the customs differed some. Oh, I see how it is. General Istrid grunted with amusement. Got on your nerves, did she? I cast a steady look at the orc, who seemed rather unimpressed. We had something of a disagreement, I diplomatically said. She doesn't like you, the orc said, fairly bluntly. I winced. That's a possible interpretation of it. Yes, I said. You've been running with name too long, the general said. That sort of thing matters with a pack of villains, but she's an officer. I can work with people who don't like me, I said. Hells, Juniper didn't when we started out. She's a sweet girl, my daughter, Istrid casually dismissed. Ogres are harder to deal with. I stared silently at the general. Juniper, sweet. I'd seen her chew out a man so harshly over sloppy gear that he'd teared up. Even rob her tread lightly when she was in a bad mood. And the goblin regularly rode undead creatures I'd stuffed with explosives into active battlefields. The commander for my riders, the orc elaborated. Finest one I ever got, leagues above the woman I had during the conquest. I still want to break his teeth every time his smug lips open. Don't have to like him or trust him, though, because in the end we're both under the banner. Doesn't matter if you can't stand your legate. It's the legions that come first. Trust in that instead of the woman. Except my banner isn't exactly malicious, is it? It stood on the same side. I'd made sure of that as much as I could. But our interests weren't all aligned. The ogre hadn't been wrong when she said the 15th was more likely to heed my orders than the towers, if it came down to it. That Hune probably wouldn't felt like a liability, but not one I could do much about. Setting aside the fact that the Hellhound would dig her heels in if tried to have the ogre transferred, I couldn't exactly use loyal to the empire above me as a reason to act. I wasn't sure I should anyway. How likely was it that she was the only soldier in the 15th who thought this way? We had a lot of Calawans these days, but most my officers tribune rank and above were from the War College, and that meant greenskins and Presi. I didn't like the thought of having a lightning rod for those who shared the belief, but there were risks to not giving those people voice at all. I clenched my fingers and unclenched them. It would have to wait after the war anyway. Changing the second in command of the 15th right before the largest battle it had ever been in would have been sheer stupidity. I got a lesson in ogre opinions, I sighed. Not a pleasant conversation, though it was worth having. Nim's never been accused of being too much of a laugh, Istrid contributed. There's a reason she was assigned in the wasteland. Mock's better. Marshal Nim. That was who she referred to. The ogre that led the 7th Legion and held overall command of every legion in praise. The other was General Mock, commander of the 3rd and currently at the Proceran border under Grem One-Eye. The two most powerful ogres in the Empire, not that you'd know to hear Istrid speak of them. Surprised one made marshal, I finally said. I didn't get the feeling from Hune they particularly wanted to get involved with the rest of praise. Oh, they talk a good talk, the general conceded. But they like a good scrap as much as anyone. They can't farm for shit in their hills, anyway, so they have to bring in the food with coin. Thalasina's pretty close, I noted. As the main trading port in the wasteland, it was from there the grain imported from abroad poured through. There would be advantages to that, if trade was what kept the Hall of Skulls fed. Though that can't be pleasant all the time, I added after a moment. The disadvantages of having a Presi High Lord this close to your backyard rather spoke for themselves. Istrid snorted. They can talk when they share a border with Wolof, she said. Or the fucking Waller spawn. A moment later she remembered my tan wasn't all from the sun, and cleared her throat. No offense meant, Istrid said. I wasn't eager to get into an argument with an orc about who exactly was in the wrong when it came to centuries-old border wars that had occurred often enough Daoin had seen fit to build a giant wall, so I let that one go. Probably for the best, since we were interrupted not long after. One of my mages hurried at our side, bringing word from the latest scrying. Diabolist was on the move. Undead had poured out of Lys. They were going, I was told, south. towards the 8,000 men Ankou had sent out at my order. It looked like the Second Battle of Malice was going to have an opening act. Book 3, Chapter 53, Manoeuvring. War is a breed of conflict decided by the allocation of resources. Through better apportionment, a lesser nation can defeat a greater, but never if decision-making is of equal standing on both sides. Extract from The Modern Legion, a treatise by Marshall Ranker. Come nightfall, I held council. We'd ended the march 2 hours before sunset when the scouts found grounds suitable for a camp, and the legionaries had taken to building it with veteran expertise. The 15th 2000 under Hune had raised palisades in the center, with the camps of the other 3 legions forming a triad of spokes coming from it. Wide avenues were made for swift troop deployment, watches set before the wooden walls were even finished, and scouting lines scattered around in case the enemy attempted to steal a march in the dark. I'd hesitated about the camp, but decided not to gainsay General Istrid when she suggested we should stop. Another 2 hours of marching wouldn't gain us much ground, but proper fortifications would make a real difference if the Diabolus host tried a surprise offensive. That I'd call a war council was to be expected, given that the decision to march had been made that very morning and was a major departure from our previous operational plan. I'd spent the daylight in conference with mages and thief, trying to get a better picture of the opposition, and I was glad I had. I would not have enjoyed looking like a reckless fool in front of these particular commanders, though there might be some grain of truth to that. More reckless than fool, I like to think, but that was the kind of judgment best passed on the dead. I had 3 of the foremost Imperial officers in Calais facing me. General Istrid Knightsbane, commander of the 6th Legion. Ironsides, their cognomen was. To Orcs, perhaps the only one of their own that could top the reputation of Istrid's Legion was Grim One-Eyes, for they'd earned that title breaking a charge of Calawan Knights. General Orem, the Grim, his men fondly called him, led the 5th Legion, cognomen Exterminatus. They'd earned that name during the Presi Civil War, executing near 5,000 Presi prisoners to ensure they wouldn't be slowed on the march. The 3rd and last was General Sacker, commander of the 9th Legion, cognomen Regicides. Her goblins had been the ones to kill the Shining Prince when he'd ascended to the throne of Calais halfway through the fields of Streges. The red paint on her throat was kept by all her men as well, a reminder they'd slit open the throat of royalty without flinching. Hune and myself were green, compared to that assembly. The 15th had been founded only 2 years ago, and though it had a score of victories under its belt, most of my men were still just a few months out of the training camps. The fights I'd put them through so far had hardened them, but it would be years before they had the wealth of experience of the 3 legions now with me. I cleared my throat when all were seated, and one of Hune's aides provided scrolls to the 3 generals. Sacker seemed amused at the formality, Orem indifferent, and I bit back a sigh when I saw Istrid was reading through hers too quickly for it to be anything but a glance. We've confirmed 2 things about the enemy, I said. The first is that they number between 20 and 25,000, with 2,000 at most being living. Always the way, with undead armies, Istrid grunted. They keep enough necromancers to have a leash and a few elite troops, but nothing more. If they mix the forces too much, they'll start needing a supply train, and dispensing with those is one of the major advantages of raising the dead. I've had intelligence that Diabolist had no more than 6,000 living in his entire forces as of 5 months ago, I said. If we manage to wipe that 2,000, it'll cripple her army before we move on lease. I don't like the numbers, General Orem bluntly said. If we were dealing with bones or shamblers, we could handle 2 to 1, but these whites are supposed to be upper grade. We let this go unchallenged and they'll wipe the Ankou levies, Orem, General Sacker spoke, her voice a dry whisper, then raise them still fresh. No coincidence, that number of mages. If we do nothing, they gain another 8,000 foot, already armed and armored. Setting that aside, allowing a third of our Calawan reinforcements to be killed before the battle even begins will have stark effect on morale, I flatly reminded them. Considering I'd ordered those city guards to march in the first place, I balked at the idea of letting them get attacked without reinforcing for personal reasons as well, but there was no point in speaking of that to these 3. All of them had been part of the conquest. I doubted they had many qualms about spending Calawan lives. It was foolish of their commander to circle by the south, Hune said, the stone we'd dragged inside for her to sit on pushing into the ground. They should have gone north and joined with the South Pool levies. Even half-crouched, her head touched the ceiling of the tent. That one rests on my shoulders, I said. I ordered them to muster as swiftly as possible, which is why the South Pole men were already on the move. Their commander took what she saw as the least risk-prone route, however incorrect her judgment. Can't expect too much of civilians in armor, Istrid said, which was not excuse but perhaps lessening of blame. Disinclined to let the conversation linger here, I moved it along with all the subtlety of a sledgehammer. Second thing we've confirmed. The enemy commander is Lord Fasilai Myrmeep, I told them, formerly heir to Oxum. If someone can be considered the Diabolist's right hand, it's him. That crazy old witch Abriha disinherited him, General Sacker croaked, breaking with the True Bloods in full then. Bold for her. She usually hedges her bets. Don't you spoil this campaign with talk about bloody politics, General Istrid grunted. I take it gating to their back isn't an option? I doubt we'd be treading the plains if it was. It was my first instinct to keep them in the dark about my exact capacities, but I forced myself to ignore it. Paranoia had a place, but war councils wasn't it. I've never been in the region before, I said. In those cases I need Hierophant at my side to chart a path through Arcadia. In theory I could try, but there's no telling how long we'd be in there or exactly where we'd come out. I can still be used to retreat, at least, General Orm growled. Being able to leave beyond pursuit is already major advantage. My brows rose. I'd never actually considered that, in part because I'd never lost a pitched battle, but also because I did tend to think on the offensive. General Sacker had been reading through the scroll carefully while we talked, and only spoke again when she'd finished. The Marembi boy has only middling military record, she said. One internal purge at his Grey Tant's behest, held the left wing when Sahelian was manhandled during the Lease Rebellion. Are we sure the information is correct? It was supplied by Her Dread Majesty, I said. I can't guarantee it, but I am disinclined to doubt. I'd had my own people dig into Lord Fasilai as well, of course. Aisha had connections in praise and had called on them, but they'd not unearthed anything the Emperor's spies had not, and not everything they did. I had been worth the effort anyway, if only to confirm part of what I'd been given by the Tower. Blind trust had never been a virtue in my eyes, and was much worse than that if offered to a villain. Tutored by Asmund of the Dark Teeth clan and Lady Taslima Ubid, General Orm said, frowning at his scroll. I know one of these names. General Istrid let out a noise of surprise. Asmund, the senior tribune from the Third, she said. Thought he was dead. Lost a hand and resigned his commission after they put him under the quartermaster. The other orc told her. Taslima was on the general staff of the 11th, Sacker croaked. Senior mage. There's a reason I had that on the final report, I said. Legate Hune, Fasilai Marembi has studied the legions, the ogre stated bluntly. In depth, from officers that fought during the conquest. He will be prepared for our tactics. I inclined my head at the legate. I very much want him dead, I said, not bothering to phrase it delicately. If we manage to off Diabolist's best general before the battle proper, her forces will be shaken when we assault. She's only got so much talent left to call on. It'll be tricky catching up to them in time, General Istrid said. Their men don't get tired on the move, and it's not impossible for them to march through the night. Not often, General Orm said. They can't let their necromancers get too tired, or they'll lose hold of the undead. I cleared my throat. We don't have the sorcery to scry through their wards on hand, I said. But I can. Scry Hierophant, who most definitely can. From our current positions, if the pace remains the same, we should meet with the Anku troops 2 days before they do. Our current guess at when battle would take place is 9 days, barring the unexpected. I watched rueful smiles bloom across the faces of the 3 greenskins facing me. Unexpected. Huh, General Sacker whispered. To be young again, Istrid mused. I told Thief, not too long ago, that Acua had been too straightforward of late. I learned how correct I'd been exactly 1 day too late, when I was scried in panic by the 15th Mage lines in the south. Lise had spewed out a second army in the middle of the night, while we were encamped. After the ritual ended, I remained alone for a long moment, and considered how badly I might have just fucked up. When I'd gone to collect the 3 legions before taking a ferry gate north, I had tipped my hand. Diabolist now had an estimate of how long it would take me to ferry troops, and she'd planned accordingly. As of now, the host under Fasilai had kept the same pace, and my own was only 2 days away from linking up with the Anku troops. I closed my eyes and considered the parts in movement. If we kept marching west, we lost 2 days. Keeping in mind how long it would take me to pass through Arcadia if things went well. If we did this, then Acua's second host of 20,000 would very likely have time to attack the men coming down from South Pole. 4-1 against mages and undead, they'd be shattered within an hour of the first sword being drawn. The rest of my forces were in southern Calais, and if I left now to try to get them on the field up here would be pointless. Both the Ankou troops and the South Pole ones would be wiped by Akua's armies before I even finished gating back to the rest of the 15th. I should have seen it coming when I ordered the muster. Diabolist wasn't an attacker by nature, not exactly. She was an opportunist. She'd waited until she could get a read on how quickly I could move, then gone to pluck the low-hanging fruits. The worst of it was that there was no real way to warn either of the Calawan forces. They weren't legions. They didn't have mage lines for me to contact. The colder part of me considered the decision to make even as the rest remained in shik. If this was to be purely about numbers, I knew what call I had to make. Southpool was sending 5,000 men, Ankou 8,000 better trained and better equipped. She didn't even need to do anything. She just waited for me to blunder, and I did. There were advantages to being the swiftest player on the field, but costs as well. If you were the first to move, then your actions were out in the open. But I hadn't thought it would matter. I believed, deep down, that Akua would remain holed up in her lair and let me come to her. Because that was what villains did, wasn't it? They raised the flying fortress and let the heroes knock at the gate. And now people were going to die because I hadn't been careful enough. I only realized I was crushing the goblet in my hand when the wine wet my fingers. I called for my commanders as soon as I was no longer frosting every surface in sight. "We're losing one of those armies," General Istrid bluntly said. There wasn't any hemming and hawing from the others. I could see in their eyes that the 5,000 from Southpool had been written off before I was done speaking the sentence. Though her stratagem was a surprise, the deployments remain real, Hune noted. I invited her to elaborate with a look. "Fasilai Marembi is within reach," she said. "So are his necromancers." Their loss would still be a blow to her defenses. 5,000 levies for a third of her mages, or more, General Sacker croaked. "It is an acceptable trade. That's if we can decisively beat the boy," General Orm grunted. "If he retreats in good order after a cursory skirmish, we will have been fully duped." "So we strike hard," General Istrid growled. "Or is that what Diabolus wants?" I thought. "For us to commit here, where she knows we're coming and has time to deploy every manner of nasty trick." The first time I'd ever seen Akua, when he'd spied on her conversation with Black, she'd called herself a skilled commander. I'd chalked that up to arrogance since she had no real victories to her name, but the arrogance might just have been mine. I'd never seen Akua Sahelian fighting in actual war before, had I? Before the battles had always been just a tool for positioning, a way for her to implement her plots. Now she'd bared her knife, and on our very first round, she'd been the one to draw blood. As ever when dealing with Diabolist, the spiral of second-guessing and doubt was as dangerous as her actual actions. Whether Fasilai and the mages were bait or not did not matter in the end. Fighting him with the Ankou troops was still the best decision I could make. It niggled at the back of my mind that thinking about the best decision Juniper could make was exactly how I'd predicted her actions during our war games. But was that alone enough to have me gate for the Southpole men instead? No, I admitted. It was almost presumptuous to call joining up with Ankou reinforcements the best move. All it is the lesser mistake of the toe before me. "We keep going," I said, and the words felt like ashes in my mouth. I did not ask any gods for forgiveness. The ones that would grant it were my foes, and the ones I worked for knew nothing of the word. It was a close thing, and I only avoided disaster by leaning into my instincts. 2 hours before sunset, on the day before we joined the Ankou troops, I passed down instructions not to make camp and to continue marching after dark. Guided by mage lights and goblins, our host of 14,000 pressed on until midnight. The pace slowed in the dark, but I was feeling an itch on the back of my neck. A sense of danger not yet revealed. 3 hours of rest were granted before we resumed the march, and so narrowly avoided disaster. We found the Ankou city guard out in the field shortly before morning bell. We found the host of the dead as well, lines tirelessly advancing under the light of the rising sun. And that's why when a name tells you to keep marching, you fucking do it, General Istrid said, and spat to the side. This would have been a bad one, mark my words. We were both mounted again, the orc remaining at my side as our legions spread out. My helmet kept under my arm. I gazed at the enemy host. "They marched through the entire night," I said. "Gods, if you hadn't warned me they could. Their necromancers will be tired," the Nightsbane said. "But our legionaries are as well. We'll have to be real careful with that shield wall, Squire. Formations are what lets us win this. If they break them, we'll be in deep shit. Your countrymen can't be relied on, not with dead on the other side and numbers that high." "You underestimate them," I replied. "This is Callow, General. We've seen the dead walk before. We've turned them back, again and again. From walls, the orc grunted. This is open field, and I don't see no fucking knights. Just scared guards and cheap mail with spears they've only ever drilled with. That's why we spread Hune's men through them. To serve as a spine, I said. I'd put the legate in charge of that entire division of the host, replacing the commander from Anku. That 10,000 combined would serve as our center, with the 5th serving as the right wing and the 9th as the left. Both legions had left a gap between themselves and the Kalawans, bait for Fasilai to send his whites through in an attempt to isolate our forces. Istrid's own 4th we were keeping in reserve behind the rest, with her Wolf Riders as an independent command. 23,000 on their side, 22,000 on ours, the Knightsbane growled. We're in for a bloody day. If we can wipe their casters, they fall apart, I said. Without the necromancers controlling them, the whites would lack organization. They'd still fight with the intelligence of living soldiers, more or less, but without officers or orders. Numbers mattered less when they belonged to a mob. They won't leave their mages unprotected, General Istrid said. I'm guessing they'll go back to old Legion's tactics from before the reforms. They'll keep 5,000 back in a square around the casters and come in a wave, then rely on sorcery to punch a hole and try to flip our lines. We don't have enough mages and sappers with the 15th to break a wave, I murmured. Hune'll keep the fireballs back until she has to plug a gap to avoid exhausting her mage lines. They'll have a ritual prepared, the orc laughed. Those wily old wasteland foxes always do. But I ain't worried, to tell you the truth. I glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. General Istrid's lips split into a vicious grin, ivory fangs glinting in the morning sun. Whatever sorcery they're going to pull out, Squire, I doubt it's going to be worse than you. Book 3, Interlude, Skirmish. If I had an Aurelius for every assassination attempt, I wouldn't have to keep raising taxes. Dread Emperor Pernicious, the Imperiled. Commander Joan Ansel had feigned anger when the ogre took command, for that was what her men wanted from her, but deep down all she felt was pathetic relief. This was all far beyond her ability to deal with. She'd been Royal Guard, once upon a time, and fought in the Siege of Lore until one of the gates gave and the Presi ran loose in the capital. That record had seen her appointed to lead the city guard of Anku a decade down the line, but her men forgot she'd been a captain. Back then, what did she know of leading armies, of field tactics and the like? Her job had been to hold the fucking wall with the company of soldiers that answered to her, and that duty she'd discharged in well. It hadn't been her men that gave, when the Empire came knocking. This was all more than she could handle. The truth of how close they'd come to being wiped out by the enemy before the legions ever caught sight of them still had fear running down her spine. Weeping heavens, she'd still run if she could. Not that it was an option. The fair-haired woman glanced back over the ranks and caught sight of that lone silhouette on horseback, a colorful cloak stirring in the wind behind it. The Black Queen herself had come to take charge, and she was said to have strong opinions on desertion. Joan hid a flinch under her helmet. They'd all heard how the Gallowborn had been snatched straight from the gallows and used till they were spent on foreign fields. The woman knew her grace had been named Vice Queen of Callow by the Tower, that she did not hold the throne in her own right as the Fairfaxes had, but balls to that. It was open secret the Black Queen had slugged the wasteland in the stomach until it spat out a crown for her to wear. She's never lost a battle, Joan told herself. We won't die today. She clutched that belief tight, watching the ranks of the dead advance. Thousands upon thousands, pale as the grave even in the morning sun. Their armaments weren't pretty like those of the legions, no matching colors and smooth lines. Just pieces of armor slapped together over a marching corpse, blades and spears, and every weapon that could be gotten cheaply in hand. They did not look fearsome, until you saw there was only death in those empty eyes. Her men, at least, had decent mail and good spears. The city guard used clubs and knives within Anku to keep the peace, but it was tradition old as the kingdom that all of them drill with the spear every month. The city was the last holdfast between Callow and the fucking Procerants, if the Valas fell. It was expected to be able to hold until the kingdom's armies arrived. Anku has walls, she thought. Here there is only barley and black earth. Both would be stained red before long. Joan felt her hands shake with tremors they'd disdained when she was still young. But she'd been a dumb twat at 20, hadn't she? Thinking Lore could hold against the goddamned Carrion Lord and his pack of monsters. Now she neared 50 and knew better. There was no winning against the wasteland. And the harder we fight, the harder we die. The thought was dark, But Joan had not felt this powerless in decades. The imperial governor in Ankou had been content to wring taxes out of the people and ignore them otherwise, until his term ended last year. They'd all gone on with their lives with no one bothering with them. Now Joan was back in the tower's eye, sworn to die in its name. "Commander Ansel," the mountain said, "your men seem dispirited." Joan swallowed and looked up at the ogre. Legate Hune, she'd said her name was. One of the 15's top officers, though not one she'd ever heard of, like the Hellhound or Hakram Dead Ant. The creature was large as a dozen men, and those eyes were studying her like she was some sort of insect one misstep away from being squashed. Gods, she thought, why did I not retire? Coin would have been tight, but better poor than dead. They'll hold, ma'am, she stiffly told the monster. They know the stakes. You didn't need to be some great general to see the Black Queen had put Joan's men in the center because all she wanted from them was to hold. The wings on both sides were legions, and it'd be them who decided the battle while Calawans died like dogs. But if the center collapses, this turns into slaughter. The dead would split the Black Queen's army in two and overwhelm it in small bits. The fair-haired woman knew this, but she wasn't sure her soldiers did. And even if they do, are they going to give a shit when their faces are getting chewed off? Joan shivered. It was easy to see the disaster this could turn into. They will, Legate Hune agreed calmly. Pass this down to your officers. The legionaries of the 15th are under instruction to kill any men fleeing the battlefield. Cowardice will not be tolerated. Joan's eyes flicked to the Black Queen, still unmoving in the distance. Gods, it was eerie how still she was. The Vice Queen will not gainsay that order, Commander, the monster said coldly. You will find no saving grace there. She has no patience for the yellow-bellied. Easy for you to call people that, she thought. You're a fucking battering ram unto yourself. We'll hold, Joan said, and hated how weak it sounded. She breathed in and out, kept her hands against her side to end the shaking. Down here in the mud, it's us who holds the line, she whispered, and that one had some iron to it. The old song spoke about dying free, though, didn't it? She smiled bitterly. Well, songs were songs. Creation was never as pretty as they said. Orem of the Tarred Dogs breathed in deeply. The air was crisp and clean out here, nothing like the squalid reek of lore. He felt the part of him that was the general meld away. The chief, he'd once been baring his fangs anew. Gods, it was good to be at war again. To have an enemy to chew up, an army to break and scatter and crush underfoot. It was the way orcs were meant to live, not playing fucking wet nurse to a mob of bleeding Calawan cattle. Oh, he knew why Lord Black had garrisoned him in lore. The day he'd spilled the lifeblood of 5,000 Presi on wasteland grounds still rang in people's ear, a whisper of fear and death if he was crossed. It had kept the likes of Mazis in line and the local waste as well. But having to be patient and kind and all those 100 tedious little duties had worn away at him. Orem was 53 now, but today he felt young again. It was going to be a good day, and all he regretted was that he had to fight under a green girl instead of Grim or the Carrion Lord. What Lord Black saw in the Wallerspawn was beyond him. She had a way with killing, but the Empire had no shortage of killers. Few of them were so irritatingly high-minded about getting the job done. His general staff arrayed around him, Orem studied the rebel army. The whites would not be easy meat, but this was a battle that could be won. The Wastelander boy leading the other side had thickened his ranks before approaching, massing the dead to match the line of Calawan levies. Deeper lines, though. The mixed 15th and levies numbered 10,000 in total, but the rebels must have closer to 14 or 15,000 facing them. It was like Istrid had thought. Marimbi was aiming to break the center and split them. There was more to enemy tactics than a single wave, though. A chunk of 3,000 whites had been split from the rest of the host and was heading towards Orem's own 5th Legion. Behind the center of the rebel army, the living could be glimpsed, Presi household troops and mages that couldn't be more than 2,000. There were another 3,000 whites in a ring around them, which was a damned shame. Istrid's riders could have looped around to hit the Presi if they hadn't kept those. General Sacker seems to have the lucky draw of the day, his staff tribune said. Orem grunted in assent, though he didn't look at the tagreb. Sacker's 9th made up the left wing, and unlike his own legion, there was no detached division heading for her. The orc licked his chops, the atrophied muscles of his face keeping his lips near unmoving. A weakness he'd been born with. One that had seen him called grim for how hard it was to smile. He'd been lucky it hadn't been obvious when he'd been a babe. Orcs born flawed didn't make it through long winters. Prepare to receive them, he ordered. Staggered welcome. His senior sapper snorted, then spoke to the flag bearers. Twice red cloth rose, and it was fewer than 30 heartbeats before the scorpions began firing. Steel-tipped javelins tore through the first rank of the 3,000 wights, moving towards the fifth like wet parchment. The undead were within 300 feet, good killing range. The second volley flew 20 heartbeats later. This one angled to punch through more than one wight per projectile. The rebels had put cheap armor on their dead, but going through flesh and bone still took strength. It was a rare javelin that took more than two. The wights began to quicken their steps before the third volley launched, much as Orym had expected. If he'd had longer to prepare, the chief would have made his sappers trap the advance, but the rebels had been too swift for that. No matter. Undead hordes had no skill to them, even the clever ones, and this one seemed to have no skirmishers to field. They'd bleed for that. The flags rose again, and the fifth sapper line shot forward across the field. They slowed right before the enemy entered range, the sharpers thrown carving holes into the enemy ranks with loud cracks. The goblins immediately began to withdraw at a measured pace, munitions detonating every 10 heartbeats with disciplined precision. We'll have more than a tenth of them gone before they reach our shield wall. At this rate, his staff tribune observed. Close up is where undead shine. Orym reminded her. This won't last. He'd learned that the hard way when they'd marched on Okoro during the Civil War. Skirmishers scythed through the first few ranks of enemy undead, and he'd thought it was going to be a slaughter, but it had ended up so close a victory it might as well have been a draw. Undead did not tire or break when they lost too many. You couldn't flip their line the way you did the living because they didn't panic and flee. They didn't stop unless you broke them all, or the necromancers holding their leash. 3,000 wights against the 4,000 men of his fifth seemed like throwing away bodies, but it wasn't that. The boy on the other side knew whatever dead managed to reach their lines would keep Orym's legion too busy to redeploy for at least an hour. He'd going to be hitting the center's right side. The orc thought. The wights sent against the fifth had been meant to prevent it from reinforcing there. Marimbi was trying to create weakness for him to tear through. But that wouldn't be enough, not with Istrid's legion kept back to plug exactly that sort of gap. So what are you truly up to, Wastelander? 100 feet until the wights hit the shield wall. No crossbow fire had greeted them when they entered range, for that would have been a pointless waste of bolts. Nothing that light would put down the likes of them. Orym spat to the side and made his decision. Heavies to the front, he said. Senior Mage Dolene. Sir, the Sonic replied. No volleys, he ordered. A hook, then lob until told otherwise. Whatever the rebels were up to, it depended on him being pinned down. To unmake their design, he must tear through the opposition as quickly as possible. The orc watched as the ranks of the fifth smoothly redeployed, the sappers taking refuge as his men and orc in heavy plate came to the fore. They would tire swiftly, he knew, but regulars would not make as much of an impact. He would take the gamble. Mere moments before the wights smashed into his frontline, fireballs bloomed, rising up at a sharp angle before being pulled down backwards into the first rank of the wights. Hook. Flame consumed the undead, intensely concentrated so it would bite hungrily into dead flesh. The horns sounded and his heavies let out a loud cry, shields raised as they charged into the enemy. There was a thundering crash of steel on steel, and the mage lines crafted flame again, tossing them into the roiling mass of wights far from the front line. Lob, the doctrine called it, meant to weaken the pressure of the enemy so it could be devoured in waves. The glare of the sun glinting on his helm, Orym the Grim watched the struggle of steel against dead flesh, and his lips half-twitched into a grotesque smile. General Sacker watched from her raised platform as the line of Anku men bent under the weight of the undead and frowned. Her missing eye itched, the urge of scratching the scarred tissue ever an effort to master. Either the enemy was blundering, or they had. The Kalawans had thin blood, and there could be no turnaround expected from them, but the center was holding in the face of the wights. Legate Hune's legionaries steadied the parts of it that wavered, filling the gaps with red-painted steel and unflinching discipline. The matron was almost impressed. Most of the 15th was fresh out of the camps and of conquered stock to boot, which had seen her lower her expectations, but the men she saw fighting did so as proper legionaries. It is not merely names that won them the victories, then. Something to consider. Any pack of goat herds could win a battle against an army if a demigod stood at their head, but the squire had yet to act. This was the men of the 15th alone, and they were acquitting themselves more than passably. Had Sahelian's dogs made the same erroneous assumption she had, perhaps? It seemed unlikely. The Diabolist had fought Lord Black's apprentice many a time, and seen the 15th in action twice. Yet Facili Marimbi's army was headed towards defeat, should matters continue to unfold as they now did. Sacker's men were cutting through the whites in front of them at a steady rate. Sharpers and demolition charges opening holes she saw broadened with mage fire. Her regulars were pushing back the enemy, slowly but surely. And when they found nothing but field in front of them, they would turn to flank the whites facing the Calawans. Sacker's remaining eye was not as sharp as it used to be when she'd been a young and red-handed matron. Alchemical concoctions could lengthen her lifespan, but not reverse the ravages of time. But she saw clearly enough. And what she saw was this. There were too few whites facing her knife. There'd been no need for Lord Marimbi to have 15,000 undead facing the 10,000 at the center. Some of these now stood before her legionaries, but not enough to account for the numbers. Where had the rest gone? When the battle had begun, there'd been a gap between Orm's 5th and the center. When the 5th became tied down, Legate Hune had lengthened her line to avoid getting flanked through it. Studying the mass of silent yet writhing undead, Sacker found a current. The ranks are thinner where the gap was. The goblin thought. They're massing whites in front of it to prepare for a push. Marimbi on the other side had to know it would not win him the battle even if he broke through there. Istrad would charge into their fangs bared and stabilize the center. And after that, Sacker pondered. The Preci still had a ritual up their sleeve. This was a given. Superior sorcery was their greatest advantage. They wait until Istrad is committed there. Orm won't be able to disengage from the whites after him, even if they're not a real threat to him. The orc had engaged the 3,000 sent towards him aggressively. She'd noted, using tactics that Legion doctrine usually preached should be used against levies. The picture, slowly, began to paint itself. With the 4th filling the gap, the only uncommitted force on the field would be Istrad's riders. And if the rebels hit the 4th with their ritual, not only do they reopen the gap, but they're costing us legionaries instead of Calawans. Wolf riders alone would not be able to turn back the whites pouring through. They were not meant for hard fights like those. What, then, would be sent to prevent Sacker's own legion from intervening? The old goblin's eyes turned to the Preci holed up behind the battlefield. Household troops, around 1,000. Half that number of mages and officers. And 400 men in Helikian scale armor, most likely mercenaries. By themselves, not a threat, but able to withstand 800 wolf riders if those attempted a charge on the mages, which left the 3,000 whites currently deployed in a ring around the Preci free to tie down the 9th Legion while the left flank collapsed. It was a pretty little strategy, she would admit, neatly designed to exploit the weaknesses of their host. It did not, however, account for the squire. They cannot be so blind as to discount her. She thought, there is still an element missing. Whether it could be found would decide the victor of the day. Abigail screamed herself hoarse, smashing her shield in a dead man's face. The nose broke with a crack, but the shit didn't care in the slightest, hacking at her from the side. Good legionary mail had the blade bouncing off, but it would leave a bruise. Sweat pouring down her face, she rammed her sword in the white's throat and felt the spine give to goblin steel. She hacked the head off while it continued wailing at her, her shield denting under the force of the blows. Even Headless the White kept on attacking, and something smashed into her helmet that had her vision swimming. She felt someone pull her back and a tall orc filled the empty space, forcing down the white and letting the legionaries behind him hack it to pieces. "Captain, you still with us?" a man's voice asked. Abigail wiped the spittle and sweat off her lips, focusing on the person it belonged to. Sergeant Tadaki, whose dark face was creased with worry. She clapped the Sonic's shoulder, feeling a wave of nausea coming over her. "I'm F-." She bent to the side to empty her stomach on the ground. "Fine, Sergeant," she moaned after. "I am fine. No bleeding parts, so there was nothing to bother what few healers they had with." The disgusting taste lingering in her mouth, Abigail wiped her face and deeply regretted having tried her lieutenant's mystery stew. Secret Tagreb recipe, her fucking ass. Didn't look any better coming out than it had going in. Never falling for that one again. That wasn't God's damned rabbit floating in the stuff, no matter what he said. "Take a breather, ma'am," the sergeant said. "I'll handle the front line." "Don't get aggressive, Tadaki," she said. "We can't afford the losses. Bloody militia's shaky enough as is." "They're your people," the Sonic replied, flashing a grin. Abigail spat the scum out of her mouth, hoping the man whose boot she'd dirted hadn't noticed. "They're Ancuans," Abigail argued. "They've got more in common with goats than a good summer home girl like me." Everybody knew the people in Anku were barely Calawan at all, what with all that breeding with Procerence. Sergeant Tadaki left her to the sound of laughter. Good sort, that one, for a wastelander anyway. Captain Abigail made her way to the back of the line and undid the straps of her helmet, taking it off long enough to let her sweat-soaked curls cool a little. Gods above, she thought as she watched the melee ahead. What a mess. She could not believe she'd ever been drunk enough to think enrolling in the legions was a good idea. Abigail had come within an inch of dying twice in the last year, and now held the dubious distinction of knowing what fey blood tasted like. Screaming while hacking at summer warriors came with drawbacks when red flew. Well, it beat being a tanner at least. Her family home had gone up in green flames when the Black Queen tangled with the lone swordsman a while back, and her uncle had made it clear that being allowed to live under his roof came at the price of going into his trade. Her two brothers had folded, but she'd decided she wasn't going to smell like rotting corpse garbage for the rest of her life. She was coming to reconsider that decision, but with 3 years left to her service that meant less than nothing. There wasn't anyone in the 15th that was idiotic enough to think that desertion was an option. The captain rolled her shoulders, wishing she could take off her mail for even 10 heartbeats. Her Akaton was drenched, and now that she wasn't busy trying not to get killed, she realized that her nipples itched something fierce. Ugh. She took a look at the melee to distract herself, knowing she'd have to go back before long. Tribune Ashen would report her otherwise, and Legate Hune was strict with disciplinary actions. The whites were chewing into the lines, but not as bad as she'd thought they would. The Yankuans were holding up pretty well for a pack of hacks with spears. Probably helped they didn't let the dead get too close. Her own company rotated the lines often enough no one was dropping from exhaustion, though the enemy was hard on regulars like her. They swung harder than living men did, and if their armor had been any better they'd have been 100 hells to put down. Still, overall she called this better than Dormer, though less dangerous than fire-spitting immortals from a legend world, was a fairly low bar to set, now that she thought about it. At least she hadn't pissed herself this time. So there was that. Though if the battle continued for another few hours there was no guarantee that would last. It was because she was at the back of the line that she noticed it. She could see the rest of the army, compare where it stood to where her men did. Realize that her part of it was being pushed back, step by step. It wasn't some great turning of the tide or anything like that. Just pressure, slowly increasing. And we're bending in front of it. Shit, she said feelingly, and fumbled the clasp of her helmet after forcing it on. Shit. Tribune Ashen's cohort, of which her company made up half, was the anchor for right side of the center. If they broke, then the whites had nothing to stop them and the swarm was going to be coming from all sides. Unsheathing her sword, Abigail went back cursing into the fray and really hoped that someone, anyone, was noticing how close to disaster they were edging. Book 3, Interlude, Skirmish 2. Mark my words, the Imperial banner will be flying above Summerhome by midsummer. Dread Empress Regalia 2, shortly before initiating the 60 Years' War. Sound the horns, General Istrid said. The red rage pulsed in the back of her head, the song of slaughter sweetly beckoning. She'd learned to ignore it, since she'd taken her oaths to the Legion all these years ago. Still the urge was always there, to let the howl loose and sink her fangs into one quarry after another until all was left of her was the joy and the blood. Orcs never really went tame, even when you drilled them and clad them in man's armor. Her warlord understood that, had never tried to make them anything but what they were. Instead, he gave them enemies and taught them to be better killers, to wed savagery to discipline and something greater than themselves. Some of the younger greenskins nowadays thought that great thing was the Empire, but they'd been born in different times. Istrid of the Red Shields worshipped only at the altar of the Legions of Terror, the greatest killing machine Calernia had ever seen. What was praise to her? A pack of squabbling humans decked in silks and too much gold. Should she ever get the order, she would burn everything they had raised to ashes and salt the grounds of their ancestral homes. It might just come to that. The rage pounded her temples like a drum at the thought. Black's scrappy little apprentice had men singing of revolution these days, and even her dread majesty was getting her hands dirty in the wasteland. After they dealt with this Sahelian girl, the old order was going to see revisiting. She savored the killing yet to come, for many reasons. The Red Shields clan was not unbroken lineage like the Howling Wolves or the Ivory Fangs, but the shamans still spoke histories from the dead clan that had birthed her own. Of the days when greenskin hordes sacked Wolof and Okoro as they wished, took tribute from the kneeling kings of Aksum, and fought great battles against Diaraith in the Golden Bloom. Even before the Mizens, the strength of her people had been waning in the face of high walls and cunning sorceries. But creation was a wheel ever spinning. Every dog had their day, if they were patient enough. Her peoples felt like it was coming. The fourth did not use Presi-made horns for their signaling. Istrid had her own crafted from the bones of the great drakes whose remains still littered the steppes, great carved things that took an ogre to blow them. Their call was deep and shivering, the hollow cry of creatures long dead to this land. It was the promise of death, and Istrid's legionaries marched to it against the last gasps of the old order. Squire's Legate had done what she could, but these Calawans were watchmen, not royal guard. When the whites pressed where the line was thinnest and the men of the 15th started dying, the left side of the center wavered. Istrid had ordered the horns sounded before it could collapse entirely, and watched as her legionaries steadied the front before edging the Calawans aside. Her fourth had earned their cognomen at Black's own word, after the fields, for turning back the mounted killers of the kingdom. Ironsides. It had a lot of people thinking she'd raised her legion for defense, for taking a hit and swinging back. Ignorance, that. Istrid Nightsbane had climbed her way to the heights where she now stood by massacring everything in her way, be it rivals chiefs or wasteland lords or the chivalry of Callow. She'd raised her army in her image, brute force made host. She had fewer sappers than any other legion in service, only the requisite number of mages, and the fourth was the only Presi host with more heavies than regulars on the rolls. There was a reason they paired her with Sacker, she knew. Her old friend would use finesse where she did not, temper her more belligerent instincts. But there would be no need for deep thinking today. In front of her dead men stood, and she would shatter them. That was all there was to it. The orc tightened the clasps of her helmet and licked her chops. Her personal guard clustered around her, as eager for the fight as she, and Istrid glanced at her senior-most legate. Bugram, she announced. Command's yours. Wade in their blood, Nightsbane. The orc replied, flashing fangs. Just a little too long in doing that for it to be entirely proper, but the old bastard had always been flirtatious. Istrid limbered her aging shoulders with a roll and unsheathed her blade. Ahead of her the lines impacted with a heady fracas, and she picked up the pace. Legionaries moved aside for her until all that was ahead was the dead, a teeming mass of pale flesh and steel that came in silent waves. The orc stomped the ground and let out a hoarse yell. 100 of the same gave reply, greenskins from steppes both northern and lesser. Berserkers like her. There were some who said there was no longer a place for the Red Rage in this orderly little world the tower was building. No place for the old dumb brutes from the north. Bone and flesh torn asunder. She whispered in Carsum, letting the old words wash over her. Her father had spoken them, and his mother before her. All the way back to the broken antler horde and the years where creation had stood in awe of the orcs. Caked in doom and mask of cinder, stand ye ever red in tooth and claw, like empty, great and gaping maw. The old rhyme eased her into it, the way it was meant to. Istrid's body shook with spasms as a scream, not her own, filled the air. Muscles tightened, bones creaked, and the world turned to shades of crimson. The white ahead of her struck, but so did she, and her sword ripped through bone and flesh, bending steel and smashing it into another undead. Forward, she bellowed, laughing madly. And so they went, doom upon all the world. Abigail kept cursing even as the mage healed what was left of her eye. She could still feel the teeth going into her flesh, ripping and tearing as she struggled to get the white off of her. It said a lot about the day that she was one of the lucky ones. Her entire line had been wiped out trying to steady the fucking Ancoans when it looked like they were going to rabbit. With the guards giving ground, her 20 had been surrounded and torn through in moments. If a mage line hadn't burned her a path to retreat, she'd be in some white's mouth like the rest of her soldiers. Cowardly shits, the captain spat. I hope she hangs them all. Unlikely, Lieutenant Salome noted. And if you continue speaking, I cannot promise you'll ever see again. Abigail shut the hells up, though she was starting to have opinions about Legion healers. They worked slower than the brothers and sisters at the House of Light, and their bedside manner was a lot less pleasant. They weren't as good at healing, either. The lack of gentle persuasion about attending sermons more often wasn't enough of a trade-off for maybe losing half of her total eye supply. There, the solemn Tagreb said. That should be enough. Keep in mind this is a patch job, Captain. Actual restoration would take hours of precision work, and we'll have to wait until this is no longer an active battlefield. I know the triage protocols, Abigail griped. I sat through the fucking lectures. The legions had to be the only army in the world where they made you sit like a schoolgirl after the drills. It was a good thing she knew how to read, too, because it was a requisite if you ever wanted to make tribune. She had her eye on that promotion, as it happened. Officers of that rank weren't expected to be on the front lines as often, which should do wonders for her life expectancy. Legate Hune left instructions for the soldiers that were in your section to present themselves for redeployment. The olive-skinned mage told her. Try not to get killed, Captain Abigail. It would be a shame for my work to have been pointless. You're all heart, Salome. The dark-haired woman drily replied. Much as she disliked the notion of going back into the thick of it, the Calawan had expected she'd be sent for. Half her company still lived, but it wouldn't be headed back to where it had been bled. That space was now occupied by the fourth, which had come out swinging and screaming. Gods above, so much screaming. It must have been an orc thing. The legionaries were turning around the situation there, at least. Their front lines had been stacked with heavies, and they'd slammed into the whites like a runaway cart, gaining back all the grounds that had been lost in the span of a quarter bell. Now they were carving a wedge into the undead, which she assumed was the prelude to an all-out assault. Abigail made the rounds and collected the remains of her company from the tender attentions of the healers or the grounds where they'd dropped down exhausted before making her way to command. Senior Tribune Locks was the one who met with her, the reason for his ridiculous Legion-assumed name made clear by the dark curls going beyond his helmet. We're keeping you in reserve for now, Captain, the Sonic told her. Most likely you'll be joined with another company that took casualties and sent to steady the levies. Steadying the goddamned Ancuans is how I lost half my company, you smug prick, she thought. Looking forward to it, Abigail said, playing up her summer home accent so the sarcasm wouldn't register. She spent half a bell after that standing behind the lines like she was on death row, but she couldn't complain. Better the wait than the fight. She was no tactician, but at the moment she'd wager the judgment that things were looking up for her side. The fifth on the right flank was still stuck dealing with whites, but the undead were beginning to thin. The ninth was going through the enemy slower but with fewer casualties, and the fourth was digging into the undead like this was summer solstice, and they hadn't eaten all week. It could be generously said that the center was holding, though not much more than that. There'd been no glaring fuck-ups that would require her to be sent back into the mess, and she told herself she'd light a candle in a house for that. As long as it cost copper, anyway. She wasn't putting down silver for the folks above, not unless she got a promotion and her hooks into a pretty boy that was supernaturally flexible in bed. She was made to regret the blasphemy immediately. There'd been a bunch of fancy wastelanders looming behind the undead since the blades had come out, and they'd finally stirred themselves to act. The move they made was on the Black Queen, and Abigail had to give them praise for the balls of it, if nothing else. Catherine Foundling had a reputation for brutally murdering her way through problems, so it was pretty brave of them to so openly embrace that label. Blinding panels of light formed around the squire in the distance, slowly spinning. Abigail would have looked closer, but it hurt her eyes too, and not just because of the light. The shapes she could discern were hardly shapes at all, and even glancing was enough to have the beginnings of a migraine forming. To be honest, she wasn't too worried about this. Trapping the Black Queen was kind of line trying to put a bonfire in a box. It had worked for that short moment until the whole thing caught fire, and then your hands were on fire as well, and by then it was way too late to do anything about it. Unlike some of her dumber countrymen, Abigail didn't think there was anything gloriously patriotic about trading a Presi monster in charge for a Calawan one. But heavens was she glad to be in the 15th and not in the ranks of whatever poor fucking fools were fighting it. There was something to be said for being on the winning side, and monster or not, Foundling had a history of being the last woman standing on the field. The thing was, the light panels stayed there. No howling blizzard tore them open. This, Abigail thought, did not bode well. The rest of the army must have agreed because a shiver went through the ranks. Not the old legionaries, they were made of sterner stuff, but the Ancuans were wavering, and the men of the 15th were. It was hard to put into words. You didn't have to like the Black Queen to put your trust in the legend. In the stories about the girl who'd tricked Resurrection out of angels and swept her way through armies and heroes alike. Abigail had seen her in Dormer, when she'd raised the stairs of ice and swept the summer fae off the walls. It had been like watching a force of nature, not a person. Sometimes the captain still woke up with cold fingers even when she slept by the fire. You couldn't see something like that and not believe, even if only a little. So why isn't she breaking out of the cage? The Presi took advantage, and if there'd ever been the history of Callow writ in a sentence, that was it. Abigail had heard stories about the conquest. Every kid did, not matter where in the country they were raised. But those had been about battles and sieges, cunning ploys and foul deeds. This isn't anything like that at all, she thought. Darkness was made smoke above the chanting silhouettes of faraway mages, and that smoke moved. It slithered across the cloudless sky, spreading smoothly like ink in water, and it was only when it reached the army it clustered into a ball above it. Then it exploded again, into 100 dark tendrils that swept through the center of the host. Wherever the tendrils passed, men died, choking and screaming, clawing at their throats as the smoke went into their bodies and poisoned something inside them. Black tears streaked down their faces, leaving ash-like trails. Abigail's blood ran cold, and in that moment she understood why old men called praise the enemy. This was not war, it was— she didn't know a word ugly enough for it. How many had died? Over these 10 heartbeats. 1,000 at least. There was a gaping hole right in the middle of the army, and already the whites were pouring through. Abigail almost thought she heard a snap when the morale of the Akuans broke. They were going to leg it, she thought. The guards were going to flee, and they were all going to die. The smoke thinned and began to disperse, leaving only a field of corpses behind. That, and one soldier. That one survivor took off her helmet, shook free a ponytail, and the captain's heart caught in her throat. "Rise," Catherine Foundling ordered, and the dead men obeyed. The word had been spoken half a mile away, and still Abigail heard it like had been whispered into her ear. Akuans and legionaries rose to their feet, cold blue eyes shining, and the dead fell upon the dead. Something old and harsh rose up in the captain's veins, something she had thought herself beyond. It wasn't pride, because who could take pride in one of their own matching the wasteland horror for horror? But it was something close to it, when she thought of the sneering mages on the other side who'd swatted down thousands like insects. Be afraid, she thought. Like we are, like we've always been. Be afraid of the monster coming for you all, because there is not a speck of pity or mercy in her. Kill them all, Black Queen, Abigail whispered hoarsely, and meant every word of it. Sacker watched frost spread across the ground, dead men claw at the dead, and felt her body shiver in a way that had nothing to do with the sudden cold. She'd seen Lord Black in the fullness of his power, turning the men behind him into a sword no army could withstand. This was something else. It was the madness and might of the old tyrants turned to sharp purpose, and the part of her that loved the tribes above all else wept at the sight of it. "O Carrion Lord, what have you wrought?" The squire was a host unto herself, a wrathful child who'd stolen the mantle of a lesser god, and would wreck the world with it until it fit her vision of how things should be. The goblin was a true daughter of the Grey Ares, daughter and great-daughter of matrons, and she knew old histories and the dark truths they carried. No empresses had been so terrifying as the ones that though they were in the right, that thought they were doing the necessary thing. The Presi knelt at the altar of dread Empress Triumphant, may she never return, and named her the greatest tyrant that ever was or would be. But she'd been a storm to be waited out, nothing more. There would be no waiting out Catherine Foundling, she knew. The girl had been taught by the most patient of monsters, and surpassed his greatest weakness: lack of power. Is this to be your legacy, Amadeus of the Green Stretch? Will you leave us with one last laugh at our expense, knowing the world will burn in your wake? Sacker held more respect for the Black Knight than she'd ever thought she would give either a human or a male, but even so she did not think he deserved a pyre as great as the whole of Calernia. It was all made even more bitter brew by what she knew, that the squire would be needed in the wars to come. They needed the likes of her to turn back Procure, to smother the 10th Crusade in the crib. I hate you a little, old friend, for the knowledge that you shaped a situation where we would have no choice but to embrace her. Every inch of Sacker told her that she needed to kill this girl, kill her right now before she crossed a line they could not return from. But to follow her instincts would be to cripple the empire and the tribes with it on the eve of the greatest war they had seen in centuries. The goblin let fear and grief hold her for a moment, before she wrested back her mind. There were orders to give. The rebels had played their hand and seen it fall. It was only a matter of time until Istrid and Orym broke through, and when they did the battle would be good as one. All that remained was to play out the rest of this. Raise the banners, General Sacker told her staff. Heavies in front, mages are to lob at will. Let's end this farce. It should have felt like a victory, but all she could think about was what lay ahead. Her people kept to the gods below, as the Presi did, but they had given the oldest face of these deities a name, the Gobbler. It was said, among the tribes, that when the creation was born the Gobbler had spewed out all the peoples of the world. The last and smallest of them, crawling from the open and exhausted maw, had been the goblins. It was whispered to the daughters of matron lines that they had been the last to come, and that they would be the last to go. that they would be spared the calamities of greater peoples, hidden away in their deep places. Watching winter spread through the dead, freezing and shattering everything in its path, for the first time since she'd been spawned, Sackert doubted this truth. Book 3, Chapter 54, Wake. I imagined the High Lords would be inclined to protest the mind control if I hadn't seized control of their minds, which just goes to show this was the right decision all along. Dread Emperor Imperius. I believed, once, that the way Black thought was what made him different from his predecessors. The manner he tallied gains and losses, let the numbers guide his decisions instead of more sentimental inclinations. I'd thought it a strange thing that a man born in praise could think that way at all. But I'd understood, as I watched 1,000 men die in a manner I tacitly allowed as part of an overarching strategy, that it had been a false perception. Most Preci thought that way already, when you dug a little deeper. That was the principle behind a sacrifice, wasn't it? Breaking something of worth, so it would bring you something else you found of greater worth. A few thousand people for a flying fortress? Well, the Empire had a lot of people, but few sorceress war machines. Tendrils of something eldritch touching your mind for a demon summoning? Power was prized over sanity when one intended to climb the tower. My teacher had just taken a concept at the heart of everything Preci and brought it to its logical, cold-eyed conclusion. The House of Light said men could be worse than devils, for devils were driven to evil by their nature and not by choice. That it was greater sin to turn away from the light than be born of the dark. Choice. That was the word the priests exalted above all others. That men had the right to make decisions granted by the gods, and that what they did with this right defined who they were. For the children of the heavens, sin is in action, not in birth. I didn't believe that, not really. Militia was a monster not because she'd fed a civil war that lasted decades and killed dozens of thousands, but because she was someone who had it in her to make that decision. Her sin, if I was to insist on such a word, was that she was a woman with that capacity. Even if she'd become a cloistered sister in Southern Callow and never hurt a fly until she died, she would still have that bleak thing within her. Evil was not an act so much as it was a state of mind, a way of thinking I had been raised to despise even against the best efforts of the imperial orphanages. But I had the bleakness in me too. It was almost pathetic it had taken me so long to admit to that fact, that it had taken writing off 1,000 men under my protection as bait, before I could no longer deny it, even deep down. I'd sacrificed the Anquins, and men of the 15th as well, to draw out the ritual Acua's hounds had up their sleeves. I'd have done the same with General Istrid's men or any other of the soldiers on this field, because that ugly bloodletting had seemed to me the path to victory. Was this what you saw in me, Black? The same absence where better people have qualms. The decision had been no different, no worse, than sending the vanguard into the jaws of summer at Dormer or forcing a battle against the full might of the court in Arcadia. But the selfishness of this one had been bare, beyond even my ability to paint over. It should have grieved me, but aside from dull shame the sight of the dying had done nothing to move me. If I cannot be kind or just, then I will at least be victorious. I had sacrificed my last illusion of being a decent person for a win, and I could not even muster regret at the thought of that. Maybe Diabolist had spoken truth when she'd said I'd become like Preci. The gap between them and me was not as wide or deep as I would have liked. I heard Hune approach through the silence, her heavy footsteps unlike any other, but did not turn to greet her. Legate, I simply said, you have a report for me? Ahead of us were the remains of the day. My little necromantic trick, turned from dagger to sword by Winter's mantle, had turned the tide at exactly the right time. While I led my own dead smashing the whites, the legions on the flanks had begun breaking through. Istrid's 4th had been the first among them, but closely followed by General Orem and the 5th. Ranker's legion had not been far behind them, a quarter bell at most, and the moment the 9th was free move the battle had been over. With 4 breaches in the enemy line their formation had collapsed, and then the rebels had grown desperate. They'd fled, of course. Dying for the cause was not a wasteland virtue. To prevent pursuit, Lord Facili had thinned his center and thrown everything he could at the marching veteran legions while he and his fellow living escaped. It hadn't been enough. Orem had sent a division of 1,000 to delay the whites meant to block him and pursued, only backing down when Facili threw his last reserve of 3,000 whites at the 5th. Acua's general had brought 23,000 soldiers south and fled with barely 2,000 when the Battle of Dead Dawn ended. To my fury, I'd been unable to engage in pursuit. With the necromancers gone, the whites had gone wild, turning on each other as well as my soldiers. but their numbers had not dwindled swiftly enough. I could have followed on foot or with a confiscated horse, but I'd weighed the gains and losses. If I pursued, there was a chance I could kill Acua's best general. It was not a given I'd be able to, though, since he had hundreds of mages and at least one ward he believed could trap me. If I remained, I could significantly lower casualties on my side by carving my way through the disorganized whites with my procession of dead soldiers. Uncertain greater gain or certain lesser one. A year ago I would have pursued, but I'd been taught the price of recklessness since then. Powerful as they might be, villains who faced armies on their own died to them more often than not. 233 fatalities from the 15th, Hune said, delicately handing me a scroll. Twice that many wounded. Numbers are still coming from the other 3 legions, and the Kalawans lack even basic registries, but I am projecting at least 2,000 dead Ankuans from the debriefs. A quarter of the initial Ankuan force gone before afternoon bell even rang. The colder part of me assessed that, even with the 5,000 men from Southpool sure to have been lost, this battle had still seen me come out ahead in the grim arithmetic of war. On the surface, at least, Diabolist could afford to lose more troops than I could. At this rate of exchange, I'd be the last woman standing in my army, and she'd still have over a third of hers. Or what we thought was hers, anyway. Inside the walls of Lys was Bard descrying, and trying to guess the amount of people there'd been in the city when it rose into the sky was a logistical nightmare. Refugees didn't exactly declare their intent to travel, nor offer casualty reports. Then we've decisively proven the legions can beat whites when the armies field similar numbers, I said after a long moment. I would mitigate that statement, the ogre said. A third of our number were Anku watchmen. That said, Lys is a fortified city. The nature of the engagement there will be different. You're worried about her mages, I said, hazarding a guess. It wasn't a stretch to do so. They had me worried as well. They will have had months to prepare the grounds, Hune said. Superior spell power and numerical advantage will weigh heavily against us, ma'am. Superior spell power, I smiled wanly. Not something they can claim, I think, so long as we have Hierophant. One man, she said. One. Named. I replied. They have one of those as well, Your Grace, the ogre reminded me. Had I not been informed there are temporal concerns at work, I would have advised for a protracted siege instead of an assault. Temporal concerns, huh? A roundabout way of saying everybody was worried about what Acua Sahelian would be able to cook up if we didn't kick down her front door quickly enough. The ogre's notion wouldn't have been wrong on a tactical level if we set aside Diabolist, but it would have been a mistake on a strategic one. The longer it took us to put the rebels down, the higher the chances Procker would attack, while half the legions were tied up around Lys. The ogre wasn't high enough up the ranks to be in the know for that, though I'd wager she'd heard some rumors. They were cropping up often of late, and I doubted it was a coincidence. The Empress, I suspected, was preparing public opinion for the wars to come, even if she had a plan in the works that involved never fighting those at all. Militia was not the kind of woman inclined to leave any of the angles uncovered. I had no intention of discussing any of that with the ogre, so I changed the subject. Fasilai Marembi, I said. Your opinion on him? Skilled, the legate immediately replied. Clearly studied Legion doctrine in depth. He accurately gauged how long it would take the legions to deal with the whites set against them. His tactical judgment is solid as well. The Ankuans were the correct target for his ritual. Terror tactics, I murmured. He was banking on a Calawan route to win this. They have evidently made plans to limit your ability to act on the battlefield, ma'am, Hune said. I am somewhat at a loss as to how they were fooled by a decoy. That was thief, I said. Keep quiet in name's power, and it can be hard to differentiate between them from a distance. It won't work twice, but it shouldn't need to. Using wards against Masigo is like trying to drown a fish. I confess a degree of wariness over how heavily we rely on named for our tactics, the ogre noted. She sounded, I thought, almost like my teacher. Never rely on an artifact or a power for victory. They will always fail you. There is no such thing as being invincible, but lack of glaringly exploitable crutches will do wonders for your lifespan. There was truth in that, but the number of named on my side was my main advantage. I would be a fool not to exploit it to the fullest. We'll meet him again in Lys, I said, winding the conversation back to Lord Fasilai. I would rank him as inferior to most imperial generals, General Juniper among them, the ogre said. Though battles are rarely so clear-cut as to allow such gaps in ability to be a deciding factor. She was right about that. On open grounds with identical armies, it would change quite a bit. But in a massive pitched battle around Lise, that was a different story. I had faith in the Hellhound, but I did not think she would be better at leading a traditional wasteland army than an intelligent man who'd been raised to do that very thing. We still come out ahead by miles when it comes to experienced officers. They'll be dependent on magic to control the whites, and that'll make it hard to maneuver quickly. Juniper had been crafting a plan of attack for Lise for quite some time now, refining and improving it every day. I would trust in her, as she trusted in me. I silently watched the legionaries piling up corpses all over the field, preparing the pyres that would be lit before nightfall. Whites broke after they were damaged enough, whatever sorcery animated them ceasing to function, but some of the corpses still struggled as they were dragged away. They would burn anyway. Do you think you're a good person, Hune? I suddenly asked. That's a human way of looking at the world, the ogre said, drawing lines and saying that standing before or past them defines who you are. Then how do ogres think of it? I said, glancing at her. The legate smiled thinly, fat lips tightening in a line. We are what creation lets us be, she said. That we get to decide is the first and oldest lie. I was taught differently, I said. And how much control did you have over that? She asked. She shook her head before I could reply. I must return to my duties, Your Grace, she continued. I leave you to your musings. I inclined my head in dismissal, not eager to keep her around. I had another conversation ahead of me. After all, as she strode away, I sought the 649 remaining undead I had raised, a writhing bundle in the back of my mind. I could see through their eyes, guide their hands and feet, but there was danger in that. There were too many, more than I could truly handle. Orders that were more thought than word could direct them as a pack, but if I went any deeper, I was certain there would be consequences. A god, perhaps, would not have been troubled by those. But stealing one's mantle had not raised me to godhood. All it had done was allow me to claim some of that power as my own. Safety lay in shallowness. It was my instinct to release the dead from service now that the battle was over, but I thought twice of it. I'd proved in the past that I could go a great deal of damage by filling dead animals with munitions. 600 purely expendable troops were too useful of a tool to dismiss without good reason. I know you're around, I said. Thief clucked her tongue and appeared ahead of me. She was sitting on a dead man's back, though from this angle I could not tell whether it had been one of mine or a white. She pulled at a waterskin, looking somewhat ill. I'll never get used to the smell, Vivian Dartwick said. The reek clings to you, somehow. I thought the same after my first real battle, I said. I barely notice it now, to tell you the truth. Thief's answering smile was sharp. And that doesn't worry you? Not only villains fight battles, I said. Or have noses, for that matter. She didn't press the subject, nor I had not expected her to. Talking with Vivian, I thought, was much like sparring. All deft footwork and probing for weaknesses, a game where victory and defeat were ever-moving targets for both players. A great victory, Thief drawled. Should I offer you congratulations? A skirmish, I said. 40,000 men fought on this field, Vivian said. Not even a third of either real armies, I said. Minor parts of the whole. That makes it a skirmish, no matter how large of one. If this was just a skirmish, Vivian said, then why did Diabolist risk her best general? My fingers clenched, then unclenched. I murmured, have been wondering about the same thing. Looking at all of this, there were parts that weren't adding up. I could generously assume that I'd lost 5,000 men today. Diabolist, on the other hand, had lost 20,000. Even with the 5,000 South Pullians she would kill and raise, I'd come out of this round ahead by 10,000 souls. It wasn't a horrible trade for her. The more troops I lost, the fewer I had to assault her walls with. But she sent facili and hundreds of mages, knowing she could lose them. Acua never did anything with only one intention in mind. The wards they tried to pin me in with, Thief said. I could have strolled out at any time. They weren't. Keyed. To me, if you get my drift. You think she wanted to find out if she could put me in a box at will, I said. I'm no general, the dark-haired woman said. But I get the impression that, army for army, she has you beat. What you've got over her is a bunch of named, and arguably you're the most powerful of them. I wasn't so sure of that, to be honest. When it came to killing single opponents, maybe, and named in particular. But Hierophant could wipe a company from the face of creation without losing his breath these days. And Archer was, well, hard to contain, for lack of better term. She was the living incarnation of the proverbial grain of sand in the machinery. Adjutant wasn't overwhelming by himself, but that wasn't his role in the first place. He was supposed to empower another named, and though he worked best with me, he could serve that function with others as well. It would be reckless of her, to risk so many mages just to answer that question, I said. If you'd been stuck behind the wards, Thief said, would this battle have been won? I grimaced. Maybe. But then, maybe not. And if Diabolist had wiped 3 legions and a contingent of the 15th right before our last battle, well, there went my chances of taking Lys. This campaign could survive the loss of the Ankou city guard. 14,000 legionaries were another story. There's too much we don't know for sure, I finally said. Guesswork and schemes are her bread and butter. We won't be coming out on top if we keep playing this her way. Thief was silent for a long moment, staring at me. You want me to go to Lys? She said. I slowly nodded. Not to fight, I clarified. But I need eyes in the city before attacking it. I've tried to seize the initiative repeatedly, Vivian, but she's always been a step ahead of us. It won't be like my last visit there, Thief said. She knows I'm part of your little band of miscreants. She will have measures in place. I know, I said quietly. I'm asking anyway. This is the part, she said, where you use your eloquence to talk me into this. I looked up at the blue sky and smiled bitterly. I could manipulate her, I thought. I'd glimpsed levers to pull in our past conversations. I had a grasp on the kind of threats and pressures that would make her cave. But this, the urge to bend her to my will, that I was feeling in my bones. That was how villains forged the same blade that'd kill them. I didn't know if that sharp instinct was from my name or Winter, or more distressingly neither of them at all. But I would not give in to it. Do you think you're a good person, Vivian? I asked instead. Good is irrelevant, Thief said. There are debts, paid and not. The rest is garnish. 100,000 Calawans, I said. Killed and made servants. That, I think, may be the debt of our lifetime. Help me settle it, please. Vivian said nothing at all and drank from the water skin. She wiped her lips and chuckled darkly. I used to think there wouldn't be a need for idiotic heroics on this side of the fence, she said. How I missed that assumption. I didn't push any further. It had, in the end, to be her decision. Anything else, and there would be a cost, sooner or later. I do not want servants. I thought, the conversation I'd had with Hune on a hill still fresh in my mind. But some part of me whispered that kindness was as much a leash as fear, in its own way, and that what I wanted mattered a great deal less than what I actually did. Don't dawdle south, Thief said. I'll be cautious, and retreat if the danger's too great. That's all I can ask, I said, and the matter was settled. By nightfall, the pyres were burning. 100 candles of cooking flesh in the night. Thief went north, to the enemy's lair. I had the 3 legions under General Istrid escort the Anquins to our mustering grounds, and returned south with the remainder of my men. To the 15th, to Juniper and Hierophant, and the plans that would make or break Callow. And, I found out, to Black. Prodigy. No man in creation is so dangerous as a well-meaning fool. Dread Empress Regalia too. When he'd been 9 years old, Masigo had seen the end of the world. He thought of that, sometimes, at gatherings like this one. When making meaningless small talk with strangers, wondering if they had any idea about how fragile everything around them truly was. That the world was nothing but the whim of greater beings, apt to be snuffed out the moment they learned what they wanted. But all he saw in the eyes of the highborn was hunger and ambition, and could there ever be anything more boring than that? The silhouettes melded into each other, 100 boys and girls cut from the same dull cloth. Even those with a measure of the gift were blind, like they were just refusing to see what was around them. They might as well be animals or statues of clay, but still he had to stand and smile and pretend he'd remember their names if he ever met them again. He usually didn't. Papa chided him over that, said connections were always useful, but Father just laughed. Still made him come, though, even if it was only a few times a year. A pure-blood Lycian charger, the girl said, and Masigo only now noticed she'd been talking this whole time. Getting her across the Wasalidi was difficult, of course, but my family is not without friends. The boy squinted through his glasses. I thought there was a decree about the 13th Legion getting first pick of mounts out of the provinces, he said. Father had arranged for a tutor to teach him about these things, which had only succeeded in motivating him to learn how to craft illusions. If he slept through the lessons, it was easier to stay up late working on his own projects. Uncle Amadeus had called him worse than his father when he'd learned, but it had sounded like a compliment. His uncle did that a lot, say things he didn't mean while smiling. It had taken Masigo a while to understand how that worked, and even now he found the man's face hard to read sometimes. It was like he was trying to make things confusing. The girl, whose name he didn't even try to remember because he was pretty sure he hadn't been paying attention when she'd introduced herself in the first place. laughed like he'd said something funny, and put her hand on his arm. She had warm fingers, he noted, but he didn't enjoy strangers touching him. Well, she was Sonic and highborn, so she was probably clean at least. Still, since he'd turned 12, people kept pawing at him at these receptions. He really wished they'd stop, or at least tell him why. What do such trifles mean to people like us, Masigo? She smiled, cheeks dimpling. He forced himself not to squint again. It sounded like she broke the law a lot, which was kind of stupid. Yeah, Father had told him that those didn't really apply to him until Uncle Amadeus said they did, but that was just him. This girl would probably get hanged if people knew, so why was she telling him? Horses are nice, he tried. The girl blinked in confusion and withdrew her hand. That was his chance, he decided. If you didn't retreat early when people got grabby, they'd follow you all night. I think I hear someone calling me, he hastily said, and fled before she could reply. He was pretty sure this was the city home of the High Lord of Thalassina, though why someone who lived by the sea would want a house in a tear, he had no idea. So hopefully he hadn't just been rude to a relative of whoever the High Lord was. There was an S in there, he was pretty sure, maybe more than one. The whole place was pointlessly large and dripping with gold, jewels, and weird what Papa told him was worth more than either, but worst of all, it was filled with people. So many people. More than 200, though there were a lot of servants, and supposedly those didn't count. Masigo declined to take one of the bits of meat pastry from a plate, since he'd been told those were poisoned, and discreetly tried to find either his father's. They weren't anywhere in sight, but there were 3 floors and a rooftop garden, so that didn't mean much. Before he could embark on that journey of discovery, he found himself cornered by another girl and what looked like a pack of minions. Another Sonic. He squinted, pretty sure he'd seen this one before. 3 months ago, when High Lady Tasia something had the party with the magic light show. That had been very interesting, though people kept trying to talk to him during. Which rude. And they said he had bad manners. Lord Masigo, the girl smiled. A pleasure to see you again. You so rarely come to these little evenings. Shit, he was supposed to know who she was. Oh, hello, he said, and after a moment found a clever ruse. You. Flawless. He was going to get away with this cleanly. A very familiar way to refer to Lady Acua, one of the minions said. The boy frowned. I thought minions weren't supposed to talk when important people do, he pointed out. Father says they used to execute people for that. The minion who'd spoken, some tag rep, went pale at that. Damn it, Masigo hadn't meant to make him feel bad about his manners. Now he felt like an ass. It's all right, the boy reassured the stranger. It's just an old custom. Those aren't very important. The Acua girl's smile didn't change, but he got the impression he'd said something wrong. Was it because she was pretty? Pretty girls always had these expectations about things he should be saying, but no one had ever written those down, as far as he knew. And why would people not do that? It was just bad scholarship, honestly. A shame you believe so, my lord, she said. Masigo frowned. Why, he asked. Do you want him to get killed? That's a little rude to say right in front of him. The Sonic girl looked bemused, and also a little pained. But before she could say anything, Masigo felt a giant palm settle over his head and relief wash over him. Aunt Sabah, he breathed. Wait, careful with the hair. The big woman grinned and ruffled his braids even as he squirmed. Making friends, Masigo? She teased. I'm not sure, he said. I think I insulted them, but I don't know how. He leaned closer to his aunt and whispered. They must have very thin skin, he gravely told her. He offered the girl and her minions a smile after that, but some of them looked angry for some reason. Lady Captain, the girl said and bowed. Sahelian, Aunt Sabah replied. Growing into a proper little lady, aren't we? I am ever my mother's daughter, the girl smiled. Oh, Masigo thought, they must be friends. Now he felt kind of bad he hadn't remembered her name. Aunt Sabah took her hand off his tresses and patted him. One of High Lord Idris' mages prepares to make a demonstration in the gardens, she said. Your father sent me to get you. The moment magic was mentioned, he forgot all about the other people. Perking up. Skill display or a formula reveal? He asked. Because they're not usually very good at the displays. Formula, the big woman said. Come on, we don't want to miss it. Masigo wasn't a savage, so he remembered to wave at the girl and the minions before he followed his aunt to the stairs. You don't have any idea who that was, do you? She asked. The boy glared. Of course I do, he said. It was... Shit, he'd forgotten her name again. Come on, Masigo, she just told you. Lady Yubua, he said, pretending he was sure. Aunt Sabah's shoulders shook like she was holding something in. She must have eaten too much. Yes, she said, voice tight. That is exactly correct, and you should always call her that. Masigo let out a sigh of relief when she was looking away. Yubawa, 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 he said in his head. He couldn't forget, just in case Papa asked him later. They slowed when they got to the second floor, and his aunt steered him to the side. He was a little confused as to why, at first, but then he saw Uncle Amadeus talking with some important-looking tagreb. His uncle was very pale, though father had told him it was because he was a dunny, which wasn't a disease, even if it sounded like it. And he usually looked sinister, but tonight he was smiling and standing real close to the other man. They must have been old friends, he thought. The tagreb was smiling very widely, and his hands were shaking with excitement. Brad, his uncle lazily said, turning to him. Heading up for the reveal? Masigo nodded. Do you think people will try to talk to me? He asked. Because they did last time, and it was very tedious. Uncle Amadeus' lips quirked. Stay close to me, and I'll serve as your guard, he suggested. Masigo beamed. His uncle turned to the tagreb. Think on it, Lord Banag, he said. It would be my pleasure to arrange it. The tagreb said his courtesies very quickly, bowed and left. What were you talking about? The boy asked. Giant spiders, his uncle said. Lord Banag seems to have an interest in seeing them up close. Masigo hummed in approval. As a provably repeated phenomenon of unclear sorcerous origin that displayed manifestations going outside the bounds of the classical table of elements, the giant spiders under a tear were a fascinating study subject. Is he a mage then? He asked. Uncle Amadeus patted his shoulder. No, he smiled coldly. No, he is not. He must be a great scholar, Masigo mused. It wasn't people's fault that they weren't born with the gift. Yes, it made them kind of useless and ignorant, but it wasn't like they could help it. Just like he couldn't help but finish the tray of lemon tarts when Dada made them, no matter what his other father said. It was like fate. Delicious lemony fate. The three of them were given a wide berth as they headed for the stairs, which tended to happen whenever Uncle Amadeus was around. He didn't have a lot of friends, which was why Masigo had been glad to see him getting along with the Lord earlier. Our little Masigo was making friends when I found him, Aunt Sabah said. Was he? His uncle said, eyebrow quirking. Oh yes, his aunt said, voice tight again. With Lady Yubawa. You know, Tasia's daughter. His uncle's face blanked, which meant he was sad. Or angry. Or happy. Ugh, people were complicated. There should be a guide. Auntie's lying, Masigo said. I think I made them angry. Somehow. I don't know why they thought I was the rude one when she said she wanted to kill her own minion. But maybe she's just not that bright. It's not good to insult people, Masigo, Amadeus said. You should send a letter to Lady Yubawa to apologize. Do I have to? He whined. I'll help you write it, don't worry, his uncle said, a tremor going through his shoulders. Aunt Sabah was grinning, which made people around them back away even further. Masigo sighed, but figured he might as well. Father always said he was only supposed to hurt other people's feelings on purpose. They passed through the third floor, and the boy tugged at his aunt's hand. There, he said, pointing ahead. Papa's talking with people. There was a cluster of at least a dozen highborn in a circle around his father, most of them women. Papa said something that had them laughing and drank from his cup, nibbling at cut of meat. Some of the ladies were looking a little red in the face, but people did that a lot around his father's. Papa saw him from the corner of his eye and smiled, saying goodbye to his friends and sauntering up to them. Taikalash, Uncle Amadeus said, inclining his head. Amadeus, Papa smiled. Always such a pleasure. And Sabah, dearest. A shame you did not bring your children. Bad enough I have to come. I'm not going to torture them with this kind of company. Aunt Sabah snorted. Do give my regards to your husband, Papa said. His aunt laughed. Lash, I'm not going to help you flirt with him, she said. Give it up. But he always gets so flustered. Masago's father said, smiling over the rim of his cup. Uncle Amadeus' face was blank again. It was like that a lot, around Papa. Father said they didn't get along very well, but when Masigo had asked why he'd just said it was complicated. The boy tugged at his father's tunic. There's going to be a formula reveal upstairs, he said. I don't want to miss it. His father's brow rose. Have you earned it? He said. How many people did you talk with tonight? 10, Masigo said, having honestly no idea whether he was lying or not. Papa studied him closely. Zigo, are you lying to me? He asked. It's not a lie if you don't get caught, Masigo replied cheerfully. The Empress had said so once, so it must be true. Papa sighed. We will mingle after the demonstration, you and I, he announced. And I will have no backtalk. The boy grimaced, but didn't argue. That way lay Calawan apples instead of pastries for dessert, which was basically torture and probably illegal. The adults talked while they made their way up to the garden, mostly about Aunt Sabah's children and how quick they were growing. She said they were going to be bureaucrats like their father, which sounded horrid, but he supposed someone had to do it. The rooftop garden, he decided after they went up, was actually very nice. It wasn't just plants. There was also obsidian sculpted to look like flowers and trees, and in little nooks, he could see runes had been carved. Much of this, he realized, was actually illusions. He drifted away from the adults and elbowed aside a bush of large green leaves, kneeling at the foot of an obsidian tree and tracing the runes hidden in the roots with his fingers. The work was simplistic, he thought. The harmonics in the sound production could be significantly improved if they took out the array stabilizer and separated the core into two different workings. Yet it'd be a little trickier to power, but then you could have illusionary wind moving the leaves, and also, look at you, Father sighed. They lose you for 10 heartbeats, and you get dirt all over your robes. Masigo looked up at his father, then down at his knees. It was true. He'd been kneeling in soil this whole time, and pushing aside the dirt covering some runes had gotten some all over him. This is very unprofessional work, the boy said gravely. They used a cascade pattern to keep the sorcery flowing. Father, it's like they're not even trying. The dark-skinned man crouched at his side, the edge of his tunic brushing the soil. What is the third law of artifice, Masigo? He asked. Sorcery anchored in the material will only work perfectly for the sorcerer who created it, because every caster leaves a different mark, the boy dutifully recited. And the corollary? The more complicated anchored sorcery is, the more prone to failure it becomes over time, he said. Simplicity is pow. Oh, they made it shoddy on purpose, so that anybody could use it. The mage who first built the stone glass garden was very talented, Father said. But he knew his successors might not be as skilled, so he kept the system simple. That's stupid, Masigo said bluntly. If they're not good enough, they don't deserve to use it. This is a showpiece, Masigo, his father said. It's meant to be used as often as possible. All they're showing is that they're shit at spellcrafting, the boy muttered under his breath. Father looked amused as he rose again, offering a hand to help him up. Come, he said. Let's have a look at that formula. I'm told the demonstrator has improved significantly on an old Thalassinian spell. Masigo followed eagerly, excited again. There was a place in the middle of the garden where a large round platform of stone was left in the open. Seats of pale would set all around it. His uncle was already seated, but Aunt Sabah wasn't, which made sense. She'd probably break the chair if she tried. She was really heavy. His father's had him sit between them, Papa fussing with the tresses his aunt had messed up and shooting her a dark look. Silence washed over the garden when some Tagreb woman got onto the platform, bowing and talking a lot about how some high lord was great and blah blah blah. Honor and old blood and gods. When were they going to get to the magic already? Eventually she raised her hands and began tracing red runes in the air. Oh, so she used meson tracing. That was rare. It was a lot more rigid than the techniques developed under Dread Emperor Sorceress. A triad of runes formed a triangle as she continued murmuring. Then a thin needle of blue fire erupted from the center of it. She guided it into shapes, but Masego's eyes narrowed as she watched. The initial quantity of fire had not changed. She was just thinning the intensity, so it looked like there was more. It was inefficient. It was slow. It was inaccurate. No, he said, and rose to his feet. There was a ripple of murmurs around, but he didn't care, going onto the platform. You're doing it wrong, he insisted. Look closer until you can have a glimpse of what you should be doing. His fingers danced across the air, using her lame meson tracing instead of proper high imperial. He slowed when he made the initial runes, making sure she'd be able to see where he differed, adding a draw pattern to her initial burst, then followed along the same lines of her spell, but actually making more blue fire because the working was still drawing on his sorcery instead of diluting the power like hers had. It fit, but already his mind was running through ways to improve the spell, refine it, cut away at the impurities. Masigo felt clarity descend on him like morning dew, fresh and limpid on his tongue. A sigh came from all the lords and ladies like they were a single person, and Father came up to steer him away from the platform. Some old man that was too light to be Sonic, but too dark to be Tagreb came up to them, all smiles. My congratulations, Lord Warlock, he said. A name at his age is an achievement that will sound across the empire. Masigo squinted at the stranger, then leaned close to his father. Father, who is that? He whispered. The only thing that broke the silence that followed was Uncle Amadeus' convulsive laughter. Book 3, Chapter 55, Reunion. The heart of succession is always murder. The new cannot grow where the old remains. Theodore Langman, Wizard of the West. For calamities had gone south, and Scribe with them, but only 2 awaited on the other side of the ferry gate. I'd not expected to see Assassin, but looking at Warlock and Black standing side by side, my heart broke a little. It was the way they stood, slightly apart, as if they expected a larger person to be behind and leaning over their shoulders. Captain had left a gaping hole behind her in more ways than one. Out in the open, our greetings were polite, friendly even, but distant for all that. None of us were inclined to emotional theatrics in front of so many watching eyes. Warlock made himself scarce without bothering to explain, hard eyes lingering on me, even as his handsome face smiled without a speck of sincerity, and my teacher silently led me to a tent in the heart of the 15th's camp. Before I even came in sight of it, I could feel the wards pulsing, at least 24 woven together that reeked of coiled and contained violence. Not Masego's work, this. There was a depth and sophistication to it Hierophant had yet to reach. It was where my teacher had been sleeping, I saw with a start. The inside was sparse and austere, functional Legion furnishings surrounding a standard-issue cot. A handful of scrying tools could be glimpsed in a corner, glinting softly in mage light, and the short folding table that stood to the side was flanked by 2 rickety stools. The second most powerful person in the Empire slept here, and I could have bought everything in the tent with a mere month's salary. I'd never been too inclined to luxuries myself, but Black took it a step further. The tent's flap closed behind us with a quiet swish, leaving the 2 of us standing in the soft sorceress glow. I was taller than him now, I realized, by a little more than an inch. How long had it been since we'd last seen each other? A year, or close. He was still pale in that way that was more corpse-like than Calawan. All the life in him gathered into those eerie green eyes. Name did not get tired the way normal men did not feel that burden as acutely, but in the lines of his face I read something like exhaustion. The silence stretched on for a long time, me looking at him and him looking at me. If we were different people, I thought, he would be embracing me. But that wasn't who we were. So instead his fingers fleetingly touched my shoulder, using the excuse of brushing off lint that did not exist, and I forced myself not to lean into the touch. Those were the lines we lived between, even now. I'm so sorry, I said, about Sabah. For what couldn't even have been the full span of a heartbeat, something like raw anguish flickered across the man's face, before it was whisked away into the void. So am I, he said, and there was something almost tired in his voice. So am I. I couldn't remember moving, but found myself on a stool as Black claimed his own, watching as he broke the clay seal over a roughly hewn bottle. He poured himself a cup of the red liquor within, and looked askance at me. I nodded, and was handed cup of my own. Those who leave are met again, he said quietly, the words cadenced and formulaic. Be it above or below. Our cups clinked dimly, and we downed the drinks. It tasted like wine, I thought, if someone had dumped half a bottle of hard liquor in a bad red vintage. I kept myself from grimacing. What happened? I asked. Last I heard the situation south was under control. He poured himself another cup. I have grown arrogant, he said, and it was not a recrimination so much as a statement of fact. I was caught up in my own cleverness, convinced I understood the nature of the opposition. So blind a nascent name escaped my attention that I failed to realize I was facing perhaps the most dangerous opponent of my long career. The Wandering Bard, I said. Almirava of Smyrna, though now she went by a different name and face. I'd thought her a nuisance and not a threat. When I'd fought against her, a meddler that could help along defeat but never cause it. It appeared I'd been very, very wrong about that. You will face her too, in time, Black said. Do not make the same mistakes I did. No matter how powerful the heroes she will align herself with, she is the greatest threat among the opposition. If she is not contained, she will make you rue that failing. I studied him silently. The Empress had called him a raw, bare nerve. I'd hoped that she was wrong, but there was a shadow in the man across from me that gave me pause. It wasn't the dark spiral of doubt and recriminations I knew best, but something colder, as if he'd cut away the human parts of him, deemed them useless, and to be set aside until the current messes were fixed. It's all right to grieve her, I said. I do, and I never knew her the way you did. The dark-haired man's smile was mirthless. I will grieve her properly when affairs here allow it, he said. There will be a funeral in Ater in a few months. I expect you to be there. I nodded slowly. He drank from his cup, fingers steady yet somehow fragile. I will have to tell her family, he said softly. I haven't yet. It feels like less than her due to scry her husband for that conversation. He closed his eyes, finished his drink, and the sliver of vulnerability there'd been on his face was gone, when the green stare returned. I've been spending the last few days reading reports, he said. You've done well here, Catherine. There are few people that could have so deftly handled the Fae. The Empress helped me clean up the mess, I replied honestly. Couldn't have done it without her. Another pleasant development, he noted. I was glad to hear of your cooperation. You will need to rely on her in the future, and she on you. You talk, I said, like you're going to die. He laughed cuttingly, but the edge did not feel like it was directed at me, or at him. It was the laugh of a man who looked up at the heavens with only contempt. Oh, there's still a few years left in this hide. If I avoid the right mistakes, he said. There will be dangers in facing Diabolist, to be sure, but I am aware of the stories I must sidestep. Gods, but I was glad to hear that. Because there was a picture that could be painted in Lys, one that involved my mentor and my rival and the bloody succession that had been the way of villains since the first dawn. I wasn't. Fuck, I knew Black was a risk. That as long as he lived there would always be limits to how far I could push things with the tower. But I wasn't ready for him to die. I wasn't sure that I would ever be. It wasn't even just that I felt safer with him. The hazy memory of a warm cloak around my shoulders threaded with the bone-deep certainty there was not a line he wouldn't cross to keep me alive. I worried my lip. It had been easy to tell Grandmaster Talbot that the monster in front of me was the closest thing I'd ever have to a father when he was so very far away. It was harder to do it now that he was here with me. It would have been breaking a pane of glass we'd always been careful to keep there, even if sometimes our hands pressed against that divide close enough to feel the other's warmth. The hard girl with a distant father figure. I thought mockingly. When did I become such a hackneyed banality? Be careful, I said, voice rough. You're still useful to me. Something like a smile quirked his lips, and he nodded. I poured myself another cup to avoid looking at him, even if the liquor had tasted like bad decisions, and felt a sliver of gratitude when he changed the subject. Diabolist must be dealt with before summer's end, he said. We had a conversation, you and I, while I was in the Free Cities, about changes that must be had in the Empire. I'm not sure the Empress will agree to the kind of changes I want, I said. I've made promises, Black. I thought I had it under control, but in Dread Crowned, he said, lips curving around the name of the song my legionaries and thousands more had sung. A lovely tune. Almost lovely enough, one cannot hear the clamor for war under the words. I made a deal with her for the Vice-Queenship of Callow, like you said I should, I told him. But the wasteland is sick. Black. There's centuries of rot set in. We can't build anything that'll last without clearing it away first. Because, much as I'd come to like militia, I could not help to think that our deal would not survive her. That all it took was a knife in the back by some ambitious high lord, and the armies would march, because the Empress was a creature of pragmatic reason, but she was the exception and not the rule. If we were to really, truly make this work, then the cabals of scheming highborn had to go. Or it was just a matter of time until another version of the coup in lore took place, and we'd come too far now for that to lead to anything but rebellion. I hadn't forgotten it wasn't the True Bloods that had made a grab for power in the capital when I'd disappeared for a few months. It had been the Empress' own allies, supposedly mine as well. To trust men like them was like throwing tea in the sea and expecting it to turn brown. And so, summer's end, Black said calmly. Procker will not begin their campaign in autumn, not if it means taking the risk of fighting through the winter in foreign lands. We will have until the first pangs of spring to do what must be done. The tone had been serene, measured, cold as the winter running through my veins, and I was not ashamed to admit it scared me. And what exactly is that? I asked. Praise, he said mildly, will be purged. From court to gutter. I will not allow knives to be bared at our back as we prepare for the greatest war the Empire has seen in half a millennium. I looked into those pale green eyes and glimpsed the house of steel behind them, grinding wheels of steel that knew no pity or pause. There had been weight to those words. The Empress has already broken the True Bloods, I said. Most of them call themselves the Moderates now, and the rest is on the run. 20 years, I have kept my tongue as Alea ruled praise her way, Black said. She has done much with that time. Won a civil war without ever mustering a single army, and so much more I could never have done in her place. But it is not enough. His fingers clenched. I look west, and I see the chosen daughter of the old ways, sitting atop a throne of death and sorcery in naked challenge to the tower, he hissed. I look east, and I see the remains of the same fools that fought us decades ago, defeated but not yet defanged. Those that kneel may be spared, Catherine. There is still use for them. The rest will burn, and from those ashes we will fashion an empire that can turn back Hazenbach's crusade. Strange how fear could make a moment grow crystal clear. That means going against the Empress, I said. Is that your intention? Rebellion. The cold intensity that had wrought the man's frame went out like a smothered candle, and he passed a hand through his hair. It was, I thought, one of the most human gestures I'd ever seen him make. More than his power or his words, the complete control Black held himself with had always been what made him feel unearthly. That made it thrice I'd seen the control slip tonight. It had my stomach clenching. No, Black said. Never that. Alea rules. But she must understand that the time for long games is past. Praise now faces an existential threat. Compromise is no longer an option. And what happens to Callow in that path of no compromise? I asked. You have a crown, my teacher said. Let us dispense with the bastard fig leaf that is putting vice in front of your title. Your people already call you the Black Queen, Catherine. Take Callow in hand. Deal out justice and authority as you see fit, so long as the kingdom is ready for war. My blood thrummed. I'd heard that title whispered by legionaries and sundry soldiers. I'd been very careful not to claim it, though. There were implications to it that would undo some very delicate balances that had been struck. But if Black was going to break those anyway, I did not look forward to it, what it would mean to be queen. The tedious matters of statecraft, the never-ending petitions and burdens on my hours. But who else would I trust to take the throne? I would leave the ruling in hands better fit for it than mine. But I would wear the crown and command the armies. And when peace was finally bought by enough death, I would put down my sword and make plowshare of it. Find a successor that had the talents of peace I so damnably lacked. They won't go quietly, I warned him. The last of the old breed. There will be blood. They should have been put down like rabid dogs 40 years ago, Black said coldly. Their mages conscripted into the ranks, the rebel holdings confiscated, and their treasuries used to raise additional legions. For centuries they have hoarded secrets and rituals to use as knives in their bids to power. Let those be used on our enemies instead. The days where dissent could be tolerated are over. All of praise will fight for the empire, and whatever parts of it refuse will be destroyed. He did not say. He did not need to. You want to turn the empire into a great war machine, I said. And it's a tempting thing, I'll admit. Legion's boots over ever smug highborn throat. But what happens to it after the war? If you make a praise that is all forges and army camps, then it's not going to put down the swords after we win. It'll start looking for another conquest. I did not mention the possibility that, even after all that, we might still lose. There was no point in having that conversation at all. Except I'll have to take precautions. I thought. Prepare Callow for the possibility, so that it would survive the defeat. I missed Hakram like a god's damned limb. I imagine I will be dead by then, Black said. But Alea will rule, and you will have learned to do the same. The two of you can make the empire what it should be. In this I have no regrets. Cut out that fucking talk, I sharply said. You're not dying so easily. If you're helping me make this mess, you're helping me clean it afterwards. There's too much I don't know, Black. Too many gaps in need of filling. He smiled, suddenly, and for the first time I'd seen him today, he felt as young as he looked. His hand hesitantly extended over the table and patted my own before withdrawing. It felt awkward. I wished he'd kept it there longer. Do not try to become me, he said. I was a tool that served a purpose, and that purpose is coming to an end. This empire will outgrow me, and so will you. To linger beyond that would be to become a crutch, and do disservice to us all. You don't get to quit halfway through, I said through gritted teeth. I hated that my voice broke just a little. Oh, child, he said, almost tenderly, and took my hand in his. Do not grieve this. You will surpass me, Catherine. I saw that in you the moment we first met, that glint in your eyes that was the best of me without the worst. This isn't about surpassing anyone, I hoarsely said. It always is, he whispered. I will gracefully leave the stage, when the time comes, and leave it proud of what will come after me. I knew this to be the outcome the moment I began. I squeezed his fingers and closed my eyes. No, I thought. This is just a story, Black. And I'd already proved I could break those, if I was willing to pay the price. Book 3, Chapter 56, Recess. And on your grave we shall have inscribed. He was witty all the way into the tiger pit. Dread Emperor Vindictive. Nock had a whole tint to himself, unlike the rest of our wounded remaining with the host. Unconscious or not, he kept his rank. His senior tribune had been temporarily granted full-legged authority, but no one had ever dared to talk of actual promotion in front of me. All those that could speak of the matter knew me better than that. There was no lit candle inside, but that hadn't made a difference to me in years. I dragged the lone stool in the corner across the dirt and sat on it. eyes stuck on the orc's inanimate form. His breath still rose and fell faintly, and the wounds had begun to heal, but there was nothing pretty about it. His left eye was gone, taken by summer flame along with ear and cheek and a chunk of his dark hair. It looked like a bonfire had devoured half his face, and though the burns were no longer a horror of charred skin, they had scabbed green and peeling. This, I knew, he would be able to live with. That kind of scarring was almost a point of honor to orcs. My eyes shifted to the side and lingered on the stump that ended at his shoulder. The loss of his fighting arm would be a harder blow. Prosthetics could be made, I knew. The warlock had made a hand for Hakram after Summerhome, and I did not doubt Masigo would be able to make something even more functional now that he had transitioned into Hierophant. But Nock would forever be a cripple in the eyes of his own, without a name to make up for his defect. There was much to love in orcs, be it the bone-deep loyalty or the fierceness in the face of peril, but the clans were not known to be kind to failures, and that was what they would call him for this. I had no doubt. I never should have taken you into that fight, I murmured, brushing back an errant strand of hair. Neither you nor the Gallowborn. It was arrogant to think I was powerful to keep you alive. I was, in the end, a villain. My power was not meant to be a shield for those I loved. All I can do is kill the enemy before they kill you, I thought. But that too would fail in time, like Black had failed Captain. Death could only be cheated for so long no matter how cunning and ruthless and strong you thought you were. I've been told Pickler visits you every night. After her hours are done, I told the orc. The others came too, even Robber. You haven't been forgotten. There were no wards around the tent, but there were guards, and when I heard them give way, without comment my mind ran down the list of the few people with that authority. Wouldn't be Juniper or any of the general staff. Most of them had ordered a bonfire made away from prying eyes and begun showing up with bottles when evening bell rang. I meant to join them, eventually, but I'd come to visit my mistake first. Not Black, either. He'd been scrying generals and court officials all day, and likely would continue until we left for Lys. That left only 3. Hakram, but the approaching steps were too light. Archer wouldn't have come here at all, and that meant, Lord Warlock, I said calmly, hand withdrawing from Nock's forehead. The sovereign of the red skies was no more bothered by the darkness than me. He strolled casually to my legate's side, leaving the body between us, and frowned at the unconscious orc. I studied the villain in silence, eyes tracing the sculpted face and fit form that was made plain by his tailored tunic. There'd always been traces of silver in the man's short hair, and salt as well as pepper in his beard, but I fancied I saw a little more of both now. He was still, I thought, perhaps one of the most handsome men I'd ever seen. An older man, certainly, but that only added to the allure. There was nothing boyish about him at all. The admission was set aside earlier than it used to be, the way I could dismiss aqueous looks. Some part of me considered the warlock an enemy, and enemies were not to be blushed over. He did not reply to my greeting or call on sorcery. All he did was stand there and look. I'm sorry, I said. About Sabah. Dark Eyes finally turned to me. Your sympathy is a shallow thing of little meaning, Squire, he replied. You knew her for scarcely 3 years, perhaps a month in all of shared presence. Your grief is pale imitation of ours. And yet I still grieve her, I said. His face twitched, sorrow and hatred mingled. In my veins winter flowed, the darkness in the room thickening. My mantle craved the strife like a parched man craved water. She was always the best of us, Warlock said. All she wanted was for us to be alive and happy. It made her so very easy to love. I did not reply. Tread lightly here, Catherine. Winter had caught the scent of war, and in this it is so very rarely wrong. The tall man continued to watch me, the silence growing tenser every heartbeat. I am trying, the sovereign of the red skies said, to think of a reason not to kill you right here and now. You might not find that so easily achieved, I calmly replied. I'd come too far to flinch in the face of even a man like this. A slow smirk split the Sonning's face. You speak to me of trouble when your soul is one spell away from turning on itself, he said. Proud little squire, having learned all the wrong lessons. Did you really think a mantle was so easily claimed? That there would not be consequences to usurping a demigod? My eyes flicked to Nock's silent form. I am sharply aware of my limitations, I said. You are an altar raised to your own ambition, child, and the foundations are shaking. He jeered. You have lied and murdered your way through affairs beyond your understanding. Can you even still suffer the touch of cold iron? He laughed sharply, teeth like ivory showing in the dark. Perhaps it is too early for that still, he said. But thresholds must already be growing difficult, yes? Wards stand stone where they were once parchment, your power mercurial where it was once firmly grasped. You are not more than human, Catherine Foundling, merely. Other. My fingers twitched, hidden under knocks caught by the angle. I felt like reaching for my sword, even as the words winded their way into my head. There was an unfortunate stench of truth about them. The edges being turned on me did not cut deep, but my patience was running thin in the face of a berating I had not earned. Or, at the very least, not from him. You once warned me about lines I shouldn't cross, I coldly said. I've kept to those terms. And yet here you are, knife on your fucking tongue. Act like even half the man you pretend to be, Warlock. Power flooded the tent. Not as a spell or an attack. The sovereign of the red skies had simply ceased hiding the sorcery always roiling inside him. Just by standing there, just by being, he was a storm made flesh. My name's hackles rose in answer, frost touching my shoulders and my shadow deepening into an endless pit. I stood in front of Hashmalam unbowed, wastelander. You will not scare me into lowering my head with cheap theatrics. Lines, the warlock hissed. You dare speak to me of lines, when just by existing you bring death to Amadeus? You stand before me reeking of bargain incomplete, a thing stitched together by blood and ignorance, and pretend you are safe for even a single soul in this wretched world. Something bubbled up inside me, and against my will a laugh escaped my lips. You blustering fucking hypocrite, I said. Who are you to cast stones, sovereign? You're more abattoir than man. Have you ever accomplished a single damn thing by means other than cutting up men? All I can put to your name is death and horror. I have been civil because Masigo is family, and for some godforsaken reason Black forgives what you are, but do not mistake that for fear, not for a single moment. You think your record cows me? I've bled for it, Warlock, but I have. Beaten gods. All you are is an aging bag of curses. The cloth of the tent around us withered until it was threadbare and blackened, winter baring its fangs through my open snarl. The Warlock's eyes dilated, red bleeding into them as the smell of brimstone spread through cold air. I should have killed you when she had the chance, he said. He would have forgiven her, eventually. Damn her for having looked only at the hunt. My fingers clasped around the hilt of my sword. Talk is meaningless, I said. Either act or shut the hells up. The Sonic's shoulders twitched, and for a moment, I thought it would come to violence, my sword already halfway out the scabbard, but in the end the monster stayed his hand. My son asked for the life of this tin soldier of yours, he said, tone emotionless. Have it back, and count the debt of protecting Masigo through his transition paid. Watch your step, squire. If slaying you keeps him alive, you will not live to see winter. I forced myself to leave, because if I stayed there would be blood. Terror was writ plain on the faces of the two legionaries standing guard outsides, and any notion they hadn't heard the argument was dead the moment I glimpsed it. My sword slid back fully into the sheath, and I took a deep breath, wrestling down fury I knew to be not entirely my own. My temper was worsening. Like all the rest. I thought darkly. Everything you heard here is under the tower's seal, I told the guards. I lingered long enough to receive stammering assurances from them, then left. Part of me wanted nothing with the bonfire and comrades awaiting, but disappearing into my tent to stew over this wasn't going to improve anything about my night. Even if the mood was gone, I would show up. Other. The warlock had called me. Other than human. Maybe I needed all the company I could get. You're having another, Hakram bluntly ordered. It's a little early for morning dew, so I can hazard a guess why you have wet shoulders. I grimaced but offered up my cup to the orc. Could we at least drink something that doesn't taste of burnt orange? I complained. I got a few smiles for that, though no laughter. No one was quite drunk enough yet to have reached that place where everything was funny. Dahab is an acquired taste, Aisha conceded. Acquired is the right word, Ratface drawled. That bottle is worth twice its weight in gold. There were 10 of us around the crackling flames, and though some of the faces had changed, it had reminded me so much of evenings in the war college that I'd ached. Simpler times, though back then they'd felt anything but. These days, whatever didn't involve half a river's worth of blood felt innocent. They served this at receptions in a tear, Masigo noted. Though it tasted different then. Milkweed extract, Aisha explained, her cheeks rosy. It's the traditional paired poison. My Tagreb staff tribune had begun hitting the bottle early tonight and already abandoned the flat stone that had been her seat in favor of lying against the large trunk we were using as a bench. Having traded a cotton shirt and slender trousers for her usual uniform, I got a good glimpse of why Ratface had been stuck on her for so long every time she stretched. The tone curves were hard to notice under the Akaton, but now they were in full display. I didn't allow my eyes to linger, though, and the reason why I spoke up right after. We're roughing it like proper peasants. Then, Killian smiled, cheeks dimpling. How appropriate. I expected Archer to make something out of that, but when I looked she was busy trying to discreetly tie Masego's braids in a knot. He kept slapping away her hands, so evidently not a great success. Frost at another table talking with Keegan? Juniper asked, seizing Aisha's cup and watering down her liquor even as she pouted. I wish, I grunted. Got into an argument with the warlock. Were you asking about his S-? Robert started, but Pickler pushed him off his seat with the ease of long practice. It did not escape my notice he half leaned into the touch before allowing himself to be toppled. That infatuation had yet to disappear, then. Really, Masego said, coil of lightning forming around his finger just in time for him to shock away Archer from her latest attempt with a flick. Father doesn't lose his temper often. As far as I know, the last argument he got into was before I was born. I raised an eyebrow. Huh. I eloquently said, nursing the liquor. Who with? I wasn't actually all that curious, but steering the talk away from the fact that I'd drawn steel on one of the calamities in the middle of my own war camp seemed a solid notion, even if he'd been fucking asking for it. Uncle Amadeus, Masego said. Uncle wanted him to open an academy for mages after the conquest. There already is, Ratface pointed out. There's a track for mages at the college. Hierophant rolled his glass eyes under the cloth. Hey, real. Academy, he said. He refused, of course. Father had no interest in teaching squalling wasteland brats. The war college has a limited curriculum. It's true, Pickler said, and I noticed a subtle slur to her words. The Ares have entire volumes on engineering and alchemy that will never see light of day. The spell scrolls at the college are very narrow in scope, Killian agreed. And all the more sophisticated treatises are theory, not practical. Preci hoard spells like dragons do gold, Juniper said. That's always been the way. I downed the rest of Dahab and reached for an open bottle of wine before Hakram could fill my cup with that sin against taste buds a third time. I poured too quick, red spilling over the rim, and unthinkingly licked my fingers clean. Feeling eyes on me, I turned and found Killian watching. I cleared my throat, in a hurry for a distraction. That may change, I said. I've had a talk with Black. There was a heartbeat of silence, my teacher's name falling like a shroud on the previously light mood. Lord Black, Juniper insisted, breaking the silence. I snorted into my cup and saw a few smiles bloom. I hesitated to call anything about the hellhound girlish, but the way she got so coquettishly proper about Black came pretty close. I call him sir about once a year. That should be enough formality to meet the quota, I said. Regardless, there's going to be changes in the wasteland after we clean up the Sahelian mess. Stillness hung in the air like fog, the fire crackling loudly around us. The quiet was pregnant with words none of us dared say. That sounds like murder talk, Archer cheerfully said. Doesn't that sound like murder talk? It does, Robert said, grinning hungrily in the dark. And with official sanction, no less. That is going to be a ride. Hakram cleared his throat. Enough blade talk for he night, Adjutant announced. War will still be looming tomorrow, but then we'll have to be sober. Cheers to that, I said, raising my cup. A toast, Ratface shouted. To liquor, obtained by entirely legal means. To victory, fickle bitch that she is, Aisha added just as loudly. She handed her cup to Juniper long enough to pass the bottle to Pickler, never noticing that the orc poured half of it to the ground. To stabbing Diabolist in the face, Archer said. Like, at least twice. To claiming her personal possessions afterwards, Masego contributed. If you keep that up, warlocks get, I'll have to adopt you into my tribe, Robert said, placing his hand over his heart. That's illegal. They'll have you killed, Pickler noted. Then I'll make my own tribe, Robert said. Also illegal, will also get you killed, Pickler replied without missing a beat. Boss, Robert said, turning to me. You need to make your own tribe so I can abuse that power most sorely. My brows rose. Congratulations, Special Tribune Robber, I ceremoniously said. You are the first and only member of the Lesser Footrest tribe, by my authority as Vice-fucking Queen of Callow. You said I'd go back to just Lesser if I behaved, the goblin whined. Which you did not, Pickler said, sounding amused. Goblins. Juniper sighed, then raised her cup. To the 15th. Boring. Archer catcalled from the side, obnoxiously drawing out the word. To making it this far, Killian said, bringing up her cup before a squabble could erupt. To us, Hakram said, and with that sentimental finish we all drank. The drinks kept flowing after that, and as the hours passed the stillness returned bearing stead tiredness instead of nervous anticipation. We did not speak of plans or war or the deaths to come, however close they may be. We talked like the friends I'd wished to have, back at the orphanage, and that I had found in this strange place along that winding path my life had taken. That the path also took me to dark and ugly places, I could not deny, but once in a while it led to golden nights like this as well, and they almost made up for the rest. When talk finally died down, half my friends were asleep. Aisha draped over Juniper's side and softly snoring as the general fondly looked down at her. Hierophant was having a quiet conversation with Pickler as Robert interjected less than helpfully. Archer passed out over the mage's lap. For all that they bickered constantly, it had become plain for anyone to see how close the two of them were. He'd tightened her cloak around her shoulders. Earlier, gentle in a way I'd never Masigo be with anything but books. I was gazing at the scene, something between happiness and contentment having found me, when Hakram nudged my rib. He inclined his head to the side, and I followed the direction, finding Killian worrying her lip. She rose when she noticed my gaze, and I closed my eyes. An overdue conversation, this. I rose to my feet as well, clapping Adjutant on the shoulder, and offered the redhead my arm. "Let's go for a walk," I whispered. Book 3, Chapter 57, Revolve. Men make swords, heaven's the sheath. Callowin saying. The moon was out in full, and though part of me still grew irritated at the sight of the pale orb, I'd learned to ignore it. I'd wondered once or twice at why the Winter King had granted me the title of Duchess of Moonless Nights, when his court had such a close association with the same celestial sphere. I still remembered the dream that had followed the usurpation, doubted I would ever forget even a single detail of it. And in it had been summer that wanted to break the moon. Was that the intent from the beginning? To have it in my very mantle that I would seek to destroy you? Now and then I had to wonder who had really played who, when I'd tangled with the Deadwood crown. If my every desperate gambit had been foreseen by the immortal thing that now ruled the whole of Arcadia, turned to his purposes. I could have lingered on that line of thought, and wanted to, but the feel of Killian's arm under mine was a reminder of why I'd begun this walk. I would not suffer cowardice from myself, not even in this. Southern Callow took well to autumn, even at night. Though the shades of orange and gold some godly brush had painted across fields and trees could not be glimpsed after dark, there was an undercurrent of serenity to the country, of peace, more than anywhere else in my homeland. For these parts had seen less of war than any of the rest. The last 2 years had been eager in attempting to make up that disparity, though even the worst of summer was no match for centuries of Presi invasion. I caught myself sidestepping the heart of this again and clenched my fingers. The two of us moved in silence, away from the bonfire and closer to a small pond bordering wheat fields. The muddy banks were covered with footsteps from the soldiers who'd come here to fill canteens and barrels, but at this time of the night we were entirely alone. Except for the frogs, I thought, sharp ears catching echo of their song. We found a pair of carved stones by the shore, polished by what must have been decades of wind and rain, and sat there without a word. The wind brushed the reeds ahead of us, and as I watched them I realized I had no idea what to say. A glance at Killian told me her face was hesitant as well, though the reasons for it were her own. Some part of me thought there should be a physical weight to this, given how serious it all felt, but I found none on my shoulders. Something like a quiet laugh escaped my lips. Look at us, grim-faced as if the fate of the world rests in the balance of this conversation. Like this isn't two girls of not even 20 summers settling a dispute of absolutely no import to creation. Would you care to share the jest? Killian asked. For a heartbeat I'd expected her to take my laugh as mockery, but that had been doing her disservice. She was not offended, merely curious. She'd never been the prickly one between us. I was considering matters of perspective, I said. I finally gave in to the urge I'd avoided all night and looked at her properly. She'd trimmed her hair. Last time we'd spoken it had been at the edge of what regulations allowed, but now it was in a clean pixie cut like when we'd first met. She was still, I thought, heartbreakingly lovely. Porcelain and flame-framed hazelnut eyes, and the body I knew so intimately radiated a warmth I knew was completely imagined. Winter had seen to that. The mantle had done a great deal more, though. I'd been months since I needed to look at her to know she was there, ever aware of the measure of fey blood she carried in her veins. But as my power had grown, so had that awareness. I was a duchess, and she unsworn to any of the lords of the Fae. There was a whisper in the back of my mind that spoke of mastery, of needing only to reach out and, well, if for her to kneel at my feet. The disgust that welled up in me at that spoiled what enjoyment I'd had of the peace and quiet. Great things, Killian said, are made up of myriad smaller ones. I do not think import and magnitude necessarily walk hand in hand. A few sentences traded, and what I saw was our relationship made plain. I stepped away from it, making mixture of retreat and reason, while she stepped forward to bridge the gap at the cost of making herself the vulnerable one. There was, perhaps, expectation I would follow suit, but never demand. Time and distance had allowed me to see the boundaries we'd set more clearly, and the shred of shame I felt over them was well-deserved. There had never been anything equal about this, in what was given or received. The question that had hung in the air for the last few months was whether or not something that had never been balanced could be made so. Speaking with Hakram had broadened my outlook, but little else. I bared the blade first because in the end that was my nature, wasn't it? Were you happy? I asked. Before. The redhead smiled, somewhat ruefully. You have a trick to tell when people lie, don't you? She said. That does seem a mite unfair, going into this conversation. I looked away, gazing at the pond and the small ripple I could see a fish making as it swam. Of all the things that are unfair in this, I said, I would consider that a lesser measure. She sighed. The point of this, she said, was never for you to take lash to your back like an assurant supplicant. What has blame ever done to mend the world? Ignoring fault is how tyrants are made, I said. You are hardly that, Catherine, she said, and without looking I felt her hand rise. It hesitated, then went down again. I was uncertain whether or not to be glad. I was, Killian finally said. Sometimes. Others not. We had our conversation because I feared one side would grow at the expense of the other. It had been kind of her to phrase it so delicately, but the meaning was clear enough. Whatever had been good about it, for her, had been giving way to the bad. And I'd hardly noticed, my mind on 100 other matters. The thing was, I did not have it in me to apologize for that. I wasn't even sure she wanted me to. At the end of the day, my life didn't come first. Neither did the people I shared it with. The lines I was willing to cross to ensure both of those were preserved had only grown in number, but that part of the matter remained unchanged. Because there's a difference between important and important to me. You did most of the talking last time, I said, so I'll get the wheel moving tonight. I itched to pick up a stone and toss it into the pond. Anything to break the damned stillness that smothered the air around us. But I'd done quite enough running for the night. It was hypocritical of me to hold you up to standards that I break myself, I admitted. Standards I don't even hold up everyone close to me to. Killian brushed back her bangs, face wearing an expression I could not quite read. You thought well of me, she said. And so you thought I kept to the same principles as you. That's not a crime, Catherine. It was just presumptuous, I suggested, a mirthless smile stretching my lips. I placed expectations on you, then grew angry when you didn't meet them. That's on my head and no one else's. Ferreting out exactly why I'd had those in the first place had been more delicate, the kind of introspection I was always reluctant to delve in. It hadn't been that I cared for her, or at least not just that, because I cared for other people too. If Masigo had spoken of a ritual fueled by human sacrifice, would I have been angry? Yes, absolutely. But it would not have felt like a betrayal, the way it had with Killian. I used you, I said, tongue stumbling on the ugly word, as a refuge. From all the dark shit that goes on in my life. And that meant I wanted you to keep your hands clean regardless of what you actually want. Or need. I felt her eyes lingering on me, but did not meet them. I hadn't thought you would actually admit that, she said. The faint surprise in her voice was probably the deepest cut she could have made, because she hadn't meant it to be one at all. You once told me one of my virtues is recognizing when I'm wrong, I said. It's fallen a bit to the wayside, lately, but it's not gone. I'd made a lot of mistakes, in the last 2 years. One great victories too, but one did not excuse the other. I'd make more, because I had talents but also flaws, and no matter what Warlock said in the end, I was only human. But at least I could stop making them out of willful ignorance. It wasn't as much as I wished it could be, but it was what I could do. Power alone was never enough. I was not blameless, if we have to speak of it that way, she said. We did not have a conversation, last time. I'd made the decision before we ever spoke, and that was unfair to you. I nodded slowly. Silence followed, until I pushed forward. So what do you want, Killian? I asked quietly. A lot could have been avoided, I thought, by asking that question a few years ago. Catherine, look at me, she hissed. Her emotions were roiling. I could feel that with my sense that wasn't quite a sense. But it was in her voice I read the anger, and it surprised me enough I obeyed. She was, I realized, genuinely furious. Don't you fucking do this, she said. Irritation flared up. Do what? I bit out, exasperated. Amends? Gods, Killian, I'm trying. What more do you want? Her cheeks were flushed red, and for a moment I felt like kissing her. It passed. You're not trying, she said. You're treating me like someone you have to bind to you. I'm not Hakram Cat. Or Aisha. No. You. And this is what you do when you bring someone into the fold. You're acting like I'm the enemy, not the girl who shared your goddamn bed for 2 years. I know a lot less about that girl than I thought I did, I flatly replied. I'm Dash. I bit down on my tongue, took a deep breath. No, Killian said, eyes hard. We're not doing it like this. Like I'm a horse you have to soothe, or a hound you have to feed. I'm not interested in the squire, Cat. She has no place in this conversation. I don't know what you want from me, Killian, I hissed. I just tried asking, and you bit my fucking head off. She met my gaze, the demand that I not look away laying bare. Do you really need that badly to be in control, even for this? She asked. God's below. Cat, there's no one else here. Would it cost you that much to allow yourself to be a person for an hour? Yes, I said, and I was surprised by the fury in my own voice. Because people break. People have limits. I can't have that anymore, Killian, not when I'm making pacts with the Empress and planning wars with Black. Legends don't blink. And if I'm anything less than that, we are fucked. Because they're stronger and they have decades on me and weeping heavens. This entire empire is a house of cards, and everybody's tugging at it. I am in over my head. I always was, and it is. This. Close to catching up with me and everyone I've dragged into this. The only sound in the silence that followed was my panting breath, paired with the unpleasant realization I'd begun to speak furious and ended up pleading. I passed a hand through my hair, exhausted in a way my body no longer allowed me to be. I can't do this, Killian, I whispered. There are no good choices anymore, just a spread with different shades of horror that I'm forced to pick from. Every time I think it's coming together, another thing drops, and I have to become a little worse to deal with it. By the time I finish what I set out to do, I'll be more poisonous than what I wanted to break. And I can't back out because the alternative is every single one of you dead. And you know what's the part that actually grieves me? I did this. I got us here in this mess, and I would do it again. Because this is bigger than me or you or the others. And if that's not ritual sacrifice by another name, then I don't know what is. All hail the Black Queen, I thought bitterly. I'd already put thousands to the sword to get here. What were a few thousand more for the pile? Blood was the grease in the wheels of creation, and whose it was they cared not. Killian reached over and slid her fingers through mine. I let her, though I knew I'd regret it. You are not alone, she said. Of course I was. Because at the end of the day I have the power, I have the authority, and no amount of love can fit 2 people on a single throne. I parted our hands and rose to my feet, brushing off my knees. Your ritual, I said. Tonight doesn't have to be about that, Killian said. It already is, I replied steadily. I have no grounds, as either the squire or the vice queen of Callow, to tell you not to do it. The redhead frowned. And yet you still find the very notion repulsive, she said. This isn't about me, I said. That was the mistake from the start, thinking that it was. I will, one day, grind that practice into non-existence. Because it offends me, because it is a blight on creation and the way of thinking it spawns is my enemy. But until then, it is against no law or regulation. Do what you deem best. Her face went blank. That sounds, she said, like goodbye. I love you, I said. I've never said it before, not like this, but I do. It didn't really sink in until I saw the amount of principles I was willing to break to keep you. A shiver went through her frame. Is that supposed to make this better? She said, voice raw. It was due, regardless, I said. You were always the one that reached out. But this was about being equals, wasn't it? I don't think that means power, or titles, or authority. It's about neither of us being expected to bend our knees to the other's beliefs. My hand rose, going for her cheek, but she shook her head. Don't, Killian said. Not if you're going to excise me out of your life. It would be crueler than just walking away. I'll still care for you, I said quietly. That's not going away. We are friends. The redhead smiled bitterly. You bloody fool, she said. Do you really think friends is what I want from you? Getting just a part of someone after having had all of them can't be counted anything but a loss. I almost took it back, right there and then. I could still do it, I thought. Salvage something out of this mess. But I didn't. I felt like weeping for what I was giving up on, but it had been a long time since I'd been in tears, and I wasn't sure I still could. My mantle and my name woke, intertwined beyond separation, and I could have shunted all this, tangle off into them. Let the cold clear it all away. But I was not yet so far gone, and so my hand came down instead. I did not say goodbye. It was too cheap an end for this. Instead, I bowed my head and left. Grace had never been my strength, and there'd been precious little of that on display tonight. I found my feet taking me back to camp instead of the bonfire, where I knew Hakram would be. I had no taste for the conversation that awaited there, would not for a long time. Instead, I found a tent, still lit with mage light even at this hour, and let the wards wash over me as I entered. Black was seated on one of his rickety stools, his thin shirt for only armor as he pored over papers arrayed before him. He took one look at me, then let out a breath that was almost a sigh. He leant back to claim a cup from his bedside and filled it with the wine at his table, pressing it into my hands. I could have sat across from him, but instead I went on his bed. I folded my knees against my chest and cradled the cup. I barely remembered what it had felt like to be a child, but it must have been something like this. He did not speak, but neither did his eyes return to the papers. I met Ranger, I heard myself say. She almost killed me, in Arcadia. So I've heard, Black said. She is difficult at the best of times. It was not an apology, nor had I expected one. The Black Knight did not apologize for himself, much less others. But you love her, I said. He inclined his head in agreement. I have, on occasion, thought of it as a singular obsession, he said. But perhaps that is merely as close to love as I can manage, given what I am. It is enough for the both of us. Why? I asked. Why do you love her? He smiled faintly. I have wondered the same for many years, he said. I have loved, still love, others, but never quite in that manner. In the end, I think it is because she does not need me. I drank from the cup, a bitter wasteland red that lingered on the tongue. I was glad of it, in no mood for sweetness. Does it get easier? I asked, carving away pieces. Pale green eyes met mine. Yes, he said. It was a lie. We both knew that. But I loved him a little, for saying it anyway. The last part one remembered of that night was my father's hands putting a blanket over me. Book 3, Chapter 58, Hard Measures. And so Sabira of the Sahelians slew Maleficent and said, Emperor, am I now, sinister of name indeed. Let this be the truth of our empire, that iron ever sharpens iron till the last cut is made. Extract from the Scroll of Thrones, second of the secret histories of praise. There was a house of light standing at the heart of the largest Presi army in a century. The irony had amused me more than it should, and the sharp taste of it on my tongue had driven me to make the temple my headquarters for the night. There'd been no one to contest my decision. The lone sister remaining of the priests who'd once tended to the village now swallowed up by tents and palisades was out. Among the legionaries, I was told, tending to the wounded and the sick. I could admire the dedication, though she'd find few soldiers willing to allow her ministrations save for those of my 15th. Presi had a deep abiding distrust of anything that claimed it came without strings attached. Misplaced wariness here, but common sense in the wasteland. By the pulpit, please, I told the legionaries. A pair of broad-shouldered orcs set down my gloriously comfortable face seat before the low wooden frame, casting uncomfortable looks at their surrounding. There was hardly anything to look at, this village being too small to even warrant mention on most maps. The house had been built in the style of the Central Plains anyway, instead of the more ornate Lycian ways. Walls of wood and clay, a single window in the back that was nothing more than a hole bare of glass or shutters. There wasn't even an adjoining backroom for the priests to sleep in. Only a house more hut than cottage huddled up against the wall outside. A third legionary, this one bearing captain stripes on her shoulders, lingered by the pulpit with my writing tools in her hands. You can set those down, I said. I don't believe we've met before. You're one of Hune's, right? My cohort serves under Legate Hune. Yes, she agreed, the thick summer home accent making it plain where she was from. She grimaced. Ma'am, are you sure you wouldn't prefer your tent? She asked. They know where my tent is. I thought. They'll be watching it. Captain, I began. Abigail, ma'am, the woman provided. That will be all, Captain Abigail, I said gently. You may go. The colonne sharply saluted, half her face rosy in that way flesh tended to be after protracted mage healing. All the way up to the eye, I noted. She must have fought in the skirmish against Facili and his whites. The pair of orcs followed her after dismissal, joining the contingent of guards that would be outside, and I let myself fall into the cushioned seat. Out of habit, I pushed the inkpot and quill to the right side the way they'd taught me at the orphanage, reaching for a sheath of parchment and unrolling it. The soft calf skin had seen use before, though without name sight I would never have noticed the hints of words that remained on it. Whoever scraped the skin had done thorough work. Calmly, I opened the buttons of my shirt and reached for the 3 documents I had been keeping on me ever since receiving them. One was from Militia, though not of her handwriting. The second bore Thief's hasty scrawl, and the third was a hand I knew more than passingly, Ratface. All of them bore names. Setting the 3 ahead of my own parchment, I inked my quill and began to write. 2 columns, the first for those that were in more than one document, and the other for the single mentions. I blew carefully on the ink after finishing, and only then paused. 7 names from the first column were given a mark. Those I let dry on their own, settling into the seat and waiting for Hakram. Adjutant, ever a prince among men, did not make me wait for long. Masigo says it's all ready. The orc told me without bothering with niceties. I approved. This was not going to be a good night for those. And he's certain it won't be detected? I asked. The tall greenskin snorted. He thought you'd ask that, he said. Should I give you the answer he prepared? I assume it's very condescending, I said. Almost poetically so, Hakram grinned. The flash of fong he bared was low, close to the lips, and paired with eye contact. That, I had learned, usually meant amusement in an orc. Though not all of them, to my irritation. The clans from the lesser steppes kept to their own strange customs. He lingered after, and I drummed my fingers against the pulpit. Out with it, I said. Do you need more men? Because there's only so many I would count trustworthy, and I don't want to dip into the broken bells for that. 40 is plenty, he replied. Truth be told, I want to keep the second line you gave me after the business is over, if it can be done. I have too many irons in the fire these days for the number of hands I can command. I'll talk to Juniper, I said. But Nock's command was gutted in Dormer, and Senior Tribune Jwahir is low on veterans, so I wouldn't count on it for a few months. I raised an eyebrow after that. Another line under his command was very clearly not what he'd wanted to talk about. My mood turned sour when I remembered another matter I'd recently slid under his purview. Wait, is this about Nock? I said. I thought that was going fine. He shook his head. Hierophant took a look, like you asked, the orc said. He'll be awake in a week, up and about in a month. You can leave that to me, Cat. I'm just worrying about our timing. It had to be tonight, I reminded him. The assault starts come morning. If we'd done this earlier, she would have had breathing room. There are officers on that list, Hakram said, and it was not a question. Highest is a tribune, I replied. Confirmation from Thief and Militia. That one had stung more than I'd thought as would, given that he'd enrolled back in a tear. I mislike what this'll do to our chain of command, he bluntly said. On the eve of the largest battle we've ever fought, no less. You can't seriously be suggesting we just leave them there, I said, appalled. He sighed. No, not that, he said. I just wish we'd done this early enough the replacements would be settled. Before you begin, I understand why we didn't. The wagers that we'll gain more than we lose from this, I said. I stand by it. The orc looked away, the thoughtful look I caught first eminently strange on a greenskin's face. It's been a long time coming, he finally said. I wish it was a masterstroke, I admitted. It's why we delayed so much. But even now it's just spring cleaning, isn't it? We won't be getting all of them. I doubt there's a single army in the world that could boast that, he ruefully said. Perfect is foe to functional. A saying translated from Karsam, that, though there was one much like it in Callow. Still, I silently admired the fact he'd managed to put alliteration in there through a language barrier. It won't be pleasant work, I said, as close to an apology as I could offer him. Pleasant's herding aurochs back home, Hakram said. We chose different lives, you and I. I inclined my head. Good hunting, adjutant, I simply said. What his lips bared was not a smile, so much as a row of knives. He left me to my thoughts, and though my mind was spinning, it never lingered on any single thread. There were too many moving parts ahead, though thorough planning should see to the worst of it. It began in truth when Grandmaster Talbot was ushered through the door, an hour before midnight bell. The nobleman, as a knight he still qualified as that, even though his family's ancestral holdings were now my own domain, was impeccably arranged even this late, dark locks combed and his beard without a single hair out of order. The cloak on his shoulders I nearly raised an eyebrow at, though the black and bronze I saw were the colors of the order and not of House Talbot. It still looked more decorative than truly useful, but wasn't that always the way of highborn? He knelt smoothly before the pulpit, and if he'd taken any offense to a villain using holy sight for writing desk, there'd been no trace of it on his face. Your Grace, he said, I come as summoned. On your feet, Talbot, I said. I've never had much fondness for kneeling, mine or otherwise. I have work for you. He rose as elegantly as he'd gone on his knees, But now I saw sharp attention in his eyes where before there'd only been curiosity. It was my understanding that the assault would begin with morning bell, he said. It will, I said. That's not what I want you for. Or the order, to be more precise. We are ever at your disposal, your grace, Brandon Talbot said. Noble speak for having not fucking idea what I was talking about, and I was glad of it. If they saw me coming. I'd kept my preparations light and quiet, but Acua had always been the better hand at this game. I have a list of names for you, I said. When you return to the Order's encampment, you will rouse your men and proceed through the 15th to arrest everyone on it. The man's eyes widened. You have found traitors in the Legion, he said. Most of these I've known about for months, if not years, I said calmly. I've had Adjutant hunting for them since before he even had his name. The intent was to watch who they came in contact with, but Diabolist has been very careful. In the end, I had to rely on other eyes. And now you would purge them before engaging the Wastelander, Talbot murmured. It wouldn't be all of them, of course. She'd have more, carefully hidden under instructions to lay low. But by killing what I hoped was the majority of her agents when she had no time to replace them, I'd be either crippling or ending whatever scheme she had prepared. It took more than a handful of spies to carry out a plan, no matter how well placed. I folded the parchment I'd written on and held out my hand. He hesitated before coming forward and taking it, eyes lingering on my fingers. I smiled discreetly. I remembered enough of my etiquette lessons to know nobles weren't supposed to take in anything directly from the crowned head of Callow, and it was almost charming he kept to that even now. Grandmaster Talbot opened the parchment and read through, expression growing grimmer the longer he did. There are more than I would have believed, he said, and Callowans among them. I doubt they knew who they were selling the information to, I noted. She'll have used Callowan or Dunny intermediaries. The names in the second column gave intelligence, but should not be considered agents. Just treasonous. Tribune Catlego, he said, eyebrows rising in surprise as he studied the first column closer. Second in rank among Legate Hune's officers, I believe. I'm told hostages were taken, I said. The Empress had written as much, but he'd folded instead of going to me, and so on the list he went. That is the reason there is no mark by his name, I added after a moment. And those have meaning, I take it, the man said. Those 7 officers, I said mildly, are going to resist arrest. They will, unfortunately, die in the struggle. The knight's face went still, and he studied me silently. Trial would be inconvenient, even with a military tribunal, he said. They have relatives in the Legion, I said, or connections at court. This will make fewer waves. This is murder, he said. There was no condemnation in his voice. It was easy to forget, sometimes, that while the nobles of the kingdom had been no high lords, they'd been far from being babes in the woods. Callow was no stranger to knives in the dark. His words had not been question but statement of fact, and I did not deny them. So it is, I agreed. See it done promptly. Supply Tribune Ratface has a man outsides, awaiting you with details on the location of everyone on the list. Brandon Talbot folded the parchment and slid it inside his doublet before putting his palm over his heart and bowing. By your leave, my queen, the Grandmaster said. I met his eyes and did not correct him. I had few advantages over my enemies, I thought as I watched him leave, but the Order of Broken Bells was one of them. Callowan loyalists who'd been in hiding until a few months ago and had hardly left my sight since. They were near certain to be free of infiltration and unlikely to balk at the killing of Presi. It would not be entirely quiet work, of course. The knights mobilizing after dark would draw attention. I was counting on it, because there were very few mages on that list. Not nearly enough to explain how quickly Acua was made aware of my movements, which meant there were more hidden, and like good spies they would report the ongoing purge to their mistress, at which point their locations would be caught by Mysko's ward, and Adjutant would take them. A scheme, I had been taught, should always have more than one payoff. I was slow in learning, Acua, but I have learned. The lists I had received from others I put to the flame. I sent for legionaries and had my seat and affairs removed after, though I did not leave the house. I sat on a wooden bench close to the entrance, little more than a carved log, and waited. As the hours passed, I received reports, some more pleasing than others. The Broken Bells had killed 12, not 7 as I had ordered. Whether Talbot had taken this occasion to settle some scores with an excuse, or whether those had been genuine accidents, I would have Hakram find out tomorrow. Adjutant caught 2 mages trying to reach Diabolist, one a lieutenant and Dunny as well. We found the sloppy and the scared. I thought. The truly dangerous ones did nothing at all. I had considered, when planning this, snatching the lot of them from the gallows as I had once done with deserters in Summerhome. But I still remembered Flames and Summer's wrath, the soldiers who died screaming for me, and found I did not have it in me to do it. Whatever the Gallowborn had begun as, they had been mine. In the end, I would not forge them anew out of dross like this. It was near first bell when the reports trailed off, and in the wake of that end I dismissed my guards. Returning to my tent felt like a chore, and so I simply rested my head against the wall in the corner of the house. I knew, closing my eyes, that Adjutant would have people close by. It was enough. I closed my eyes, and sleep found me. An eternity later, I woke to a soft hand on my shoulder. Dawn approaches, my friend, a woman's voice told me. The legions have sounded assembly. I'd been entirely awake from the moment I was touched, and drew back the hand that had gone for my sword out of habit. There was a woman standing at my side, barely out of girlhood. Her fair hair was kept in a thick braid, and her robes were simple. The sister, I thought. I was surprised they'd let her in at all, with me asleep. From the corner of my eye, I glimpsed a legionary sitting in another corner, and while the sister turned away, I dismissed him with a nod. One of Hakram's? Most likely. There's time yet, I said. The woman laughed softly. I did not think the Legion so lenient, she said. You must be an officer. She doesn't know who I am. I realized. I was not wearing armor, and my clothes were well made, but nothing ostentatious. My blade was a long sword, not standard issue, but a priestess might not have noticed that. I am, I replied amusedly. It's going to be a long day, regardless. A few moments of respite will not be begrudged. May I sit? The sister asked. It's your house, I shrugged. Not mine in the slightest, she said, though she sat at my side regardless. I was glad to hear the 15th does not forbid worship of the gods above. Places such as these should be refuge to all, no matter their oaths. The Empire's never been heavy-handed with the priests, I said. No reason General Juniper should be different. Or the Black Queen, I suppose, the sister mused. We do live in interesting times. I snorted. No denying that, I said. Maybe a little less troublesome after today. With the Diabolist gone, the work of fixing this country can begin. The priestess smiled to take away from the bite, but shook her head in disagreement. Will it? She asked. Evil warring on evil cannot result in good. I laid back against the wall, eyeing the light peering through the hole ahead. I had at least an hour left, long enough to wash and eat before muster. I was told never to argue philosophy with the sisters when I was a kid, I said. But that seems too dismissive by half. I care little for arguments, the sister said. But discussion is one of the tools the gods granted us to make the world a little brighter. Shall we discuss then, sister? I teased. Her face grew serious. Saving one soul is saving all of creation, she said. From the Book of All Things, that. One of the more sentimental quotes, and not one I put much stock in. Even if militia embraced the heavens tomorrow, the Empire wouldn't change in the slightest, save maybe with the addition of her blood on the floor. I mused. Hard to have a discussion with that premise, isn't it? I don't really think we believe evil to be the same thing, when it comes down to it. Then teach me, she said. I would not close my ears to the truth. You know, I was raised on the same stories as you, I said. I used to believe that evil was mostly about a good rousing round of hangings and sundry blood magic. The blonde priestess smiled gently. But you don't anymore? You could say I've had the benefit of an extensive education on the subject, I replied. The way I see it, sister, evil is about refusing to play by the rules of the game. She frowned. It was a pretty look on her, as I imagine most were. It would have been a lie I didn't find something attractive about purity, though power had always been what I preferred. I'm afraid I don't quite follow, she admitted. It thing starts with asking. Why? I said. Why should I forgive? Why should I not kill? Why should I obey? And eventually you realize that there's all these rules handed down to you, and then you get to the real question. Why shouldn't I just do whatever the hells I want? I chuckled, the sound of it resonating in the near-empty house of light. That's when you realize the answer's pretty simple, because someone thinks I shouldn't, and will stop me if I do. I let out a long breath. Most people stop there and become a minor league sort of evil. That one jackass in every village that always talks shit. The merchant that shortchanges you, or another corrupt judge. My fingers idly closed around the pommel of my sword, thumb rubbing the leather wrap around the handle. But once in a while, you get someone who doesn't flinch, who decides it's not enough, and replies, try me, and then they pick up a sword. I met her eyes and offered her a half-smile. That's evil, I think, walking past the line in the sand and refusing to apologize for it. The look on the sister's face was unreadable. You sound proud. I shrugged. Proud is a strong word, I said. But it's been some time since I was ashamed of it. Strange, she said softly. You did not strike me as someone who would embrace fear. It was my turn to frown. I think you might have missed my point. She shook her head. The way of thinking you just described assumes that the world around you is your enemy. That is not courage, it is fear. I laughed. Look around you, sister. The Diabolist is stealing cities. The Principate is marauding near the borders, and just 2 years ago the South was in open rebellion. The world is full of enemies. Because you treat them like one, she told me seriously. If you solve all your problems with swords, swords are the only reply you will ever get. That's a nice sentiment, I replied. But it'll be cold comfort when the Procerans invade. She sighed. Borders. I've never quite understood why they matter so much to people. You draw imaginary lines on the land and tell people to remain on one side, as if ink and parchment could make you its owner. I had quite a few scathing things to reply to that, but since she'd been polite enough to let me speak uninterrupted, I supposed I should afford her the same courtesy. Do you know why the House of Light does not preach rebellion against the Empire? Because it doesn't really matter whether we have a king or an empress. Rulers come and go, but what really matters doesn't. I raised an eyebrow. And what would that be exactly? Trying to be better, she told me, and passion shone in her eyes. No one is born good. It's something you have to work for every day, and sometimes it can seem like more trouble than it is worth. But what else is there? She leaned forward. So many of us see life as a race and will do anything to pull ahead, but that is the conceit of a child. If we all cross the same finish line, the only thing that matters, the only thing that can matter, is how we get there. I grinned, but it was more a show of teeth than mirth. Sentiment like that is how they get you every time, sister. So what if we all cross the same finish line? Down here in the mud is what really matters. What we make of it. And if I only have so much time kicking around creation, then I'm the one who's going to decide how it's spent. Not the gods, not whoever's got a crown. Me. I own my life, and damn anyone telling me I need to live it abiding rules that are just a key to the other side. She met my eyes, unafraid. Life is what you share with others, she said. Hoard it, and you will die all the poorer for it. I ran a hand through my hair, frustrated that she just wouldn't see what I saw. You don't even get to set the rules you live by, I said. You're a leaf spun in the wind, deluding itself into thinking as long as it behaves, it'll land somewhere nice. She smiled, eyes gentle and sad. The kind of eyes you gave someone who was so far lost they didn't even remember what the path looked like. Her pity burned me harder than summer's flame ever had. And you think your way will let you choose where you land. My mantle roiled under my skin, the weight of all the choices I had made and would make, the sum of what I was and would be. That's where you're wrong, sister, I told her. I don't want to be the leaf. I want to be the storm. She laid a gentle hand on my wrist. In the end, she murmured, I choose to believe that being good matters more than being strong. In the end, I replied clearly, I would rather be wrong than be cowed. And what more was there to say after that? I rose, letting her hand fall away. Be safe, she said. There are great dangers about. I smiled, feeling a sliver of grief for all that this was. Oh, sister, I said. All those dangerous people? I'm the one they answer to. Book 3, Chapter 59, Anacrusis. Peace is a fine thing, but war is the crucible of crowns. Queen Elizabeth Albin of Callow. There was something oddly intimate about being dressed, even if it was with steel instead of skirts. It began with the Greaves, Hakram kneeling at my feet to tighten the straps. He was tall enough there was need of stool to put my foot on, since even kneeling he still reached near my chin. He had clever fingers, belying their size, and though he was not gentle, he was quite meticulous. Then the pua, the long thigh and lower leg piece with an articulation at the knee. Over my acetun, I put on a shirt of mail in the Legion style, 6 interlocked rings spreading into a thick cover, and as he reached out for the vambraces, I set the breastplate over the mail myself. The straps were hardened leather, reinforced with iron, and they creaked as I tightened them. I held out my arms for him to fit with the vambraces, watching his face crease with concentration. Pauldrons followed, marked only with the meson numerals of the 15th instead of the heraldry and titles that were gathering to me like flies to honey. Arm guards were adjusted to my comfort, and articulated gauntlets finished the portrait. The finger bends looked like fins, I'd always thought. They were usually stained red by the end of a fight, with either my blood or my opponent's. The gorget clasped tight around my throat, and though uncomfortable, I knew better than to whine. I'd killed enough people through the throat to know leaving it open was sheer stupidity. I'd expected to be presented with my old, open-faced helmet as the last of steel to bear, but what I was offered was different. This one was not of Legion make, with hinged cheeks and a flat nose guard in front. It had a long tail to cover the back of my neck, true, but there was a flap in the back through which my ponytail was meant to go. The cheeks were fully covered, going into a long, angled mouthguard crafted so it would rest against my gorget. The strip of steel that served as nose guard was shorter than I was used to, and above it was a ridge of steel meant to prevent blades sliding down into my exposed face. What had been forged above the ridge was what had me frowning. It was crown. Black iron set into the helmet. Not jutting, but a crown nonetheless. My eyes flicked to Adjutant. "You know I do not wear ornate armor," I said. "I know your teacher does not," the orc said, and pressed my palm against the steel. "It is not him we follow. This isn't a squire's armor," I thought. "It is a queen's, and her crown is black." For all that I had avoided the regalia of my rising rank, it seemed it had finally caught up to me. "Vice Queen," I reminded the orc. "For how long?" he asked quietly. I winced. "Months, perhaps a year." But Black was not one to go back on his word, and he'd given it. A crown for me, so long as I readied Callow for war. Maybe he was right. Maybe it was time to get rid of the fig leaf. Past a certain point, reticence was more arrogance than humility. Or, even more to my distaste, a form of fear. I lowered my head and let Hakram set it down on my brow. The cold touch of steel was no burden, but the promise it bore was different story. "It is fitting, I think," I murmured, and Hakram's eyes met mine, "that you would be the one to crown me." His face twitched at that, a flinch only half swallowed. My gauntlet hand reached for his arm and squeezed him comfortingly. "I have relied on you for so many things, since you were my sergeant," I said. "I did what I could," Adjutant replied gruffly. He looked away, and were he anyone else I would have thought him abashed. "We made a deal once, under moonlight," I said. "That was no deal, Catherine," the orc said. "That was an oath, and I stand by it. I called you warlord then, and I don't regret it. I don't keep to the old ways, not like Knock, but it is no empty word. I haven't used it since because it dash." He scowled, unsure of himself for once. "It's not the right title, not for the two of us," he finally said. "Too shallow in the wrong places. We are more than war." It was times like these I understood how peculiar Hakram truly was, compared to others of his kind. It wasn't his temperament, or his way with people. There was an underlying threat to the way orcs like Knock and Juniper and every other orc I'd met saw the world, and in Adjutant it was absent. I thought much of the Hellhound, but never would I imagine her saying, "We are more than war." It would go against her nature. To my general peace was the weight between campaigns, rule a necessary evil best left to the hands of others. Since he'd come in my service, Hakram had acted in myriad ways: diplomat, steward, tactician, and warrior. A confidant, too, and how many times would my temper have led me astray if not for his calming influence? It had been my name that gathered the woe, but it was Adjutant who was keeping them together. That much was becoming undeniable as the weeks passed. It would have been easy to dismiss this as part of his name, becoming whatever I needed him to be, but names did not come from nothing. There had to be will behind them, an intent to fill the gaps I left without ever realizing it. There were a great many victories to my name, nowadays, but few of them would have been possible without the tall orc quietly going behind me and doing the labor I never even considered needed to be done. I wondered if this was what Scribe felt like to Black, a limb whose absence left you a cripple in all the worst of ways. I'd made much of my feelings for Killian, lately, and the ever-complicated knot that was my relationship with my teacher, but if I had to name the person I loved most in the world, it was the orc standing in front of me. Because he'd chosen to trust me when he had nothing to gain, long before a name came into it. Because he was a decent man and he still believed in what we did. And as long as I had that shining truth tucked away in the back of my mind, it did not matter what horrors I hitched my course to. Hakram was perhaps my closest friend in the world, but more than that he was compass. Without him, I would be lost in more ways than one. "Oaths bind both ways," I said. "The part that is mine to uphold. Do you judge it upheld?" He laughed quietly. "You've always kept your eyes on the horizon," he said. "On the next task, the next enemy, the next war. Look down, Catherine Foundling. See where you are." In his deep-set eyes there was something feverish, the fire he always kept under lock and key let loose for my sake. "We're winning," he said. "Just by standing here, we're winning. Because they only rule us only as long as we let them. And the moment that truth bleeds, it dies. They can kill every last one of us, and it won't matter, because as long as the banner's been raised once, someone will rise to carry it again. Baring fangs, he met my eyes. They wouldn't let us have a seat at the table, so we broke it, Hakram said, and there was a savage satisfaction to him. That will not go quietly into the night, no matter what happens today. It's going to get worse, I said quietly. After Diabolist. We know her kind, what it can do, rise tall and fall just as hard. It's the people behind her we need to end, and they've owned the wasteland since before it had that name. How tall the spears, and great the host. He spoke in Karsam, cadenced and low. This empire's bier of graven ghosts. His smile grew sharp, and there was not a thimble of mercy to be found in it. They say the last of the warlords spoke that verse. After the Mizans destroyed the holy grounds of the broken antlers, Hakram said, we were great, in those days, great as any power birthed since. The beast stirred under my skin, coiling lazily as it tasted the stench of death in the air, death past, and death yet to come. That's the thing with eras, Catherine, Adjutant said, hard-eyed and proud. They come to an end. So let's bury it together, the two of us, this fucking age of wonders they built on our backs. I clasped the arm he offered, and it felt like an oath. Least looked like the gates of some godforsaken hell. The walls of sun-kissed stone had covered in great runes, and the pale blocks had withered like fruit on the vine. Atop them stood unmoving thousands facing us. And though this was a fortified city and not a fortress, they were tall ramparts and well-built. Behind them the labyrinth of alleys and shops would be crawling with wards and undead. We'd bleed for every street. I'd taken this city once before, fought my way through the lone swordsman and his army, but this was a different kind of threat. This was Acua Sahelian, and though I bore her no small hatred, I would not deny she was cunning, ruthless, and powerful. The Diabolist had called the last of the true bloods to her side, gathered sorcerers and warlocks and every breed of practitioner the wasteland could boast. The elements unleashed was the least of what I could expect. There would be devils, and perhaps even demons. She'd gone too far to flinch at the notions of what might come if she failed. What made Acua dangerous beyond all that, though, was displayed before the city. 30,000 undead stood, but not in simple ranks. As I marshaled armies from every corner of Callow, Diabolist had prepared her grounds to receive me. A ditch had been dug and palisade raised behind it, wights with spears massed behind. 3 bastions of rough stone had been raised behind, filled with mages and what few siege engines she had. No great fortifications, these, but our own trebuchets and scorpions would be lower on the ground and would have to be brought into range as hers awaited. To the sides of the ditch stakes had been hammered into the ground with broad depths, a clear deterrent for my knights. The nature of my forces was not unknown to her, and she knew that between the two of us it was me who was pressed for time. There'd been talk of assaulting the other walls, since this front was so deeply fortified, but though there would be such an attempt, the main thrust would have to be through this direction. It was where the gates were, the weak point in the defensive wards. The fortifications facing Proker were the newest, since that side had once been facing Lake Hengist and had lacked any fortifications, but since then she'd raised walls atop a sharp slope of beaten earth and anchored wards in them. The stretch between those walls and the ducal palace had been made into a killing field worthy of Summerhome. It was the most direct way to the heart of her ritual, but the casualties we'd taken forcing our way through there would be staggering. That knowledge, about the anchor of her ritual, had come without any need for spying. Above Lys, Acua Sahelian's madness was laid bare for all of creation to witness. Pillars of darkness rose from the roof of the palace 6 leagues into the sky, where their true nature was revealed, a cage. Like claws, the darkness clasped a gargantuan orb of roiling smoke, ever moving and testing the confine. Only a handful of people on the field knew the true nature of it for sure, though I suspected the warlock would divine it after a closer look. He'd helped design the containment wards about to be activated around the city, after all. The souls of the Diawraith cast a heavy shadow on the morning sky, becoming more a stormy dusk the closer one came to the city. Millions upon millions, accumulated since before praise stood a single nation or the Mizan so much as caught sight of Calernia's shores. It was, I thought, almost as deep a desecration as Acua's casual slaughter of 100,000 innocents. Almost. Not impressed, Archer volunteered. Now if she'd set the sky on fire, that would be something, but this is just decorative. Shut your fucking mouth, Juniper spat. Lord Black is about to speak, and if I miss a single word because you're whining, you'll regret it. The 15th, for once, would not take the vanguard of the fight. That would be the duty of the veteran legions, with my men serving as a mobile reserve to be deployed when the city was breached. The field outside was not ours to take. I'd gathered most my people regardless, since the woe would have duties before it came to the fighting in the streets. Thief was the most glaring absence, come to camp only for a few hours when we'd first arrived, and then disappearing into Lise again. She'd given me priceless information, though, and though she would not be fighting, there was one last task ahead of her. Hierophant was clearly bored out of his skull, impatient with anything that did not involve toying with the wards he'd spent several weeks designing, and Archer was even worse. She'd gotten restless the moment she saw the armies arranged, spoiling for a fight. Juniper's general staff stood with her, and as usual Hakram was the lone isle of serenity to be had. As for Robert and his cohort, they were my knife in the night. What I had in mind for them did not involve being out in the open. Archer, don't assault my general, I said absent-mindedly. I don't have a spare. Juniper sneered in my direction, but did not comment. She'd been telling everyone to be silent for a half-hour now, long before Black was even close to making an appearance. He was out now, though, atop his dead horse barred in steel, in bare plate from head to toe and black cloak streaming behind him. He'd offered me the right to make the address, but I'd declined. Speeches had never been my strength. I worked best with small numbers. I would have to learn the skill, eventually, but this was too important a battle for fumbling. Horse passing before the armored ranks of the legions, my teacher slowed his mount and came to rest. When he spoke, it was with sorcery behind his voice. There was not a soul in our host that would not hear him. We have fought this war before, he said, and his words washed over us like a wave. There was pause, but not long enough for stillness to set in. I could admire the skill of it. His fame as an orator was not unearned. 40 years ago, we fought it from the steppes to the hungering sands, he said. 20 years before that it was fought as well, and again, all the way back to the days of the Declaration. 1,000 battles spanning 1,000 years. The Black Knight's power filled the air like a haze, and even where I stood I could feel it whispering to me. Legionaries, he called, a bone-deep shiver giving answer. Look atop those walls and know you face a millennium of blood and arrogance staring down at you. You know that banner. Your fathers and mothers fought under it, against it. Under that standard Callow was bled 100 times. Under that standard, praise tore itself apart at the whims of the mad and the vicious. Are you not tired? I am. He laughed, a thing of dark and bitter anger. I have fought this war since I was a boy, he said. And so have you. In every shop and field and pit there is to be found in this empire. There is no peace with this foe, only struggle from dawn to dusk. His voice rose. Legionaries, he called. You of praise and Callow, of steppes and Ares, you have fought this war before and won it. 40 years ago, we broke the spine of the High Lords. Yet here they stand before us, fangs bared. Will you let this challenge go unanswered? It was the orcs that begun. Feet stamped the ground, swords were hammered against shields. It came and went like a summer storm, deafening in sudden fury and sudden absence. I will not tell you our cause is just, for justice does not win wars, he said. I will not tell you victory is deserved or assured, for creation owes nothing. If the world refuses you your due, then declare war upon all the world. His sword cleared the scabbard, the sound of sharpness and steel a call to war. On this field, on this day, 2 truths rule, he said. There is only one sin. Defeat, 60,000 voices screamed back. There is only one grace. Victory. Shields rose, swords unsheathed, horns sounded, and with that last word filling the air the second battle of Lise began. Book 3, Villainous Interlude, Crescendo. Then let us be wicked. Let us be reddest ruin. Rent, broken, crooked, black-hearted and cruel. Then let us be doom. To both friend and foe. Fly banner of gloom. We lowest of the low. Rise, rise all you villains. You rogues and madmen. Proudly claim the stage. Of this wondrous age. We are not kind or just, deserving of any victory. We are a thing of dust, promised only misery. So smile, tyrants, and let us be wicked. Final monologue of the many deaths of Traitorous, a play on the reign of the dread Emperor Traitorous. In the depths of the city of Lise, beyond layers upon layers of wards and traps, there was a room. For more than a year it had been slowly crafted to perfection, and for years before that had Acus Ahelion spent days and nights refining its design, removing impurities and inefficiencies, balancing ease of use and breadth of effect, so that only a single soul in all of creation could use it as it was meant to be used. Should she live for 100,000 years, she would never make anything half so great, for it was the culmination of everything that she was. All that she loved and hated, all that had made and fought her. There had been a child, once, who looked upon pyramids of mud and blood and felt awe. At the skill, at the scope, at the power that still dwelled within. And though Tasia Sahelian had toiled greatly to make a hollow husk of that girl, a mere receptacle for her ambitions, that spark of wonder had never been snuffed out. It had grown into flame, and that sacred burn coursed through her veins today. And it whispered of triumph. Diabolist felt the city pulse like a living creature, arrays of sorcery spread across it like arteries, all leading back to the heart that was her. In this moment, she knew she was half a god. How easy it would have been to grow drunk on that might, had she been of a lesser line. But she was a Sahelian, the blood of the original murder. The killers of the first empress, who'd writ the truth of praise in blood and treachery. Her forebears had been kings and queens, and tyrants more than once. Rule, the ownership of power, however fleeting it may be, was nothing less than her birthright. Walls of carved stone around her were as a pond, and on those reflective facades she saw the legions of terror standing with a man before them. The Black Knight, she thought, spoke well. Yet it was wrong for him to be the speaker. It should have been Catherine Foundling, her match and mirror, her red right hand in the making. Once she had thought too little of the squire, believed her to be nothing more than tool and obstacle, but how she had learned since. Facilai had once remarked it was a shame Foundling was not born Presi, for she had the seeds of greatness in her, but Acua knew better. It had to be this way. It was the fire, the righteous indignation that made Squire who she was, a burn no lesser than Diabolist's own. If she'd never been crushed underfoot, she would never have risen from it, fangs bared. The Sonic closed her eyes and smiled. She could glimpse the ending of their story already, grasp the edges of its shape with her fingers. Acua would break Catherine Foundling, shatter her beyond repair, and the creature of jagged edges and hatred that remained after would kneel at her feet. And what a fearsome monster she would be, upon emerging from that crucible. She would sweep through Diabolist's foes with fire and sword, a woe on all she faced worthy of the name bestowed upon her. It made Acua shiver in pleasure just to think of it. The Diabolist opened her eyes and let the words of the carrion lord burrow into her ears. The only distraction was her father's shuffling at her side, for there was only one seat in this room, and it would not tolerate the sitting of any but her. He's not wrong, Pansy, Domasai of Oxum said. They say nowadays that the legions won that civil war, the orcs and the goblins, but I remember it still. The calamities owned it body and soul. It defined them as much as their names. Better not to fight them at all. Spoken, she thought, as a man who could have been the warlock, but chose obscurity over the uncertainty of struggle. The odds, she knew, would not have been in her father's favor. The sovereign of the Red Skies had begun to earn his title when he was still the apprentice. And though claimants gained powers when embracing their claim, Lord Weeksa would have had the full might of his old name behind him. Yet it was never a certainty that an apprentice would become the warlock. Presi names were never easily won. Acua loved her father, but she would not deny that in the face of offered greatness he had flinched. I do not hate them, Diabolist said, nor the Empress. For all their flaws, they sought to make our people rise. I am not mother, papa. I do not despise what they are. It is a mistake made in good faith, and killing them was never the point of this. I am surpassing them. If that must involve taking their lives, then so be it. And how long had she dreamed of this, of escaping the shackles? The Carrion Lord had been right, in part. They could not win the war by repeating the same defeat with 100 different fresh faces. But the pair that ruled Praise had abandoned everything that the peoples of the wasteland were to avoid another disgrace, and that was a betrayal greater than mere failure. They could win and still be Presi, Acua knew. Go to your grave gladly, Black Knight, having learned the truth of that. You were, for all your weaknesses, a patriot. She would not deny the fearsome depth of that loyalty, however twisted it was. The man's words ended in the tired adage of the legions, screamed back by the soldiers, and Diabolist rose to her feet. Go, she told her father, and stay safe. You are worth more to me than petty victories. His arms wrapped around her, and for a heartbeat she was a child again, his chin nestled atop her head. Live, he whispered. Whatever the cost, whatever the consequences. Life. Nothing else matters. Believe in me, she asked. Till my last breath and beyond, he promised. No empty words, coming from a sorcerer who knew the mysteries he did. He left after that, the passing warmth of him lingering behind. Diabolists stood before the rune-inscribed walls and laid a single finger on them. They lit up like a starry sky, reaching for 100 different arrays spread across houses and bastions and pits. The Carrion Lord had spoken for the ruling order, for the woman who held the tower. She would speak, then, for the wasteland, for the empire that was and would be, for the greatness that was not yet forgot. Acua Sahelia stood proud, for there was more to her than mere ambition. "We are," she said quietly, "the last of the Presi." They would hear her, her words carried by sorcery worn and ancient. They would hear her and know they might be wicked, but they were not wrong. "The tower," Acua said, "is in the hands of a woman who would rule us forever. Before us stand her legions of dupes, led by her most loyal hound. You heard them speak of dues, and so know they deny the oldest truth of our empire. There are no equals." It was like drinking spring water, to speak words she truly meant instead of whatever must be said to gain relief, that after years of scuttling in the dark, she could raise her true banner. "There are the rulers and the ruled," she said, "the greater and the lesser. To deny this is to deny the gods themselves, for that is how they made us. And now our empress bows and scrapes to a conquered people, ignoring the reality that saw them conquered." She let silence ring loudly. "Power," she hissed. There were others in foreign lands that would call this ugly truth, but she spoke to Presi, the people of altars and pacts, of naked, ruthless ambition. What she offered them now was the song of their ancestors, sung anew with fresh promise. 20 years ago, we were more powerful than the people of Callow," she continued. 20 years ago we were better than them, for beyond all the lies and stories, that is the bare truth of creation, the powerful own the world." A laugh escaped her lips, sharply mocking. "They call themselves a different breed, these hypocrites, but what is arrayed before you? Mere force of arms. And her people knew steel, that old friend of ambition. How many of their ancestors had claimed the tower wielding it? In the end, all they are is another movement in the great game. The enemy might be powerful, but that should bring you no fear." She leaned forward, hard-eyed. "Iron sharpens iron, and when we emerge victorious, we will be so sharp a blade as to make the world tremble." Acua smiled, a display that should have been beneath her, but at this last pivot of her life was not. "Glory in this day, sons and daughters of praise," she said. "The age of wonders is upon you, and though it is great and terrible to behold, let creation remember this. So are we." And in the wake of her words, as the legions advanced and flanking forces sallied, sorcery bloomed. No wild cheers from the people of the wasteland. Acclaim came in the form of death unleashed. 1,000 mages stirred to action, and when they struck, it was with the wrath of a people cheated their destiny. How long had it been since Calernia last saw the finest of praise move to war? Too long. With every streak of lighting and storm of flame, that balance was redressed, and in the face of steel a rolling wave of power was sent forth. It would have swept the legionaries aside like kindling had it touched them. It did not, because the sovereign of the red skies had taken the field. High above a star was born, and it came into the world with a keening cry. It pulled the sorcery like a withdrawing tide, swept it upwards until it was filled, and a ring of raging sorcery detonated across the sky with a sound like thunder. The mage lines of the legions, these half-mages minted and spent like cheap copper, gave answer. A dozen rituals burned and massive lances of flame were sent at Acua's bastions. But what did she care? These were but pale imitations, and the original stood arrayed against them. Half the lances dispersed within a heartbeat of being thrown, the formulas torn apart like the half-baked jokes they were, and the rest were turned against their own side. The fires changed from lances to beasts, lions and snakes and tigers, and with dull roars they attacked the advancing legionaries. Dozens died incinerated within moments, before the Carrion Lord lent the weight of his aspects to the men and led them through the inferno. Let, Acua thought, conquer. Not tools for the killing of heroes, but for the leading of armies. And as the Black Knight's mantle came upon them, the legionaries became more swifter, stronger, indifferent to the raging flames. The Diabolist did not strike as the 6th Legion followed the Carrion Lord in his sweeping advance, turning her eyes to the sky instead. There a single silhouette rode a winged steed stolen from Arcadia, cloak of many colors streaming behind her. An artifact in the making, gathering weight with every fallen army stitched onto the rest. Already Acua suspected sorcery would slide over like water off a duck's back, and it was still nascent to its true form. Squire would strike at the heart of the enemy, for that was her nature. Not through aspects, it was too early for that, but Catherine Foundling had another signature. The winged steed passed over the ranks of dead manning the entrenched palisades, deftly avoiding spell fire from the bastions as a simple knife cut down what appeared to be sacks tied to the sides of the mount. When the first arrow took flight from impossibly far, flames coating it, Diabolist almost laughed. There it was. 1, 2, 3, 8 in whole. Every single sack of goblin fire was ignited while still dropping, and fell like green rain over the whites. Some reached the bastions filled with mages and engines, but there were pains of force awaiting. The goblin fire burned into them, but they were thrown aside and her sorcerers left untouched. Her general's careful experimentation with the most dangerous tools of the legions had paid fruit. Diabolist returned to her seat, settling against the wooden frame as her eyes remained fixed on the unfolding battle. Soon, she would have preferred to let the legions overcommit, but the warlock would soon go on the offensive, and he was not to be taken lightly. The 15th, she saw, was not part of the assault. A reserve, likely kept for when the walls were breached. It would serve other purpose, but Acua was not displeased. They would be tied up regardless, removed from the equation. That was how her enemies would lose, in the end. Dispersed to deal with half a dozen threats, they would fall one by one. The 6th Legion reached the outer field of traps, and Acua's mages triggered their arrays. Within 3 heartbeats, what had been an empty field was filled with howling lesser devils. And then they died. Diabolist froze, blood going cold. Every single devil summoned by the arrays had turned into red dust before so much as striking a blow. The warlock's doing, it could only be him, but how had he known? He'd have needed to begin casting before the triggers, which meant, someone has studied the lay of our defenses. She realized, and done so with a great deal of precision. Acua's fingers tightened around the arms of her chair. It might be assumed that the devils in the secondary arrays would meet the same fate, and without them serving as a slowing mechanism for the advance of the legions, then soon her palisades would be under assault. And with the goblin fire already thinning the ranks of the dead, they would break. Now. It had to be now. The Diabolist breathed out, and her mind stilled. It had been 7 years now, since she had separated her soul from her earthly flesh. It had spared her ugly end in this very city, once, and from that it was likely her foes had come to assume it was a measure meant for her preservation. To ensure that even if her body was destroyed, she could invest another and continue her plans. As it happened, that had merely been a fortunate consequence. Acua had removed her soul in preparation for something greater. In the depths of the ducal palace, where the anchor of her great working awaited, a small cylinder of pure obsidian covered in runes lit up. Inside it was bound her soul, but it was no mere phylactery. It was a key. Her soul touched the untold millions of dead Diarrhea she had caged, connecting to the greater weave. All over Lys runes burned bright, the glare alone melting stone and shattering wood around them as the greatest ritual praise had seen since the days of triumphant began. Runic letters formed in front of her, a contract written, and then she gave the sorcery shape. On the plains to the flank of the encroaching legions, a dot of yellow flame formed. In it the contract she had written shone, and the flame grew. An empty circle was forged, the diameter half a mile wide, and the yellow flame solidified. Creation screamed in protest as it was ripped apart forcefully, and the Hellgate opened. Not a lesser breach, but a greater. The first since the fall of Keter, and unlike the dead king, she would not be forbidden a second. The souls of the Diarrhea were not spent, merely thinned, and would coalesce again in a matter of days. It would take her even longer to stabilize her own, but the true terror of her work was the scale. Distance meant nothing to sufficient power. She could open a gate in the heartlands of the Principate without moving, if she so wished. Acua Sahelian's army was the entirety of all the hells, and as the first devil crossed her gate, the binding she had written in the flame leashing it to her will, she laughed. The host at her disposal was without end, and she had crafted this ritual so it could only ever answer to her. The array was part of her, as much as any limb or drop of blood. Waves of wasted power coursed into the escapements she had designed so very carefully, empowering wards that would have taken hundreds of mages to use, and just like that Lys disappeared. Forced half a step out of creation. There had been a reason that she had chosen the southern city out of all the governorships she could have secured. The corpse of the angel, though left behind, had ensured that Lys was always slightly askew from creation, easier to move, and given clear boundary by the ancient wards surrounding it. And so now the city was out of reach, save for one entrance she had crafted herself. It lay at the heart of her fortifications on the plains, and the enemy would bleed themselves dry trying to take it. All that planning from the clever generals on the other side, yet here they stood now. The forces meant to assault the walls on the sides utterly useless, and the exposed flank of the army facing endless onslaught. Hell began pouring out of the breach, and the Diabolist smiled the smile of a woman who was going to conquer the world. Book 3, Chapter 60, Opening. Victory is transient. To seek it is to remain so. I have seen the face of that which is eternal, and it stands beyond struggle. Translation of the Kabbalist Book of Darkness, widely attributed to the young dead king. Flight was markedly less exhilarating when people kept trying to kill me during. I decided as I guided Zombie the Third into a sharp dive to avoid a bolt of black lightning. Half a league up in the sky, the wind howling around me, I watched disaster unfold on the field below. The order of battle agreed upon had been fairly simple. The first wave would be the legions. The 5th, the 6th and 12th would strike the initial blow, as the 4th and the 9th moved to the sides of Lys bolstered by Calawan levies. The Diaraith bowmen would move behind the center, followed by the men-at-arms, and the 15th would remain as a reserve. I was to soften up the enemy fortifications with archers' help and a goblin fire trick, and until the aftermath of the Green Rain, everything had been going to plan. Then Aqua had opened a fucking hellgate, and Lys had just disappeared, gone into thin air. She'd chosen the place for the gate perfectly, I had to admit. Behind the 4th's advance, though the gated was oriented towards the Diaraith's second line. There were only a few devils coming out of the woodworks right now, but if that trickle turned into a flood, our armies were going to break. The 4th would be cut off and overwhelmed, the back of our center up to its neck in hellspawn from behind and fortified casters from the front. The entire host would be splintered, and of the only 2 forces still in play, the 15th under Juniper and 9th with half the levies. The 9th was positioned on the opposite side of the field where it needed to be, without entire center in the way. In the span of a single heartbeat, Aqua had fucked both our left flank and center while making our right wing useless. I would have admired that a little, if I wasn't too busy being furious. Zombie responded to my spurs as a living beast would, though I could still command its undead flesh regardless of its own will, and we arced down gracefully. The staff officers of the 15th parted for me in haste, and I reined in the winged horse before someone could get trampled. Juniper, leaning over a table, ignored my entrance. Her brows were creased in thought. I cleared my throat. "I heard you coming, foundling," she said. "Now shut up. I'm thinking." Yeah, that was about par for the course. I sighed and dismounted, Hakram appearing just in time to be handed the reins. Hierophant and Archer were still out of sight, but I could feel them approaching. No, feel was perhaps the wrong term. It was an instinct, like the one that warned me of danger, whispering that they were coming close. Whatever we'd done in Dormer, when all of us save Thief had fought as one, it had left a mark. The implications of that worried me. "The Carrion Lord's advance has not slowed," Adjutant said. I grunted back. There was danger in that, though I knew better than to assume Black wasn't aware of it. With the legionaries he had under the mantle of his name advancing so much more swiftly, what had once been a wave was turning into a sloppy wedge. If he got too far ahead, he wouldn't, I told myself. Black had been winning battles before I was even a look in my mother's eyes. "Senior Mage, report," Juniper growled. I almost jumped. I hadn't noticed Killian was there at all. Red hair free, she'd had her eyes closed and a loose cord of interlocked runes clutched between her fingers. After a moment she flinched in pain and opened her eyes. "The Hellgate is beyond my ability to understand," she announced. "As for Lys, I have some notion. The city is not gone, merely phased a step out of creation. There is still a point of access to it." The Hellhound made room at the table, hairless brow raised. "Here," Killian said, pointing down at the map. I leaned over to see and winced. That was behind the palisade and trench, an open space overlooked by all 3 bastions and currently filled with whites. This one was on us, I thought. We'd all been so convinced the field fortifications were a battle measure, none of us had taken the time to inspect them for anything like this. Not when we'd barely scratched the surface of understanding the kind of wards covering the walls. Juniper did not reply, brow creasing deeper. Archer and Hierophant passed the ring of legionaries exactly when I knew they would, the brown-skinned woman the only one smiling of the 2. Masigo, I called out. I need an opinion. My preliminary analysis is over, he replied. This is a greater breach, Catherine. Killian sucked in a sharp breath, but everyone else seemed as confused as I was. I assumed bad. Very bad, even. Usually the best bet to make when it came to Diabolist. A stable Hellgate, Hierophant added when he noticed the lack of understanding. He sounded a touch irritated. I sucked my lip. If this had just been a play to pull out reinforcements like Acqua had done at least, the gate would have eventually closed on its own even if we didn't manage to shut it first. A major danger, but something that could be handled. This was different. There was a hole in the fabric of creation in the middle of Callow, and on the other side was a literally endless horde that wanted to devour everything in existence. At least I assumed. I didn't know much about the lay of the realms below or the beings that dwelled inside, but I doubted Diabolist had reached for hell that was all about weaving straw baskets. Withdrawal is not feasible, Juniper said, calm tone cutting through the silence that had followed Masego's words. The god bound above the palace is not gone, and regardless, time plays in her favor more than ours. Hierophant, can you close this? I asked. He snorted, then realized I'd been serious. Catherine, a greater breach cannot be closed by definition. It is a permanent bridge between layers of existence, he said. I grimaced. Can you just pop a cork in the hole then? I pressed. Theoretically, he agreed. It would be temporary, however, and require power superior to that employed in the original breaching. He means no, Archer cheerfully said. I kinda wanted to hit her in the face for that. If we shut down her ritual, does the gate close? I pressed. You do not seem to grasp the principles involved, Hierophant said flatly. The ritual is done. The gate is there. The breach was made. There is no unmaking this. I turned my eyes to Killian, who raised up her palms in surrender. Diabolism is not a field of study covered in the college, she said. I know nothing of this. Juniper. I tried, grasping at straws. The orc's hands left the table, and she folded them behind her back. If we do not contain the Hellgate within a half hour, the battle is lost, she said. And so will be all of Callow west of Summerhome and south of Daoin, within a month. The weight of that announcement rang like a bell. How many people was that? Most major cities fell within those borders. Vale, Southpool, Lore, Denier, and even Anku. I couldn't quite remember the exact numbers from the last imperial census at the moment, but Lore alone was almost 500,000 souls. I spat to the side. Then get your blades out, people, I said. We're going for a walk. Whatever answer I might have gotten to that was drowned out by the sound of neighing and crackling flame, followed by the pungent smell of brimstone. The chariot landed with a crash, pulled by 2 pitch-black winged horses, and in it stood a man decked entirely in scarlet, the sovereign of red skies, dressed in his full glory of war. Belay that, he said, and there was nothing lazy or amused in his voice. That had me even warier. He was not a man to take the situation seriously unless he had to, in my experience. With a flourish of the wrist, the warlock produced a small flat stone and tossed it at me. I caught it without missing a beat, raising an eyebrow. Into your mouth, squire, he said. Welcome to the link. My eyes flicked to Masigo, who nodded absent-mindedly. Safe enough, then. Gingerly, I put the stone in my mouth and shuddered in discomfort when I felt it move on its own, fusing with the flesh beneath my lower teeth. A heartbeat later, sorcery gently flared, and I heard the sound of flesh being run through directly in my ears. Catherine, Black said. Good. Black, I murmured. We're in deep shit. Perhaps less than it seems, he replied, and on the other side something screamed and died. You are to join me on the front along with Adjutant and Archer. The bastions must fall, and quickly. The Hellgate. I asked. Weeksa has a theory, Black replied. That leaves Masigo free. I frowned. He's going to dash. My teacher was interrupted by a sound I'd heard once before. A faint scream, rising higher and higher in pitch. Then another. Then another. Oh gods. Had she really? Even for Acqua, this was playing with fire. The link cut out, before I heard Warlock grunt, and sound returned as suddenly as it had gone. Hurry, Black ordered. The 15th is to accompany Weeksa against the Hellgate. Overall command is ceded to Marshal Ranker as of now. Silence returned to my ears, and I turned to face my officers. Several of them had gone pale, hands shaking. Demons, I said. It was a given they would be used here, Warlock said conversationally. Not even Sahelians are so mad as to call on the Unmakers within a closed realm. Masigo, you are to contain them. Hierophant's glass eyes did not move under the cloth, but I could feel his attention move across the field and find the unfolding catastrophes. Madness, the dark-skinned mage said. Apathy. And he hesitated. Order, the warlock finished. That one seems to be the oldest. It might be Shango's doom itself. The contract is still unaccounted for. Begin with madness nonetheless, before we lose half our men to the spread. They devour grounds unlike any other breed. Hierophant nodded, not bothering to reply, and strode ahead without paying attention to any of us. So much for planning together. I forced myself to focus even as in the back of my head threefold song began to be sung. How much worse, I thought, did it have to be close to them? Unless my sight betrayed me, the rebels had brought forth the madness right in front of the center of their outer palisade. General Juniper, I said, we have our orders. The orc's eyes flicked to the most powerful mage in the Empire. We are meant to escort you, she deduced. Am I to take this as meaning the Hellgate may be closed? The warlock smiled. Oh, that clever child's work is not so easily undone, the man said. The gate will remain. Destruction, though, is the tool of the uncreative. I have other means. That cleared up very little. Was this something that came with the magic, the urge to be a mysterious jackass? The dark-skinned man rolled his shoulder to limber it and cast a wary eye to the looming Hellgate in the distance. Well, no time dawdle, he sighed. General, I will need your men to establish a solid beachhead on the other side of the gate. Do be quick about it. I'll limit the spill until you arrive on the scene. The rains came down like a lash, and the winged horses neighed, the very sound unnatural. Within moments he was tearing through the sky again. My fingers clenched, then unclenched. Juniper, I said, turning to meet my general's gaze. Can you do it? There was a heartbeat of silence. Then the hellhound chuckled, and her lips split into a grin that was nasty little piece of work. I am, she said calmly, a general of the legions of terror, anointed and sworn under sacred standard. If a hell wages war upon the Empire, then I will invade that hell. Her voice did not rise, or her intonation shift. It was, as she said, a simple statement of fact. There was something in her eyes when she spoke that wasn't quite a name. She did not have the weight behind her for that, likely never would, but was just as fearsome in its own way. It was cold, absolute, and merciless certainty. The stare of a woman who had killed the enemy 100 times in her mind already, and knew all that remained was acting out the movements. The tremors left the limbs of her officers, straight-backed pride flowing to fill the gap. Name did not have a monopoly on greatness, I thought. Sometimes all that was needed was the unshakable will of one who never even considered defeat a possibility. Then hear my order, General, I said, and my mantle stirred at the shape of this. Even if it is impossible, even if all that rules above and below stands arrayed against you, win. I will allow nothing less from you. Warlord, she said, chops bared and head bowed. I left it at that, because between the two of us nothing more needed to be said. There might be a day where Juniper failed in the face of ruin, because in the end, did we not all fail? No matter how clever or powerful, an ending always came. But, I thought, it would not be today. Not against this. Adjutant stood at my side, loosening the leather ring holding his axe, and I found Archer staring at me with a pleased smile. Z's playing with the Hellspawn and Fury Greens got her own battle to win. Archer drawled. So what do you have for us, Cat? My eyes found the distant silhouettes of the bastions, flickering with sorcery and siege engines. String your bow, Archer, I said. The three of us are taking down the strongholds with black. Had the day not been so dire, I might have been unsettled by how feral the grin I got in response was. Today, though, I was counting on it. Zombie the Third got us near the front, but that was all I would ask of it. 3 people were too much to have any room to maneuver, and twice we were nearly torched on our flight forward. We made a slow, fat target for any mage with a little juice to send out. I sent back the undead horse behind the lines and took a deep breath. Shit, steel and blood. The scent of battlefields. I'd landed us close to General Orm's 5th Legion, which currently made up the left side of assault. He trailed behind Black still, even though my teacher had abandoned the center for the right, but he'd caught up some since I'd last had a look. Black had run into some heavy resistance at the palisade, and had yet to pierce through the enemy center. That wasn't the part of this battlefield that worried me. Hierophant's lid on the demons unleashed was paper thin, it was obvious to see. Not only had he been ordered to maintain 3 sets of wards against demons simultaneously, but he was facing constant pressure by the mages in the bastions trying to undo his work. It was worthy of a little awe, I thought, how he was still managing to keep his head slightly above the water for all that. I could not even see the demons, save for the occasional heartbeat-lasting glance, since they were surrounded by smooth globes of ivory-like solid sorcery. Around those wards, sticks of incense floated, slowly burning out only to be engulfed in ivory flames at the last moment, and from ashes born anew and full. The strength of the wards? It made sense. I'd seen some sticks burn much more quickly when the ovals came under fire. Regardless, those few moments where the demons were not completely contained were enough to twist their immediate surroundings. I saw legionaries, but also wights, things that should have no soul of their own, begin howling and tear at themselves and everything close to them. Others simply ceased, fell down, dead, for their hearts no longer beat. The creepiest was the work of the third. What it touched of creation became unwoven. In some fundamental way, air was breathed, but gave no breath. Flesh remained fixed even as men moved, sliding off like oil. Ground became like the sea, and I even caught sight of a man who took a ball of flame to the face, rise and walk back, flesh mending, only to advance as he first had and be struck by the very same spell. It was not that the demons ran amok. If they did, the legions would have broken already. But just by being contained in front of the first palisade protecting the bastions, they created a rampart of death that could not be passed. The legionaries had to go around them and not come too close, which took them straight into the enemy fire. Tough, the goblin fire still burned and had thinned the ranks some. The wights were still thousands and bitterly contested the palisades. Most of the killing, though, came from the bastions. Sorcery lashed out in never-ending waves, trebuchets and scorpions that were the deadly work of goblin engineering, carving bloody streaks in the advancing men. Already at least 1,000 dead carpeted the field, and dozens more died every heartbeat. I breathed out and unsheathed my sword, gathering power. Archer idly knocked an arrow, and Adjutan's grip tightened against the shaft of his axe with a crisp, leathery sound. "All right," I said. "Let's get this started."